Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 2403 to Chapter 2489. Xianxia instantly released his spiritual sense. Everything within 1,000 miles was shrouded in his mind. With a thought, he could completely feel the surging of every spiritual force. However, the current Great Soul Derivation technique could only reach this step. If he wanted to make his soul power even more terrifying and condensed, it wouldn't be as easy as it seemed. Even so, with the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, Xianxia still felt an unusual spiritual force. Live. I can't die. Come back. I want to come back. That terrifying spiritual force contained an indescribable pressure. Only Xianxia could deeply feel this kind of pressure. Because the spiritual force seemed to be in a state of confusion. He wanted to complete the blood sacrifice and wanted to transform. This was the most incomprehensible reason. Could it be that this was just a spiritual force wandering around the Burying Soul Mountain? Xianxia was incomparably shocked. He didn't know how terrifying the spiritual force was, but he knew that it directly influenced millions of demonic beasts to die for the blood sacrifice. This wasn't something that could be done, especially when that spiritual force was still in a muddle-headed state. Just when Xianxia was puzzled, a figure appeared in the sky. White clothes, green sword, spotless, long hair fluttering in the wind. His temperament was peerless. His slender figure was like an immortal pine, silently standing in the sky. The man's expression was cold, and his aura was like a dragon. Everyone on the scene, including Xianxia, felt a great pressure from him. This man was not a simple man, it was self-evident. The surrounding air had become icy cold. This was because the appearance of this man had caused everyone's heart to become incomparably solemn. This kind of expert was even stronger than Tang Jin. Even Yu Rongyan, Su Jin, and the others exchanged glances with each other. They were deeply shocked. Even if they joined hands, they might not be able to defeat him. He was just like a tall tree that could not be climbed and surpassed. Who is this person? He's actually so powerful. I've never heard of him before. Lu Quanchao frowned. He was extremely curious about this white-clothed man. I don't know either. Yu Rongyan shook his head. He was extremely afraid of this white-clothed young man and was extremely cautious. Just a step away from breaking through to the heavenly god realm. Such an expert is too powerful in the hidden secret realm. He's not afraid even when facing a heavenly god realm demonic beast. Wu Tingho sighed silently. This kind of expert was mysterious and unfathomable. He appeared outside the Burying Soul Mountain without a sound. No one dared to go up and question him. A man in white robes shook the surroundings, stirring up his spirit. A green sword descended from the heavens. I know who he is. The sword god in white, Shui Liang. The white-robed sword god of the Forgotten Sword Tomb, I didn't expect it to be him. Someone behind Yu Rongyan said in a deep voice. At that moment, Yu Rongyan and Lu Quanchao looked at each other. They finally remembered a legendary figure in the Linhe boundary. However, his strength had already surpassed the heavenly god realm. Why would he be here? White-robed sword god Shui Liang, isn't he the top genius of the Forgotten Sword Tomb? It was said that his strength had reached the mid-heavenly god realm. How did he get in? Someone was puzzled. The Forgotten Sword Tomb is mysterious and unfathomable. No one has entered the hidden secret realm for so many years. I'm afraid that it's been at least 10,000 years. Many people seem to have forgotten about the Forgotten Sword Tomb. They did not know that the master of the Forgotten Sword Tomb had fought against the top 10 experts of the Linhe boundary. 4 of them were the sect masters of the top 10 sects of the Linhe boundary. Yu Rongyan let out a sigh. He was getting more and more serious about the white-robed sword god. Behind him stood a peerless sect that was different from the secular world. However, the Forgotten Sword Tomb was just a transcendent existence in Linhe boundary. Yeah. I'm afraid that people have forgotten about it after so many years. But the successor of the Forgotten Sword Tomb must not be simple. White-robed sword god Shui Liang, he was already invincible in the Linhe boundary 10 years ago. I'm afraid that his appearance is not simple. Could it be that the Burying Soul Mountain has attracted him? Zhang Lei said quietly. Hard to say. The people of the Forgotten Sword Tomb are mysterious and unpredictable. His strength has been suppressed to the half-step heavenly god realm. He's only one step away from the heavenly god realm. Although his strength has been suppressed, ordinary half-step heavenly gods would not even have the chance to resist him. Yu Rongyan was extremely serious. His evaluation of sword god Shui Liang was extremely high. After all, the strength of Forgotten Sword Tomb was extremely strong and he was one of the best in Forgotten Sword Tomb. What if he breaks through to the heavenly god realm? Xianxia glanced at Yu Rongyan and asked. Then he will be struck by the five thunders, which is comparable to the heavenly lightning tribulation. Moreover, it is a heavenly lightning tribulation that is even stronger than his strength. That's why no heavenly god dares to step into it. Even if they hide and suppress their strength, they won't be able to survive. From the looks of it, this white-clothed sword god might really have some ability. Xianxia murmured. Not only that. I'm afraid that this person is not weaker than Xianyuan Kanglin. He might even be stronger than Xianyuan Kanglin. These two people should be the strongest experts in the entire hidden secret realm. Lu Quanchao said and glanced at Xianxia, hinting him not to underestimate the enemy. The white-clothed sword god's back was enough to make people fear and respect him. Leave now. This place is not suitable for you guys. Shui Liang said faintly. His voice was very calm. However, it sounded like he was advising and threatening at the same time. Since we're here, we will not leave easily. Thank you for your words, sword god. Yu Rongyan shouted loudly. Overestimating yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-clothed sword god turned around and left. No one in the half-step heavenly god realm could do that. This fella is too arrogant. People call him the white-clothed sword god, but it's just a compliment. I don't believe that he can fight against all of us alone. We're all half-step heavenly gods. Wu Qianshuan said disdainfully. Although he was not as strong as the white-clothed sword god, there were so many of them. How could they not be a match for him? If he really unleashed the strength of a heavenly god, he would be the one who would suffer the most. Don't judge a book by its cover. This white-clothed sword god is not simple. The white-robed sword god was a legend. Although Jiangchen did not know much about Shui Liang, he knew that Shui Liang was not a simple man. He was definitely one of the strongest opponents of Xianyuan Kanglin of Clearstream sect. One was an experienced sword god while the other was the most outstanding disciple of Clearstream sect for thousands of years. Jiangchen was looking forward to the battle between the two of them as it was not too far away. The moment Shui Liang soared into the sky, he was like a ray of white light. Everyone was slightly stunned and shocked. He was born to be as dazzling as the sun, making people worship him. The white-robed sword god killed many people. This time, he would definitely become the biggest variable in the entire hidden secret realm. No one dared to look down on him. He could remain calm even when facing a heavenly god realm demonic beast. There were less than 3 people in the entire hidden secret realm who could do this, and the white-robed sword god Shui Liang was one of them. Although Shui Liang had suppressed his strength to the half-step heavenly god realm, his divine aura was so strong that even a heavenly god realm expert could not withstand it. This was the most terrifying thing about him. An ordinary half-step heavenly god realm expert would not be able to do this. But coincidentally, Shui Liang was someone who transcended the mortal world. The vast sky was filled with fog and dark clouds. Countless demonic beasts were still rushing into the valley of the Burying Soul Mountain. Blood flowed for hundreds of miles, it was extremely gloomy. Terrifying clouds and mist surrounded the bloody valley. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. More and more demonic beasts were dying. Bats, wild boars, cranes, pythons, countless of them. I'm afraid that the Burying Soul Mountain is going to change. White-robed sword god Shui Liang murmured. Although he was a mid-heavenly god, he could only control himself at this moment. Once he unleashed his power, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was beyond his imagination. At this moment, his half-step heavenly god realm cultivation realm felt a little powerless. Shui Liang had already seen through the peculiarity of the soul-burying mountain. It was likely to be a great conspiracy. This suicidal sacrificial ceremony was a way to succeed at all costs. The one who really benefited from it must be the one hiding in the dark. Shui Liang was extremely serious about the Burying Soul Mountain. Because the incident of the Burying Soul Mountain was a nightmare of an old man from the Forgotten Sword Tomb. After he woke up from the nightmare, he came to the hidden secret realm. Although it was ridiculous, the old man was a peerless expert who had entered the hidden secret realm tens of thousands of years ago. Now, he had become a great figure of his generation. However, he still held a grudge against the Burying Soul Mountain. Shui Liang was very clear that once the sacrificial ceremony in the Burying Soul Mountain was successful, it would probably be a great killing weapon. Even his ancestor was secretive about it, so it was conceivable how shocking it would be. The dense black and blood-red mist filled the air. No one knew how many demonic beasts would self-destruct and die in the valley of the Burying Soul Mountain. However, it was undeniable that those demonic beasts were born for the sacrificial ceremony of the Burying Soul Mountain. Xianxia and the others became extremely depressed. So many lives had died for no reason. Although it might be their glory in the eyes of many demonic beasts, they did not know what was hidden behind the sacrificial ceremony of the Burying Soul Mountain. Waves of unknown psyche power gushed into the canyon. Blood was flowing everywhere. Even the void could feel the aura of death. The sacrificial ceremony of the Burying Soul Mountain had become an irreversible situation. The strength of the demonic beasts is not strong enough now. However, once the psyche power becomes stronger, it might be the time for the world to change. Xianxia thought. Apart from him, there were only a few people who could feel the psyche power. If it wasn't for the great soul derivation technique, he wouldn't have felt anything. However, once this terrifying psyche power was formed and condensed into an unstoppable force, the result would be unimaginable. Xianxia knew how terrifying this psyche power was. It was like the power of faith, but it was much more mysterious. Could it be that the Burying Soul Mountain's blood sacrifice is summoning something? Or is it a sacrificial ceremony? Is it man-made or the demonic beasts? Xianxia had many thoughts in his mind. However, none of them could be verified. Because the Burying Soul Mountain was almost sealed. No one could get close to it. They were all pushed away by a powerful psyche power. Even the white-robed sword god Shui Liang couldn't get close to the central region of the Burying Soul Mountain. Blood sacrifice of the demonic beasts. Tens of thousands of beasts reigning supreme. How grand and magnificent was this? However, what was more sorrowful was the death of the beasts. Who would have thought that this was the wish of those demonic beasts who self-destructed? No one knew that the hundreds of demonic beasts were also muttering to themselves with conviction. Could it be that there's some terrifying demonic beast buried in the Burying Soul Mountain? Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. His expression changed slightly. If this were to continue, who knows how many more innocent demonic beasts would be killed and turned into a bloody mist. However, this wasn't what they should be worried about. The real change would be in the Burying Soul Mountain. Once the bloody mist reaches its peak, the blood in the canyon would converge into a real blood river. At that time, the Burying Soul Mountain's blood sacrifice would be completed. Would there be even more terrifying existences appearing? Lu Qiuanchao's words weren't groundless. Everyone knew that even though they didn't know what was in the Burying Soul Mountain, it was definitely not simple. Hundreds of demonic beasts bowing down and worshipping this place. This wasn't something that could be done by any ordinary human or demonic beast. It's hard to say. But judging from the current situation, there's a high possibility that there's a terrifying soul in the Burying Soul Mountain that's about to be resurrected. This is still unknown. I feel that my heart is trembling. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps we shouldn't have come to this Burying Soul Mountain in the first place. Wu Tingho said in a low voice. His words of retreat caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. However, they also understood that Wu Tingho's words were not false. That kind of feeling did not only appear in his heart. Everyone felt the same way. It was just that Wu Tingho had voiced out the worries in their hearts. Then are we going to leave this place? Humph, a bunch of cowards. Dongfang Kuangyin said disdainfully. He had always looked down on Jiang Chen and the others. Among them, only Su Jin and Lu Quanchao were worthy of his respect. Because only the two of them had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. Even Jiang Chen only managed to win against him. That's why Dongfang Kuangyin was not convinced. In a real battle, Jiang Chen would be easily crushed. If you're so capable, Why don't you go to the blood-colored valley in the Burying Soul Mountain? Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue here? You're not even a mid-true god's match, yet you dare to show off here? Yang Jian sneered. He hated Dongfeng Kuangyin's arrogance the most. Relying on his strength, he did not put anyone in his eyes. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. Who knows who will have the last laugh? Just a bunch of trash. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can touch the Burying Soul Mountain? You're fated to be buried here. I swear. Dongfeng Kuangyin said proudly. Yu Rongyan was slightly unhappy. This fellow was too arrogant. Now that they've formed an alliance, everyone would be unhappy if they continued to act like this. Let's wait and see. Jiangchen smiled. He didn't argue with Dongfeng Kuangyin because he saw a hurricane in the blood-red valley. The hurricane was very small at first, but it was getting bigger and bigger at a lightning speed. It was probably going to ravage the entire Burying Soul Mountain and its surroundings. Jiangchen smiled and didn't argue with Dongfeng Kuangyin. On the peak of the valley, Shuiliang stood in the air with his sword in his hand. His expression was stern as he looked at the blood river. His heart was cold because there was only battle in his eyes. He was a true battle maniac. This time, he only had one purpose in entering the hidden secret realm, which was to train himself and prepare for the Xianwu Gate battle in the Lone Dragon County. Although these golden stones were not very strong, it was still very beneficial for those who were at the same level as him. Of course, the change in the Burying Soul Mountain was also what he valued the most. He didn't know what kind of things existed here, but in the eyes of the white-robed sword god, there was no such thing as failure. He always dealt with soldiers with arms, and water with an earthweir. The wind blew, the blood flowed like a river, hundreds of thousands of beasts bowed their heads. At this moment, a series of horrifying lines appeared in the sky. They were made of the color of blood, and looked like an incomparably gigantic skeleton that was faintly discernible. A hurricane blew up, and all the fresh blood was swept up into the sky, splashing onto those lines. It was like a landscape that was splashed with ink. There was no pattern to it, yet it was filled with the power of the heavens. Just what sort of thing was that gigantic skeleton? No one knew at all. However, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. 1,000 li away, a black figure shrunk the ground into a ruler, like an eternal shadow of the heavens, measuring the void. His black cloak fluttered in the wind even though there was no wind. His aura was enough to devour the mountains and rivers. He broke through the void with an unfathomable power, standing proudly in the sky. This person was none other than the great tycoon of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes looked extremely solemn. Because the most important moment of the Burying Soul Mountain was about to arrive. The sky was filled with blood, forming 1,000 li radius. The Burying Soul Mountain was about to end. The one that would change the Burying Soul Mountain would be those hundreds of beasts. To think that even the white-clothed sword god is here. Hee hee. Looks like the change in the Burying Soul Mountain has attracted a true expert. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a faint smile on his face. He was not afraid even when facing Shuiliang. Xianyuan Kanglin had absolute confidence in himself. Looks like you're related to this matter? White-clothed sword god Shuiliang looked at Xianyuan Kanglin indifferently and said. Everyone knows about the change in the Burying Soul Mountain. What does it have to do with me? Hee hee. Xianyuan Kanglin shook his head and smiled. Stop pretending. Xianyuan Kanglin, if the Burying Soul Mountain has nothing to do with you, why are you so calm and relaxed? Your Clear Stream sect has always liked to deliberately mystify things. What are you up to this time? Shuiliang sneered. He knew the style of the Clear Stream sect. Thousands of years ago, it was the time when the competition between the Clear Stream sect and the Forgotten Sword Tomb was at its peak. The people of the Clear Stream sect were too high profile. However, the people of the Forgotten Sword Tomb liked to live a peaceful life. Hence, they gave up their position as the #1 sect in the 10 major sections. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Could it be that the Forgotten Sword Tomb really wants to interfere? Hee hee. Do you have the capability to do so? Xianyuan Kanglin said calmly. Obviously, he was filled with disdain towards the Forgotten Sword Tomb. So, you're admitting that you know about the change in the Burying Soul Mountain? Shuiliang said. Hee hee. Trying to dig my words out? You're really naive. Shuiliang, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the hidden secret realm? If we're outside, perhaps I will show you some respect. But in this hidden secret realm, your strength is only at the half-step heavenly god realm. What can you do to me? Who knows, you might even be killed by me here. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a smile. Then you can try. Shuiliang smiled indifferently. Gladly. Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Shuiliang coldly. The deep hatred between the two sects was completely revealed at this moment. Although the Clear Stream sect and the Forgotten Sword Tomb had not interfered with each other for thousands of years, they were still enemies. Jiang Chen's eyes moved. Both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. A great battle was about to break out. It was a battle between the top experts of the younger generation. It was also a battle for the glory of the Clear Stream sect and the Forgotten Sword Tomb. Shuiliang took a step forward. Xianyuan Kanglin crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at each other. Their aura was rising rapidly. None of them were willing to be outdone. The battle between Shuiliang and Xianyuan Kanglin was bound to be the center of attention. Both of them were the elites of the younger generation. However, Shuiliang was slightly better than Xianyuan Kanglin as he was quite famous in the Linhe boundary. But in this hidden secret realm, both of them were equally matched. I've always heard that you're one of the prodigies amongst the younger generation of the Linhe boundary. It's not a problem for you to be in the top 3. Today, I'd like to see if you're just a figurehead. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a smile on his face. Both of them were standing on the same starting line now. Hence, Xianyuan Kanglin was not worried that he would lose. On the contrary, he was looking forward to meeting the white-robed sword god, Shuiliang. After all, he was quite famous. However, there was a gap of more than 20 years between them. Shuiliang was already a heavenly god expert. His cultivation had been progressing at a terrifying speed for so many years. Whether it was an expert or a genius, both of them were narrow-minded. Because in their eyes, there was only one true genius, and that was themselves. This was something that could never be changed. Therefore, an expert was lonely. Because he wanted to challenge all the experts who were on the same level as him. He wanted to be the most eye-catching one. So, Xianyuan Kanglin wanted to challenge Shuiliang, and Shuiliang was very competent. After all, Xianyuan Kanglin was a genuine heavenly god realm expert. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Shuiliang had forcefully suppressed his strength to the half-step heavenly god realm, his experience and control of divine energy were still far beyond Xianyuan Kanglin's. Xianyuan Kanglin was a genius, but so was he. It was Shuiliang's greatest regret that he could not enter the hidden secret realm at his most glorious moment. But at this moment, if he could defeat Xianyuan Kanglin in the half-step heavenly god realm, it would be considered as fulfilling his dream. Jiangchen looked straight ahead. The battle between the two of them was beneficial to him. If he could understand them better, he would have more confidence in winning the battle. But at this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin and white-clothed sword god Shuiliang were not in a hurry to take action. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. He had no confidence in the strength of these two men. Although they were only half-step heavenly gods, they were able to defeat ordinary heavenly god realm beasts. This was a battle of glory between the strongest geniuses and their true strength. Jiangchen believed that they had the courage to do so. It was not impossible to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Even if it was a heavenly god, the foundation of these two people would depend on who was stronger. If the two of you can fight until both of you are injured, that would be even better. Jiangchen said with a smile. However, it was obviously impossible. Because no one knew what was going on in the Burying Soul Mountain. Only an idiot would reveal all of his trump cards. Jiangchen said with a smile. However, Jiangchen knew that they were in a disadvantageous position. Whether it was Xianyuan Kanglin or white-clothed sword god Shuiliang, both of them must have some understanding of the Burying Soul Mountain. At least, the bloody lines in the void outlined a terrifying demonic beast. It made people feel uneasy. Moreover, they did not know whether it was a terrifying demonic beast or not. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. If the enemy moves, I will move first. Whoever makes the first move may reveal a flaw. But whoever makes the second move may lose the initiative. Both of them were waiting for the other to make the first move. If you want to know, then do it yourself. Let's see if you can escape from my hands. Shuiliang said indifferently. His expression was calm and unmoving. Only Shuiliang was able to be so fearless when facing Xianyuan Kanglin. He even looked down on Xianyuan Kanglin. Alright, I will give you this chance today. The prestige of Clearstream sect is inviolable. And after this battle, I will be the only one who survives in the entire hidden secret realm. Xianyuan Kanglin's words made Shuiliang slightly shocked. His expression became solemn. Is this fella planning something? Tens of thousands of geniuses had entered the hidden secret realm. Less than 10% of them survived. However, there were still about 1,000 of them who could leave this place alive. Each and every one of them would become a legend in the Linhe boundary. But this time, Xianyuan Kanglin was planning to kill the others, although it was just a guess. Shuiliang kept it in mind. He looked up and found that the scarlet skeleton in the distance was gradually taking shape. In the hurricane, the Scarlet River gradually rose by dozens of meters and splashed on the void. It was a shocking scene. The air was filled with the stench of blood, giving people an indescribable pressure. Overturning cloud palm, 3,000 world thunderclap. As soon as Xianyuan Kanglin made his move, a thunderous thunderclap resounded in the air. His palm wind howled, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if the Buddha's palm was pressing down on Xianyuan Kanglin. Shuiliang took out his sword. Although the sword was not strong, it easily blocked the palm strike. Xianyuan Kanglin took action once again. Blood-colored clouds rippled and formed into a blood-colored palm, covering the sun and the sky. This terrifying aura was like a landslide. However, the palm still failed to hit Shuiliang. Shuiliang retreated in order to advance. He advanced step by step. The tip of his sword changed from defense to offense as he charged straight towards Xianyuan Kanglin. The mightiness of a sword god was revealed. That sword caused a storm that tore the void apart. Even Jiangchen could not help but nod his head. Shuiliang's sword was indeed terrifying. Everyone was terrified. Even the half-step heavenly gods were worried about this sword. If this sword hits me, I'm afraid that I'll be badly injured even if I don't die. Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly. I can't block this sword. Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. Admitting defeat was not that scary. What was scary was not being able to face defeat. At this moment, Yu Rongyan realized that the gap between half-step heavenly gods was huge. Initially, he thought that even if he couldn't defeat Shuiliang, he could at most fight 2 against 1. But now, it seemed like Shuiliang's arrogance was reasonable. They might not be able to kill this arrogant sword god with so many people. Shuiliang's sword was like a flying immortal. It never fell to the ground. His sword aura kept changing. His sword was merciless, chasing after Shuiliang. I want the heavens to change for me. Xianyuan Kanglin did not show any weakness. His attacks were as fast as lightning. The 3,000 great worlds seemed to be trembling. Both of them were evenly matched. Every move was natural, and it was hard for anyone to gain the upper hand. Xianyuan Kanglin used his body as a weapon and clashed with Shuiliang. His lightning palm technique was unconventional. Even Shuiliang's sword god could not do anything to Xianyuan Kanglin. Both of them were exchanging blows. It did not look like a battle of life and death, but neither of them dared to underestimate the other. A slight mistake could lead to a great difference. Although they were evenly matched at this moment, the slightest carelessness could lead to a battle of life and death. The shocking heavenly flying immortal and the thunderous palm skill had opened Jiang Chen's eyes. After all, a strong warrior had his own pride and dignity. Others might not be able to see through this battle, but Jiang Chen found out that Shuiliang had displayed at least 70% of his sword intent. This sword technique was much more dreadful than his own sword technique. He could kill someone without leaving a trace in just a few seconds, and he could cut his opponent down from a height of 10,000 feet. Shuiliang's sword swept across the 9 heavens. Xianyuan Kanglin was still one step behind. After all, Shuiliang was a true heavenly god realm expert. Xianyuan Kanglin was still pushed back by Shuiliang's sword. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had already predicted this attack. Haha. You're indeed a sword god. You're indeed extraordinary. However, I don't have the time to play with you anymore. We'll meet again in the future. I hope you can live till the end. Xianyuan Kanglin took a step back, as if he had stepped into a spatial crack, instantly disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Shueliang frowned. Xianyuan Kanglin's departure made him feel that something was amiss. Although Xianyuan Kanglin did not use his full strength, he did the same too. In the end, it could only be considered as testing each other's strength. There was no harvest at all. This Xianyuan Kanglin was very cunning, which made Shueliang pay more attention to him. Xianyuan Kanglin was also a half-step heavenly god, but Shueliang felt pressured. Xianyuan Kanglin was definitely not an easy opponent. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin's attack had failed and he quickly retreated. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin was going to make a big move. Seems like this fellow has come prepared, Shueliang said coldly. His expression was extremely unsightly. He glanced at Jiang Chen and the others, feeling a little unhappy. After all, Xianyuan Kanglin had escaped without a trace. Even he felt depressed. This battle was really frustrating. Look, the blood of 10,000 beasts is all surging toward that 1,000 zhang tall skeleton. Yeah, could that skeleton be some kind of ancient beast? Could it be that the blood sacrifice is for the sake of resurrecting this big beast? I'm not sure. But this skeleton is too huge. Plus, the blood of 10,000 beasts is not that simple. Everyone's expression became solemn. Since they had come to the Burying Soul Mountain, most of them were prepared to fight with their lives on the line. Success was always accompanied by danger. Even if they failed, it would not be shameful as there were so many experts who were willing to help them. Those who were able to survive and reach this stage step by step were not really afraid of death. However, who would be willing to go to the Yellow Springs alone if they could live? Jiang Chen stared at the giant skeleton. He could only see its shape but not its body. At this moment, the blood-red cloud was getting bigger and bigger. The entire Burying Soul Mountain was covered by it. White-clothed sword god Shueliang's appearance had obviously become the biggest variable. Xianyuan Kanglin quickly retreated. This Burying Soul Mountain was definitely not a simple place. It might be a huge feast. No one knew what was going to happen next. But those hundreds of beasts were still chanting and chanting cryptic inscriptions. Xianyuan Kanglin stepped on the void. At this moment, he was already 100 miles away, looking at the terrifying giant skeleton. His gaze became colder and colder. His hand was holding onto a golden pearl that was emitting a dazzling radiance. It won't be long before the Burying Soul Mountain becomes mine. The power of 10,000 beasts, the might of the blood sacrifice. Who can stop me? Haha. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a stern expression. His eyes were filled with pride and excitement. Because his dream was going to come true at this moment. At that time, he would be able to soar into the sky. This battle was specially designed for him. It was the accumulation of the Clear Stream sect for tens of thousands of years that made him what he was today. And he was the heaven's chosen one. He would conquer the world. Linha boundary would become just a small chess piece for him. Xianyuan Kanglin had lived for 10 lifetimes just for this moment. It had been 70,000 years, he had finally waited for this moment, to worship the heavens, to devour the heavens, to fight to the death. In the end, he would be the one laughing till the end. More than 70,000 years ago, Xianyuan Kanglin entered the hidden secret realm in his first life. At that moment, he entered the Burying Soul Mountain by mistake. Coincidentally, the world was in an uproar and the chaotic beast war was taking place in the hidden secret realm. In order to seek shelter, he entered the Burying Soul Mountain. However, he did not expect to discover a shocking mystery. An immemorial ferocious beast was going to be resurrected here and it was buried in the hidden secret realm. Following the passage of time, the soul of the immemorial ferocious beast was damaged. It needed Xianyuan Kanglin's strength to devour it and complete its lifespan. Xianyuan Kanglin gave up on his glorious achievements for this life. He waited for these 70,000 years. Every 7,000 years, he would enter the Burying Soul Mountain once to help the immemorial ferocious beast to continue its life. The 10 reincarnations were completed by the immemorial ferocious beast. One could see how tyrannical the immemorial ferocious beast was. It could help one reincarnate and change one's fate. It was a terrifying feat. How many experts could achieve that? The world was huge. Therefore, Xianyuan Kanglin was a peerless expert in each of his 10 reincarnations. However, he was not fated to step into the Divine King realm. He needed to use his cultivation to prolong the immemorial ferocious beast's life for 7,000 years. It lasted for 70,000 years. The divine continent had changed. Everything changed. Only this vast land remained unchanged. 70,000 years. Xianyuan Kanglin had 10 reincarnations memories just for this day. His memories were richer than anyone else's. Not even the old ancestor of the sect could compare to him. Therefore, he was the strongest expert in the same realm. In addition to his talent, Xianyuan Kanglin had become a genius without a doubt. He was a peerless expert. It's been 70,000 years. Who would understand the loneliness and sadness of it all? But, it's all worth it. I shall become a supreme king. I want the sky to change because of me. I want the ground to collapse because of me. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely excited. 70,000 years of planning, 70,000 years of effort to achieve the final result. Moreover, he had spent more than a few thousand years to arrange the blood sacrifice of 10,000 beasts. He had been preparing for it all this time. It was a plan, but it was also a great conspiracy. Every generation of demonic beasts in the Burying Soul Mountain was controlled by his power of faith. These hundreds of demonic beasts were now real death warriors. Because he wanted to change his destiny and complete the blood sacrifice. These hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were the final sacrifice. The blood of 10,000 beasts was just a catalyst. However, this catalyst had already shaken the entire hidden secret realm. Xianyuan Kanglin no longer put anyone in his eyes. Once the immemorial ferocious beast completes its resurrection, he would be above everyone else. Facing the terrifying immemorial expert, there was only fear and respect in his heart. He had seen part of the immemorial ferocious beast's memory. To think that the divine world had such a terrifying side. He also knew that the immemorial ferocious beast could destroy a place like the Linha boundary with just a finger. Compared to the entire divine world, the Linha boundary was just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, he was extremely fearful but also extremely happy because he would definitely become an expert. The immemorial ferocious beast was too terrifying. He would be able to dominate the entire Linha boundary and even the Lone Dragon County if he could obtain the immemorial ferocious beast. He would definitely become the strongest expert in the entire Linha boundary and the Lone Dragon County. The Burying Soul Mountain was getting more and more terrifying. The blood of 10,000 beasts was splashing and dancing in the hurricane, pouring onto the blood-red skeleton. The scene was earth-shattering. Not good. This blood sacrifice is going to change. Retreat from the Burying Soul Mountain. Xianxia said. Is it really that terrifying? You want us to retreat from the Burying Soul Mountain? Lu Quanchao hesitated for a moment and said. Although the Burying Soul Mountain was dangerous, it might not be as serious as what Xianxia said. Plus, there would not be any existence that surpassed the heavenly god realm in the Burying Soul Mountain. Even if they could not win, they could just run away. Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, do you think a true god like you has the right to point your finger here? Nothing has happened yet, but you're already scared out of your wits. When something really happens, won't you be scared out of your wits and pee your pants? Dongfang Kuangyin sneered. Right now, Jiangchen was overestimating himself, giving orders here. Did he really think that he was the leader? Dongfang Kuangyin naturally didn't forget to ridicule Jiangchen. He was a narrow-minded person and had long since viewed Jiangchen as a thorn in his side. I don't need you to comment on who I am. If you want to stay, then stay. At least, I won't stay. If you want to die, no one will stop you. Jiangchen said faintly. Yang Jian and Man Shui would definitely listen to him. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei, however, were hesitating. The Wu brothers and Su Jin were also hesitating. Humph, that's just a coward's excuse. If you're afraid of death, then say it. Don't hide it. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The reason why we came here is to temper ourselves. Don't you know that the sharpness of a treasured sword comes from grinding? If we don't even dare to face this little wind and waves, then what's the point of talking about the path of an expert? If you're afraid of death, you can leave. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you, coward. Dongfang Kuangyin's words were filled with sarcasm. The people on Yu Rongyan's side laughed. At this moment, Jiang Chen had become an abandoned person. Although Dongfang Kuangyin was mocking him, his words were not without reason. Because what they had to do next was to train themselves. Only by training themselves step by step could they break through. At this moment, Jiang Chen was treated as a deserter. Who would sympathize with him? Haha, this kind of person is qualified to be an expert? It's fine if he's not strong enough, but he's the first one to suggest running away. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Yeah, it's normal for this kind of person to be afraid of death. In the end, if he's afraid of death, why should we stop him? Go home and drink your milk. What a disappointment. A piece of rat shit spoils a pot of soup. Pfft. He's overestimating himself. Everyone has their own ambitions. This kind of person will disdain being on the same side as us. Haha, the distance between us will only grow further and further. It won't be long before he becomes food for the demonic beasts. Who knows? Facing those fellows' accusations, Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Some people were too conceited and would eventually become a pile of dirt. There was a saying that everyone has their own ambitions, so why should he force others? Our paths are different, so we can't work together. I'm afraid of death. I can't endure the danger here, so I'll be leaving first. Jiang Chen glanced at the 3,000 zhang tall blood-red skeleton. At this moment, the skeleton had already reached the halfway point of being built. His heart grew more and more solemn. Jiang Chen, we'll follow you. Yang Jian said without hesitation. Jiang Chen was his pillar of support. Me too. Man Shui placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. He was his shield. Jiang Chen, you. Haze, you have to take care of yourself. Since you're worried about the danger here, you should leave the Burying Soul Mountain as soon as possible. I believe you can protect yourself. Lu Quanchao said. Have a safe journey. Su Jin and Zhang Lei also chose to stay. They clasped their fists at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and left calmly. There was no one here that was worthy for him to stay. Everyone had the right to choose their own life and death. Moreover, they did it for experience and to broaden their horizons. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did it for the sake of his belief. Only by staying alive could he become an expert. This kind of person is destined to be a coward for life. Ha ha ha, one day, you'll die because of your ignorance. Of course, you can also choose to turn back. As long as you crawl under my crotch, I'll accept your apology. Once you leave the Burying Soul Mountain, there will be no end to the dangers. Dongfang Kuangyin said coldly, mocking Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly turned around, his eyes filled with coldness. What a noisy fellow. Jiang Chen shook his head. With a wave of his hand, a sword was unleashed. The wind and clouds surged, the sky changed color. The heavenly dragon sword was like a ray of light, piercing through the void. Jiang Chen stepped into the air. Dongfang Kuangyin's tongue was cut off. Ah, ah, Dongfang Kuangyin's heart-wrenching screams reverberated in the sky. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Jiang Chen's figure was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart. Was his choice right? No one dared to sympathize with Dongfang Kuangyin because he asked for it. As the saying goes, heaven's wrongs can be avoided, but one's own wrongs cannot be avoided. If it wasn't for him mocking Dongfang Kuangyin, Jiang Chen might not have taken action at the last moment. Jiang Chen was not a kind person. He chose to leave because he did not want to give Lu Quanchao and Su Jin more pressure. However, Dongfang Kuangyin had forced Jiang Chen into a dead end. Jiang Chen had no choice but to take action. That was why he chose to act. This was something that no one had expected. Dongfang Kuangyin could not say a word. His face was pale and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. One slash, and Dongfang Kuangyin's tongue was cut off. No one saw how Jiangchen did it, and no one knew how terrifying Jiangchen's slash was. Who could understand the power of that slash? Even those who followed Dongfang Kuangyin were speechless. Their faces were pale and their hearts were trembling. They had witnessed Jiangchen's strength. He was the weakest among them, but he became the most terrifying existence at this moment. Even Yu Rongyan and Qin Yuma, who were half-step heavenly gods, had a serious expression on their faces. This fella is really powerful. Is this really the strength of a mid-true god? Yu Rongyan's heart was in turmoil. He looked at Jiangchen's back for a long time. Now, do you know why we value Jiangchen's words so much? Su Jin sighed. Yu Rongyan and Qin Yuma did not speak anymore, but their hearts were filled with shock. At this moment, the one who regretted the most was Dongfang Kuangyin. Jiangchen had been enduring for a long time, but when he couldn't take it anymore, it was his turn to suffer. Dongfang Kuangyin was extremely confident. Who would have thought that he would be instantly killed by a mid-true god? In Dongfang Kuangyin's eyes, there was only boundless fear and hatred. Of course, he didn't dare to show this hatred anymore. He could still think of a way to save himself if he lost his tongue, but if he lost his life, then no one would be able to save him. He only had himself to blame for all of this. We have no way out now. We have to enter the Burying Soul Mountain. Now that sword god Shui Liang has entered that region, we can't fall behind. We know that there's a tiger in the mountain, but we still have to go. This is our goal. Only by going through the challenges of blood and fire can we become true experts. Yu Rongyan's expression was solemn. Although Jiangchen had left, it was just a small interlude for them. Without Jiangchen, they would still be able to overcome all the obstacles and enter the Burying Soul Mountain. That's right. We must not stop now. If sword god Shui Liang could do it, we can do it too. Su Jin said confidently. Jiangchen had left, but they still had to move forward. 2/3 of the blood-colored skeleton had already been poured, revealing a huge silhouette. It was about 1,000 feet tall and was as majestic as a mountain. It was indeed a ferocious giant beast, but its complete body was still far from being revealed. As the blood-red hurricane swept across 1,000 li, everyone became extremely solemn. An ordinary true god couldn't escape from the power of the hurricane. Because the hurricane was filled with sharp wind blades that tore the void apart. Fresh blood was like a splash of ink. The entire Burying Soul Mountain was on the same level as the hurricane. Roar, roar, suddenly, the chilly wind swept across 1,000 li. The Burying Soul Mountain finally revealed its true form. It was a 10,000 zhang tall mountain with the ridge at the top. It was like a bloody mouth that devoured everything in the world. The belly of the mountain was pitch black with thick blood mist as if it was a bottomless abyss. Everyone shuddered. Even the demonic beasts were shocked and terrified. Even the heavenly god realm demonic beasts could not remain calm. This is the wandering soul of the Burying Soul Mountain. It finally revealed its true form. Yu Rongyan said. I've heard about it before. There are thousands of souls in the Burying Soul Mountain. Every 1,000 years, the Burying Soul Mountain will undergo a soul transformation. When the soul transformation happens, the Burying Soul Mountain will be ravaged. Even a heavenly god realm expert will turn into a pile of bones under the attack of the souls. Su Jin muttered with a solemn expression. Something's wrong. It's been less than 1,000 years. It's only been 400 years since the last time. How could there be a soul transformation? Lu Quanchao said with a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. Uneasiness was spreading in his heart. Soul transformation is the resentment of lonely souls and wild ghosts. Millions of souls are buried in this Burying Soul Mountain. Whether they are humans or demonic beasts, they are all here. Soul transformation happens once every 1,000 years, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be any changes, right? Could it be that the change of the Burying Soul Mountain is caused by the soul transformation? Qin Yuma said, frowning with a serious expression. Looks like we'll have to go all out now. The souls of the soul transformation can take our lives. Everyone, be careful. Wu Tingho shouted. Following Wu Tinghao's furious roar, the howls of the millions of wandering ghosts became even more terrifying. Soul after images soared into the sky, densely packed as they charged towards the blood-colored skeleton after the blood sacrifice. In the end, they dissipated into nothingness and fused with the blood-colored skeleton. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The sword god, Shui Liang, was the first to be hit by the terrifying soul attack. Dead but not destroyed. Who can stop me, Gui Jianzhou? Shui Liang sneered. His long sword pierced through the sky. Souls were destroyed wherever it passed. One step against 100 souls, 1,000 miles unstoppable, evil ghosts and remnant souls roared and wreaked havoc in the sky. Under Shui Liang's attack, the remnant souls were completely destroyed. The remnant souls came from all directions, coming from the depths of the burying soul mountain. But Shui Liang was calm and composed, the souls didn't come close to him. He wielded his sword, shocking even the gods and ghosts. If it's just one soul, it's not worth mentioning. But if it's 100 souls, it's worth a fight. 1,000 souls is already something that no one dares to look down on. 10,000 souls. Even a half-step heavenly god would feel their scalp tingling. These countless souls were like ants. No matter how strong an expert was, he or she would have to avoid it. Yu Rongyan and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they could temporarily resist the spiritual shock, who knew how long this spiritual transformation would last, those peak true god experts were shivering in fear. If Yu Rongyan and the others could not hold on any longer, their lives would be in danger. At the same time, Jiangchen's expression was extremely solemn. Although they were deep in the outer region, they still couldn't escape from the spiritual shock. However, the spiritual shock didn't affect him much. His great soul derivation technique had reached perfection. Under the effect of the great soul derivation technique, none of the spirits could get close to him. These souls did not attack you? Man Shui looked at Jiangchen in astonishment. The three of them were shrouded by Jiangchen's aura. All of the souls stayed away from Jiangchen. Yeah. I can't see through you anymore. I'll think that any miracle that happens to you is normal. Haha. Yang Jian patted Jiangchen's shoulder because he knew that it was not a wrong choice to believe in Jiangchen. Believe in Brother Chen and you'll gain eternal life. Haha. Man Shui laughed. In this hidden secret realm, his strength was no longer enough. Although he was at the same level as Jiangchen, their fates were completely different. Jiangchen's strength was not the same as an ordinary mid-true god. Jiangchen smiled without saying a word. However, at this moment, he could feel the grudge through the great soul derivation technique. They were attracted by a terrifying force of will and became one of the millions of souls. They became the nourishment of the most terrifying soul, attaching itself to the blood-red immemorial beast. If that's the case, their souls would be tortured for eternity and become a curse. They would not be able to escape, be reborn and change the soul shock. Jiangchen's heart was filled with sorrow at this moment. Because those souls were looking at him with despair and begging. Jiangchen's countenance immediately changed and his heart was filled with waves of shock. Half of them are the souls that I released from the great Yu soul-forming light? Jiangchen took a deep breath. He realized that he did not give these souls a true release. Instead, he sent them from one cage to another. Jiangchen could feel their begging but there was nothing he could do. They were just remnant souls waiting to be slaughtered. Looking at the hundreds of millions of souls flying towards the blood-red ancient giant beast like moths flying into a flame, Jiangchen's heart trembled. He wanted to save these miserable souls, but he was powerless to do so. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Those souls couldn't control themselves at all. In the end, they gathered together and rushed towards the blood-red ancient giant beast like a raging river. Jiangchen closed his eyes tightly. He did not know whether it was right or wrong to release these souls from the great Yu soul-forming light. He initially wanted to give them freedom and a chance to be reborn. But now, it seemed like they were shackled by another layer of shackles. At this moment, the hidden secret realm was just a miserable world to them. What's wrong, Jiangchen? Yang Jian frowned as he saw the sorrow and anger on Jiangchen's face. He could not help but ask. Nothing. I'm a bit depressed, that's all. Jiangchen shook his head. He was not a savior but his heart could not calm down for a long time. If he were to leave so easily, what would happen to those millions of souls? He could just leave, but the depression in his heart would make him unable to forgive himself. Cultivation was a kind of belief. Xianxia's belief was to fight against the heavens, the supreme Tao, the Tao that could reach the clouds. The ambition to reach the heavens, to die without regrets, to go through hundreds and thousands of twists and turns, all for the sake of sincerity. Suddenly, Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at the surging souls. His heart was firm. He wanted to demand an explanation from the unfair heavenly Tao. He wanted to bring peace to these millions of souls, gone with the wind, simple. Looking back, every step was 1,000 caddies. The Tao that could reach the clouds, to cultivate a Tao heart with a clear conscience. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile, as if he had just been enlightened. This was the kind of belief that he needed. He had to turn back and leave. "Come, let's go back," Xianxia said. "Didn't you say that we would definitely die on this trip?" Man Shui was slightly stunned. "That's right, but I can't leave. Millions upon millions of souls won't allow me to leave. This time, even I'm not confident. I don't know what this primordial beast is, but I must ensure that the souls in the 9 heavens have some peace. My heart will not give up, my Tao will not allow me to lose." Xianxia turned around and crossed 1,000 li with his sword. Once again, he returned to the burying soul mountain. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at each other and smiled. They must follow Xianxia's footsteps. Even if Xianxia said that they would die if they turned back, they would not turn back. There was no reason for them to turn back. They would die without regrets if they followed Xianxia. On the burying soul mountain, Xianyuan Kanglin stood on the peak of the mountain. His heart was like a ferocious tiger, his eyes were sharp. The blood-colored immemorial beast was about to be completed. Fresh blood poured on it, the beasts lined up, and the skeleton became more and more perfect, vivid, and lifelike. Gradually, the entire body of the primordial giant beast was about to be completed. This was the final spiritual sacrifice. Even he did not expect that the final spiritual sacrifice and flesh sacrifice would fuse so perfectly. Moreover, the soul sacrifice was unexpected. The more souls there were, the more terrifying the immemorial beast would be after its resurrection. Finally, it's time for the heavenly god realm beasts to be sacrificed. You guys are finally going to come in handy. Xianyuan Kanglin's lips curved into a meaningful smile. He had been preparing for 70,000 years, waiting for 70,000 years, serving the immemorial beast for 70,000 years. Finally, he was going to reap some rewards. This time, let's see who can stop me in the hidden secret realm. Linha boundary is under my feet. Ha ha ha. In order to revive the beast god, you guys will have to bear with it and complete the final blood sacrifice. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the hundreds of demonic beasts and said with a faint smile. Everything was ready now, except for the crucial element. The last heavenly god realm demonic beasts would be the most important blood sacrifice. After the final blood sacrifice, these heavenly god realm demonic beasts would all be killed. Their souls, flesh and blood would all become the sacrificial offerings of the blood sacrifice. In the sky, the gigantic skeleton was almost complete. Only the outline of its face was left, it was not completely covered in blood yet. The blood-red giant beast was extremely terrifying. It had the body of a lion, the tail of a horse, the eyes of a tiger, the scales of a fish, the paws of a bear, the head of a qilin, the horns of a rhinoceros, the mouth of a black hole that could devour the sky. Although the true face of the blood-red giant beast had yet to be seen, the blood and flesh in the hurricane had become more solid due to the impact of the millions of souls. At this moment, the blood-red giant beast was breathing heavily. His breathing was steady, and it was frightening. The white-clothed sword god Shui Liang took a step forward and looked at the gigantic blood-red demonic beast with a cold expression. He felt extremely pressured. Looks like this blood sacrifice is really mysterious. To use the blood, flesh and souls of millions of demonic beasts to complete the sacrifice. It's really overbearing and terrifying. However, it won't be easy for you to obtain the supreme beast body so quickly. Shui Liang knew very well that once the blood sacrifice was completed, he would be hunted down by the blood-colored giant beast. This kind of immemorial giant beast was too terrifying. He had never seen such a ferocious immemorial giant beast before. Moreover, it was overbearing and overbearing. Once its head was completed, it would be a disaster for the hidden secret realm. Shueliang's aura was like that of a bull. His sword pierced through the sky, cutting down hundreds of souls. He directly rushed towards the hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts. He was determined to stop these hundreds of demonic beasts and complete the blood sacrifice for the ancient giant beast. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shueliang, you asked for it. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered and waved his hand. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were divided into two. 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts would deal with Shueliang, while the other 100 demonic beasts would rush towards the final destination of the blood sacrifice, which was the immemorial giant beast's head. Once the blood sacrifice was completed, no one would be able to stop the immemorial giant beast's ascension to the throne. Only 10? Haha, then let me see if you demonic beasts that have been raised in captivity have any real ability. Shueliang said indifferently. Facing 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts, he was not afraid at all. Especially the silk demon sword in his hand. At this moment, it was vibrating and resonating. Shueliang lowered his head and glanced at the silk demon slaying sword in his hand. The corners of his mouth became even more radiant. Did you also feel the provocation? Let's fight to our heart's content today, shall we? Ha ha ha. Shueliang held madly as he held the sword in his hand and moved about freely. He fought 10 enemies by himself with a ferocious imposing aura, and he seemed to possess an unparalleled bearing. 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts, let's see how you're going to stop them. I, Xianyuan Kanglin, will definitely take the life of the white-clothed sword god of Forgotten Sword Tomb. Xianyuan Kanglin's palm was as fast as lightning, holding the power of thunder in his hand as he rushed towards the sky and attacked Shueliang. Shueliang quickly retreated. Even a sword god like him would not be able to withstand the joint attack of 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts and Xianyuan Kanglin. Although Xianyuan Kanglin and the 10 demonic beasts were attacking him together, he did not panic at all. Shueliang must have his own strengths to be called the sword god of Lin Boundary. His sword skill was exquisite and had reached the peak. He could already fight against heavenly gods when he was still a half-step heavenly god. Now, he could even fight against a half-step hierarch. Although his strength was suppressed, it was not easy to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. If you want me to return with broken feathers, just these 10 demonic beasts are not enough. Shueliang's strength was indescribably strong. He was indeed worthy of his title as the sword god. Even with Xianyuan Kanglin's attack, he was still able to handle the situation with ease. Although he seemed to be losing, he was not weak at all. The 10 demonic beasts were trapped here. It would be a long delay for the final blood sacrifice. Moreover, these heavenly god realm demonic beasts must be sacrificed to the immemorial giant beasts as soon as possible. Look, isn't that the white-clothed sword god Shueliang? He's fighting against 10 demonic beasts alone. How terrifying. Although we're all half-step heavenly gods, his strength is not something we can compare to. Su Jin sighed. This was the demeanor of a peerless genius. Although they were also considered as the geniuses of Lin Boundary, they were nothing compared to the white-clothed sword god Shueliang. It was like comparing the light of a firefly. There was no comparison at all. He seems to be trying to stop Xianyuan Kanglin? Lu Quanchao frowned. Although they were in a passive position under the attack of countless demonic beasts, at this moment, they really wanted to join the battle between Shueliang and the demonic beasts. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin was standing proudly in the middle. This battle was quite intense and Shueliang was already in a passive position. Shueliang seems to be trying to stop the blood sacrifice. However, Xianyuan Kanglin is obstructing him. Looks like it's time for us to take action. Yu Rongyan said solemnly. He was able to differentiate between good and bad. Sword god Shueliang killed the demonic beasts and cut off the blood sacrifice. At this moment, they could not just stand by and watch. Yu Rongyan and the others immediately took action and rushed towards Xianyuan Kanglin. Everyone joined hands to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. Su Jin, Yu Rongyan, Lu Quanchao, Qin Yuma, Dongfang Kuangyin, 5 half-step heavenly gods, Zhang Lei, the Wu brothers and a dozen peak true gods were barely able to stop Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. A bunch of ants, trying to stop a chariot. Xianyuan Kanglin said indifferently. His thunderbolt palm continued to strike out, killing 7 peak true gods without batting an eyelid. Yu Rongyan and the others did not dare to underestimate Xianyuan Kanglin. One after another, terrifying blade light, sword shadows, spear light and halberd light rushed towards Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin was unstoppable like the sword god, overbearing and unstoppable. No one could stop Xianyuan Kanglin's thunderbolt palm. Even Zhang Lei and Dongfang Kuangyin were forced to retreat. All the other peak true gods were killed under Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. Both of you, your opponent is me. A sharp figure appeared and blocked the Wu brothers' path. Dongfang Kuangyin and Zhang Lei's figure was the Clear Stream sect's 3rd Grand Guardian, Tang Zhen. This fella is too terrifying. Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. His 9-segmented whip lashed out, but it was too far away for Xianyuan Kanglin to deal with it easily. We still have to fight. Even if we die here, we must not let him get what he wants. Lu Quanchao roared in anger and unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Explosions could be heard in the sky. Xianyuan Kanglin was fighting against 4 of them at the same time, yet he was still able to suppress them. We're all half-step heavenly gods, we must not fall behind. Haha. Su Jin unleashed all of his combat strength to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Even he felt a chill down his spine when facing Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks. However, Xianyuan Kanglin easily dealt with them. Qin Yuma did not want to be outdone and charged towards Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Xianyuan Kanglin was able to deal with it easily. At this moment, Sword God was released. Terrifying heaven-piercing sword chi that was incomparably sharp allowed Su Jin and the others to be freed. Since you guys are so stubborn, then I'll let you all go to hell. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were cold. How could Xianyuan Kanglin be willing to let sword god Shui Liang stop the last step of the blood sacrifice? Come and fight me, demonic beasts. Xianyuan Kanglin soared up to the sky. Another 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts charged towards him. At this moment, even Shui Liang's face turned serious. 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts had completely locked him down. He did not have any spare energy to help Su Jin and the others. He was also feeling the immense pressure from the 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts, forcing him to take a few steps back. Even though these heavenly god realm demonic beasts were not enough to threaten Shui Liang, he was worried that Xianyuan Kanglin's attack might seriously injure him. Shui Liang knew that Xianyuan Kanglin was not as simple as he looked. A gust of cold wind whistled past, and a black bat that blotted out the sky appeared in the air. On the other side, there was a white-robed woman with slender wings. Her figure was curvaceous and exquisite, and she wore a black crown. Her temperament was extraordinary. Behind her, tens of millions of man-eating ants were sucked into the blood-colored valley, and finally poured onto the body of the ancient giant beast. On the other side, a 9-headed dragon stood proudly. Opposite him was a handsome man with bull horns, staring at the battlefield in the distance. These 4 fellows were all demonic beasts. It really is a conspiracy. No wonder there have been heavenly god realm beasts disappearing in the past tens of thousands of years. So they were all taken care of. In the end, they became a powerful fighting force. Or perhaps, they were just nourishment. How pitiful, how lamentable. The 9-headed dragon heaved a sigh and looked extremely solemn. He didn't even want the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain just to witness the changes in the burying soul mountain. But now, even they were incomparably shocked. This immemorial giant beast made every single person and beast tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Dark Bat King, what do you think this ancient giant beast is? The man with bull horns said. He was an expert of the Heavenly Bull clan, and also the king of the primates in the hidden secret realm. It's hard to say. But I think it must be an extremely ancient beast. Once it comes back to life, it'll be extremely disadvantageous to us. I don't know where the hidden secret divine emperor got the hidden secret realm millions of years ago. This ancient giant beast must have been brewing for countless years to be able to come back to life. I'm afraid we're responsible for it. Dark Bat King said in a low voice. I also feel that this ancient giant beast is giving me too much pressure. I don't know how many of our clan's descendants have been killed by this blood sacrifice. I'm afraid that many of your people have been killed as well. If the blood sacrifice succeeds, I'm afraid that we'll no longer be the dominators in this hidden secret realm. Even, whether we can survive is unknown. This demonic beast makes me feel fear. The man-eating ant queen said solemnly. Her words were like a clap of thunder to the other three. Once this ancient giant beast comes back to life, it might not even touch anyone's cake. At that time, the hidden secret realm might become a living hell. Just for the sake of resurrection, he had already caused such a huge commotion. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts were sacrificed. How terrifying was this? How tragic was this? Destroying the heavenly Tao? Millions and millions of living beings were sacrificed just for the sake of his resurrection. This was like a shocking gamble. It's time for us to take action. We must not let this ancient giant beast come back to life. Otherwise, our good days will come to an end. The nine-headed flood dragon shook his head. His 9 heads turned into spirits, but it was hard for him to transform into a dragon. However, his strength was also the most terrifying, because his strength had already reached the peak of the mid-heavenly god realm. The 4 of them were supreme existences that controlled the 4 directions of the north, south, east and west. The balance of 1,000,000 years was their only choice. Although they couldn't advance, they wouldn't allow others to step on their heads. In their hearts, they were the true dominators of this hidden secret realm. They would never allow a terrifying ancient giant beast to come back to life. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts should be a piece of cake. Dark Bat King said with a faint smile. Let's see if you guys have regressed after so many years. The 4 great demon kings appeared at the same time. At this moment, all of the demonic beasts were stirred up. Because the pressure of the demon kings was unbearable. Even the hundreds of demonic beasts under Xianxia Kanglin's command became hesitant. 4 great demon kings. Xianxia Kanglin's expression slightly changed. However, he already knew that the 4 great demon kings were not easy to deal with. If they did not have a perfect plan, what's the point of preparing for a rainy day for the past 70,000 years? Xianxia Kanglin had already thought of this scene. You have Zhang Liang's plan, I have a ladder to climb over the wall. The revival of the ancient giant beast was imminent. No one could stop him. 4 great demon kings. Looks like this time's beast war will not be so boring. White-clothed sword god Shualiang smiled. He knew that the 4 great demon kings would never allow anyone to mess with them. Once the ancient giant beast was revived, what would happen to them? So, the 4 great demon kings would definitely give their all. Although Xianxia Kanglin was powerful, the 4 great demon kings were definitely the most powerful existences in the hidden secret realm. Xianxia Kanglin Linglung smiled. He waved his hand and 50 heavenly god realm demonic beasts came from all directions. These were the death beasts that he had trained for the past 3,000 years. They were also known as the Death Warriors. They were used to deal with all the unknown factors. As long as those demonic beasts were devoured by the ancient giant beast, the hidden secret realm would be completely destroyed when the beast is revived. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Jiangchen stared at the scene. Dozens of heavenly god realm demonic beasts and the 4 great demon kings were fighting above the 9 heavens. The overbearing and sharp aura wreaked havoc in the sky. Wind blades and swords whistled through the sky like thunder. Xianxia Kanglin was holding on to dozens of heavenly god realm demonic beasts fearlessly, facing all the experts and the 4 great demon kings head-on. He was invincible. This fella, does he want everyone to sacrifice their blood for him? Jiangchen frowned. Xianxia Kanglin's aura was imposing and extremely arrogant. Moreover, there were only enemies in front of him. He was controlling all the heavenly god realm demonic beasts to fight against them alone. Such a magnificent scene shocked everyone. Jiangchen knew Xianxia Kanglin's intention. This fellow wanted everyone to sacrifice their lives for him. He wanted everyone to die. Such ambition was unforgivable. However, there were too many heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Even the 4 great demon kings were having a hard time fighting against 10 of them. Xianxia Kanglin seemed like he was taking a stroll in the park. So many experts were being held back by him. If they were to continue fighting, no one would be able to leave this place alive once the immemorial giant beast is fully resurrected. The 4 great demon kings were extremely powerful. The 9-headed dragon king was leading the waves, the dark bat king was not to be outdone. The man-eating ant queen and the heavenly bull patriarch were giving their all. The 4 great demon kings joined hands to fight against the 50 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Violent winds and tsunamis were everywhere. Countless demonic beasts and remnant souls were killed at this moment. The 4 great demon kings joined hands to fight against the enemy. They knew that once the immemorial giant beast is resurrected, they would be in grave danger. There are too many of them. Dragon King, we have to give it our all. The Dark Bat King shouted. The 4 of them were facing 50 heavenly god realm demonic beasts at the same time. However, they had to fight with their lives on the line to see hope. Don't hold back. Kill without mercy. The man-eating Queen Ant's voice was ethereal and sweet, cold and murderous. The Queen Ant was as cold as a mountain. The 4 of them looked at each other and unleashed all of their skills. The 50 demonic beasts were quite a powerful force. This force was enough to destroy the world. In the hidden secret realm, such a powerful force was in existence that could change the world. Xianyuan Kanglin was incomparably confident, planning for a rainy day, waiting for 70,000 years, daring to change the sun and moon. At this moment, he had completely become a bloody executioner. I'll kill all the gods and Buddhas that stand in my way. Let's see who can stop me from attaining the supreme position. Haha. Xianyuan Kanglin slashed the heavens and earth with his palm blade. Even the divine tools in their hands became useless at this moment. No one dared to be careless in front of Xianyuan Kanglin because silence meant death. They could only survive by fighting. They knew that Xianyuan Kanglin's action had angered the heavens and the people. Once the blood sacrifice was completed, not only the hidden secret realm, it would also be a catastrophe for the world. What should we do now? Yang Jian said in a low voice. At this moment, he could no longer do anything. He and Man Shui could only be cannon fodder in a battle between half-step heavenly god experts. Leave it to me. The 2 of you, go to the Zulong Tower and avoid the battle. Jiang Chen's words made Yang Jian and Man Shui a little disappointed. But they knew that their current strength would only bring trouble to Jiang Chen. Not only would they not be of any help, they might even distract Jiang Chen. But it's better this way, they could save themselves some trouble. At this moment, it was time for Jiang Chen to take action. This Xianyuan Kanglin almost took his life back then. Even without the blood sacrifice, Jiang Chen would not show any mercy to Xianyuan Kanglin because of his personal grudge. Su Jin, Yu Rongyan, Lu Quanchao, Qin Yuma. The 4 of them were not Xianyuan Kanglin's match. They were heavily injured one after another. A bunch of ants, trying to compete with me? Scram. Xianyuan Kanglin used his thunderbolt palm technique again. His palm carried the force of a thunderbolt, wreaking havoc in the sky. Su Jin and Yu Rongyan were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were heavily injured by the thunderbolt energy. Death might be a form of release for you guys. The hidden secret realm will be under my control. Xianyuan Kanglin looked up. At this moment, more than half of the hundreds of heavenly god realm beasts had been sacrificed. He was one step closer to success. White-robed sword god Shui Liang fought against 10 beasts with ease. But Xianyuan Kanglin did not plan to give them any chance to turn the tide. He must end the battle as soon as possible. Thunderbolt palm technique, controlling thunderbolt. Xianyuan Kanglin struck out with his palm. Thunderbolt energy surged out from his palm. At the same time, the thunder clouds in the sky became more and more terrifying. A terrifying thunderbolt pierced through the sky. The thunderbolts shone brightly as they moved together with the palm, crushing Shui Liang. Shui Liang's expression changed. Because this palm had indeed threatened him. The controlling thunderbolt was indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for his sharp senses as a heavenly god realm expert, Shui Liang might not have been able to escape from this attack. Even so, Shui Liang was still pushed back by the palm. His expression turned gloomy. The silk-diluting demon sword pointed at Xianyuan Kanglin. Such a great azure dragon. I wonder if it can make Xianyuan Kanglin reveal his fear. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Sword god Shueliang's strength was extraordinary. His current strength had reached the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm. He was on par with Xianyuan Kanglin. His sword was like a soaring dragon, like a tiger. The shadow of the sword turned into a raging dragon that soared through the sky. Xianyuan Kanglin could only dodge the attack. One could see that even Xianyuan Kanglin was afraid of sword god Shueliang. Shueliang struck out 10 palms consecutively before he managed to block the attack. But the terrifying airwave sent him flying. Xianyuan Kanglin was pushed back by Shueliang. However, the 20 great demonic beasts started to tangle with Shueliang again. They were not afraid of Shueliang's attacks at all. Their strong defense, combat strength, and endurance made the 20 great demonic beasts able to deal with Shueliang better than Xianyuan Kanglin. Shueliang knew that he would need to spend a lot of effort to kill these 20 beasts. By that time, the real immemorial giant beasts would be standing in front of him. Jiangchen's lips curved upwards as he looked at Xianyuan Kanglin calmly. Xianyuan Kanglin was slightly moved by Jiangchen's appearance and nodded silently. That's right. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what's good for you. You were lucky enough to escape back then, but you're not so lucky now. Humph. You have a lot of treasures on you, but you're wasting them. Only in the hands of an expert, treasures will not be covered in dust and shine. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Kanglin said calmly. He did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. A mid-true god could easily crush him to death with just a finger. Then let's see who will be the one laughing in the end. Jiangchen said as he looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin could feel the battle intent from Jiangchen. This fella is really not afraid of death. Jiangchen, be careful. This fella is too strong. Lu Quanchao said seriously. Even though Jiangchen was good at creating miracles, the 4 of them were not Xianyuan Kanglin's match. The great tycoon of the Clear Stream sect was very famous. Yeah, be careful, Jiangchen. Su Jin said. Yu Rongyan and Qin Yuma looked at Jiangchen with a complicated gaze. Even though he had cut off Dongfang Kuangying's tongue, it was still difficult for a mid-true god to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Even if he was a peerless genius, Xianyuan Kanglin was one too. I don't know where he got his courage from, but I think no one will laugh at him at this moment. Qin Yuma said indifferently. She had always been arrogant, but she was not arrogant at all times. In front of an expert, her arrogance was also a form of mockery. Although she respected Xianyuan Kanglin's strength, he did not take the right path. He wanted to kill everyone in the Hidden Secret Realm and the Burying Soul Mountain. It was her duty to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Yu Rongyan stared at Jiangchen silently. He only had one hope in his heart. Just like Lu Quanchao and Su Jin, he hoped that Jiangchen could create a miracle. Jiangchen pointed his sword at Xianyuan Kanglin. The battle was about to start. Xianyuan Kanglin was calm and steady. He did not need to use his full strength to fight against Jiangchen. Killing Jiangchen was as easy as taking something out of a bag. The sword is not bad, but I wonder how strong it is? Sword god Shueliang squinted his eyes and looked at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiangchen's hand. Although he did not know what grade it was, he could feel the killing intent from the sword edge. Even his Ling Luo Bai demon sword felt a sense of danger. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Your life will end at this moment. Xianyuan Kanglin did not act carelessly. He took a step forward and closed in on Jiangchen. His palm was filled with lightning and lightning. Thunderous palm. Jiangchen's expression was calm. After the dragon transformation, his strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. He was not weaker than Xianyuan Kanglin at all. He slashed with his sword. Stars fell from the sky. Thunder roared and terrifying airwaves swept across 100 li away. Jiangchen and Xianyuan Kanglin took 100 meters back and stood proudly. At this moment, the sword had shocked everyone. Even the sword god Shueliang had a smile on his face as he murmured, "That's right. This is getting more and more interesting. So powerful." This palm strike was actually blocked by him. Yu Rongyan took a deep breath. Although Xianyuan Kanglin was just testing his strength, He would have been severely injured if he was in Xianxia's position. However, Xianxia did not move at all. "Hoo-hoo, I told you. He will surely bring us a miracle." Lu Quanchao smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His decision was right. The changes in the Burying Soul Mountain might not be something that we can control. But he still came back. Su Jin sighed. Although he did not know why Xianxia came back, it was good enough that he did not die. "I've underestimated you. Jiangchen, you're quite capable. But that's all." Shanyuan Kanglin harumphed. Although he was embarrassed, he did not care about this. Because Jiangchen had something that he wanted. So, this person must die. Jiangchen leaped into the sky, Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He turned into a wolf's shadow and soared into the sky. Shanyuan Kanglin continued to unleash his thunderous palm technique. Jiangchen was not afraid of the attack and tried to test it with his own body. The thunderous palm technique landed on Jiangchen's body as if nothing had happened. Jiangchen still leaped into the sky and unleashed his Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He turned around in the sky with his heavenly dragon sword. His sword skills were shocking. He was not any weaker than sword god Shui Liang. The sharpness of his sword continued to break through the thunderous palm technique. The battle between the two became extremely intense and became the focus of everyone's attention. Jiangchen pressed forward and retreated. His heavenly dragon sword did not slow down at all. Even when facing Shanyuan Kanglin, he was not afraid at all. Jiangchen's attack had affected Shanyuan Kanglin quite a bit. On the other hand, the blood-red ancient giant beast was about to be finished with its blood. The hundreds of heavenly god realm beasts would become the last sacrificial offering. "Do you really think that you're strong enough to defeat me? What a joke." Heavenly lightning palm, Heaven's End. Shanyuan Kanglin attacked again. This time, it was more ferocious than before. Each of his attacks was filled with killing intent, forcing Jiangchen to take a few steps back. The current Shanyuan Kanglin might even be able to fight against a heavenly god expert. His heavenly lightning palm struck from all directions, causing Jiangchen to fall into a passive position. Jiangchen felt like he could barely defend himself. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Jiangchen instantly changed his formation to defend against Shanyuan Kanglin. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation managed to block Shanyuan Kanglin's continuous attacks. However, the formation became unstable and collapsed under Shanyuan Kanglin's attacks. Jiangchen was sent flying backwards with blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lu Quanchao and the others held their breaths and stared at Jiangchen silently. Although the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation could break through the Ice Palace's ice warriors, it could not withstand Shanyuan Kanglin's attacks. As the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation was forcefully broken, Jiangchen also suffered a slight backlash. That was why he was injured. However, it did not hurt his foundation. Jiangchen had already separated his consciousness from the formation. That was why he was not injured. Strength overcomes all wisdom. This was the true terror of Shanyuan Kanglin. With his current strength, he could even kill a heavenly god realm beast. The 4 great demon kings could not gain the upper hand against the 50 demonic beasts, as these demonic beasts did not recognize them at all. In their eyes, there was only Shanyuan Kanglin. They had no other choice. If Shanyuan Kanglin was allowed to continue, the blood sacrifice would be completed and the end would be hell on earth. The heavenly lightning palm fell on the void and Jiangchen slashed down with the sword of solitude. Jiangchen and Shanyuan Kanglin both retreated. Every step they took on the void created a loud explosion. Jiangchen was even more shocked. Shanyuan Kanglin's current strength was too powerful. Jiangchen was confident that he might not even be defeated by a heavenly god. However, Shanyuan Kanglin's aura was filled with an indomitable aura. Shanyuan Kanglin's strength was terrifying. "You've made me use my true qi. Now, you can die." Shanyuan Kanglin's every step was filled with killing intent. The entire Burying Soul Mountain was filled with wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Millions of souls roared like the wind as they gathered towards the immemorial beast. The immemorial beast trembled at this moment as its heart thumped heavily. Everyone felt suffocated by the pressure. Controlling lightning, 9 heavens annihilation. Xianyuan Kanglin took out his ultimate weapon. The heavens trembled and the earth split apart. Along with the terrifying lightning, Xianxia raised his head and faced the attack head-on. "Fire God guards, get into formation!" Xianxia roared in anger. The 12 fire god guards instantly got into formation. The heavenly fire separation and gathering formation could reverse the heavenly dipper. A thunderbolt palm once again landed on the heavenly fire separation and gathering array formed by the 12 fire divine guards. At this moment, the arms of the fire divine guards started to crack. However, the ferociousness of the array still rose. The fire divine guards once again underwent a shocking change. 12 heavenly fire shot out in all directions and descended from all directions. It was as if they were falling from the sky with an extraordinary momentum. The death of heavenly fire burned the entire Burying Soul Mountain. However, Xianyuan Kanglin struck them down one by one. This time, Xianxia managed to escape. That was too dangerous. That guy really has an endless stream of tricks up his sleeves. Su Jin broke out in cold sweat, but in the end, Xianxia still managed to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. "This kid is truly terrifying," Yu Rongyan said solemnly. The four of them looked at each other and worked together to help Xianxia attack Xianyuan Kanglin. The 4 great demon kings also looked towards Xianxia's direction. The battle between Xianxia and Xianyuan Kanglin was escalating. Even they were shocked. A mid-true god human is actually this powerful. This has really opened my eyes. The Dark Bat King muttered. "That's right. This is also the first time I've seen such a thing in my life. Even if this fellow were to face us, he wouldn't show any signs of defeat. After all, the potential of humans and us demonic beasts are not on the same level." The 9-headed serpent sighed, stunned by Xianxia. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Sword god Shueliang also looked at Xianxia silently. This fellow was able to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack continuously. Moreover, his cultivation realm was not even at the peak true god realm. This fellow will probably become a demon king in the future. Shueliang's sword god title was slightly threatened at this moment. Xianxia was at the front while Su Jin and the others worked together to help him fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Terrifying chi waves rolled across the heavens and earth. "You brought this upon yourselves. Then, you shall all be annihilated." Xianyuan Kanglin held the Overlord halberd in his hand and tore the void apart. It was a heavenly divine tool. Su Jin and Yu Rongyan were sent flying with a single strike. Lu Quanchao and Qin Yuma were not spared from the attack. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt of Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. His sword clashed with Xianyuan Kanglin's Overlord halberd and a deafening sound of metal clashing could be heard. Xianyuan Kanglin pressed forward and Xianxia kept retreating. The 12 fire god guards also helped Xianxia, but it was useless. Xianyuan Kanglin was like a peerless divine king with his divine weapon in his hand. Xianxia was being pushed back by Xianyuan Kanglin. The mightiness of the dragon transformation could not be changed at all. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy and he could only dodge the attack. Divine halberd, invincible. Xianyuan Kanglin was relentless. He kept pushing Xianxia back. The Overlord halberd pierced through Xianxia's clothes. Even the profound heavenly armor was cracked. The terrifying aftershock caused Xianxia to spurt out a mouthful of blood. "Fire Qilin." Xianxia squinted his eyes and summoned the Fire Qilin. He stepped on the Fire Qilin and soared into the sky. He was going to fight Xianyuan Kanglin to the death. The Fire Qilin roared thunderously. The Fire Qilin's flames covered the void. Xianyuan Kanglin remained calm. "To be able to make the Fire Qilin submit to you, looks like you're quite capable. But this Fire Qilin is mine now. Haha, I'm lacking a mount. This Fire Qilin is the most suitable mount." Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the sky and laughed. The Fire Qilin was enraged. The Fire Qilin stepped on the sky and continued to spit out Qilin's flames. The Fire Qilin fought with Xianyuan Kanglin for a few times. Xianxia quickly rushed forward and faced Xianyuan Kanglin again. Sword of Solitude, fusion of dragon and sword. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He attacked with the Fire Qilin and the Fire God Guards. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's strength suddenly rose. Jiangchen did not expect this at all. Even though Xianyuan Kanglin had not reached the heavenly god realm, he was not far from it. The fire Qilin and the fire god guards retreated. Jiangchen was no exception. Under one strike, Jiangchen and the fire Qilin managed to block Xianyuan Kanglin. I'm shocked that you still have such strength. But no matter how strong you are, you can never be stronger than an immemorial giant beast. You're all going to die soon. Then I'll kill you before that happens. You'll never be able to witness this scene. Jiangchen sneered. Arrogant and conceited. You won't be able to escape. I'll kill you first and sacrifice your blood to the immemorial giant beast. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Jiangchen coldly. Jiangchen looked at the sky. As expected, the immemorial giant beast's heart was beating faster and faster. Could it be that their doomsday is coming? The immemorial giant beast was being sacrificed continuously. No one could stop it now. Everything was ready. Jiangchen turned into the Azure Dragon, fusion of dragon and sword. He clashed with Xianyuan Kanglin continuously. The fire Qilin attacked with all his might, trying to threaten Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. The immemorial giant beast's resurrection must be related to him. Because his powerful aura did not seem to belong to him. You can only reach this realm with the help of external items. Shameful. Haha. Jiangchen sneered. Jiangchen's expression became serious. Xianyuan Kanglin's dreadfulness had completely exceeded his expectation. Because Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was rising continuously. That meant that the blood sacrifice might be related to him. Otherwise, how could he explain his rising strength? At this moment, Jiangchen's pressure was increasing. Sword god Shuiliang was facing 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. He started to show signs of fatigue. However, he did not seem to be defeated. After all, he was a sword god. His strength had already reached the peak of mid-heavenly god realm. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation, his radiance was still unstoppable. The 4 great demon kings were having a tough time as well. Facing the demonic beasts that were as numerous as carps in the river, it was a torture for them. Xianyuan Kanglin had already planned for this. That was why he was fearless at this moment. Once the immemorial beast revives, it would be their doomsday. Xianyuan Kanglin's attack was getting fiercer. Jiangchen took every step carefully. At this moment, even the heavenly fire separation and gathering formation of the fire god guards was being suppressed by him. It was difficult for the fire god guards to fight back. Jiangchen managed to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. However, he was in a dangerous situation. He might be defeated by Xianyuan Kanglin at any time. The current Xianyuan Kanglin was no longer the same as before. Even sword god Shuiliang's eyes were filled with shock. I'm afraid that Xianyuan Kanglin is not any weaker than me now. Sword god Shuiliang knew that his strength could not be compared to an expert of the same level as him. After all, his true combat strength was at the mid-heavenly god realm, but he had suppressed his strength. Be it in terms of sharpness, battle experience, or speed, they were not weak at all. His aura and combat strength were slightly inferior. Therefore, ordinary half-step heavenly gods could not be compared to him. But at this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin had reached his realm, and it was his true combat strength, not including his background and trump cards. Jiangchen's situation is too dangerous. Everyone's expression became solemn. Lu Quanchao could not help but feel worried. Jiangchen was retreating step by step. If this continued, there was no way for him to retreat anymore. Jiangchen, watch out! The fire Qilin roared. Xianyuan Kanglin's divine halberd descended from the sky. It was unstoppable. Jiangchen kept retreating, but how could Xianyuan Kanglin's divine halberd give Jiangchen a chance? The divine halberd had already sealed off Jiangchen's escape route. The fire Qilin charged forward but was repelled by Xianyuan Kanglin's palm strike. The fire Qilin let out a deep roar, but he was still injured. If it wasn't for his strong physique, this palm strike could have killed an ordinary heavenly god beast. Jiangchen, no one can stop me if I want to kill you. Accept your judgment. Xianyuan Kanglin's divine halberd was unstoppable. The divine halberd crushed the sky. Xianxia blocked it with his sword, but he was repelled for 800 li. The divine halberd's power was still as strong as before. Everyone could not bear to watch. Xianxia might really lose his wings in this battle. The invincible Xianxia who had created miracles in the past, was he really going to fall? Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Xianxia was silent. His eyes were cold as he looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. Once the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was activated, even a Divine King's attack would not be able to withstand it. Xianxia was fearless as he faced the might of the Divine Halberd. Xianxia. Lu Quanchao gritted his teeth. His vision became blurry. Xianxia had saved his life many times along the way. But now that Xianxia was in danger, he could do nothing but watch Xianxia fall. A prodigy of a generation, still unable to grow up. Yu Rongyan said with a sigh. Perhaps their fates wouldn't be any better than Xianxia's, because once Xianxia died, they would no longer have any shields. As the young men who stood in front of them to protect them from the wind and rain, they felt guilty. The might of the divine halberd was unparalleled. The light of the heavenly dome shone over 90,000 li. Xianyuan Kanglin's halberd could even kill a heavenly god expert. Under the divine halberd, the mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. A corner of the Burying Soul mountain range was smashed by the divine halberd, creating a huge crater that was a few hundred meters wide. Dust flew everywhere, rippling across 1,000 li. However, at this moment, the Burying Soul mountain was filled with dust. Xianxia's figure slowly stood up as if he was walking out from the ancient times. His pair of black eyes shone brightly in the starry sky, his pair of iron fists looked down upon the heavens. His body was as firm as a mountain, rising up from the dust like a comet, rushing towards the galaxy. Xianxia's sharp sword rose up and swept across the dust. Under the heavenly dragon battle armor, Xianxia's defensive strength was terrifying. Even Xianyuan Kanglin's halberd could not break through his defense. Xianxia's expression was cold as he once again stood opposite of Xianyuan Kanglin. At this moment, even the calm sword god Shui Liang was extremely shocked. He actually survived? Shui Liang knew that at this moment, Xianxia's strength had reached a level that he had to take seriously. Xianxia's strength was only at the mid-true god realm. Xianxia had already won everyone's respect, including him, the sword god. How is this possible? Xianxia is still alive. Ha ha ha. Yes, he's still alive. He's not dead. Xianxia is invincible. Facing Lu Quanchao and the others' excitement, Xianxia's heart became hot again. He was not the only one behind him, there were countless experts who were struggling in the hidden secret realm and those who did not know what was going on. Once Xianxia was defeated, the threat to Xianyuan Kanglin would become smaller. At that moment, Xianyuan Kanglin would become even more fearless. Therefore, Xianxia must not be defeated. For himself and for those innocent people, Xianyuan Kanglin must die. You're really tenacious. This is out of my expectation. Then, you'll be facing a more ferocious attack. Ha ha ha. The corner of Xianyuan Kanglin's lips became more and more sinister. His internal channel was in a state of shock. He had already unleashed his strongest attack, yet it still failed to kill him. Instead, it allowed him to rise from the dust. This was a huge blow to Xianyuan Kanglin. However, he could not afford to lose his composure. Seeing that the immemorial beast was about to form, Xianyuan Kanglin calmed down. It's not that easy to kill me. You? I'm afraid it's not enough. Hee hee. You're the one who forced me to do this. Xianxia, I won't be able to rest easy if I don't kill you. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes looked gloomy. He felt slightly depressed that Xianxia was still alive. He had bet too many things on Xianxia, especially the ancestral dragon pagoda. He had been drooling over it for a long time. Even though Xianxia did not come here, he was still searching for it. I can kill Wu Rufeng, I can kill you too. Xianxia said Leng Leng. I should have guessed it. With Rufeng's strength, there are only a handful of people who can kill him. If he wants to escape, no one can do it except for me. Since it's you, then it's even better. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. Xianyuan Kanglin closed in on Xianxia. This time, his lightning palm technique was much more terrifying than before. Xianxia's pupils shrunk and his expression changed. He quickly retreated. Heavenly lightning? You have heavenly lightning? Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. The dawn sky golden lightning in his hand was the heavenly lightning, the true lightning tribulation. Yet, this Xianyuan Kanglin also has heavenly lightning. Xianxia never expected this. You're quite sharp. Yeah, such a terrifying heavenly lightning. Wouldn't it be better if I could control it? Unfortunately, this is only a heavenly lightning that the immemorial giant beast left in my possession. Without him, how would I dare to provoke this heavenly lightning? Even though 90% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is sealed, it's more than enough to deal with you. With my lightning palm technique, I can even kill a heavenly god. Xianyuan Kanglin shouted arrogantly. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. This was something even more terrifying than Xianxia's dawn sky golden lightning. It was a lightning that would only descend when one tried to break through to the divine king realm. Xianxia was extremely solemn. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was much stronger than the dawn sky golden lightning. Even though it was only 10% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, it was still something that couldn't be underestimated. Even divine kings would be wary of this 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Rumbling thunder palm, 9 stars tribulation lightning. Xianyuan Kanglin charged forward once again. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning shook the void. The light of the firmament flickered as thunder rumbled. The lightning energy pierced through the void as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Xianxia is really strong. Maybe we can't blame anyone. We can only blame Xianyuan Kanglin for being stronger. Yu Ronyan said. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was something that even divine kings were afraid of. How could Xianxia withstand it? If Xianyuan Kanglin's attack was enough to kill Xianxia, then Xianxia's current situation would be the same. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Let's see if my dawn sky golden lightning is stronger or if your 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is stronger. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He wanted to control the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. If he could control 2 types of lightning at the same time, then his strength would increase by several folds. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was still in Xianyuan Kanglin's possession. But if the immemorial beast took it back, then it would be difficult to obtain it. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin could only unleash 10% of the heavenly tribulation lightning's power. Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. Xianxia turned his palm. The dawn sky golden lightning descended from the sky. No one knew if it was the dawn sky golden lightning or the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Looking at the terrifying lightning clouds in the sky, even Xianyuan Kanglin was shocked. He could only unleash 10% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning's power. How could it be so powerful when combined with his rumbling thunder palm? Even he himself was frightened by it. What they didn't know was that the thunderclouds in the sky weren't just the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, but the dawn sky golden lightning. Heavenly lightning prison formation. Rise. Xianxia sneered. The dawn sky golden lightning and Xianxia's heavenly lightning prison formation shredded the surrounding void. Lightning clouds filled the sky in a 10 li radius. Xianyuan Kanglin frowned. Even though his aura was stronger, he still felt uneasy. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Your formation is mediocre. You want to trap me with a formation? Dream on. Xianyuan Kanglin attacked like lightning. Rumbling thunder palm followed by the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Each palm strike caused the void to collapse and everything to sink. Lightning streaked across the sky. It was so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. Fighting me will only result in death. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is not something you can handle. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Kanglin laughed madly. But before he could finish his laughter, he struck out a few palms but none of them managed to hit Xianxia. Xianxia dodged Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks using the Great Void technique. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's thunderous palm kept hitting Xianxia's heavenly lightning prison formation. But the result was like a clay ox entering the sea, there was no response at all. His 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning had no effect on the formation at all? Your doomsday is here. You're not the only one with heavenly lightning in this world. Moreover, your heavenly lightning is not under your control. But mine is different. Xianxia's smile became brighter. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression changed. Not only him, everyone was worried for Xianxia. But Xianxia was still able to walk leisurely. What? You have heavenly lightning too? Impossible. This is impossible. Xianyuan Kanglin roared in anger. He struck out with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, but it was useless. The heavenly lightning prison formation locked him down. He couldn't escape from it. How is this possible? It's impossible for you to ignore the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianyuan Kanglin was a little mad and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. However, Xianxia's dawn sky golden lightning had already descended from the heavenly lightning prison formation. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin realized that it was not just his 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianyuan Kanglin gritted his teeth and used the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning to resist. However, the amount of energy he could use was too little. Facing Xianxia's complete dawn sky golden lightning, he could not withstand it at all. Such a terrifying aura made Xianyuan Kanglin feel a sense of danger. The dawn sky golden lightning had a hard time suppressing the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. But once it was suppressed, Xianyuan Kanglin would not have the chance to turn the tables. Enjoy the lightning energy. Ha ha ha. Inside the heavenly lightning prison formation, Xianyuan Kanglin felt wronged as he was trapped within. The might of the heavenly lightning made his expression change. Even with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, he could not fight against Xianxia, he could only endure the baptism of the dawn sky golden lightning. Fortunately, Xianyuan Kanglin was strong enough. Otherwise, an ordinary half-step heavenly god would have been turned into ashes by now. This was a heavenly god realm lightning tribulation, who could escape from it? Xianyuan Kanglin used all his strength to resist the dawn sky golden lightning. He could only unleash 10% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It's not that easy to kill me. Xianyuan Kanglin roared in anger. His palm technique was exquisite, coupled with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, it was difficult for Xianxia to kill him. Moreover, his strength was rising continuously. Even though he had yet to reach the heavenly god realm, Xianxia could feel the danger. So, Xianxia did not want to kill Xianyuan Kanglin, he wanted to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. I'm afraid that killing you will take up too much of my energy. So, I've decided not to kill you. However, I'm taking the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was his best chance to obtain it. You want to snatch the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning from me? Dream on. This is the heavenly lightning sealed in my body by an immemorial beast's remnant soul, it's impossible for you to snatch it away. Xianyuan Kanglin squinted his eyes and said lung lung. Then, let's wait and see. What do you think? Xianxia flew up and held the Zulong Tower in his hand. At that moment, the 9 heavens were shocked. This was the first time Xianxia unleashed the might of the Zulong Tower. He wanted to suppress Xianyuan Kanglin and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Such a terrifying dragon aura. It's hard to tell the grade of this divine tool. Could this Xianxia be the reincarnation of the 9 heavens divine lord? It's actually so terrifying and has such a treasure. Looks like it won't be easy for Xianyuan Kanglin to deal with Xianxia. Even the void cracked when the pagoda pressed down. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes turned cold. He finally saw the Zulong Tower again, but this time, it was suppressing him. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, suppressing the void. The heavenly lightning prison formation was shrouded by the Zulong Tower. Xianyuan Kanglin could feel his aura being suppressed. The might of the Zulong Tower was too terrifying. What a grand guardian of the pagoda town. This Xianxia is getting more and more interesting. If I wasn't entangled by this group of damnable fellows, I would have fought with you. Sword God Shuiliang's eyes were filled with battle intent as he charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him. Looks like this fella is also a battle maniac. Looking at Jiang Chen's eyes, sword god Shui Liang couldn't help but feel like a hero cherishing a hero. No one can suppress me. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, charge. Xianyuan Kanglin roared in rage. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning kept striking the Zulong Tower. However, the Zulong Tower suppression was stable. No matter how hard the lightning struck, it was still as stable as Mount Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Jiang Chen. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Jiang Chen alive. He was suppressed by the Zulong Tower and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was useless against him. At this moment, he felt threatened. I'm not only suppressing you, but also the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. It's my real target. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. He was determined to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Under the suppression of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Xianyuan Kanglin couldn't retaliate at all. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning seemed to have a consciousness of wanting to break free as it continuously attacked the ancestral dragon pagoda. Trying to take away my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning? Dream on. Xianyuan Kanglin gritted his teeth. At this moment, even though he was suppressed, he was not afraid. Because he knew that the immemorial giant beast was about to come back to life. That's not up to you. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he moved his hand. At this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda shone brightly and shone brilliantly. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning became much weaker. It couldn't break through the ancestral dragon pagoda's suppression no matter how hard it tried. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning seemed extremely depressed. All living things have spirits. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was the same. However, it only had a spiritual consciousness to protect itself. It was impossible for it to break through the defense of the Zulong Tower. Now, I'm going to remove the connection between you and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The suppression of the Zulong Tower and the myriad chi cauldron. At this moment, no one can protect you from the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Jiang Chen moved his left hand and the myriad chi cauldron suddenly appeared, crushing the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The myriad chi and the myriad chi cauldron poured out at this moment, completely sealing and surrounding the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. What's this? Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the myriad chi cauldron in shock. Although he did not know what it was, the myriad chi cauldron's overbearing aura had completely shocked him. The myriad chi cauldron could tame the violent 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Moreover, under the suppression of the Zulong Tower, the myriad chi cauldron was able to deal with the resistance of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning with ease. Jiang Chen smiled. At this moment, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was going to belong to him. No, 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 Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with bloodlust. However, he was powerless. Jiang Chen's myriad chi cauldron had completely seized the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and cut off the connection between him and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. At this moment, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning had turned into a lightning ball and was sent into the myriad chi cauldron. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin could not believe that the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was taken away by Jiang Chen. This was a huge blow to him. Moreover, if the immemorial giant beast were to awaken, he would be implicated as well. You bastard! Xianyuan Kanglin cursed. But at this moment, Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was extremely violent, it was hard to tame it in a short period of time. Hence, Jiang Chen could only throw it into the myriad chi cauldron. Jiang Chen looked at the lightning ball. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning now belonged to him. Once he could fuse with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, his strength would increase exponentially. At that moment, even 10 Xianyuan Kanglins would not pose a threat to him. Now that the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was in his hands, Jiang Chen had to take action against this fella. All of this was caused by Xianyuan Kanglin. Now, it must end here. You want to kill me? Why don't you look back first? Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Kanglin's roar resounded through the clouds. At this moment, 1,000 zhang tall immemorial giant beast slowly rose behind Jiang Chen. Everyone's gaze fell upon the monstrous giant beast. Their hearts felt as if they were struck by a hammer. Their expressions changed drastically and their hearts trembled. Lion body, ponytail, tiger-like eyes, dragon brows, body like a titan, mouth like a black hole, swallowing the heavens and earth, shattering the mountains and rivers. Xianxia's eyes were extremely solemn. This monstrous giant beast was one of the most terrifying giant beasts in the immemorial era. No one knew about its existence, but everyone was afraid of its majesty. It was unreachable and its aura could swallow thousands of miles. I finally came back to life. The primordial colossal beast murmured with a trace of bewilderment and a sigh in its voice. Its mammoth eyes swept across the burying soul mountain, causing everyone to fall into a state of panic. This scene was truly terrifying. Where am I? Why did I forget who I am? What am I going to do? Where did I come from? Xianxia was slightly startled by the immemorial giant beast's words. This giant beast seemed to have lost its memory. Why? Is it related to the Iceman in the earthly Hades' sacred mountain? Xianxia did not know. However, the immemorial giant beast had lost its memory as well. Everyone was filled with fantasies. Ha ha ha, the immemorial giant beast has come back to life. Everyone here shall die. Xianxia sneered. At this moment, the immemorial giant beast looked around with greed in its eyes. So hungry, the immemorial giant beast let out a sigh and grabbed the 4 heavenly god realm demonic beasts with its huge claws and stuffed them into its mouth. The giant bloody mouth instantly devoured the demonic beasts. No one was able to react in time because the immemorial giant beast's speed was too fast. At this moment, even Xianxia was a little confused. Isn't this immemorial giant beast a little too terrifying? Its strength was immeasurable. It was 1,000 zhang tall beast with unstoppable might. This was a true immemorial giant beast. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all become the immemorial giant beast's food. Sword God Shuiliang said in a deep voice. He had already realized the danger of this ancient giant beast. This place was definitely not a place to stay for long. As soon as he finished his words, the other claw of the immemorial giant beast caught another 6 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. All of them were Xianxia subordinates. Xianxia remained calm as he knew that the beast was going to devour the demonic beasts. What kind of demonic beast is this? How could it be so terrifying? Swallowing demonic beasts alive? The Dark Bat King's expression changed drastically and he kept retreating. The 4 great demon kings all had an ugly expression on their faces. They quickly dodged the attack and managed to escape. However, the appetite of this ancient giant beast seemed to be quite huge. With just a turn of his body, another 5 giant beasts were directly swallowed. The scene was extremely bloody. Everyone and every beast were extremely shocked and didn't dare to be careless. A heaven-devouring titanic beast. Looks like we're really in trouble this time. Xianxia said in a low voice and looked at the fire Qilin beside him. The latter had already transformed into a young man. His face was extremely pale as he stared at the immemorial giant beast without saying a word. Do you know something? Xianxia asked in a low voice. The fire Qilin looked at Xianxia and remained silent for a moment. We're probably going to die. Why? What is this immemorial giant beast? How could it be so terrifying? Xianxia found it hard to believe. The dragon has 9 sons and each of them is different. The most fearful and greedy one is none other than the Tao Tai. Moreover, it's not the descendant of the Tao Tai but the ancestor of the Tao Tai. Although it doesn't look like the dragon clan, its bloodline is purer than the dragon clan because it's the son of the ancestral dragon. In the ancient times, there was a Tao Tai that could devour the sun, moon, and stars. It died in the northern sea and was buried in the Green Hill. Its spirit wandered around the ancient times and never entered the divine tomb. Those who see the Tao Tai will definitely become its food. The fire Qilin's voice was slightly trembling. In the Qilin clan, only the single-horned golden Qilin can compete with it. Whether it's the Tao Tai or the single-horned golden Qilin, they should have long been buried in the ancient times. However, this Tao Tai has been passed down for countless years and was buried here in the hope of resurrection. This Tao Tai must be a remnant of the ancient times. In my inherited memories, there is a vague record that it wasn't just a great war between the heavens and the earth. It was also the beginning and end of an epic. All the living beings in the world fell, and the strong were like ants, their blood spilling across the world. The 9 sons of the dragon are existences that can devour the heavens. Only the ancestral dragon can suppress them. The fire Qilin's words were like pearls. In Jiangchen's heart, a storm was set off. If it wasn't for the fragments of the fire Qilin's inherited memory, who would know such a secret? When Jiangchen looked up again, he finally revealed an extremely solemn expression. We only have one choice now, and that is to run. Run as far as we can. The fire Qilin said in a low voice. He was not weak, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes were useless. He was strong, but it did not mean that he could defeat everything. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength had caused the fire Qilin's defeat. Even if he was facing the white-clothed sword god Shui Liang, he might not lose so miserably. An ordinary heavenly god would not be able to fight back in front of the fire Qilin. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. Because he knew how terrifying the Tao Tai was, he did not have any thoughts of resisting. Resisting would mean death. If they could escape until the hidden secret realm opens, they might be able to survive. But if they could not wait until then, the ending was already decided. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations on your return. From now on, Lord is the only one in this world. Xianyuan Kanglin said excitedly. I remember you. You're the human who helped me return. Alright, from now on, you're my slave. This is your supreme honor. The Tao Tai's words made Xianyuan Kanglin's lips slightly tremble. This fella actually treated me as his slave. That's not what he said when he asked me to help him prolong his life. The world is so big, and they have 80% to 90% of it. But now, Xianyuan Kanglin knew that he was being used by the immemorial giant beast. Something's wrong. Why is my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning gone? Tell me, did you steal my heavenly tribulation lightning? The Tao Tai took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble. Xianyuan Kanglin retreated with an ugly expression. He pointed at Jiangchen and said, It's him. He stole Lord's 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. It's my fault, my fault. Useless thing. The Tao Tai waved his hand and smashed a barren mountain. Xianyuan Kanglin ran away in panic, looking at the beast that went back on its words. However, he could not find anyone to reason with. In this world, the one with the bigger fist would always be the one in the right. This was the unchanging rule. History would always be written by the strong. Lowly human, how dare you steal my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning? How annoying. Why can't I feel the aura of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning? The Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth and said while staring at Jiangchen coldly. Primordial giant beast, a generation of Tao Tai. You should have died millions of years ago, but you didn't die completely, hoping to resurrect. It seems like you can also be considered a demonic beast with a big scheme. Jiangchen said. What? He's the Tao Tai? Impossible. The Tao Tai exists to devour the heavens. Could this immemorial giant beast be the Tao Tai? Did I just save a Tao Tai? Xianyuan Kanglin murmured. Even he did not know that the immemorial giant beast was the Tao Tai. You're right. To be able to know my identity and conceal the aura of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. I'm quite curious about you. I guess it's the fire Qilin's memory that let you know my identity. The Tao Tai said faintly. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed another 8 heavenly god realm beasts and stuffed them into his mouth. At that moment, everyone held their breath. The heavenly god realm beasts were just food in front of the Tao Tai that had just been resurrected? Wouldn't their situation be even more difficult now? Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the Tao Tai had locked onto him. Tell me, where's my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning? The Tao Tai's divine might was unparalleled, his voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away, causing everyone to feel great pressure. As he spoke, he did not forget to eat those heavenly god beasts, continuously swallowing them into his stomach. The Tao Tai's name of being able to devour all living things was indeed a well-deserved reputation. Moreover, it was extremely bloody. Even heavenly god beasts were like that. This made Su Jin, Lu Quanchao, and the others sigh. They were not even comparable to heavenly god beasts. They were like ants waiting to be slaughtered. It's not difficult to find out where the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is. The only way I'll tell you is if you kneel down and count out to me 3 times. Xianxia said casually, causing everyone present to be taken aback. Did this guy not want to live anymore? To dare to provoke a primordial beast that was simply courting death. Your life, at this moment, is about to end. Once I kill you, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning will naturally reappear. Tao Tai seemed to have lost his patience with Xianxia. If you kill me, you will never be able to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianxia said confidently. It seems like Xianxia has a way to deal with this guy. There's no need to panic, everyone. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. If that's the case, I'll just have to kill him. I refuse to believe that there's anything in this world that I, Tao Tai, can't handle. Tao Tai harumphed coldly. With a single breath, he could destroy mountains, rivers, and vegetation. His strength was terrifying. This guy is too strong. We can't defeat him with force, nor can we outsmart him. Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best. Quick, run, run. Xianxia let out a deep roar. Under the astonished gazes of Lu Quanchao and the others, he had already made a run for it, disappearing without a trace. Trying to run? Not so easy. Tao Tie's eyes were extremely cold. Xianxia had offended him, and even tried to devour his 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. How could he tolerate this? A mere human dared to challenge his dignity and completely disregard him, a primordial mythical beast. This had already ignited the rage in the Tao Tai's heart. That guy, he's running away just like that? Lu Quanchao was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought that Xianxia was confident and had a card up his sleeve. But in the next second, he actually ran away. This caused everyone's jaws to drop to the ground. This guy really doesn't walk the normal path. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. This primordial beast was too terrifying. Now, it had already scattered in all directions. After all, staying alive was more important than anything else. If I don't run, should I just wait here to be eaten? Xianxia murmured, fear lingering in his heart. At this moment, he had already executed the Great Void technique, escaping 100 li away. But in the eyes of the Tao Tai, there was only Xianxia. Xianxia had stolen his 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. He would definitely be the first to be killed. The 4 great demon kings followed closely behind. Xianxia disappeared from the mountain range of the Burying Soul Mountain. The next step was the real escape. Who could fight against the immemorial giant beast, Tao Tai? However, it would not be easy for Lu Quanchao and the others to escape. Shen Kanglin was eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. He would not let them go. Plus, he was the lackey of the immemorial giant beast. He would definitely follow the immemorial giant beast to kill everyone. By that time, the entire hidden secret realm would become a living hell. The Tao Tai's mightiness could be seen clearly. At this moment, Xianxia had nowhere to hide. The Tao Tai's figure was like the sky, blocking his way in an instant. There was no way for Xianxia to move forward or retreat. You will not be able to escape from my palm. Hand over the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, lowly human. The Tao Tai enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He did not know how powerful the Tao Tai was, but it was at least beyond the heavenly god realm. Plus, it had just been revived. If this fellow were to recover to its peak, it would at least have the combat strength of a god emperor. The Tao Tai was the son of the ancestral dragon. Its bloodline was pure. It was much better than the dragon clan. Plus, it was a peerless demonic beast in the immemorial era. How could it be ordinary? This fella is hard to deal with. Xianxia, I'm afraid that we're done for. The Fire Qilin said in a deep voice. At this moment, they were in a dilemma. There was no chance for them to escape. The hidden secret realm was like a turtle in a jar to them. I will not give up even if I die. Xianxia's expression was cold. He was ready to fight to the death. So what if he had to fight till the last moment? Men would rather die standing than live an ignoble existence. I shall ride the wind and return. My sword shall cut through the void. Heaven's will. Fusion of dragon and sword, invincible. It's just a small trick. But this sword essence is interesting. The Tao Tai smiled indifferently. He raised his claw and grabbed the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword was caught by the Tao Tai's claw, but Xianxia turned around in the sky and his sword essence was able to break free from the Tao Tai's grasp. But even so, Xianxia could see that the second sword of the Sword of Solitude only left a shallow mark on the Tao Tai's body. This is too terrifying. This is truly an ancient beast. Its might is indescribable. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. His strongest attack was easily broken by the Tao Tai. This was a huge blow to Xianxia. How terrifying is this fella? The four great demon kings were already blocked by Xianyuan Kanglin's army of beasts. Lu Quanchao and the others were also blocked by Xianyuan Kanglin's beasts. Sword God Shuiliang's sword pierced through the sky. He only had the Tao Tai in his eyes. The sword slashed through the sky and the sword radiance spread across thousands of miles. The Tao Tai suddenly turned around and roared in anger. The white sword God Shuiliang was instantly pushed back by the Tao Tai and blood spurted out from his mouth. The power of the roar was extremely powerful. Lowly human, how dare you sneak attack me? You shall die too. The Tao Tai's claw smashed out, shattering the void. 100 miles away, Shuiliang's expression changed drastically and he fled in panic. He exerted all his strength and threw out a heavenly divine tool, but it was shattered by the Tao Tai's claw. Only then did he manage to survive. At this moment, Xianxia wanted to run away. However, the Tao Tai was too sharp. He could travel 100 miles in a single step. This made Xianxia lose the desire to run away. He only needed one step to chase after Xianxia. Even the white-clothed sword god Shuiliang was impressed by such a peerless expert. Looks like this hidden secret realm is destined to change. When Xianxia saw the Tao Tai attacking again, he immediately took out the heavenly dragon battle armor. At this moment, the heavenly dragon battle armor actually cracked from the Tao Tai's attacks. Xianxia also suffered severe internal injuries. It was still unknown whether he could block the second attack or not. As expected, Tao Tai did not give Xianxia a chance to breathe at all. The second attack came again. Xianxia kept restoring the heavenly dragon armor, but it was of no use. This time, the heavenly dragon armor was almost completely smashed. Xianxia was seriously injured. With the self-healing of the wood spirit and the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, Xianxia hurriedly restored his strength so that he could fight with Tao Tai. However, Tao Tai was full of killing intent. Xianxia defended twice and almost lost his life. Am I really going to die here? Xianxia murmured. You won't die as long as I'm here. A gentle yet cold voice reverberated in Xianxia's ears. A red figure stepped on the air and blocked Xianxia's way. Red Lotus, Xianxia said quietly. This time, Red Lotus finally took the initiative to attack. Because she knew that Xianxia could not handle the Tao Tai. Spirit of Red Lotus karmic fire? Tao Tai frowned and looked at Red Lotus. You know how powerful I am. Why don't you retreat now? Red Lotus shouted in an overbearing manner. Hee hee. In this world, there's no one who could make me lose my feathers. Who do you think you are? Although the karmic fire of the Red Lotus is a threat to me, it's not enough to do anything to me. Since you're so stubborn, then I can only devour you. Tao Tai's voice rumbled like an earthquake in the valley. I'm afraid that you can't devour me. There's nothing in this world that I, Tao Tai, can't devour. The Tao Tai let out a deep roar as it opened its bloody mouth. As if it was about to devour the heavens, everything in the world trembled. Mountain god Red Lotus charged towards the Tao Tai. Flaming palms descended from the heavens, descending into the mortal world, forming terrifying blood-red lotuses. However, when these blood-red lotuses landed on the Tao Tai's body, they only left a deep mark and did not hurt the Tao Tai at all. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus lives up to its name. However, your strength is far from enough. I once met a real fire spirit of the Red Lotus. It was the most terrifying flame in this world. Even I could only flee from afar. But in the end, he died under the combined efforts of us 6 brothers. Ha ha ha. Whether it was 6 or 7 brothers, I can't remember. It's just a short memory fragment. After the laughter, Tao Tai fell into a daze. It's you. It's you who killed my mother. Red Lotus's eyes were about to crack. Red light flickered in her eyes. Flaming blades soared into the sky. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus burned the world. Even the Tao Tai, an ancient giant beast, could not escape unscathed. His body was burnt in many places. It's been too long. Death is death. You can't escape the fate of death either. I'll shatter your fire spirit completely. You'll never be able to reincarnate. The Tao Tai said in a deep voice. He swept his body and a terrifying devouring aura filled the void. Each of Red Lotus's attacks was fatal. She wanted to fight to the death with the Tao Tai. However, she did not gain any advantage in the end. The Tao Tai was too terrifying. Even Red Lotus was constantly being suppressed. Fire spirit of the Red Lotus, you're only SOSO. Scram. Tao Tai threw out several punches. Dragon roars resounded in the sky. Although it was Tao Tai, the dragon might was still present. After Red Lotus was pushed back, her face turned pale. She was heavily injured by Tao Tai's attack. Even Red Lotus was defeated. Xianxia's heart was filled with sorrow. Red Lotus was his biggest trump card. If even Red Lotus was not a match for the Tao Tai, then what chance did they have to turn the tables around? Xianxia's heart was filled with sorrow as he looked at Red Lotus. Fire Qilin gritted his teeth. He did not regret following Xianxia. However, he was powerless at this moment. Perhaps, this was their fate. Xianxia, I know that you have the Qilin divine arm. Because of me, you're not willing to use it. However, today, we'll fight with our lives on the line. Today, I'll burn my Fire Qilin origin fire to help you rebuild the Qilin divine arm. Success or failure depends on this. If I fail, I'll just be one step ahead of you. Fire Qilin smiled. Xianxia's face changed. Once your origin fire is extinguished, even Red Lotus won't be able to save you. Good brother. Xianxia heavily patted the Fire Qilin's shoulder. That frail-looking young man, at this moment, was incomparably tall. He knew that the Fire Qilin was also trying to save himself. This was also his last attack. If he succeeded, then there would be a chance for him to survive. If he failed, then everyone here would not be able to escape from the Tao Tai's stomach. That immemorial beast that could devour the world was 100% a devil. Fire Qilin, burn. Refine the arm with flames, Qilin reappears. The Fire Qilin instantly transformed into his true form and circled around Xianxia's arm. The Qilin's figure was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix, whistling unceasingly. The flames were burning. This was the Fire Qilin's life fire, which was used to reforge Xianxia's Qilin divine arm. This kind of torment made Xianxia's arm feel as though it was about to melt. The terrifying temperature was not much lower than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Xianxia's eyes were filled with bloodlust. At this moment, he was not only carrying his own weight, but also the great wish of the Fire Qilin. If he could defeat the Tao Tai, then they would be saved. Ah, Xianxia roared in anger. The Fire Qilin's life fire was stronger than his Qilin true fire. The price of burning the Fire Qilin's true fire was equivalent to self-destruction, but it was a slow suicide. Fire Qilin, Xianxia's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and anger. The terrifying Qilin divine arm was once again displayed, and it was more than 100 times stronger than before. On the Qilin's divine arm, there were traces of dancing flames. The reason why he did not display the Qilin divine arm was because he did not want the Fire Qilin to feel that he was using it. Since the Fire Qilin had chosen to surrender and lowered his arrogant head, he had regarded this young Fire Qilin as his own brother. But now, the Fire Qilin had to use his own Fire Qilin to save them. Although the Fire Qilin did not know if he could survive, he still did not hesitate. Xianxia's heart was filled with grief, but the Qilin divine arm had already undergone a complete transformation. After experiencing the burning baptism of the Fire Qilin's origin fire, Xianxia's left arm had already been reborn. It was brand new and full of terrifying explosive power. Once the Qilin divine arm appeared, the world would inevitably change color. Xianxia suddenly had the courage to compete with the heavens. After using the dragon transformation, Xianxia used the ancient soaring dragon technique again. At that moment, Xianxia's strength was infinitely close to the heavenly god realm. It was not the heavenly god realm, but it surpassed the heavenly god realm. Hong Lian, move aside. Xianxia's roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Red Lotus was slightly stunned, but she quickly retreated. Xianxia's current strength was indescribable. After using the ancient soaring dragon art, his strength had reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, the might of the Qilin divine arm was also extraordinary. This time, Xianxia was betting his life and the life of the fire Qilin. If he failed, then he would die. Interesting? The Tao Tai murmured. No, this is the ancient soaring dragon technique? How can this be? How can you know the ancient soaring dragon technique? Not even the sovereign of the dragon clan has this technique. The Tao Tai's eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. This ancient soaring dragon technique was not only able to raise one's strength to the pinnacle, it could also allow one to use their qi to reach the pinnacle of strength. After using the ancient soaring dragon technique, the Tao Tai became slightly serious. If Xianxia's strength had reached the heavenly god realm, perhaps the Tao Tai would not dare to let his guard down. Moreover, the ancient soaring dragon technique allowed Xianxia to completely suppress the Tao Tai's aura. How could this be? A mid-true god actually managed to suppress me, the Tao Tai? Impossible, this is impossible. The Tao Tai roared at Xianxia. Qilin divine arm, shaking the heavens and earth. Xianxia threw out a punch. The might of the Qilin divine arm was unstoppable, incomparably sharp and powerful. Even a heavenly god realm expert's expression would change upon hearing it. Xianxia could feel that his current strength had reached a terrifying level. Even he himself was shocked. However, the Tao Tai was simply too strong. Even though he had used the ancient soaring dragon technique and the Qilin divine arm, he still lost to the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai ferociously and savagely collided with him. No, Xianxia was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth. His expression was extremely cold. He did not believe it. He did not want to believe that he could not defeat the Tao Tai. How strong was this fella? However, Xianxia did not understand what the Tao Tai meant. Even the god emperors of the 9 heavens would have to take a detour if they met the Tao Tai when he was at his peak. Even though he had just been revived, he was still not to be underestimated. A tiger that had fallen to the plains would be bullied by a dog. However, the Tao Tai was different. An immemorial ferocious beast like him was an extremely rare existence in the heavens and earth. Moreover, he was the son of the ancestral dragon. Under the heavens, there was only one Tao Tai whose bloodline was even more terrifying than the dragon clan. Very strong little fella. However, you still have no chance of turning the tables in front of me. Tell me, how did you obtain the ancient soaring dragon technique? The Tao Tai said in a deep voice. Xianxia had already made him become incomparably serious and dignified. However, he was an immemorial ferocious beast after all. Xianxia's strength was still too weak. Right now, what he wanted the most was the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the ancient soaring dragon technique. Once he obtained them, he would be able to roam the 9 heavens and be invincible. Even if I die, you won't be able to obtain them. Xianxia said while clenching his teeth. Stubborn fool. If you give me the ancient soaring dragon technique, I might consider sparing your life. The Tao Tai said. Xianxia knew that the ancient soaring dragon technique would definitely be a great help to the Tao Tai. If he were to give it to the Tao Tai, he would be helping the Tao Tai. Even if he were to die, he would not let the Tao Tai have his way. Dream on. If I die, not only will you not be able to obtain the ancient soaring dragon technique, you won't even be able to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Then accept your judgment. Your death shall bear witness to the rebirth of me, the Tao Tai. I shall devour the entire world and reign supreme. Ha ha ha. Even without the ancient soaring dragon technique, no one will be able to stop me if I want to kill. The Tao Tai took a step forward and faced Xianxia directly. Let's try everything we can. Let's see if you can suppress the Tao Tai. In Xianxia's despair, he could only place his hope on the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda shone brightly, instantly suppressing the Tao Tai. The tiny golden pagoda stood on top of the Tao Tai's head, stopping the Tao Tai from moving. This is the ancestral dragon Qi? The Tao Tai subconsciously took a few steps back. His expression changed greatly as his body trembled. At this moment, his eyes were filled with violence and bloodlust, together with a hint of fear. Old fart, you've been dead for tens of thousands of years, yet you're still alive? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The Tao Tai had never imagined that an old man who had been dead for tens of thousands of years was still alive. Furthermore, his death was a fake death that lasted for tens of thousands of years. He was still alive and his soul wasn't destroyed. That's why he could be reborn. As for the Tao Tai, he was completely obliterated. Even his soul had dissipated between the heavens and earth. However, he was still alive. The ancestral dragon Qi was something that only one person could possess. That was his father, the emperor of the dragon clan, the primordial ancestral dragon. The people of the divine world might have already forgotten what the primordial ancestral dragon meant. However, as the son of the ancestral dragon, the Tao Tai deeply remembered it. In the past, the primordial 9 dragons ruled the world. In the dragon clan, no one could rival them other than the dragon emperor. However, the dragon clan wasn't the true dragon clan. Although their bloodline was extremely pure and they were the direct descendants of the dragon clan, they weren't born from the dragon emperor and the dragon clan. To put it bluntly, they were all illegitimate children. Although the primordial 9 dragons were invincible, they were still ruthlessly suppressed by the dragon clan. As the father of the dragon emperor, not only did he not help them, he even suppressed them personally. The dragon clan had 9 sons. 6 of them were buried in the primordial era while the other 3 escaped. One of them was the Tao Tai. The grudges of the past had been entangled for tens of thousands of years. It was pushed to this day by the merciless wheel of time. Needless to say, this was an indescribable fate. As for whether it was fate of love or misfortune, no one knew. In the primordial era, the 9 sons fought against the dragon emperor, shocking the heavens and earth. The people of the dragon clan were also slaughtered by the primordial 9 dragons. Because of this, the dragon emperor killed his 9 sons. The Tao Tai would never forget the ancestral dragon aura of the dragon emperor. It was the dragon emperor who gave him life and took it away with his own hands. He wasn't willing. Even if he had to go against the heavens and devour the heavens, he still wanted to return to the world. The Tao Tai was incomparably shocked. This pagoda was filled with the ancestral dragon aura. This natural suppression from the god father made his heart incomparably furious. What's the use of a father who gave birth to him but didn't raise him? Since their father wanted to kill them, they had to fight back. Whoever survived to the end would be the winner. The Tao Tai was cruel by nature and would eat anything. He had once wanted to swallow the great ancient dragon emperor, but the dragon emperor broke out of his stomach. This was also the eternal nightmare of the Tao Tai, and now the terrifying Qi of the ancestral dragon made his heart sink to the bottom again. The Tao Tai had just been reborn. He had never thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world. Was the dragon emperor ancestral dragon really in the hidden secret realm? Zulong Tower, suppress them! Xianxia roared, his eyes flashed with a bright light. This Tao Tai seemed to be afraid of his Zulong Tower and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. This Zulong Tower indeed had a miraculous effect. The ancestral dragon Qi might not be able to suppress me. Rise for me! The Tao Tai rushed to the Milky Way, intending to shatter the Zulong Tower. However, the ancestral dragon Qi spread across the sky, causing all the beasts to bow down and worship it. Even the 4 great demon kings were forced to kneel down under the pressure of the ancestral dragon. What a terrifying suppression. Is it really a pure-blooded dragon clan? Even the Tao Tai giant beast could not make us demon kings experience such a huge change. What kind of terrifying person is hiding in this pagoda? Yeah, this aura makes me tremble, as if he could kill me with just a thought. This must be the aura of the dragon clan. Even the Tao Tai was suppressed. What else can we do? The 4 great demon kings looked at each other, as a trace of helplessness appeared on the corners of their mouths. To demonic beasts, especially those of a low rank, the sovereign of 10,000 beasts was not an existence that they could contend against. Sword God Shuiliang stared at the Tao Tai. He could feel the great threat from the Tao Tai. However, his sword could not retreat. Even if he had to risk his life and die silently, he would still fight till the end. This was an indomitable aura. However, when Xianxia used the Zulong Tower to suppress the Tao Tai, his eyes were filled with shock. Although Xianxia's strength was not as strong as him, he had many tricks up his sleeves. At this moment, they were lucky that Xianxia managed to suppress the Tao Tai. Otherwise, all of them would have died. Xianxia really created a miracle. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. His heart was struggling and he could not calm down for a long time. The hidden secret realm this time was much more terrifying than before. If it was not for Xianxia, the hidden secret realm would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. This is the aura of a supreme. Xianxia is not an ordinary person. Yu Rongyan's eyes were burning. He had never admired anyone in his life except for Xianxia. If Xianxia's strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm, he might not even be able to withstand one strike from Xianxia. This was the gap between them. Everyone knew that those who did not witness Xianxia's strength would not have such a feeling. Xianxia's aura of an expert was unparalleled. At least in the eyes of sword god Shuiliang, Xianxia was already an expert. Even if Xianxia was a mid-heavenly god, Xianxia might not be at a disadvantage. Even so, the gap between them was a whole realm. No one had ever dared to challenge Xianxia. An expert must constantly surpass himself. This was Xianxia. Xianxia did not expect that the Zulong Tower could really save him from a crisis. At the moment of life and death, it had completely become his natal divine weapon. Little fella, calm down. Leave this to me. A deep and sonorous voice appeared in Xianxia's mind. The voice was old and carried a trace of dejection and a sigh. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that it was the voice of the ancestral dragon pagoda. Could it be the spirit of the Zulong Tower? Xianxia's heart was in turmoil, but he quickly calmed down. The Zulong Tower must be extraordinary. However, he did not know how terrifying the Zulong Tower was. A figure suddenly appeared on the Zulong Tower. He was wearing a green robe. His hair and beard were all white. His eyes were like torches. His aura was natural, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. However, Xianxia did not know that no one else could see the green-robed old man on the Zulong Tower. The green-robed old man turned around and looked at Xianxia. His gaze made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. "You're really not dead yet," the Tao Tai said while looking at the green-robed old man. The old man was none other than the immemorial ancestral dragon, the first dragon emperor of the dragon clan. He was also his father. "I am your father. Do you really wish for me to die?" "Unfilial son," the ancestral dragon emperor said indifferently. He did not seem to be angry because the Tao Tai had always been like this. "Father? Ha ha ha. Have I ever had a father? You gave birth to me, but you didn't raise me. You even let your dragon race hunt me down. Is this your fatherly love? I have never had a father nor a mother because I had already eaten her the moment she gave birth to me," the Tao Tai said while laughing. He opened his mouth as if he was going to devour the entire world. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes darkened. Devouring his mother to strengthen himself. The Tao Tai was definitely the first in history. He must kill such an evil creature as soon as possible. Moreover, the Tao Tai was the strongest. He had devoured many dragons to make his bloodline extremely pure. In the dragon race, the ancestral dragon emperor was number 1 and he was number 2. "You vile creature, you should have died a long time ago. You should have turned into a wisp of green smoke in this world. You tyrannically moved unhindered through the archaic immemorial era, bringing countless disasters to the dragon clan. A centipede that dies but doesn't fall down. You actually want to revive and bring chaos to the world," the ancestral dragon emperor said. "You think you have the right to talk about me? If it wasn't for you, how could there be the immemorial 9 dragons? You're going to leave after eating me. Long Yin, do you really think that you're the leader of justice in this world? 9 heavens, I will devour my father to strengthen myself. I will become the strongest in the dragon race after eating you. Ha ha ha." The Tao Tai said while gritting his teeth. Aren't you struggling at death's door? I know that you also want to be reborn. You can't bear to part with the dragon clan. You can't bear to part with the glory and splendor of your life. But it's a pity that even though you have the ancestral dragon's chi, your strength is still too weak. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as pie. Haha. You're still as arrogant as ever. Tao Tai, you bastard. You should have died long ago. I shouldn't have left you in this world. You've caused so many people to suffer. Don't forget, I gave you your life. Others might not be able to do it, but it's not difficult for me to deal with you. The Tao Tai was startled by the ancestral dragon emperor's words. What the ancestral dragon emperor said was true. In the past, the ancestral dragon emperor fought against his 9 sons alone. The battle between father and son shook the heavens and the earth. Many people in the immemorial era were shocked by the battle. The ancestral dragon emperor killed his own son in the name of justice. Then let's try. You are no longer the ancestral dragon emperor who could control the sky with one hand. I am no longer at my peak. Who will be the one laughing in the end will depend on the fortune of the heavens and earth. You hypocritical ancestral dragon emperor, for the so-called righteous battle, you even killed your own son. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. You are a devil. The Tao Tai roared. You 9 evil beasts wreaked havoc in the world, so I was duty-bound to do so. You only have yourselves to blame for killing you. It wasn't your fault that you were born ugly. What was wrong was that you made use of your mistakes and made your personalities even uglier. That was the reason why I killed you. If I don't kill you, countless innocent people will die, so you must die. Today, you will not be able to escape. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Old man, I want to devour the sky. Nobody can stop me. When I am able to devour the sky, let's see who can compete with me. I want the sky to melt into my body. The Tao Tai's voice shook the heavens and was deafening, but only Xianxia could hear it. In the eyes of sword god Shui Liang and the others, the Tao Tai was standing there motionlessly, as if he was being suppressed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. Success. Ha ha ha. Xianxia has suppressed the Tao Tai. Lu Quanchao was extremely excited. The Tao Tai is finally suppressed. This feels great. I never thought that we would still have to rely on Xianxia. However, it feels good to have a new lease on life. Su Jin said with a smile. Sword god Shui Liang looked at the Tao Tai and the golden Zulong Tower silently. At that moment, he felt that something was wrong and Xianxia looked solemn. Because only Xianxia knew that the battle had just begun. It was still unknown whether the ancestral dragon emperor would win or the Tao Tai would win. It's too early to be happy now. Ancestral dragon emperor, I hope you won't disappoint me. Xianxia stared at the 2 people in the sky. He realized that Lu Quanchao and the others couldn't see the scene at all. This was a spiritual exchange that transcended reality. Because he had merged with the Zulong Tower, he could see it. You're only a spiritual body now. How can you fight against me? Heaven-devouring roar. The Tao Tai opened his mouth and was about to swallow the ancestral dragon emperor and the Zulong Tower. However, the ancestral dragon emperor did not want to be outdone. He struck 3 palms on the Tao Tai's body, forcing him to retreat. The ancestral dragon chi suppressed the sky. The Tao Tai was extremely solemn. Even though the ancestral dragon emperor was just a remnant of his soul, he still dared not underestimate him. Since he was born from the ancestral dragon emperor, the ancestral dragon emperor knew all of his tricks. Seal it for me. Bastard. The ancestral dragon emperor roared and kept making hand seals. At this moment, the Tao Tai's expression was extremely solemn. He would never compromise even if he was severely injured. Once he compromised, he would be destroyed forever. It would be impossible for him to be reborn. This was his only chance. The Tao Tai would never give up. He would fight with the ancestral dragon emperor till the end. Impossible. It's impossible for you to seal me. The Tao Tai and the ancestral dragon emperor attacked with all their might. The earth shook, the valley cracked, the lava exploded and the tsunami was formed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, the Tao Tai still did not move an inch. This aura is indeed terrifying, Xianxia said in a deep voice. His eyes were extremely cold. In this battle, the one who could laugh until the end would be the final winner. Xianxia's eyes stared at the Tao Tai without blinking. He was extremely nervous. Success or failure was directly related to whether they could continue or not. In this hidden secret realm, at this moment, this was the only hope. Not knowing why, Xianxia was very confident in the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Even though he was just a remnant of his soul, a fighting soul that broke out from the tower and fought with the Tao Tai, he still believed that evil would never win. The Tao Tai had done many evil things and he was the son of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. The ancestral Dragon Emperor would definitely find a way to stop him. If I don't seal you, how can the heavens and earth exist? How can all living things exist? Obviously, the ancestral Dragon Emperor had made up his mind. If he did not suppress the Tao Tai now, the Tao Tai would break out of the seal and leave the hidden secret realm. By then, it would be extremely difficult to catch him again. Most importantly, the Tao Tai's strength was increasing too fast. He kept on devouring beasts and humans to increase his strength continuously. Trying to seal me? Impossible. Die for me, you old fart. Did I win? Xianxia murmured. His heart was in a mess. This battle concerned everyone's life and death. How could he not be worried? It's impossible for you to win against me. Old fart. Old fart. What are you trying to do by not dying? The Tao Tai roared in anger. At that moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul became weaker and weaker. At the end, it became so dark that it was hard to see. Unfilial son, unfilial son. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a bitter smile. His remaining soul power had already been destroyed by the Tao Tai. He had completely turned into an afterimage, completely useless. It was already very difficult for him to survive such a terrifying collision. The truth was obvious. The ancestral Dragon Emperor had lost. However, the Tao Tai was also heavily injured. He had lost 800 men. This was his last resort. The ancestral Dragon Emperor had completely lost his fighting strength. He could finally break through his shackles like a fish in water. By then, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the world. There's nothing I can do. The ancestral Dragon Emperor glanced at Xianxia and disappeared into the Zulong Tower. Xianxia held the Zulong Tower in his hand and faced the Tao Tai again. However, he was still pushed back by the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai was heavily injured now. He wasn't as terrifying as he used to be. Even so, Xianxia was still cautious. The Tao Tai's strength was indescribable. The Tao Tai's combat strength was still terrifying. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and the sword of solitude was unleashed. Under the effect of the ancient soaring dragon technique, the Tao Tai was getting more and more powerful. However, Xianxia was still losing ground as the gap between the two of them was too huge. Who can do anything to me? Ha ha ha. The Tao Tai was arrogant. He used his hand to cover the sky. A death charge sent Xianxia flying for 80 miles. Blood spurted out from Xianxia's mouth as he was forced to retreat. Everyone held their breath, because once Xianxia was defeated, their hope would be completely shattered. Xianxia knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was defeated. Their chances were getting slimmer. A bunch of ants. Now, I will show you who's the true ruler. Xianyuan Kanglin's lips curled up as he murmured. Everyone, brothers from different sects, this happened because of me. This Tao Tai was also released by me. Now, I know how big of a disaster I have caused. From now on, even if I have to die, I will make this Tao Tai's soul return to the Western Paradise. I will make him pay for what he's done. Go back to where you came from. Even if I die in battle, I, Xianyuan Kanglin, will not shirk from this responsibility. Xianyuan Kanglin took a step forward. At this moment, he had given up on fighting Xianxia and the 4 great demon kings. Instead, he aimed his spear at the Tao Tai. Obviously, he came prepared for this battle. It's great to know one's mistake and change for the better. The expert that I admire did not disappoint me. Qin Yuma's eyes lit up. At this moment, she looked at Xianyuan Kanglin in a new light. Lu Quanchao, Yu Rongyan and the others were slightly shocked. Xianyuan Kanglin's sudden betrayal shocked them. At this moment, the Tao Tai already had the upper hand. If he followed the Tao Tai, he would definitely be the biggest beneficiary. However, Xianyuan Kanglin betrayed them. He wanted to save the humans when the humans were in danger. To him, this was a bad thing. That was why everyone was shocked. Could it be that Xianyuan Kanglin had really changed for the better? Is he going to atone for his mistake? Jiangchen frowned. He was doubtful. He felt that Xianyuan Kanglin was not normal. He must be crazy to point his spear at the Tao Tai at this moment. However, he still sent everyone away. He wanted to fight the Tao Tai to save the humans. This is all because of me. I will definitely give everyone an explanation. This Tao Tai must die. Otherwise, we will never have a day of peace. The disaster of the humans will definitely spread from this fella. Xianyuan Kanglin said righteously. He looked at Jiang Chen and Sword God Shueliang silently. Regardless of what reason you have, if you are able to help us kill this Tao Tai, all of our grudges can be written off. Sword God Shueliang said faintly. He looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze and turned to Xianyuan Kanglin. Undeniably, Xianyuan Kanglin was too tempting. Jiang Chen and Sword God Shueliang might not be able to defeat the Tao Tai even if they joined hands. Now that Xianyuan Kanglin and the 4 great demon kings had joined hands, the Tao Tai might not be able to defeat the Tao Tai. Sure. Jiang Chen said softly. He wanted to see what Xianyuan Kanglin was planning. At least now that they had formed an alliance, it would be a threat to the Tao Tai. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the Tao Tai's rage. I really want to see what you're going to do. It's not too late to kill you after I kill the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. He didn't believe in the saying of knowing one's mistake and being able to correct it. In other words, a dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of arrogant fart this fellow was hiding. Perhaps he wanted to break free from the Tao Tai's enslavement by forming an alliance with them at this time. But in other words, since he had already decided his future fate and allowed the Tao Tai to reappear in this world, he should understand how terrifying this was. I hope you can do what you said. Yu Rongyuan said. Don't let us look down on the prestige of Clearstream sect. A famous sect, don't let it be destroyed by someone like you. Lu Quanchao said coldly. Xianyuan Kanglin was trying to redeem himself. If he could really help Jiang Chen and the others to defeat the Tao Tai, he might be able to survive. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape from the Tao Tai's hands. I, Xianyuan Kanglin, might have done something wrong in the past. But I will use my actions to make up for it. No one is willing to be someone else's slave. Xianyuan Kanglin said. Everyone was moved because what Xianyuan Kanglin said was not a lie. Who would be willing to be someone else's slave? Moreover, the Tao Tai treated Xianyuan Kanglin as a slave. Xianyuan Kanglin had the precondition to change sides. That was why he was willing to be a slave. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was different. He always had reservations about Xianyuan Kanglin. It was shocking that Xianyuan Kanglin could change his mind so quickly. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Let's get rid of this Tao Tai first. Sword God Shueliang saw Jiang Chen's worry and said quietly. Jiang Chen nodded and went forward. Everyone, count us 4 great demon kings in this battle. If Tao Tai is not eliminated, there will never be peace in the hidden secret realm. We'll also face the crisis of life and death. We're duty-bound to participate in this battle. The 9-headed dragon shouted, not showing any sign of weakness. The 4 great demon kings followed behind Xianyuan Kanglin, not fearing Tao Tai at all. A bunch of ignorant scoundrels. You're not qualified to fight me. Tao Tai sneered. Although he was injured, a camel is still bigger than a horse. He was not afraid even if Jiang Chen and the others joined forces. How dare you betray me? Then I'll let you know what it feels like to be tortured and never be reincarnated. Tao Tai's eyes were burning as he stared at Xianyuan Kanglin, treating him as his #1 enemy. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Tao Tai was extremely overbearing. His terrifying giant claws covered the sky and kept smashing down. Xianyuan Kanglin and the 4 great demon kings joined forces to resist Tao Tai's attack. On the other side, Xianxia and sword god Shuiliang kept attacking Tao Tai from all sides. At this moment, Tao Tai dared not to be careless anymore. Sword god Shuiliang and Xianxia's two swords swept across the universe, invincible under the heavens. Tao Tai did not dare to be careless anymore. Sword god Shuiliang and Xianxia's two swords swept across the universe, invincible under the heavens. The blood-colored Tao Tai beast that was like a mountain relied on its terrifying and tyrannical body to fight against everyone and not be at a disadvantage. A bunch of ants. I'm going to devour every single one of you. Tao Tai roared continuously, puffing out clouds, wanting to devour Xianxia and the others. That way, he would be able to increase his strength. To him, it was like adding wings to a tiger. However, Xianxia and the four monster kings, sword god Shuiliang and Xianyuan Kanglin, which one of them was easy to deal with? Hence, it was impossible for the Tao Tai to devour them. Everyone was extremely cautious. The four great demon kings complemented each other and were extremely powerful. Even Xianxia was extremely cautious. The combined might of the four of them was actually on par with Xianyuan Kanglin. However, they were still slightly inferior compared to the Tao Tai. Even if Xianxia was facing the four great demon kings, it would still be extremely difficult for him to win. The sword cuts through the void and heaven's will. A sword to the west, breaking the world apart. Xianxia and sword god Shuiliang's terrifying sword shadows pierced through the void. The Tao Tai roared furiously and blocked the attack with both of its arms. It was instantly forced to take a few steps back, crushing the mountains, rivers, and trees. The four great demon kings and Xianyuan Kanglin followed closely behind, attacking the Tao Tai ferociously. The Tao Tai was incomparably frenzied. He clenched his claws and swept across the void. The four great demon kings were the first to bear the brunt of the Tao Tai's attack. They were all sent flying backwards. The four great demon kings took advantage of the gap and unleashed their strongest attack, knocking down the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai's gigantic figure was like a collapsing mountain. Dust flew everywhere, deafening to the ears. Xianyuan Kanglin pierced through the sky with his halberd, sending the Tao Tai's arm flying. Blood spurted out from the wound. Damn you guys. You're all going to die. The Tao Tai was furious. These humans and monster kings had already threatened his life. Hence, he couldn't help but be shocked. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do so. Heavenly Shadow Suppression. Xianxia summoned the 12 fire god guards and set up the Heavenly Shadow Formation, trapping the Tao Tai within. The Tao Tai kept on attacking and the 12 fire god guards were having a hard time. Under the Tao Tai's attacks, the formation started to crack. However, at this moment, sword god Shuiliang also followed closely behind. His sword pierced through the Tao Tai's chest. A sharp sword ray pierced through the chest of the Tao Tai. That sword ray shocked the entire world. At the same time, sword god Shuiliang also suffered a great impact. The Tao Tai turned around and clawed at sword god Shuiliang's body. Even someone as strong as sword god was severely injured by the Tao Tai's claw. The Tao Tai staggered backwards. Xianxia raised his sword again. The heavenly dragon sword whistled and pierced through the Tao Tai's chest. A boundless sword ray instantly pierced through the sky, dazzling the 9 heavens. Qilin divine arm, erupt. Xianxia threw out a punch. The fire Qilin was extremely weak at this moment. However, because the fire Qilin had ignited its own flame of life, it was able to baptize Xianxia's Qilin divine arm. The current Qilin divine arm was no longer what it used to be. With a punch, the Tao Tai's figure was pushed back a few steps. The Tao Tai's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he was indeed heavily injured by these lowly humans that he looked down on. You bunch of ants, I want all of you to die. The Tao Tai attacked again. With a claw, the heaven and earth changed color. His target was Xianxia. However, Xianxia was also shocked. He pierced through the sky with his sword, piercing through the Tao Tai's claw and soared up to the 9 heavens. This is the moment. Sword god Shuiliang sneered. Sword shadows turned into thousands of sword lights, like feathers falling from the sky. Tao Tai was forced to retreat once again, the wounds on its body were already all over. Xianxia and Xianyuan Kanglin rose up. Countless sword rays and halberd rays tore through the void. The Tao Tai's gigantic body was pushed back. At this moment, they finally saw the light of victory. Xianxia swung the Qilin divine arm and threw 3 punches at the Tao Tai's eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time the Tao Tai was in such a sorry state. The Tao Tai roared in anger. He clawed at Xianxia with both of his claws. Xianxia could not dodge and was caught between the Tao Tai's claws. With a thought, Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword turned into a myriad of swords. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, the Tao Tai's chest and arms were completely torn apart by Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. The unity of man and sword, is this the unity of man and sword? Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He managed to break free from the Tao Tai's tight grip. At that moment, the heavenly dragon sword turned into Xianxia, completely breaking through the realm of one with the sword, surpassing the realm of one with the sword. The unity of man and sword was the perfect fusion of Xianxia and the heavenly dragon sword. The unity of man and sword was the perfect fusion of Xianxia and the sword was Xianxia. He could turn into the sword and the sword could turn into him. With one sword, 10,000 swords would be broken. With one move, 10,000 swords would fall. Xianxia heavily injured the Tao Tai. Everyone's injuries were quite serious, including him. In the end, the Tao Tai grabbed him tightly and wanted to swallow him alive. However, he managed to turn the tables and complete his counterattack. The unity of man and sword had become a new height for Xianxia. His compatibility with the heavenly dragon sword had reached a new peak. Xianxia could feel that the sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword seemed to have a connection with him. Now, go to hell, Tao Tai. Evil will never prevail over good. You will never be able to defeat us. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with splendor. He said fiercely and gave the Tao Tai a powerful blow. Needless to say, Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was formidable. The soaring heavens combat halberd was pulled out from the ground and blood stained the sky. The Tao Tai's figure staggered at this moment. Xianyuan Kanglin took this opportunity to chase after the Tao Tai. Under the situation where Xianxia had already injured the Tao Tai, Xianyuan Kanglin attacked again, forcing the Tao Tai into a dead end. Roar, roar. The Tao Tai roared unwillingly and kept stomping on the ground. Every time it stomped on the ground, the earth trembled. Xianxia, the 4 great demon kings and sword god Shui Liang used their last bit of strength to suppress the Tao Tai, causing the Tao Tai to lose all strength to resist. The Tao Tai fell to the ground. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin soared into the sky and stood on top of the Tao Tai. A terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes and he turned into a stream of light, entering the Tao Tai's mind. Tao Tai, Tao Tai, your spiritual strength has finally been weakened. Ha ha ha. Let's see how big of a wave you can create this time. Humph humph. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered in his heart. At this moment, the Tao Tai's body was full of holes and blood was flowing out. Xianyuan Kanglin stood on top of the Tao Tai, his heart was in a state of shock. Because he had left a mark on the hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beast souls that the Tao Tai had devoured. Even though the Tao Tai had devoured those heavenly god realm demonic beasts, the soul mark was still fused with the Tao Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin's thought moved and a terrifying intent came from the Tao Tai's soul. It split into 2 and fought with him for the control of the soul. Xianxia and the others heaved a sigh of relief because the Tao Tai had finally fallen. They were finally saved. The 4 great demon kings and sword god Shui Liang were severely injured. Xianxia was no exception. However, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill and the wood spirit had allowed him to recover better than the other 2. What is this Xianyuan Kanglin doing? Xianxia looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin was standing on the Tao Tai with a stern expression. He was fighting the Tao Tai, trying to kill the struggling Tao Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin looks like he has turned over a new leaf. If it wasn't for him, the Tao Tai wouldn't have lost so thoroughly. Plus, we can't defeat the Tao Tai alone. The 9-headed dragon said solemnly. Although Xianyuan Kanglin had done a lot of bad things before this, fortunately, he changed his ways at the crucial moment and became their ally once again. They managed to subdue the Tao Tai by working together. Xianyuan Kanglin's contribution from the beginning to the end was undeniable. Just like what he said before, his merits and demerits offset each other. Finally, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. There is true love in the world. Xianyuan Kanglin did not disappoint us. The Clear Stream sect managed to keep its title as a 1,000-year sect. Qin Yuma said quietly. She admired Xianyuan Kanglin quite a bit. At the very last moment, Xianyuan Kanglin managed to turn this situation around with the other experts. At that moment, Xianyuan Kanglin had washed away the stain on his name. This time, Xianyuan Kanglin's contribution is great. It's worth celebrating. Yu Rongyan said with a smile. Every one of them could not help but sigh after surviving the calamity. The saying evil will never prevail over good was reasonable. After all, they were the final victors. Xianyuan Kanglin and the dying Tao Tai fought till the very last moment. Everyone was relieved. However, Jiangchen was still a little unwilling. He felt that this fella was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Would he really be kind enough to fight with everyone? At this moment, Jiangchen could not help but let go of the doubt in his heart. Because the final result had proven everything. No matter what mistakes Xianyuan Kanglin had made, this moment was enough to make up for it. However, he was the one who caused the birth of the Tao Tai. Even if the Tao Tai was defeated in the end, he would not be credited for it. Only Jiangchen knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was the one who made the greatest contribution in the Battle of the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the ancestral Dragon Emperor was in deep slumber at this moment. Both of them were severely injured after the terrifying soul collision with the Tao Tai. However, the Tao Tai was stronger than the ancestral Dragon Emperor. That was why he was able to hold on until now. Otherwise, without the ancestral Dragon Emperor, they would have died in the hidden secret realm. You want to devour my soul? The Tao Tai's soul kept roaring and struggling, because he could feel a terrifying evil intent fighting with him for control of his body. That soul imprint was the devouring soul that was hiding in the depths of his soul. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts' soul imprints had condensed into a terrifying soul energy at this moment, fighting against the Tao Tai. If the Tao Tai was resurrected, he would be fearless. However, the Tao Tai's body was severely injured and his soul was on the verge of death. That terrifying soul imprint was fighting against him at this moment. In his mind, two different soul imprints were fighting for control of his body. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin joined in. His soul energy and the soul imprint in the Tao Tai's mind could merge together. How is this possible? You can merge with the soul imprint in my mind? The Tao Tai was filled with shock. The anger in his heart continued to burn wantonly. You planted a soul imprint in my soul? It's too late to know that now. I knew that it would be hard for me to control you. Therefore, I planted a seal in the souls of the heavenly god beasts that you devoured. Those souls are all under my control. This soul energy is something that you can't control at all. And I will be the one controlling this soul imprint. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered, looking at the Tao Tai with disdain. You bastard, you're a bastard through and through. Your plot has been carried out against me from the very beginning. Even though the Tao Tai was extremely angry, he could not change the current situation. Moreover, the original soul imprint became stronger under the support of Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy, completely suppressing his soul energy. I have to say, I have underestimated you. I thought that you've just come back to life and your strength must be extremely weak. At that time I would be able to devour you. However, I did not expect that you're still as powerful after coming back to life. If it wasn't for that fella's pagoda, I wouldn't have the chance to devour you. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. You might be strong and arrogant in the past, but it's not your era anymore. I will devour you, become stronger, and become a real human-shaped Tao Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin said Lung Lung. 70,000 years, who could understand how much effort and sweat he had put in during these 70,000 years? Xianyuan Kanglin cultivated for 7,000 years, sacrificing his own cultivation to help the Tao Tai extend his life. The Tao Tai also taught him the secret technique to preserve his soul and reincarnate, allowing him to live for 70,000 years and become a prodigy. Since 70,000 years ago, Xianyuan Kanglin had already decided to do this. Because he knew how difficult it was to become a monarch, and this Tao Tai was his greatest opportunity. How could Xianyuan Kanglin miss out on this? All the humiliation, sadness, silence, everything exploded at this moment. Xianyuan Kanglin used his terrifying soul energy to engulf the Tao Tai's weak soul. The Tao Tai was extremely weak right now, otherwise, Xianyuan Kanglin would not have taken advantage of it. You despicable humans, all of you will die a horrible death. I am not willing, I am not willing. I, the Tao Tai, have been a tyrant for my entire life, to be defeated by a lowly human like you, I am not willing. The Tao Tai's angry roar gradually disappeared into the depths of his soul. Xianyuan Kanglin also devoured the Tao Tai's soul. At this moment, he was the Tao Tai, and the Tao Tai was him. No matter how powerful the Tao Tai was, no matter how unwilling he was, at this moment, his soul was destroyed. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely shocked. When his soul entered the Tao Tai's body, he finally understood that even the reborn Tao Tai was not as powerful as he was when he was at his peak. It was a realm that he had never understood before. How difficult would it be to become an emperor? Such a powerful devouring energy, such a powerful energy, moving mountains and seas, devouring the heavens. In the future, I will make Xianyuan Kanglin's name resound in every corner of the divine world. Xianyuan Kanglin clenched his fist. His soul fused with the Tao Tai and devoured it. However, it was extremely complicated for the body to fuse. To be reborn in another person's shell, to occupy the magpie's nest. Xianyuan Kanglin was now the true Tao Tai. Look! Xianyuan Kanglin was devoured by the Tao Tai? Lu Quanchao exclaimed. At this moment, everyone was caught off guard. They did not expect the Tao Tai to swallow Xianyuan Kanglin in the final battle. Even Jiangchen was slightly stunned. Could it be that this Tao Tai still has some strength left? Was he deliberately showing weakness just now? Xianyuan Kanglin was devoured just like that? Jiangchen's pupil shrunk. At this moment, everyone's face turned solemn. They could not believe and were unwilling to believe that Xianyuan Kanglin was devoured by the Tao Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin. Qin Yuma's eyes turned red. The righteous Xianyuan Kanglin in her heart had become the Tao Tai's food. Everyone was shocked, and he died in the end. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely excited. At this moment, the Tao Tai was him and he was the Tao Tai. His soul was shuttling between Xianyuan Kanglin and the Tao Tai. It might take some time for them to fuse completely. However, even so, Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy had skyrocketed, reaching the peak of Divine King realm. His soul energy alone was enough to suppress everyone. Ha ha ha. This is what I want. I want the sky to change. Today, everyone here shall die. The Tao Tai's voice reverberated across the sky. However, they did not know that Xianyuan Kanglin had completely devoured the Tao Tai's soul. After 70,000 years, he had finally become the Tao Tai, a peerless beast that was destined to look down on the world. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Even though the voice belonged to the Tao Tai, the tone sounded like Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen felt that something was not right between the Tao Tai and Xianyuan Kanglin. You're not the Tao Tai. You're Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He was just guessing. That's right. So what if I tell you? The Tao Tai is now under my control. Xianyuan Kanglin is the Tao Tai is Xianyuan Kanglin. Ha ha ha. Now that I know, all of you must die. I am the only one who can walk out alive. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Is he really Xianyuan Kanglin? However, the incomparably huge Tao Tai beast was incomparably real. What was the relationship between Xianyuan Kanglin and the Tao Tai? Isn't this too unimaginable? He's the Tao Tai? Where's Xianyuan Kanglin? Wasn't he eaten by the Tao Tai? Su Jin's expression turned pale. This situation had completely exceeded his imagination. I'm not seeing things, am I? Xianyuan Kanglin? How is this possible? How can he fuse with the Tao Tai? Qin Yuma's heart completely collapsed at this moment. Her image of Xianyuan Kanglin had completely changed. The genius that she deeply yearned for became the most despicable schemer. Tao Tai, Xianyuan Kanglin. Hee. What a confusing Tao Tai feast. Yu Rongyan was filled with bitterness recently. But what could he do? His life and death were in the hands of the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen, Shui Liang, and the 4 great demon kings were all heavily injured. Who could fight against the Tao Tai now? He must have been prepared for this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to help us. If I'm not wrong, it's not that easy for him to control the Tao Tai. He needs us to work together to control the Tao Tai. What a pleasant surprise. But after the pleasant surprise, I'm shocked. Xianyuan Kanglin is still the scariest grand guardian of the Clear Stream sect. Sword God Shuiliang smiled calmly. It was unknown if he was really calm or if he was pretending to be calm. Jiangchen said coldly. Not bad. You're smart. But it's a pity that all of you won't live past today. Jiangchen, I will devour you and take the Zulong Tower. You don't deserve the Zulong Tower. Xianyuan Kanglin's deep voice gave everyone a heavy blow. Because what they were going to face next was death. They still couldn't escape from their fate. The Tao Tai was dead, but Xianyuan Kanglin was still alive. The scariest thing was that Xianyuan Kanglin had controlled the Tao Tai's body. His strength would be extremely powerful. Looks like the Tao Tai is immortal if I don't kill you. But the Tao Tai's strength is not something that we can fight against. Does the heavens really want the millions of spiritual beasts in the hidden secret realm to die? As expected, he has ulterior motives and is full of schemes. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and he said in a deep voice. At this moment, he was the only one who had the strength to fight again. Sword God Shui Liang was also injured, but it was still unknown whether he could fight again. At this moment, Jiang Chen was carrying a lot of burden on his shoulders. He had to fight till the end. If he lost, he would lose everyone's life. Although Jiang Chen didn't blame himself, he would regret it for the rest of his life if he lost the battle. I'm going to devour all of you to strengthen my strength. Haha. Xianyuan Kanglin took action and grabbed the beasts that he controlled in the past and swallowed them into his mouth. His mouth was so big that it made people's hearts palpitate. Every time he swallowed the beasts, it would be so shocking. Even though the Tao Tai was injured, it had fused with Xianyuan Kanglin's soul. Then, you'll have to get through me first. Jiang Chen held his blade and stood at the forefront, looking at the Tao Tai that kept closing its bloody mouth. His heart was as calm as still water. At this moment, he had calmed down. No matter if he won or lost, he would give it his all in this battle. I'll hold the line for you. Sword God Shui Liang looked at Jiang Chen solemnly and said faintly. It was difficult for him to reach the peak of his strength. So at this moment, he couldn't exert his true strength and could only reduce the pressure for Jiang Chen as much as possible. You're overestimating yourself. Then, I'll use you as an example. My strength will rise to the next level after I get the Zulong Tower. By then, who can stop me in this world? Haha. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely arrogant. He looked down at Jiang Chen and the others. He was the overlord of the world now. Jiang Chen and the others were like ants in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be such an evil person. We wasted our efforts and actually believed that you could turn over a new leaf. A dog can't stop itself from eating sh*t, Lu Quanchao said while gritting his teeth. Since it has come to this, we can only place our hopes on Jiang Chen and Sword God. Although I'm not a person who likes to put my safety in the hands of others. The corner of Su Jin's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Helplessness and sadness were written all over his face. Jiang Chen, give me your life. Xianyuan Kanglin went straight for Jiang Chen. His body was like a mountain as he leapt up and blocked Jiang Chen's path of retreat. His claw struck down and everything within a 10 li radius became barren, the ground cracked, dust was everywhere, the wind and clouds surged and the mountains roared. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He retreated in order to advance. The heavenly dragon sword was more skillful now. From the unification of dragon and sword to the unification of man and sword, Jiang Chen's understanding of the heavenly dragon sword had improved. Although his strength was still the same, Jiang Chen and the heavenly dragon sword had a tacit understanding. The heavenly dragon sword was instantly unleashed. 100 zhang long swords swept across the void and struck the Tao Tai's giant claw fiercely. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat for 10 miles. His expression was solemn. The terrifying counterforce made Jiang Chen's body feel a great pressure. Compared to the Tao Tai, the difference between his body and the Tao Tai's was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the Tao Tai's counterforce and his counterforce were incomparable. The skin between Jiang Chen's thumb and forefinger was cracked. His blood was boiling. The dreadful vibrating force had given him great pressure. Sword God Shuiliang quickly took action. He pointed his sword at the void and exchanged more than 10 blows with the Tao Tai. Streaks of dreadful sword light slashed on the Tao Tai's body, but it only left some marks on the Tao Tai's body. The Tao Tai was not hurt at all. "You will die if you fight with me." Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly. The Tao Tai once again unleashed its terrifying combat strength. Sword God Shuiliang was knocked away by the Tao Tai as if it wanted to swallow him whole. However, it was blocked by Jiang Chen. The 100-zhang heavenly dragon sword was as high as the sky. Jiang Chen took every step carefully, but he was still pushed back by the Tao Tai. With the Qilin divine arm in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other, Jiang Chen had unleashed his full strength. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's strength was about to break through to the mid-true god realm after the continuous battles and the absorption of the spiritual spring water. He just needed an opportunity to do so. Sword of Solitude, Void Slash. The sharp heavenly dragon sword drew out a ray of flowing light, traversed through the ages, cut through the void, and collided with the Tao Tai, causing a terrifying explosion. The Tao Tai was forced back a few steps, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The Tao Tai let out a roar and charged forward instead of retreating. The horrifying pressure made Jiang Chen fall into a passive position. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen formed a series of hand seals and struck out continuously. The terrifying strength that was powerful enough to make a heavenly god realm expert tremble was unable to cause much damage to the Tao Tai's body. "It's impossible for you to defeat me." The Tao Tai soared into the sky with a perfect combination of speed and strength. Thunder rumbled as his aura was oppressive, causing the entire soul-burying mountain to hold their breaths as the pressure increased. Haha. How can I miss out on such a grand occasion? Jiang Chen, here I come. A burst of hearty laughter appeared in the sky. A blue figure appeared in the sky, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The sword in his hand was extremely destructive as he clashed with the Tao Tai. Even though he was knocked back by 10 miles, he was still as calm as before. Wang Chongyang. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. This fella had disappeared for a long time and finally showed his true strength. He knew that this fella was not simple. However, he did not know that Wang Chongyang must have encountered a great opportunity in the hidden secret realm. His strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. His appearance had given Jiang Chen confidence. Finally, he did not need to fight alone anymore. "It's him." Lu Quanchao frowned. He suddenly recalled the time when he first entered the hidden secret realm. At that time, he was only an early true god. When they met again, he had already reached such a terrifying realm. He must have gained a lot in the hidden secret realm. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. "I'm afraid this fella has surpassed us." Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly. His strength was not weak among the half-step heavenly god realm. However, compared to Wang Chongyang, he was slightly weaker. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. Ha ha ha. Today, we will fight together. I, Wang Chongyang, will have no regrets even if I die. If we can survive, there will still be a candle between us. Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll be waiting for this day. Jiang Chen smiled. This fella's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Looks like there's a great chance for him to win this battle. Is there another reckless fellow here? Even if you manage to escape now, you won't be able to leave the hidden secret realm. It's good that you're here earlier. The stronger you are, the more I like it. Because I'll be able to devour all of you and become stronger. Haha. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered and said. At this moment, he no longer put anyone in his eyes. Another one came to die, he'll just die together with Jiang Chen. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Wang Chongyang smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-true god realm, but he was able to unleash such great strength. Even Wang Chongyang might not be able to stop him. So, at this moment, he hoped to fight with Jiang Chen. Back then, his strength was already at the peak of his peers, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Wang Chongyang was brooding over it, but it didn't affect his path of cultivation. Instead, he worked harder and harder to catch up with Jiang Chen. Only by cultivating unceasingly could he achieve what he had today. Luck was one of the factors, but it was also because of his unremitting efforts. Wang Chongyang had always set Jiang Chen as his first target. He must surpass Jiang Chen. Let's fight. Let me see how much you've improved, Jiang Chen said. The two of them looked at each other and flew up to the clouds. Terrifying aura spread out. Wang Chongyang had returned like a hero. At this moment, he was destined to shine together with Jiang Chen. Demon Subduing Sword. This is the divine sword that I've obtained. Today, I'll use it to kill you. Wang Chongyang took the lead. He was determined to break through the enemy's formation, to surpass the peak. Wang Chongyang's black long sword was overflowing with brilliance and full of demonic aura. Each of his attacks was ruthless and sharp, complementing each other with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, completely blocking the Tao Tai's first wave of attack. The demonic soaring sword stirs up a storm, and when it descends, it transforms into 9 immortals. Wang Chongyang's 9 swords swept across, black light suddenly appeared, together with the golden light of the heavenly dragon sword, they formed a dense sword net, covering the sky and the earth, crushing over. The Tao Tai roared, fearlessly, its incomparably strong figure turned into a charging giant rock, falling down to the mortal world, its 4 claws flew up, tearing the sword net, the violent aura directly attacked the yellow dragon, the power of the 2 claws brazenly struck out, instantly repelling Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang, once again shocking everyone. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he frowned. It was the same for Wang Chongyang. Under the terrifying counterattack of the Tao Tai, it was still difficult for the two of them to complete the redemption and defeat the Tao Tai. Who dares to stop me? I want to devour the heavens, but the heavens cannot give birth to me. Xianyuan Kanglin became more and more powerful, sweeping across the mountains and rivers, destroying everything within 100 li of the Burying Soul Mountain. Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang looked at each other, they could only dodge the attack and retreat temporarily. The attack just now also made Wang Chongyang understand one thing, the Tao Tai was indeed ridiculously strong, even if the two of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. A good man, live as a hero, die as a hero. Jiang Chen looked straight at the Tao Tai and said coldly. Yeah, it seems like we won't stand a chance if we don't give it our all. Let's fight to the death then. Ha ha ha. Wang Chongyang was not afraid of death, his sword Dao was overbearing, this was something that Jiang Chen thought highly of. Moreover, Wang Chongyang's dreadfulness was out of his expectation. You guys don't stand a chance anymore, what awaits you is only death and coldness. The Tao Tai took a step forward, the mountains and rivers were shattered, the entire ground was shaking, Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang retreated step by step, their expressions became solemn, it was difficult for them to move forward. Jiang Chen's defensive formation managed to withstand the first wave of the Tao Tai's attack. However, the second wave of attack could not withstand the Tao Tai's attack and the formation was shattered. Jiang Chen was sent flying backwards, his expression was extremely solemn, the pressure he was feeling had become even greater at this moment. Wang Chongyang retreated step by step, it was hard for him to counterattack, under the unstoppable might of the Tao Tai, it was a one-sided battle. Looks like I've underestimated him, Wang Chongyang said in a low voice. Both of their attacks were getting stronger and stronger, the Tao Tai also became stronger, the terrifying aura crushed the void, Wang Chongyang was once again forced back by the Tao Tai, he was extremely miserable, spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the meridians in his body were mostly destroyed, it was already extremely fortunate for him to be able to escape from the Tao Tai's attack. The battle between Jiang Chen and the Tao Tai was also filled with danger, Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon sword and the Qilin arm to counter the Tao Tai, although he did not achieve any good results, he managed to stabilize the situation, Wang Chongyang was defeated, for him, the pressure was even greater. Now, you're the only one left, you're quite capable to last till the end, but at this moment, you don't have such a chance anymore. The Tao Tai flipped his hand, the incomparably huge claw tore through the vast sky, rays of awe-inspiring wind blades slashed across. Xianxia retreated in order to advance, he did not hold back, even at this moment, even though the heavenly dragon battle armor was destroyed by the Tao Tai, he still pressed forward. Ancient soaring dragon technique, soaring dragon transformation. Xianxia's strength reached an unprecedented peak, but at this moment, he was exhausting his own life force. Although the ancient soaring dragon technique was powerful, he had already used it once before, he only managed to recover after taking a few spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and the terrifying recovery power of the wood spirit. But at this moment, Xianxia once again used the ancient soaring dragon technique. The heavenly dragon sword of solitude swept across the 9 heavens, countless sword shadows were unleashed, all of them carried the might of its song dragon. Isn't the ending the same? He he he. Xianyuan Kanglin's cold laughter reverberated through the 9 heavens, he snorted at the resistance of Xianxia's fans. Devour everything, I am the only one. The Tao Tai's mouth devoured the heavens and earth, thousands of miles of void was sucked into its stomach, the terrifying suction force forced Xianxia to fight with his life on the line, the sword light pierced through the void. Dawn sky golden lightning tribulation descends. Xianxia unleashed all of his skills, the dawn sky golden lightning appeared once again. Above the void, the Tao Tai was struck by lightning bolts, the terrifying power of the lightning forced the Tao Tai to take a few steps back, but it still managed to withstand the power of the dawn sky golden lightning and charged towards Xianxia. I will kill you even if I am heavily injured. Xianyuan Kanglin's hatred towards Xianxia had reached the point where he was gritting his teeth. The Tao Tai's devouring aura made Xianxia unable to withstand it. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and quickly caught the 2 beautiful figures. However, the 2 ladies were injured. Xianyuan Kanglin had already decided to kill Xianxia when he unleashed his attack just now. However, he was stopped by the duo's all-out attack. However, Xianxia's heart became extremely depressed. How dare he let these 2 ladies shield him from the wind and rain? This was not something that Xianxia could do. These 2 ladies were Yuki Chihian and Ling Long. The 2 girls looked at each other and remained silent. Only Xianxia smiled bitterly. The gratitude in his heart was naturally expressed in words. Thank you. After Xianxia said that, he did not know what to do. The 2 ladies risked their lives for him. He could not repay their kindness. No need. Yuki Chihian and Ling Long said at the same time. They turned around and charged towards the Tao Tai again. Although they were both half-step heavenly gods, they could not hurt the Tao Tai at all. Instead, they were pushed back by the Tao Tai. Xianxia took action again and caught the 2 ladies. Leave it to me. Women should not show their faces in public. As long as the man is still alive, it's not your turn to risk your lives. Xianxia's words made the 2 girls slightly startled. They were slightly angry, but they did not go against Xianxia's words. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Ling Long. Lu Quanchao cried out in alarm. It could be said that he was deeply in love with Ling Long, but at this time, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and basically had no strength to continue fighting. However, Ling Long's injuries were also very serious. After being hit by the Tao Tai twice, it was already a miracle that she was able to survive. Hiding behind a woman. Ha ha ha. You've really opened my eyes. Xianxia, let's see how many more women will shield you. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered and said with disdain in his eyes. From this moment onwards, there's no need. Xianxia said faintly. He could feel that his strength had returned to its peak. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the late true god realm. Since it has come to this, I don't believe that you still have any tricks up your sleeves to block my attack. Xianyuan Kanglin Lingling said. He no longer had the patience to waste time with Xianxia. That's why he needed to end the battle quickly. Everyone here would become his food to strengthen himself. As long as I'm still alive, you won't stand a chance. Xianxia's eyes became colder and colder. Even Xianyuan Kanglin felt a chill down his spine. This fella, could it be that he still has something up his sleeves? Xianxia, I'm afraid that we're really going to lose this time. We don't have any trump cards left, Su Jin said in despair. Jiang Chen had already tried his best. Whether it was sword god Shui Liang or Jiang Chen, both of them had exerted their full strength. However, it was still futile. The Tao Tai was too powerful. Plus, they had fallen into Xianyuan Kanglin's trap. They managed to defeat the Tao Tai together, but Xianyuan Kanglin was the one who reaped the benefits. Live as a hero and die as a hero. Jiang Chen, I'm proud of you, Yu Rongyan said coldly. He knew that he was going to die. What was there to be afraid of? Haha. We, the 4 great demon kings, admit defeat. There are not many people that could make us admire them. Jiang Chen is one of them. Even the Fire Qilin was willing to sacrifice for him. Such a person, even if he dies, he's destined to die a glorious death. The 9-headed dragon laughed madly. Since they couldn't avoid it, they could only accept it. Once Jiang Chen dies, the experts would be the first to be devoured by the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen, it's time for you to die. You can only blame yourself for being born in the wrong era. Haha. Xianyuan Kanglin's laughter echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen looked calm. At this moment, he had to take a gamble. He didn't know if he could win, but he had to do it. Heavenly Dragon Sword, Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation. Activate. Jiang Chen roared. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword as the lead, hundreds of divine swords shot out from all directions. All of them were supreme divine tools. In addition to the 2 heavenly divine tools, the Storm Hammer and Meteor Hammer, a terrifying whirlpool was formed. 108 supreme divine tools. It was indescribable. As the core of the formation, the Heavenly Dragon Sword became stronger. Controlling 108 supreme divine tools was not a problem at all. Waves of terrifying sword astral wine swept across the sky. Jiang Chen stepped on the Heavenly Dragon Sword, using the sword as the core. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was formed. At this moment, even Xianyuan Kanglin's expression became solemn because the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was too terrifying. That's 108 supreme divine tools. Isn't this unbelievable? Hiss. Someone sucked in a cold breath and his expression changed drastically. Jiang Chen's sword formation swept across all directions and completely enveloped the Tao Tai. 2 heavenly god tools, 108 peak divine tools and a terrifying and extraordinary heavenly dragon sword. This guy controls such a large sword formation. Can he really hold on? Sword god Shuiliang murmured. He was worried that Jiang Chen's soul power was not enough to support such a huge sword formation. Even if he was at his peak, he would have to retreat from such a terrifying sword formation. Because the sword chi was too terrifying. Thousands of sword chi gathered in the sword formation, impermanence. This little Ashura sword formation was like a monarch descending upon the world. Moreover, the dreadfulness of this sword formation was something that even Jiang Chen was afraid of. His soul strength was enough to support it because the little Ashura sword formation did not consume too much of his soul strength. His soul strength was incomparable to those who were below the heavenly god realm. Even sword god Shui Liang could not compare with him. This formation is too powerful. Is it really something a mid-true god can do? Although Qin Yuma did not like Jiang Chen, it was undeniable that she was conquered by Jiang Chen's strength. Even a heavenly god realm expert would have to retreat from such a formation. Such a powerful formation. I feel that this sword formation has the power to destroy the world, Yu Rongyan said in a deep voice. In the face of such a terrifying formation, a trace of hope was once again ignited in their hearts. A single spark could start a prairie fire. This fella is always able to shock people, Yuki Chihyun murmured. The terrifying thing about Jiang Chen was not how strong he was, but how many tricks he had up his sleeves. One could always feel how terrifying he was. Such a huge amount. 108 supreme divine tools. I'm afraid even the strongest sect in the Linha boundary might not have such a trump card. 108 pinnacle divine tools, one would be satisfied with just one. However, in Jiang Chen's hands, the 108 pinnacle divine tools were just the vassals of the heavenly dragon sword. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression was solemn as he stared at the ghost prison Ashura sword formation. He felt extremely pressured because the 108 pinnacle divine tools were already terrifying enough. Now, with the addition of 2 heavenly divine tools and the heavenly dragon sword, the power of the formation was unstoppable. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword was like a fish in water, complementing the 108 divine swords. The terrifying power of the sword formation rippled 1,000 miles away. I don't believe that your sword formation can stop me. Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly. His eyes were overbearing. He knew how terrifying the Tao Tai was. Why would he care about a mere sword formation? Jiangchen smirked and his eyes were filled with excitement. Since you want to try, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiangchen's little Ashura sword formation only used a small portion of its power to make the fire Qilin suffer. At this moment, although the little Ashura sword formation was not as terrifying as the real sword formation, it was enough to sweep the world. Rays of terrifying sword light, under the support of the formation, the pinnacle divine tool sword light was close to the peak of heavenly divine tool. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Within the sword formation, even if an Ashura descended, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Tens of thousands of swords pierced through the heart, shaking the universe. The heavenly dragon sword shone brightly in the little Ashura sword formation. At this moment, sword god Shui Liang was the most shocked because he understood swords the most. Just like Jiang Chen, he was a terrifying swordsman. He could not tell the grade of the heavenly dragon sword, but he could feel how terrifying the heavenly dragon sword was. Primordial divine tool? Or primordial origin treasure tool? Shui Liang did not dare to guess, but at least, the heavenly dragon sword had surpassed the grade of heavenly divine tool. It was something that could make a divine king or even an ultimate god jealous. The terrifying dragon might of the sky dragon sword was unparalleled, and it completely spread out in the little Ashura sword formation. Rays of dreadful sword light were like tyrannical dragons, crazily killing each other and continuously piercing through the Taoya's body. Their sword hearts were all controlled by the heavenly dragon sword, and the heavenly dragon sword was controlled by Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword transformed into a dreadful ancient dragon and directly collided with the Tao Tai. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. That horrifying scene shocked everyone at the scene. They couldn't help but worship Jiang Chen. I am indestructible. Xianyuan Kanglin's roar pierced through the sky. The Taoya's body brought along a dreadful impact as it punched on the little Ashura sword formation. The heavenly dragon sword transformed into an ancient dragon and collided with the Tao Tai. The Taoya's body was directly knocked down to the ground. Tens of thousands of sword light pierced through its chest and almost penetrated through its entire body. This time, the Tao Tai suffered a serious injury and even felt the threat of death. The dreadful sword light pierced through the void again and again. The Tao Tai was struck down again and again. Xianyuan Kanglin also felt the threat of death. He and the Tao Tai had fused together. One's glory, one's glory, one's loss, one's loss. The prestige of the Tao Tai shall not be violated. The Tao Tai soared into the galaxy and shattered the sword formation. But at this moment, his body was extremely weak. The little Ashura sword formation reassembled itself and descended upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's breath was extremely weak. Because casting the little Ashura sword formation consumed a lot of his energy. Compared to the ancient soaring dragon technique, it was even more exhausting. However, the little Ashura sword formation had unleashed its most terrifying power and completely subdued the Tao Tai. The prestige of the little Ashura sword formation was unstoppable. Rumble as the Taoya's body slowly fell to the ground, Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee and panted heavily. His eyes were filled with relief. The Tao Tai was finally defeated by him. Everyone was stunned, because it was hard for them to imagine that Jiang Chen had really done it. He had defeated the Tao Tai with his own strength. This was the glory of a single person. Who could resist it? Jiang Chen, good job. Ha ha ha. We're saved. The Tao Tai is dead. He can no longer wreak havoc in the world. Jiang Chen will be my life's belief. If I can surpass Jiang Chen in this life, I'll die without regrets. Everyone's chest was filled with respect and admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen deserved everyone's love and respect. Jiang Chen, I've not misjudged you. I'm going to sleep now. The fire Qilin's deep voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, the fire Qilin entered the Zulong Tower and fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Xianxia revealed a relieved smile. The Taotai was dead. The hidden secret realm had finally settled down. Isn't it too early to be happy now? Humph. Just when everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster, a voice suddenly resounded in the void. It was Xianyuan Kanglin's voice. You're still alive? Xianxia suddenly turned his head. The Taotai's body had already fallen. But now, the one standing in front of Xianxia was Xianyuan Kanglin. It's not that easy to kill me. Hee. Xianyuan Kanglin's body had already fused with the Taotai. The current Xianyuan Kanglin's figure was indistinct. It was not his body, but his soul. How sad. You're neither a human nor a ghost right now. You can only appear in front of others as a soul. Xianxia said coldly. Hee. That's only because my body is weak. Once I recover, I can freely switch between the Taotai and Xianyuan Kanglin. But at this moment, although the Taotai was defeated, I, Xianyuan Kanglin, am still standing here. Your sword formation is indeed terrifying, but it's impossible for it to destroy my soul. Now, I'll show you what true soul energy is. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered. Soul energy. Such a terrifying aura. I feel like I'm being enveloped by someone's soul. Me too. How can Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy be so powerful? He must have fused with the Taotai's soul energy. That's why he's so powerful. It's terrifying. I feel like my soul is suffocating. Damn it. Why can't we kill this Xianyuan Kanglin? Lu Quanchao and the others were extremely furious. They fell from heaven to hell time and time again. Xianxia saved them time and time again. Could he still turn the tide this time? The terror of his spiritual energy far surpassed the suppression of his strength. That's because when his spiritual energy enveloped a radius of several thousand miles, no one could escape from his frightening spiritual intent. Such a terrifying soul energy. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape if I crush you with my soul strength. I've already devoured the Taotai's soul strength. Now, my soul strength has reached the peak of Divine King. I can use my soul strength to attack. How are you going to be able to stand above the 9 heavens within my soul strength? Haha. Xianyuan Kanglin was full of confidence. A peak Divine King soul power was terrifying. There might not be anyone like that in the entire Linha boundary. A peak Divine King could already be considered as a peerless expert. Moreover, it was extremely hard to increase one's soul power. Although some experts were strong, their soul power was not as good as expected. That was why their strength was limited. The stronger the person, the harder it was to increase their soul power. Then let's see who will be the one laughing till the end. I might not be as good as you in other aspects. But since you want to devour me with your soul power, I will not give up so easily. Xianxia sneered. In an instant, his soul power swept across the sky and swept towards Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianxia's soul power had also reached the peak Divine King realm. How is this possible? You're only a mid-true god but you have a peak Divine King soul power? Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with shock. Monstrous could no longer be used to describe this. Everyone was incomparably shocked, some of them were even speechless. My soul power is too strong. That's why I did not dare to use it. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then I can only reluctantly compete with you. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. Although his soul strength was very strong, he couldn't use it casually. Otherwise, he would be killed for sure. Furthermore, once such a terrifying soul strength was revealed, he would definitely be regarded as a monster. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. He reckoned that a lot of powerful experts would have their eyes on him. Xianxia's soul strength was extremely powerful. Even so, let's see how you're going to fight me. I have fused with the Taotai's soul power. Now, my soul can devour other soul. Even if you're a peak Divine King, you won't be able to win against me. Xianyuan Kanglin was still full of confidence. Xianxia's strength was still there. No matter how strong his soul energy was, it would be useless if he did not know how to use it. Soul devouring, I want to devour the heavens. Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy instantly suppressed the void, wanting to devour Jiangchen's soul. Buddha's light illuminates, soul returns to the great expansion. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold as he unleashed the great soul derivation technique. Both of them were in a stalemate. Whether it was Xianyuan Kanglin's devouring power or Jiangchen's great soul derivation technique, none of them could do anything to the other. The battle between their souls shook the heavens and earth. Xianyuan Kanglin seemed to have the upper hand as the Tao Tai's attribute of devouring souls was one of a kind. It could devour anything, be it soul, flesh, energy, or divine force, and turn it into his own. Great soul derivation technique. Then, I shall devour all of your souls. Let's see how you're going to fight against me. Xianyuan Kanglin was in a stalemate at this moment. Then, he pointed his spearhead at the millions and millions of remnant souls in the burying soul mountain. As long as he devoured all of these remnant souls, the battle between him and Jiangchen would be decided. All of them are my nourishment. Ha ha ha. Help me to break through to the peak divine king realm. Once my soul realm improves, my strength will rise to the next level. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely excited. At this moment, he was devouring the souls of sword god Shui Liang and the others. All of them were suppressed by Xianyuan Kanglin, they could not fight back at all. Jiangchen frowned. At this moment, countless spiritual forces were being devoured by him, turning them into his own. If this continued, he would definitely lose the battle. Jiangchen, you're not qualified to fight me. I will become an emperor in the future. Xianyuan Kanglin pointed at Jiangchen. He was in high spirits and looked down at the heavens. Jiangchen closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he could feel the weak souls strengthening him. This wasn't devouring, it was fusion, a fusion of their own will. Although the soul strength was very small, it could accommodate hundreds of thousands of souls. Once tens of millions of souls were fused together, it would become a soul strength that couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this soul strength actually contained a trace of power of faith. How could this be? Jiangchen could not believe it. He looked at the souls that were fusing with him. He was shocked. With our damaged bodies, our souls will return to the void. With faith energy, we're willing to help our benefactor to eliminate the monsters and bring peace to the world. Jiangchen looked at the souls that were fusing with his soul. Even if he had a heart of stone, he could not help but be moved. These souls were the souls that he released from the great soul-forming light. At this moment, these souls were willing to return to the void to help Jiangchen's soul breakthrough. Moreover, the faith energy helped Jiangchen to fuse with these souls perfectly. It wasn't just a soul, it was the faith of billions of living beings. Jiangchen helped them to break free from the great soul-forming light. However, they were going to be devoured by the Tao Tai in this life and death battle. Therefore, those living beings willingly fused with Jiangchen's soul energy, helping him to achieve a perfect breakthrough. It wasn't just soul energy, it was also the faith energy. The two energies were fusing perfectly. Jiangchen's soul energy was growing at a terrifying rate. Most importantly, there were no side effects. Those souls willingly turned into Jiangchen's soul energy. Why? Why is this happening? Xianyuan Kanglin was initially smiling. But at this moment, his smile froze. Because Jiangchen's soul energy was growing faster and more terrifying than him. It wasn't a smooth process for him to devour the souls. Those souls were struggling ferociously. They turned into resentment and kept growing in his heart. To his soul, it was not beneficial at all. In the end, it might even become a demon in his heart. Billions of living beings, souls returned to the world. Jiangchen closed his eyes tightly, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Billions of souls were sacrificed to create his supreme glory. He was the one who saved those souls in the past, but in the end, it was those souls that made him who he was. Good karma will reap good karma. The rise and fall of fate was predetermined. Jiangchen's soul continued to get stronger and stronger. His terrifying soul power shrouded the entire hidden secret realm, completely suppressing Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin did not even have a chance to breathe. Soul origin divination, my great soul derivation technique has reached a new level. Even Jiangchen did not expect his soul power to be this powerful. Billions of living beings were forged for him, the power of faith had soared into the heavenly Tao. Soul origin divination was the fusion of billions of souls into one, forming the soul state of great evolution. Currently, his soul power had reached the peak divine emperor realm. However, as his soul power continued to fade and fuse, his soul power finally stopped at the peak ultimate God realm. One step, from the peak divine king realm to the peak Tao ultimate God realm. He was invincible. Xianxia was very clear that if he were to reach the peak of the divine emperor realm in one step, he might not be able to bear the burden of his soul strength. He had extracted the essence of billions of living beings and removed the impurities. All of them were pure soul strength. Along with the terrifying power of faith, his strength had achieved a qualitative leap. Although his soul power was still at the peak ultimate God realm, the power of faith had given him unlimited possibilities. Originally, the power of faith could only be formed by true ancient venerable kings, peerless emperors, and people's reverence. However, at this moment, the power of faith from billions of living beings had pushed Xianxia to the true supreme invincible realm. Be destroyed. Your soul is filthy. Devouring your mother to strengthen yourself, killing your father to prove your Tao. You only have killing and devouring in your heart. You shouldn't exist in this world. A shocking light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. The transformation of his soul had filled his heart with boundless power. Killing Xianyuan Kanglin was just a piece of cake. Xianxia felt that his power of faith could hold the sun, moon, and stars in his hand. It could destroy the heavens and earth. However, this power of faith could only be used in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, when his soul power had completely fused, the power of faith was gradually fading away. Because of the fusion of souls, their faith was gradually fading away and the power of faith was getting weaker. Even so, it was still a piece of cake for Xianxia to kill Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin continued to devour the remnant souls, but in the end, he still could not surpass Xianxia. Xianxia was already in an invincible position. Xianyuan Kanglin tried his best to devour millions of souls, but in the end, he was still suppressed by Xianxia. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Xianyuan Kanglin's roar shook the heavens. His heart was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. How could Xianxia obtain the power of faith from millions of living beings? How could he make all of the souls become his vassals? Moreover, it was not devouring, it was a true fusion of the mind and soul. Xianxia was like the nine heavens' divine king, stepping on the void. The power of his palm and the power of his soul covered the entire sky. Xianyuan Kanglin's blood and qi were bursting from the pressure. He knelt down on the ground with bloodshot eyes. From the moment you became a Tao Tai, you're already dead. Even if you're still alive, you're just a walking corpse. Xianxia looked straight ahead with a cold gaze. This time, he would not show any mercy. He must eliminate Xianyuan Kanglin. Otherwise, Xianyuan Kanglin would be like a wildfire that would be reborn in the spring. Great soul overflow, perish. Xianxia moved his palm and a giant palm fell down. Xianyuan Kanglin bent his waist a few times and knelt down on the ground. Blood was gushing out from his wound. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Xianxia, show mercy. Tangzhen took a step forward and charged towards Xianyuan Kanglin. He held up Xianxia's soul palm with both of his hands. His face was extremely pale because Xianxia's soul palm was too terrifying. Xianyuan Kanglin and Tangzhen were in extreme pain. Xianxia's dreadfulness had made Xianyuan Kanglin feel despair and sorrow. But at this moment, Tangzhen's appearance had reignited Xianyuan Kanglin's fighting spirit and hope. Why is it you? Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were cold. But he could not push his palm down anymore. Because if he did, Tangzhen would be crushed by Xianxia as well. Xianxia's hand moved slightly. But he still chose to retract his palm. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm sorry, Xianxia. Tangzhen said awkwardly while looking at Xianxia. His heart was filled with bitterness. Don't apologize to me. Xianyuan Kanglin deserves it. But you're different from him. Don't make me look down on you. Xianxia said Lung. But, he's still my big brother. I, Tangzhen, have never begged anyone in my life. But I beg you, Xianxia, let my big brother go. Tang Zhen knew how rude his request was to Xianxia. Because Xianyuan Kanglin had killed countless people just for this moment. Even Tang Zhen was kept in the dark about it. However, the brotherhood was deep. That's why Tang Zhen still said it to Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and shook his head. If it's just a grudge between me and him, I might give you face. But do you know how many people he killed? Do you know how many innocent beasts he killed just for this moment? Millions of living beings died with him. Do you think that if I let him go today, how am I going to bear the condemnation of millions of living beings? Who would be willing to let me go? Xianxia sighed. It's not that he didn't want to, it's those living beings who didn't want to. Tang Zhen went silent. Because he knew that Xianyuan Kanglin's crime was unforgivable. What he did had already angered everyone. Who would stand on his side at this moment? But they were brothers for decades. Tang Zhen couldn't just ignore it. Tang Zhen looked back at the dying Xianyuan Kanglin. The latter smiled bitterly. Don't beg him. Third brother, this started because of me. Even if I die, I will fight till the end. Big brother, Tang Zhen's eyes were glistening with tears. It was said that a man does not shed tears easily. However, the brotherly bond was like a pair of hands and feet. How could he watch his big brother being killed by Xianxia? On the other side was also his friend. Although they had only met once and fought side by side, Xianxia and Tang Zhen cherished each other very much and appreciated each other's talent. Why would I beg him? Even if I die, I will die a worthy death. Xianyuan Kanglin said without hesitation. Xianxia looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. Since when did this fella become so courageous? I'm sorry, Tang Zhen. Today, I must kill him. Xianxia said firmly. Tang Zhen smiled and nodded his head, severing their friendship. We'll be brothers in the next life. Today, I will fight till the end with you. The fighting intent in Tang Zhen's eyes made Xianxia feel sad. However, what could he do now that things had come to this stage? All right. Let's be brothers in the next life. Xianxia looked at Tang Zhen. He knew that Tang Zhen couldn't let go of Xianyuan Kanglin and he had to give everyone an explanation. He couldn't stay out of the billions of lives here and he couldn't let Xianyuan Kanglin leave. If that happened, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Tang Zhen knew that today's battle was already unavoidable. The moment his sleeves fell to the ground, the battle had already begun. Tang Zhen cherished Xianxia as a friend. He knew that Xianxia's character was completely different from Xianyuan Kanglin's. After all, how could he not understand Xianyuan Kanglin after so many years? But Tang Zhen had no other choice. After all, Xianyuan Kanglin was his blood brother. He could only choose to stand on Xianyuan Kanglin's side. Xianxia and Tang Zhen knew that no one could avoid this battle. Hence, the result was very important. Victory or defeat, life or death. Since they had decided, they would fight with all their might. This was their respect for each other and also their promise to each other. Let's be brothers in the next life. Let's do it. Xianxia looked at Tang Zhen. Even if Tang Zhen and Xianyuan Kanglin joined hands, they would not stand a chance. The current Xianxia had completely surpassed Tang Zhen and Xianyuan Kanglin. Strength was everything. Tang Zhen's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and pressed towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin did not show any weakness and charged towards Xianxia with all his might. Xianxia frowned. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand tightened. However, when Xianxia was about to receive the attack, something shocking happened. Xianyuan Kanglin restrained Tang Zhen. At that moment, both Tang Zhen and Xianxia did not expect this. Xianxia, I must leave this place alive today. Otherwise, I will kill him. Since you value your brotherhood so much, then let me go. Otherwise, I will surely kill Tang Zhen. Xianxia said. Xianyuan Kanglin said coldly. The halberd in his hand gripped onto Tang Zhen tightly, not giving him any chance to retaliate. Tang Zhen took a deep breath and remained silent. However, Xianxia's gaze became even sharper. This is the big brother that you rely on and respect. This is the big brother that you will protect with your life. Tang Zhen, you are wrong. Jiang Chen's words made Tang Zhen's expression slightly depressed. However, he still did not say anything. Even if he had made the wrong choice, he was still resolute. Xianyuan Kanglin was heartless towards him, but he could not be unjust towards Xianyuan Kanglin because he was his brother, the brother that he grew up with. We are no longer fated in this life. In the next life, let's drink wine as a song. Ha ha ha. Tang Zhen laughed loudly. His expression was extremely lonely and bitter. However, he did not regret it. Because he got to know Jiang Chen in this life. Although Xianyuan Kanglin had given him everything, Jiang Chen was someone that he would follow with his life and death. Tang Zhen charged towards the halberd, wanting to end his own life. Because if Xianyuan Kanglin threatened Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen gave in, how would he be able to live in this world? Tang Zhen was not afraid of death. However, he was afraid of dying without any value, without any dignity. Jiang Chen had already seen through Tang Zhen's suicidal act. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly and struck Tang Zhen with his halberd. At this moment, Tang Zhen was like a broken kite, falling down from the sky. At this moment, Tang Zhen only wanted to die. Even Jiang Chen felt bitter looking at him. Big brother, I hope that we will not be enemies in the next life. I have done my best. Tang Zhen looked at Xianyuan Kanglin with a smile. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes turned dull and he quickly retreated. This was his only chance. If he continued to hesitate, Jiang Chen would have the chance to kill him. Tang Zhen! Jiang Chen roared furiously. But at this moment, Tang Zhen had already self-destructed his body. Before he died, there was a hint of gentleness on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen's heart was extremely depressed. You're crazy. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. But at this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin had already escaped far away. You're the one who forced Tang Zhen to his death. Jiang Chen, we will settle this debt sooner or later. Xianyuan Kanglin's eerie voice reverberated in the void, getting further and further away. I hate the heavens for taking away my 70,000 years. The day I fuse with the Tao Tai will be the day you die. Jiang Chen, I will not rest until you die. Xianyuan Kanglin's voice gradually disappeared in the void. Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He looked at Tang Zhen's last breath in silence. Jiang Chen was also responsible for Tang Zhen's death. But Xianyuan Kanglin escaped far away at this moment. Jiang Chen felt guilty in his heart. But he had to admit that Tang Zhen was the most courageous person he had ever met. Perhaps, death was the best ending for such a person. Jiang Chen understood Tang Zhen's feelings. He did not have the face to face Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin. It was Tang Zhen's righteousness that forced him into a dead end. If he did not die, he would live in guilt and self-blame for the rest of his life. Tang Zhen left. He did not leave behind a single memory. Even his soul had completely dissipated from this world with his self-destruction, disappearing without a trace. Have a safe journey. Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment, a purple radiance pierced through the sky. The entire burying soul mountain, including the sky, became gloomy and silent. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The cold aura made Jiang Chen raise his head. Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan, Qin Yuma, the four great demon kings, and even sword god Shui Liang looked at him with doubt, as if he was their greatest enemy. Jiang Chen frowned. Why are these people looking at me like this? Their eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Ling Long and Yuki Chihian were the same. But their eyes were filled with struggle, as if they did not want to see Jiang Chen. You murderous demon, Jiang Chen. How many people have you killed? Do you want all of us to die? Yu Rongyan roared in anger. His eyes were red. Jiang Chen, you're an executioner. What do you want to let go of the tens of thousands of Linhe Boundaries disciples? Lu Quanchao stared at Jiang Chen fiercely and said. To think that you've killed so many people, Jiang Chen. Looks like you're the real devil. Su Jin gritted his teeth and said. Sword god Shui Liang and Wang Chongyang looked at Jiang Chen silently. What are you guys doing? Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. They even wanted to kill him as soon as possible. We're going to kill you and take revenge for the world. Are you still going to deny it? You've killed so many experts in the Burying Soul Mountain. Now, you're hated by everyone. Let's see who will let you go even if you walk out of the hidden secret realm. Qin Yuma and Leng Ling said. Everyone's target was Jiang Chen. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't expect that after he gave his all and risked his life to win a slim chance of survival for everyone, they would turn their weapons against him. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to accept this. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with a bitter smile. However, he instantly understood that these people's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, as if they had no soul, but they were filled with a ruthless spirit. Is that the purple light just now? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, that purple light was indeed extremely strange. Senior Brother Yang, Senior Brother Man? Jiang Chen called out Yang Jian and Man Shui who were in the Zulong Tower. Both of them were shocked when they saw how Lu Quanchao and the others treated Jiang Chen fiercely. How could this be? Why did they turn their weapons against you? Yang Jian couldn't believe what he saw. Yeah, why did you do that? Don't they know that without you, all of them would have died? Man Shui said furiously. The two of them managed to escape death in the Zulong Tower. The rest of the people were already dead. Jiang Chen had just saved them from the hands of Tao Tai and Xianyuan Kanglin, yet they turned their weapons against Jiang Chen. Yang Jian, Man Shui, what are the two of you doing? Come here quickly. This Jiang Chen is a true executioner. Don't you know that he has killed everyone here? Countless geniuses of the sects were killed by Jiang Chen. Don't you guys understand this? Lu Quanchao shouted. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at Jiang Chen bitterly. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Their souls must have been controlled. Or rather, they don't even remember that I saved them. They only remember that in their memories, I am the executioner who killed everyone. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. It was definitely that purple light that controlled everyone's souls. It must be that Xianyuan Kanglin. That fella inherited part of Tao Tai's memories and techniques. Looks like I've underestimated him. Jiang Chen thought. He didn't know what Xianyuan Kanglin would do after setting the tiger free. He might be out of this world by then. Jiang Chen, what should we do now? You need to explain yourself. Yang Jian asked in a deep voice. Currently, Jiang Chen had become everyone's target. In the eyes of these people, Jiang Chen was the biggest scourge, an existence like a devil. Only Yang Jian and Man Shui knew that, but how could they change the minds of these people? It's too late. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. I don't want to kill anyone. Jiang Chen shook his head. He looked at Lu Quanchao and the others. Their strength was slowly recovering. If these people were to gang up on him, he would be in a dangerous situation. His injuries were quite severe. If he did not suppress Xianyuan Kanglin with his soul realm, it would be hard to tell who would be the winner. Jiang Chen felt that the dragon marks in his body had increased by several folds. With the fusion of billions of souls, his strength was going to break through again. But you can't be the scapegoat for Xianyuan Kanglin, right? If that's the case, it'll be too easy for him. Plus, that fella is still alive. If he gathers all these people, you'll be in danger. Man Shui said in a low voice. His tone was filled with worry. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you're such a despicable and shameless person. Everyone, let's kill this bastard. Otherwise, we'll be releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Lu Quanchao took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. These guys were completely blinded by Xianyuan Kanglin's technique. Their soul imprints were probably changed by Xianyuan Kanglin's heaven-defying technique. As for Xianyuan Kanglin, he definitely did not have such a powerful technique. He must have fused it with the Tao Tai's technique. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn as he faced everyone's attacks. He brought Yang Jian and Man Shui and ran away. Explaining the current situation to them would be like playing the lute to a cow. After running for tens of thousands of li, Jiang Chen finally managed to escape from the pursuit of Lu Quanchao and the others. However, Jiang Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Yang Jian and Man Shui were not deceived by Xianyuan Kanglin's soul imprints, what else could they do? It wouldn't be that easy to turn things around for Xianxia. I need to cultivate for a while. I feel that I'm going to break through soon. Xianxia said. Haha. You're too terrifying. A mid-true god and you can play around with a heavenly god realm demonic beast. We're far behind you. Yang Jian shook his head and said with a smile. Xianxia's strength was undeniable. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they would have already died in the hidden secret realm like the others if it wasn't for Xianxia who saved them time and time again. Yeah. We have the same strength but different battle strength. You're really embarrassing me. Man Shui said with a wronged expression. However, he knew that he would die if he were to compare himself to a monster like Xianxia. My strength is still far from enough. It's not easy to have a place for myself in the divine world. I need to at least reach the divine king realm to have a say. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll be suppressed by many people in the Linhe boundary. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Yang Jian and Man Shui knew that the gap between them and Xianxia was huge. He was destined to be a dragon that soars through the 9 heavens. He was destined to be extraordinary. Yang Jian and Man Shui had no regrets to be able to become brothers with someone like Xianxia. Xianxia could feel that the dragon marks in his body had reached an unprecedented number. Moreover, the battle and the fusion of billions of living beings had given him benefits. Xianxia had undergone a complete transformation. This time, he was on the verge of breaking through. Now, the fire Qilin was heavily injured and had fallen into a deep sleep. Red Lotus was almost killed by the Tao Tai. The fire spirit was on the verge of death and had fallen into a deep sleep. Even the ancestral dragon emperor's supreme dragon soul that he just found out about had fallen into a deep sleep. Xianxia knew that the ancestral dragon emperor was the soul of the Zulong Tower. Although he did not know what kind of relationship he had with the Zulong Tower, he thought that he would know when the ancestral dragon emperor wakes up. Xianxia could not rely on anyone. He could only rely on himself. Therefore, he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. Explode. Dragon transformation art. Xianxia roared in his heart as he continued to swallow the spiritual spring water. The dragon transformation art underwent another earth-shattering change. The number of dragon marks stopped at 3,090,000. Xianxia's strength had also reached the peak true god realm. Xianxia wanted to break through to the half-step heavenly god realm, but he knew that he must stabilize his current strength. If his foundation was not strong enough, his future cultivation would be very difficult. Haste makes waste. He knew this very well. Peak true god Xianxia struck out with his fist. Thunderous roars could be heard and the roars of tigers and apes could be heard. His terrifying strength had once again risen to another level. The dragon marks in his body were also surging like a wild horse. Xianxia's current strength had once again risen to another level. After using the dragon transformation art, Xianxia had the confidence to fight an early heavenly god realm expert. This was confidence. During this period, Xianxia finally thought of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was the same as the dawn sky golden lightning, both were heavenly lightnings. These 2 terrifying lightnings were existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. However, Xianxia wanted to fuse the 2 lightnings together. Such a bold idea made him very excited. If the 2 lightnings were to fuse together, Xianxia did not dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. Xianxia tried again and again. He failed again and again, but he was not discouraged. After failing a few thousand times, Xianxia finally felt a sense of defeat. Although he could feel the repulsion between the 2 lightnings, they were both heavenly lightnings. Once they were fused, the power would be unimaginable. If it was someone else, they would not have dared to try. During this period of time, Xianxia had suffered the backlash of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning more than 100 times. Each time, he was on the brink of death. However, he still believed that he would be able to fuse the 2 lightnings one day. In the end, Xianxia still failed to fuse the 2 lightnings. However, Xianxia did not forget to fuse them. Failure was the mother of success. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. During this period of time, Xianxia had reforged the heavenly dragon battle armor. Under the continuous fusion of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning, the heavenly dragon battle armor became even more terrifying. Although the profound heavenly armor was broken, it was repaired by Xianxia. The heavenly dragon battle armor was a passive defense. However, at this moment, even a peak divine kings might not be able to break his heavenly divine dragon armor. Xianxia. When Xianxia walked out of the Zulong Tower, 1 year had passed. In other words, he could finally leave this damned place. Hidden secret realm. Xianxia could not help but sigh in his heart. Countless people had died in this place. To the experts, this place was a great place to train. But to the weak, this place was a grave. 10,000 people. Now, there are only less than 1,000 people left. Xianxia could not help but sigh. However, this was the cruel reality. Some people did not enter the Burying Soul Mountain, so they were not affected. Of course, they did not know what had happened. But at this moment, there were hundreds of people gathered. All of them were taken out of the hidden secret realm. Have you guys heard? There's a guy called Xianxia. He killed many disciples of the sect. His methods are extremely cruel. There are at least 500 of him. Are you serious? This kind of thing happens every year. But no one dares to do it so openly. Yeah. This Xianxia looks like he's an unforgivable executioner. I'm afraid he's going to attract public anger. That's right. No matter how arrogant you are, you still have to walk out of the hidden secret realm, don't you? I'm afraid those people from the great sects will not let this go. I heard that all the disciples of the Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pale sect died in the hands of Xianxia. Even the Clear Stream sect was no exception. Looks like this guy is really a devil incarnate. Many people were talking about Xianxia. His name had resounded in the sky at the last moment of the hidden secret realm. Xianxia's heart was extremely heavy. It seemed like he would have to face a lot of people after he walked out of the hidden secret realm. There were more than 800 people walking towards the door that was about to open. Most of them were talking about Xianxia. Everyone hated Xianxia. Among them, Shan Kanglin was also present. Fortunately, Brother Shan of the Clear Stream sect is here. Otherwise, I don't know how many people Xianxia would have killed this time. That's right. I heard that Brother Shan was almost killed in order to kill Xianxia. That guy's strength has reached such a terrifying level. Isn't that right? Don't let me see him. Otherwise, I'll not let him go. Senior Brother Shan is so righteous. He should be the one who contributed the most in the hidden secret realm. Yang Jian and Man Shuai's expression turned ugly when they heard the praises from the crowd. Only the two of them knew that Xianxia was innocent and it was all part of Shan Kanglin's scheme. But what's the use of that? Xianxia had become the target of everyone's disdain. During the last period of time, Xianxia had slaughtered countless experts from various sections. Most importantly, Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect, and Divine Pale sect were all killed by Xianxia. This was an indisputable fact. The rest of the sects followed suit. Their deaths were all blamed on Xianxia. Damn you, Shan Kanglin. Looks like you're really scheming. You're trying to push me into the abyss. Xianxia thought in his heart and his eyes became cold. Yang Jian and Man Shuai were always standing by Xianxia's side, but the rest of them did not dare to talk about Xianxia. Ha ha ha. Finally, the gate of the hidden secret realm is going to be reopened. Old Ancestor D Long looked at the huge door in front of him and laughed. Although every trip to the hidden secret realm was cruel, the experts that came out from this place were the true prodigies of the Linhe boundary for the next few decades, the pillars of the Linhe boundary. Yeah. I can't wait anymore. I think Ling Long and Lu Quanchao should be able to survive. I hope they can lead more brothers and sisters out of the hidden secret realm. Ren Yuanzi said solemnly. Haha. Zhang Lei will not disappoint us. That kid is very cunning. I think he won't be buried in the hidden secret realm. Old Ancestor D Long said. Condemnation of the masses. Not only Xian Qingming and Mu Tianan, all the elders and sect masters of the other sects had a solemn expression on their faces. Because the elimination rate of the hidden secret realm every 100 years was too high, less than 1 out of 10,000 people would be able to come out alive. It would already be considered a great fortune if 1,000 or 800 people could come out alive. Even so, countless sects still hoped that their genius disciples could stand out in the hidden secret realm. Not only would they be able to bring glory to their sect, but they would also be able to produce 1 or 2 peerless experts to strengthen their sect. Although the chances of this happening were small, the sect might not be able to recover for 100 years if they lose. In this 1 year, almost all the elders and sect masters of the other sects had a solemn expression on their faces. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were on tenterhooks. In the hidden secret realm, it was a great honor to have 1 more person come out alive. I wonder how many people from our White Sun sect will be able to come out alive this time. Yeah, I'm also very worried. What if? Hayes, I don't even know how to return to the sect if I can't come out alive. There's nothing we can do about it. 100 years ago, hundreds of sects were like generals without an army. Those who could come out alive from that place were extremely rare. I also came out from that place in the past. Those who did not go in will never know how scary the hidden secret realm is. Outside the twisted forest, countless people were discussing spiritedly, because they were all worried that the genius disciples of their own sects would become the rare ones that would step onto the final path of fortune. Nobody knew that this was a test of life and death for the disciples. For the elders of the sect, it was also an extremely difficult journey. Guys, look, that's the young lord of the Frozen Seal sect, Han Bingling. He's out. Someone cheered. The sect master of the Frozen Seal sect cried tears of joy and ran towards his son. His son was his only hope. Shadowless sect. Those 2 are from the Shadowless sect. The Shadowless duo actually came out alive. Unbelievable. Their strength has reached the half-step heavenly god realm. It's really quite scary. Lu Quanchao and Ling Long from Heavenly Star sect came out as well. They are from the 10 great sects, the leaders of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. Only 2 of them came out? Ren Yuanzi's eyes narrowed. He had also seen Lu Quanchao and Ling Long. Their auras were exceedingly steady, and one look was enough to tell that they had become even more solid. Furthermore, their gazes had become increasingly sharp like blades. Congratulations, Ren Yuanzi. Looks like your Heavenly Star sect has come prepared. Haha. Old Ancestor D Long said with a smile. However, he was still worried. Could it be that Zhang Lei couldn't walk out of it? Only 2 people came out. It's quite a failure. Last time, there were 4 people who came out of the hidden secret realm. Ren Yuanzi sighed and said. However, he was extremely happy in his heart. At least these 2 absolute geniuses were safe and sound. Although there were 4 people who walked out 100 years ago, 2 of them were absolute monsters. Both of them were buried in the hidden secret realm. Those who were strong might have a higher chance of survival, but strength was not the only guarantee. Only those who knew how to hide their strength and bide their time, and knew how to survive, were the true experts. Those who went through all kinds of trials and tribulations were the dragons among men. Zhang Lei came out. Earthly Hades sects Zhang Lei. Someone with good eyesight saw Zhang Lei. Old Ancestor D Long finally let out a sigh of relief. At least he did not become a general without an army. Haha. Good lad. Old Ancestor D Long patted Zhang Lei's shoulder and said. Clearstream sect's Grand Guardian. That's Xianyuan Kanglin. It's him. He came out? Why is there only 1 person left? Someone exclaimed. But it was true, Xianyuan Kanglin was the only one who came out from the Clearstream sect. At this moment, the entire place became chaotic. The 3 Grand Guardians were always together. Xianyuan Kanglin came out alone. That meant that the other 2 might be in danger. Meng Fanpeng took a step forward and charged towards Xianyuan Kanglin. At the same time, many people from the other sects became serious. Clearstream sect's 3 Grand Guardians did not come out, what about the others? Ghost Eye sect's monstrous genius, Li Zongheng? Divine Pale sect's monstrous genius, Lang Ye? Overlord sect's little overlord, Zhu Mingyang? What happened? Where's Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen? They Meng Fanpeng looked at Xianyuan Kanglin and asked with a serious expression. Even his breathing became heavy. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression turned ugly. He said second and third brother were killed by Jiang Chen. What? Who was Meng Fanpeng? He was an elder of the Clear Stream sect. He was one of the most prestigious people in the sect. At this moment, even he had a cold expression on his face. Many people heard what Xianyuan Kanglin said. Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen were both killed by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Jiang Chen? Who's Jiang Chen? Profound Feng sect's Jiang Chen? I heard that when he was at the auction house, he was rather cool, and he spent a lot of money in one go. Even the experts of the Divine Pale sect were defeated by him. Could it be that Jiang Chen? It's my first time hearing this name. Even the 3 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect are not a match for Jiang Chen? Could it be that he's a dark horse that has been hiding in the hidden secret realm for 100 years? Perhaps Jiang Chen's name will spread across the entire Linhe boundary. But I think that the Profound Feng sect will be implicated by Jiang Chen. After killing the 2 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect, the Profound Feng sect will not have a peaceful day. Everyone was curious. Who was Jiang Chen? How could he have such a terrifying technique to kill the 2nd and 3rd Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect? Ghost Eye sect's brother Li Zongheng, brother Li Yan, Divine Pale sect's Xianxia, Li Yanchao, Overlord sect's little overlord Zhu Mingyang. All of them were killed by Jiang Chen. Xianyuan Kanglin's words caused an uproar outside the hidden secret realm. Everyone became extremely serious, especially Lu Yang of the Overlord sect, Jiang Qingzi of the Divine Pale sect and Li Tianhua of the Ghost Eye sect. All of them stared at Xianyuan Kanglin. My dear nephew, is this true? How could Jiang Chen kill so many people? Does he really have the ability to do so? Lu Yang's expression turned gloomy and shocked. Su Jin is here. Elder Lu, it's true. Jiang Chen killed Zhu Mingyang. We must avenge him. Su Jin said with a gloomy expression. Li Zongheng and Li Yan's strength is extraordinary. I know how strong they are. Is this Jiang Chen really that capable? Li Zongheng did not believe it. However, it was Xianyuan Kanglin who said it, and Su Jin from the Overlord sect was the witness. Jiang Chen, if it's really you, I will let you die without a burial place. Jiang Qingzi gritted his teeth. Xianxia and Li Yanchao were the alchemy prodigies of the Divine Pale sect. Especially Xianxia, he was definitely one of the candidates for the sect lord. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated here. Jiang Chen, it's Jiang Chen. He's finally out. Jiang Chen's appearance made everyone's eyes lit up. Some of them wanted to watch the show while some of them were furious at Jiang Chen. Because Xianyuan Kanglin said that Jiang Chen had killed countless prodigies of the other sections. Jiang Chen glanced at everyone. Most of them were looking at him. At this moment, he knew that he would become the target of everyone. However, he had to stand up for them. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at Jiang Chen. Don't worry, Jiang Chen. We will always stand by your side. We know that you're innocent. Be fearless even if you have to face everyone. Jiang Chen smiled. At this moment, the sect lord of Profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming, looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Ren Yuanzi, Old Ancestor Di Long and Mu Tianan also rushed over. Jiang Chen, did you kill the disciples of other sects? Xian Qingming looked at Jiang Chen with his fiery eyes. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, no. Xian Qingming looked at Jiang Chen's clear eyes. He was willing to believe that Jiang Chen was innocent. However, he did not know why Xianyuan Kanglin would frame Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're still acting now. You dare to say that you didn't kill Li Zongheng? Did he kill Li Yan? The deaths of Xianxia and Lu Quanchao of the Divine Pale sect had nothing to do with you? You didn't kill Zhu Mingyang, the little overlord of Overlord sect? Lu Quanchao sneered and said, disdainfully towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not blame him because everyone here had their souls imprinted by Xianyuan Kanglin's forbidden technique. Deep in their souls, they had already regarded themselves as an executioner that killed everyone. He was incomparably cruel and merciless. That's right. We all know about this. Jiang Chen is already in existence that angers both humans and gods. He has killed many of our people. Su Jin of the Overlord sect also appeared at this time to uphold justice. Jiang Chen has killed many human experts in the hidden secret realm. Others hunt beasts, but he specifically hunts the genius disciples of other sections. This is an unforgivable crime. Qin Yuma's expression was gloomy as he stared at Jiang Chen in anger. Previously, they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. But now, he had no choice but to show himself. That's right. At this moment, I want to see where you can run to. Now that hundreds of experts from various sects are here, what else do you have to say? Don't tell me you still want to run away? Yu Rongyan sneered. More than 1,000 people, countless sect elders and sect leaders surrounded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had become a thorn in the eyes of all the sections. Don't talk nonsense. You all fell into Shan Kanglin's trap. Jiang Chen did not kill them at all. Everything was planned by Shan Kanglin. He wanted all of you to kill Jiang Chen with a borrowed knife. Yang Jian roared in anger. Only he and Man Shui stood beside Jiang Chen. But at this moment, Jiang Chen had become the target of everyone. Every sect's experts pointed their fingers at Jiang Chen. Only Yang Jian and Man Shui stood on the same side as him. But the two of them were from Profound Feng sect. Their words were not trustworthy at all. Haha. This is the biggest joke in the world. Do you think you can turn the truth upside down with just a few words? You're all jackals of the same tribe. Shan Kanglin sneered. Jiang Chen, why don't you tell me? Did my second and third brothers die in your hands? Ghost Eye Sects Li Zongheng and Li Yan, Divine Pale Sects Langya and Li Yanchao, did you kill them? Shan Kanglin stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked at Shan Kanglin. Only the two of them knew that this farce had escalated to the point of life and death for Jiang Chen. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to leave now. After exiting the hidden secret realm, Jiang Chen did not take the initiative, but Shan Kanglin took the initiative to accuse him. Ghost Eye Sects Li Tianhua stared at Jiang Chen. His peak mid-heavenly god realm strength shrouded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, let me ask you. Did you really kill my sons Li Zongheng and Li Yan? And my divine pale sex Langya? Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. My overlord sex Zhu Mingyang? Lu Yang also rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. Ren Yuanzi, old ancestor Di Long, Xian Qingming and the others looked at him silently. At this moment, even Lu Quanchao was cursing at Jiang Chen. Ren Yuanzi and the others could not help but believe what they saw. Yes, I killed them. But I killed those who deserved to be killed. Jiang Chen said coldly. As expected. I never imagined that both my sons would die in your hands. Jiang Chen, if I don't take your life today, I am not a man. Jiang Chen, my divine pale sect and you are irreconcilable. Count my overlord sect in. Jiang Chen, return my young master's life to me. Following Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi and Lu Yang's attack, all the sects on the scene started to attack Jiang Chen, including Meng Fanpeng, the elders of Clear Stream sect. Even the realm guardians had to treat them seriously. Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen are also dead. Meng Fanpeng looked at Jiang Chen and did not say anything. Jiang Chen also did not say anything in view of Tang Zhen's death. At this moment, without a doubt, Jiang Chen was locked down by the experts from all directions. Jiang Chen, what else do you have to say? Countless geniuses of the sects have died in your hands. To think that you are such a beast. Where is Profound Feng sect? You have nurtured a disciple with a heart as evil as a scorpion. Now, I want to dig out your heart and see if it's black or red. Meng Fanpeng's words made the whole place silent. Everyone was furious. Jiang Chen's crime was confirmed at this moment. I said that I only killed those who deserved to be killed. I killed Li Zongheng, Li Yan, Langya, Li Yanchao, and Zhu Mingyang. But I did not kill the innocent. I will not offend those who do not offend me. If someone offends me, do you think I will just sit and wait for death? Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. But now, everyone was pointing their fingers at him and he had admitted it himself. It was too late to say anything now. Jiang Chen, are you still not going to plead guilty? Perhaps, you can still die with a full body if you admit your crime now. Jiang Chen's crime has been exposed. It's useless even if he tries to deny it now. There are hundreds of witnesses, what else can he say? That's right. Elder Meng, Elder Li, Elder Jiang, please help us. Jiang Chen is a heinous criminal. He killed our disciples. We must not let him leave now. Otherwise, those who died in the hidden secret realm would be wronged. I came here to train, but I didn't expect to die in the hands of a villain. It's really heart-wrenching. Humph. This kind of scum should be tortured and paraded on the streets. Let him know that our Linha boundary sects are not to be trifled with. Profound Feng sect must not be a good sect to have such a disciple. I suggest that Profound Feng sect be removed from the Linha boundary and return peace to our Linha boundary. A tsunami-like voice reverberated through the earth. Above the void, in the forest, on the mountain peaks, the voices of condemning Jiangchen reverberated. It was as if those disciples who died in the hidden secret realm were all killed by Jiangchen. Such an aura was suffocating. Even Yang Jian and Man Shui were not an exception. They were extremely gloomy. However, Jiangchen was innocent. If he did not risk his life to fight Xianyuan Kanglin, it would be the tragedy of Linha boundary if he fused with the Tao Tai. However, the truth was distorted by Xianyuan Kanglin. Lu Quanchao, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan and the others also took the lead to frame Jiangchen. At this moment, how could they not be angry? Xian Qingming looked at Jiangchen silently. Even he was slightly shaken. Could it be that Jiangchen really did it? However, he immediately suppressed this thought because he was willing to believe in his disciple. Don't talk nonsense. Jiangchen is a good person. If it wasn't for him, none of the people here would be able to come out alive. If that's the case, all of you will be implicated. You don't even know what happened in the hidden secret realm. Are you going to punish Jiangchen based on Xianyuan Kanglin's words? Yang Jian roared. He felt unsatisfied for Jiangchen. Jiangchen used his own means and his life to defeat Xianyuan Kanglin. But what did he get in the end? It wasn't praise, it wasn't love, it was disdain by tens of thousands of people, and they even wanted to kill him. How sad would Jiangchen's heart be? Yang Jian's voice was a little hoarse. But he was alone. How could he fight against so many people? Moreover, these people had gone mad. They were all elders and sect lords of their sections. Why would they put Yang Jian's words in their eyes? Moreover, Yang Jian's position was already unstable. He was a disciple of Profound Feng sect, and he was Jiangchen's senior and junior brother. Who would believe him? Jiangchen's expression was as calm as usual. He had already expected this to happen. Although he felt a little sad, what could he do? Now, he could no longer defend himself. No one would be willing to believe that he was innocent. How could he be a thief if the human heart was like this? Xianyuan Kanglin sneered while looking at Jiangchen. He was disdainful. He did not even need to do anything. Jiangchen would be attacked by the other sects in the Linha boundary. He had already calculated everything. Jiangchen had offended everyone, and those geniuses who had lost their lives had nowhere to vent their anger. It didn't matter if Jiangchen was the one who killed them or not, they would still blame Jiangchen for this. Could it be that he really killed all the geniuses? I never thought that this fella is such a person. Ren Yuanzi frowned. No matter what, Jiangchen was still a disciple of the Profound Feng sect, and the Profound Feng sect was one of the heaven, earth, profound and yellow sects. Ren Yuanzi did not want to see Jiangchen being annihilated. At least, he did not want to see the Profound Feng sect fall into danger. It's hard to say. But I feel that this fella is not that kind of person. From his act of gifting pellets, we can see that he's not that kind of person. Old Ancestor D. Long said in a low voice. But nobody dared to be sure. Because it's hard to say what you don't see. Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, and the others had witnessed the means of Jiangchen in the hidden secret realm. Their words should have some credibility, right? It's hard to draw a dragon or a tiger. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Jiangchen's actions might not be hard to prove. Let's see if he will surrender and face everyone with a clear conscience. Or will he choose a life and death struggle? Mu Tianan said. Based on what you said, Jiangchen would rather die than surrender. Even if he dies, he won't admit it. Besides, this guy isn't the kind of person who is willing to be captured without putting up a fight. If you want to frame him, he will definitely stand up and fight back. Xian Qingming said in a deep voice. Even though Jiang Chen did not stay in Profound Feng sect for long, he could feel that Jiang Chen was not a coward who would take responsibility for his actions. Xian Qingming said. Even if Jiang Chen had become the target of everyone, he was still willing to believe that Jiang Chen was innocent. Because of Man Shui and Yang Jian. He also believed in his disciple's character. Profound Feng sect would never have such a bad disciple. This was his bottom line. That's hard to say. Humph. Jiang Chen is being condemned by everyone now. Do you still want to be ordinary for him? You should think about your Profound Feng sect first. Everything will be fine if this bastard does not implicate you. Those fellas will definitely point their fingers at Profound Feng sect. Mu Tianan said. Xian Qingming knew that Mu Tianan did not have any evil intentions. But now that something like this had happened, they had no choice but to believe him. However, Jiang Chen had admitted that he killed Li Zongheng and Li Yan, Xianxia and Li Yanchao of Divine Pill sect, Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen of Clearstream sect. Even if the other sects did not care about it, these three sects would definitely fight with Jiang Chen. Xian Qingming was filled with worry. Jiang Chen could really kill the 6 experts of Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect. This meant that his strength was extremely powerful. If such a monstrous genius did not become the target of everyone, perhaps the rise of Profound Feng sect would be proven by Jiang Chen. This bastard has killed more than hundreds and thousands of people. Li Zongheng, Xianxia, Wu Ruffing, these monstrous geniuses all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. We must not let this matter go. We must punish Jiang Chen, punish Profound Feng sect. That's right, we must kill Jiang Chen. Let him be buried with all our dead geniuses. Let him be hacked into pieces and never fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Elder Meng, Elder Li, Elder Jiang, you must seek justice for us. Our disciples must not die in vain. Who would have thought that hundreds and thousands of experts from different sects would challenge him? If this goes on, Jiang Chen knew that he would not be able to escape. He might not even be able to fight against a heavenly god realm expert like Jiang Qingzi. After all, in the hidden secret realm, he could only fight against experts below the heavenly god realm. Even if he fought against the Tao Tai, it was all thanks to the ancestral dragon emperor. Although Jiang Chen could fight against a heavenly god realm expert, he was just an ordinary early heavenly god realm expert. Jiang Chen looked at Xian Qingming deeply. He knew that he must not implicate the Profound Feng sect. Otherwise, his safety would affect the lives of countless disciples in the 100,000 mountain range. Sect Lord, I'm sorry. Jiang Chen's smile made Xian Qingming feel sad. Xian Qingming was speechless. Jiang Chen did not blame him at all. Instead, he was satisfied that Xian Qingming was willing to believe in him. Since the Profound Feng sect was weak, it was impossible for them to fight against those big sections. Moreover, he was not alone, there were hundreds and thousands of disciples of the Profound Feng sect behind him. Xian Qingming had a long way to go. Moreover, he did not have the strength to fight against those big sections. Those were all the experts in the Linhe boundary. If he stood behind Jiang Chen, it would be equivalent to pushing the whole Profound Feng sect into a pit of fire. Moreover, the two of them were still in the Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen, are you going to surrender or do you want me to do it? Li Tianhua stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. The most painful thing in the world was to see one's son die before him. Both of his sons were killed by Jiang Chen. How could he not take revenge? You want me to surrender? Impossible, unless you can kill me. Jiang Chen's eyes met with Li Tianhua's. At this moment, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Even though he was facing a peak-late heavenly god, he was still as calm as before. Although Li Tianhua was pressuring him, Jiang Chen was still as calm as before. Even though there was pressure, no one could stop him. So, you still want to fight? Jiang Qingzi stared coldly at Jiang Chen, filled with disdain. No matter how heaven-defying he was, how could he fight against so many heavenly gods? He was asking to be humiliated. However, since he wanted to die in the hands of a heavenly god, he should have been mentally prepared. So what? Jiang Chen was filled with arrogance. He glanced at everyone and said indifferently, I, Jiang Chen, from this moment onwards, will leave the profound Feng sect. I am no longer a disciple of the profound Feng sect. Even if I am, I believe that as a great sect, you will not make things difficult for the people of the profound Feng sect. Otherwise, you will be laughed at by the people of the world. Jiang Chen's words made Yang Jian and Man Shuai's heart tremble. Xian Qingming felt the same too, but he did not say anything else. That silhouette was lonely, strong, and desolate. No one could understand the loneliness in his heart. However, Jiang Chen would not tell anyone about it. Even if millions of people were to betray him, he would not turn back. However, his heart was no longer warm, it was filled with killing intent. Killing these people who did not know right from wrong, what's the pity in killing them? Those people looked at him as if they wanted to skin him alive. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen stood on the peak of the mountain, feeling the cold wind blowing from his back. His whole body became cold. His heart had always been as cold as a knife. At this moment, he was despised by thousands of people. But so what? He just wanted a clear conscience. Except for Tangzhen who died unjustly, everyone else deserved to die there. Living was a humiliation to them. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. Jiang Chen, Yang Jian and Man Shuai looked at Jiang Chen, feeling as if their hearts were being pierced by a knife. Yuki Chehian and Ling Long looked at Jiang Chen silently. They had a terrible feeling in their hearts, but they could not explain it. Jiang Chen was a good person in their eyes, but he had killed so many people, becoming a real executioner. Qing Lianzi looked at Yuki Chehian and said, "You're right. He's a 1 in a million genius. Otherwise, how could he kill the monstrous prodigies of Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect, and Divine Pale sect? It's a pity that this kind of person has made too many enemies. He doesn't know how to hide his strength. Moreover, he has offended the entire Linhe boundary. Now, Jiang Chen is destined to die without a burial ground. He shouldn't be that kind of person." Yuki Chehian frowned her brows and murmured. However, it was hard to prove Jiang Chen's innocence even if he had 100 mouths. "Since you guys said that I killed people, then what's the point of me explaining? I did kill people, but I only killed those who deserved to be killed. Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect, and Divine Pale sect, although they're all great sects, they're all thieves. I killed these scums just to get rid of the tumor of Linhe boundary. Ha ha ha. If you guys want to kill me, then come. Why should I, Jiang Chen, be afraid? It's a great honor to have the entire Linhe boundary fight for me. Ha ha ha." Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Outside of the hidden secret realm, there were more than 2,000 people. Almost 1,000 heavenly god realm experts were furious. Jiang Chen was just a true god. How dare he provoke everyone? Wasn't he courting death? Everyone was incomparably angry. They would never let go of Jiang Chen's death. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen would go against all of them. Such magnanimity was admirable. However, he had nowhere to run now. Saying such words would only increase the sadness in his heart. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was just trying to be a hero. Since you've already admitted to it, then obediently surrender. Even if you want to fight, it's just a futile struggle. Some people sneered. Jiang Chen, this is your destiny. Accept it. You can't escape from Linhe boundary. Now, all the sects in Linhe boundary are here. How are you going to escape? Humph, don't think that you can kill as you please. We're not in the hidden secret realm, but outside of the twisted jungle. Xianyuan Kanglin took a step forward and blocked Jiang Chen's path. At this moment, everyone in the twisted jungle had locked their eyes on Jiang Chen. It would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to escape. I never thought of leaving. Even if you guys framed me, let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you till the end. Kanglin, go and take him down. It will save the elders and sect lords a lot of trouble. Meng Fanpeng looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. The latter nodded slightly. Although he did not know how strong Jiang Chen was, he was not confident. After all, Jiang Chen had defeated him previously. Although there were many factors involved, a loss was a loss. Xianyuan Kanglin knew that it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen. My friends, will you fight alongside me to kill the demon and kill Jiang Chen? to bring peace back to the Linhe boundary," Xianxia said. Xianyuan Kanglin's words had aroused a lot of anger. Of course, it was towards Xianxia. 800 geniuses rose up and targeted Xianxia. Nearly 100 of them had broken through to the half-step heavenly god realm. As for the rest, they were all late true god realm experts. After all, everyone here was a true genius disciple. None of them relied on their connections to get in. Because of the cruelty of the hidden secret realm, everyone knew that if one did not have the ability, no one would take care of his funeral. Xianxia is an unpardonable villain. Everyone has the right to kill him. We are willing to help Brother Xianyuan to kill this demon. That's right. We are all responsible for killing Xianxia. He has killed so many people. We must not let him go. A person who angers both humans and gods. Even if he dies, it's the end of it. Let's attack together. We must not let him leave. The 800 disciples were filled with murderous intent. They surrounded Xianxia. It was impossible to fly in the air in the twisted jungle. Even if Xianxia wanted to run away, there was no way for him to escape. The 800 disciples already hated Xianxia to the bone. Some of them had heard it from others, and some were just trying to curry favor with those in power. However, in their eyes, they had already determined that Xianxia was a heinous criminal. Xianxia had committed numerous crimes and should have been executed a long time ago. 800 prodigies of Linhe boundary besieged Xianxia. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were getting brighter. Xianxia had nowhere to run now. Xianyuan Kanglin would be relieved if Xianxia dies. As long as Xianxia fuses with the Tao Tai, no one in the entire Linhe boundary would be his match except for those old farts. At that time, he would be able to step into the heavenly god realm and forge his godhead with the might of a heavenly god. At that time, Xianyuan Kanglin, who had been cultivating for 70,000 years, would definitely shock the world. Xianxia, why don't you explain? Don't tell me you're just going to leave with a grievance? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that they would have already died in the hidden secret realm. Man Shui shook his head, his eyes were filled with anger. However, Xianxia smiled calmly. No matter how much I explain, what's the use? They only want my head. Even if I say something, who would be willing to believe me? Since that's the case, let's use our fists to explain. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. Facing 800 disciples, he remained calm and collected. He was ready to fight. Today is the chance for all of you to become famous. Kill Xianxia, you're all heroes of Linhe boundary. Meng Fanpeng said in a deep voice. Xianyuan Kanglin took the lead and flew towards Xianxia. The 800 disciples roared in rage. Their voices shook the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Terrifying aura surrounded Xianxia. Each of their attacks was fatal. Sword chi and blade light were flickering. Xianxia immediately unleashed his dragon transformation, reaching the limit of the half-step heavenly god realm. At this moment, Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His strength had reached the pinnacle. Facing a late true god, he could kill a late true god with a single slash. Xianxia went on a killing spree. Since everyone accused him of killing people, how could he face these people who tried to slander him if he did not go on a killing spree? Since you guys want your disciples to become famous, then today, I, Xianxia, will kill all of your disciples. Let's see who can stop me. Xianxia sneered. His sword flashed like a meteor. In a blink of an eye, more than 30 late true gods were killed by Xianxia mercilessly. Their blood stained the mountain rocks and the forest. Xianxia's every step was filled with killing intent. The 800 disciples had completely fallen into his rhythm. One slash, one kill, it was unstoppable. No one had expected Xianxia to be so strong. Those sect elders who allowed their disciples to participate in the battle couldn't help but feel regretful. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of people had fallen to the ground, losing their lives. How was this a battle? It was as terrifying as chopping vegetables. The half-step heavenly god realm experts were able to block Xianxia's sword. However, those true gods were like minions, they could not block Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword at all. The sword light was so terrifying that even an ordinary heavenly god realm expert felt their heart palpitating. Too terrifying. This guy is like a devil. Even a heavenly god realm expert would have to treat his sword seriously. I don't know how many more people he can kill. Countless people were incomparably shocked, but the battle had already begun. Xianxia did not show any mercy. These people were all people who wanted to step on him. Why should he show any mercy? Only those who could survive are the elites. Since you guys want to train, why don't I use the cruelest way to get rid of the trash? Xianxia sneered in his heart. Sweat and blood kept dripping down from his face. However, it was the blood of others. The heavenly dragon's sword seemed to have felt Xianxia's anger. The sword kept buzzing and the sword shadows became faster and more ferocious. Wherever the sword light passed, not even a blade of grass would be left alive. Xianxia's terrifying killing intent made everyone at the scene feel how terrifying he was. He was just a late true god disciple. If he really reached the heavenly god realm, how terrifying would he be? Wouldn't he be a living devil incarnate? Xianxia's strength is too terrifying. Xianxingming's heart was filled with shock. Even he might not be able to remain so calm when facing so many juniors. Moreover, Xianxia killed one person with each step he took. The weakest among them was a late true god. It was a world of difference compared to when he first entered the profound Feng sect. Xianxingming had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should be happy or lucky. Xianxia came from the profound Feng sect, but he actually killed so many people here. I'm afraid this brat has entered the demonic path. Although I don't really believe that he has killed so many people, I have no choice but to believe it now. More than 70 people have died under his sword. Such a terrifying battle will definitely shock the entire ancient dragon city. Old Ancestor Di Long became serious. Although Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei tried their best to participate, they were still stopped by Ren Yuanzi and Old Ancestor Di Long. Although they weren't clear about the cause of this matter, at least the people of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sects couldn't kill each other. Xianxingming was in a terrible situation right now. As a brother sect, they naturally couldn't add oil to the fire. Moreover, Ren Yuanzi and Old Ancestor Di Long accepted Xianxia's gift of pills. At least, they could not participate in the battle. Xianxia will definitely die in this battle. Meng Fanpeng, Li Tianhua, Jiangqingzi, none of them are easy to deal with. It's just that they have a high status and did not participate in it. But now, it seems that they will have to take action soon. Xianxia's speed of growth is really frightening. I'm guessing that even these old fellows have gained a new understanding of Xianxia's terror. Ren Yuanzi sighed. No wonder the monstrous geniuses of the Divine Pill sect, the Ghost Eye sect, and the Clear Stream sect all died in his hands. I have to say, if our Yellow Flame sect has such a genius, I can also smile in the underworld. Mu Tianan said faintly. No one knew if he was mocking or acknowledging Xianxia. Xianxia was in high spirits. His battle intent was unparalleled. 800 disciples, although all of them had joined the battle, Xianxia killed one person with each step he took. It was quite terrifying. None of them looked down on Xianxia anymore. Because if they did not fight carefully, they might be the next ones to fall. What a good Xianxia. He is indeed a traitor. To think that he is still going on a killing spree. Jiangqingzi of the Divine Pill sect's eyes became colder and colder. He couldn't wait to take action. Only 2 disciples of the Divine Pill sect came out from the sect and they were both killed by Xianxia in the end. It showed how deep the hatred between them was. Xianxia's massacre was still going on. Even Xianyuan Kanglin, a peerless genius below the heavenly god realm, could not stop Xianxia from continuing his massacre. Xianxia's killing intent was unstoppable. Xianxia's eyes had already turned bloodshot. His battle intent had been completely ignited. This bunch of idiots who didn't know what's good for them had treated him as a target of scorn. Since that was the case, what was there for him to be afraid of? Xianxia was such a person. He would rather betray the world than let the world betray him. In his eyes, there was no guilt in his heart. There was no right or wrong. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He would kill to his heart's content. He was invincible. This was Xianxia. He seems to have become stronger. Xianyuan Kanglin was getting closer to Xianxia. His halberd turned into a dragon and covered Xianxia. However, Xianxia was still fearless. the sword and halberd clashed. Flames soared up to the sky. Countless experts rushed forward one after another. Xianxia was as steady as Mount Tai, fighting and retreating at the same time. Xianxia's aura was vigorous. His battle was getting more and more ferocious. With the heavenly dragon sword and a pair of iron fists, countless experts were unable to inflict any damage on him. Xianxia's endurance and continuous recovery were extremely terrifying. Half an hour later, Xianxia's battle had reached its climax. More than 100 people had died. However, Xianxia was still as decisive as before. Every slash of his sword would be accompanied by screams and cries of pain. If this goes on, I'm afraid Xianxia will really go on a killing spree. What are you waiting for? Kill this bastard quickly. Li Tianhua's cold voice reverberated in the void. At this moment, everyone woke up from their daze. More than 100 people had fallen. If this goes on, Xianxia would kill even more people. Moreover, his condition had not deteriorated at all compared to his peak. Xianxia's endurance had shocked everyone. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been defeated by the human wave tactic and the wheel tactic. However, Xianxia was still as ferocious as a tiger. His sword was still as terrifying as ever. Only Xianyuan Kanglin, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan and the others could withstand Xianxia's attack. However, they still could not inflict any damage on him. Hundreds of people worked together under Li Tianhua's supervision. At this moment, they gave their all because they might not be able to defeat Xianxia even if they continued to drag the battle. Xianxia, today is the day you die. Xianyuan Kanglin gave his all. At this moment, he was the one who wanted Xianxia to die the most. If Tangzhen did not save Xianxia's life at the last moment, he might have been killed by Xianxia. How could Xianyuan Kanglin let Xianxia go? Initially, they thought that Xianxia would be worn out gradually, but looking at it now, it seemed like this guy's endurance was ridiculously strong. After fighting 800 men for an hour, his face didn't even turn red, and his heart didn't even beat. Who would believe that? Xianyuan Kanglin knew that Meng Fanpeng could not wait any longer. If these sect elders cared about their reputation, they would have killed Xianxia by now. Because of this, they didn't do anything, as they were worried that someone would say something bad about them. Killing a junior was a despicable act, as it was a despicable act. One halberd conquers the universe. Die, Xianxia. Xianyuan Kanglin's attack pierced through the sky, covering a distance of 90,000 li, causing lightning to rumble and dark clouds to cover the sky. Xianyuan Kanglin's overbearingness made all the disciples gasp. They were all half-step heavenly gods, but the gap between them and Xianyuan Kanglin was huge. Moreover, no one would doubt that Xianyuan Kanglin was a heavenly god. Xianxia sneered and welcomed the attack with his sword. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, if he retreated, he would be drowned by these hundreds of people. He could fight, but he must not retreat. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will. The heavenly dragon's sword and Xianyuan Kanglin's attack clashed. Thunder rumbled and the sky changed color. Xianxia stood still like a mountain while Xianyuan Kanglin was filled with battle intent. At this moment, both of them retreated, none of them could gain the upper hand. Xianxia was a late true god, yet he could fight against 800 prodigies. Whether he won or lost, Xianxia's name would definitely spread across the entire Linhe boundary. Since all of you want to kill me, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Now that his strength had increased again, he could control the little Ashura sword formation with ease. When Xianxia's 108 pinnacle divine tools appeared in the void, even Meng Fanpeng and the others became solemn. This guy actually has so many pinnacle divine tools? It's terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Even the elders of their sect did not have a single pinnacle divine tool. Countless heavenly god realm experts were coveting Xianxia at this moment. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Now, Xianxia had become a big piece of meat. Even Meng Fanpeng could not avoid it. With so many pinnacle divine tools, even the clear stream sect's strength would rise greatly. It would not be a problem for them to nurture a batch of heavenly god realm experts. Xianxia actually has so many pinnacle divine tools. It's terrifying. These pinnacle divine tools should not be in his hands. Yeah, it seems like Xianxia will not be able to escape death, So many elders and sect masters are staring at Xianxia. Even if Xianxia is the reincarnation of the Nine Heavens God Emperor, he will not be able to escape today. It's a pinnacle divine tool. Even I don't have one. Why does this guy have so many pinnacle divine tools? A trace of greed rose in everyone's heart. Some of them were even surprised and angry. But what they couldn't change was that their desire for Xianxia was the scariest of all. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. When the storm hammer and meteor hammer appeared, Meng Fanping and Li Tianhua's faces slightly changed. This guy really had a lot of treasures. 2 heavenly divine tool hammers were things that even they were interested in. Who would complain about having more heavenly divine tools? They could not tell what kind of treasure Xianxia's sky dragon sword was, but when the sky dragon sword formed the little Ashura sword formation with the sword heart as the center, they suddenly realized that the meteor hammer and the storm hammer were not as good as the sky dragon sword in Xianxia's hands. What a terrifying sword. It can drive 2 heavenly deity weapons and 108 peak deity weapons. This sword is mine. Meng Fanping squinted his eyes and his pupils contracted. He did not know that even the 4 realm guardians behind him were shocked. Because Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword had obviously surpassed the heavenly divine tool. Good one, Xianxia. To think that you have such a terrifying thing. Then I shall use your divine tool to pay for my son's life. Li Tianhua was excited. At this moment, even he was slightly moved. He stared at the heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand. Little Ashura sword formation, kill heavenly deities. Die. Xianxia used the azure dragon's 5 steps, but he could only move 20 meters in the void. He could not fly in the sky at all. Even so, as soon as the little Ashura sword formation was formed, the sky and earth changed. Countless heavenly god realm experts held their breaths. Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation was terrifying. Hundreds of disciples were trapped within it. Even Xianyuan Kanglin was panicking. Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation was obviously stronger than before. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was going to kill all of these geniuses right here and now. Those who stand in my way shall die. Xianxia roared. The little Ashura sword formation was activated. Thousands of sword lights pierced through his chest. At this moment, Meng Fanping and the others knew how terrifying Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation was. Not many heavenly god realm experts could withstand it. No. I can't die. Sect Lord, save me. I don't want to die. I have already walked out of the hidden secret realm. I am a genius of the Linha boundary. PFFF. 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 Thousands of swords pierced through the heart. Numerous terrifying lightning sword lights carried an incomparably murderous aura as they swept out horizontally and vertically, and even people that were 500 kilometers away could feel this extremely tragic scene and were terrified. Elder Meng, quick. This sword formation is too terrifying. We can't withstand it. Xianyuan Kanglin's cry for help made those heavenly god realm elders realize what was going on. However, it was already too late. Because Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation had killed hundreds of people in an instant. Other than the hundreds of half-step heavenly god prodigies who were on the verge of death, hundreds of peak late true gods were killed in a blink of an eye within the little Ashura sword formation. Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Not good. This kid's sword formation is too terrifying. We must kill him as soon as possible. Elders, quickly take action. Otherwise, we won't be able to live anymore. Help. I don't want to die. I have climbed out of the hidden secret realm after so many hardships. I can't die. I can't. Xianxia's Ashura sword formation had shown them what true fear was. At this moment, whether it was the sect masters or the elders of the major sects or the disciples of the Ashura sword formation, all of them were in a state of panic. Xianxia had killed hundreds of disciples with the power of the sword formation. It was a shocking and terrifying scene that made people's hair stand on end. Blood covered the corpses. Within the little Ashura sword formation, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Xianxia's expression was extremely cold. Facing the peerless killing formation, his lips became colder and colder. You guys forced me to do this. Since you guys think that I'm the one who killed them, then I'll show it to you guys. What's the harm? Xianxia was never one to submit to adversity. So, he had gambled everything in this battle. Since they wanted to kill him, why should he show mercy? That's not mercy, that's cowardice. Xianxia was determined to kill. The terrifying sword formation was unleashing a massacre in all directions. Everyone felt a great pressure, even the heavenly god realm experts felt a great pressure at this moment. Because the little Ashura sword formation's dreadfulness was beyond their imagination. A single sword to the west, sweeping across all directions, thousands of swords returning to the origin, killing people like flies. Xianxia's dreadfulness was proven once again. Out of the 800 most outstanding disciples in the Linha boundary, 700 were killed by Xianxia in a day. Only less than 100 of them were left. All of them were half-step heavenly god realm experts. Only then could they withstand the sword formation. However, they still could not break the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. Everyone, gather together and fight against this sword formation. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Xianyuan Kanglin's words made every disciple feel hopeless. Obviously, even Xianyuan Kanglin said such words. The sword formation was terrifying and it was not something they could withstand. Just a mere sword formation. Let's see how powerful you are. An early heavenly god realm elder took a step forward and approached Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation. He wanted to break the sword formation by force, but he was sent flying away. A heavenly god realm expert could not do anything to the sword formation. Moreover, he was heavily injured by the rebounding force. What a terrifying sword formation. Meng Fangping's expression changed. At this moment, another 10 heavenly god realm elders rushed towards the formation. However, the result was the same. The little Ashura sword formation was actually this powerful. Following the death of the prodigies, it was a great loss to the Linha boundary. Every elder's heart was bleeding silently. Looks like I have to take action now. Meng Fangping's expression changed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the little Ashura sword formation. He struck out with his palm, trying to shake the little Ashura sword formation. However, the formation did not budge at all. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Meng Fangping finally took action. He should be the strongest expert on the scene, a half-step divine king. This was the strength that only the 4 realm guardians could achieve. Even Xianxia and Li Tianhua were only at the peak of late heavenly god realm. However, Meng Fangping, who was a half-step divine king, could make Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation tremble slightly. It's not easy to break my sword formation, Xianxia said with a cold smile. He stood proudly in the sword formation and did not move an inch. Little brat, this is not the place for you to behave atrociously, Meng Fangping said coldly. He struck out 3 more times, but he still could not break Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation. At this moment, Meng Fangping's expression became solemn. He looked at Li Tianhua and Xianxia and said, "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for this fella to kill all the prodigies of the Linha boundary before you guys take action?" Xianxia and Li Tianhua looked at each other after hearing Meng Fangping's words. They then rushed towards Xianxia. The 3 of them joined forces to resist against Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation. However, it was still unshakable. Even though the little Ashura sword formation was completely suppressed by the 3 of them, it was still able to resist them. What a terrifying sword formation. This fella has too many secrets. Even our Ghost Eye sect has never heard of such a terrifying formation. Li Tianhua shouted in a deep voice, his eyes were cold. Xianxia's sword formation had piqued his curiosity. If this sword formation was used by Xianxia, it would be possible for him to kill the 4 great realm guardians. At that time it would be even easier for him to kill Meng Fangping. Li Tianhua's heart was also filled with greed. The sword and the formation were Xianxia's treasures. In his opinion, Xianxia did not deserve to own these things. Li Tianhua, even you can't see the secret of this sword formation? Meng Fangping said. Even though the 3 of them joined forces to suppress Xianxia's sword formation, they could not break it. Xianxia's heart was incomparably heavy. This was his last resort. If the little Ashura sword formation was completely broken, then he would be completely defeated. The ancestral dragon pagoda could protect him for a while, but it could not protect him forever. Even if he hid in the ancestral dragon pagoda, he would still be targeted. Moreover, the ancestral dragon emperor and Red Lotus were both in a deep sleep. Xianxia had no choice but to fight with them. I don't believe that I can't break this sword formation. Meng Fanpeng snorted. The azure dragon saber in his hand was raised. It was a terrifying heavenly divine tool. The azure dragon saber landed in the sky and collided with the Ashura sword formation. However, it did not break Xianxia's Ashura sword formation. The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes intensified. Killing one was a profit. Xianxia would never show any mercy. Go to hell. This is the price you should pay. Xianxia exerted all his strength. Terrifying swords flew out from the Ashura sword formation. More than 10 people were killed by Xianxia. No. Don't. That's my Lingyun sect's disciple. It's over. The only genius disciple of our heavenly god sect was killed by Xianxia. He's a demon. Ah. Xianxia's face was pale. He grinned hideously. Looking at those crazy guys, he did not show any mercy. In the little Ashura sword formation, the despair in those people's eyes did not move Xianxia. They only had themselves to blame. Since they had done it, they would never regret it. Xianxia would never bow his head. Moreover, it was all of them who forced Xianxia into a hopeless situation step by step. The deaths of those people were caused by themselves. Xianxia killed in all directions. 800 disciples were reduced to less than 80 now. More and more people were left with only fear in their hearts. Xianxia ate 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging elixirs in a row. The wood spirit was also operated to the extreme by him. However, it was still difficult for him to maintain the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. After all, the sword formation consumed too much divine power. However, Xianxia did not have the strength to continue controlling it. Li Tianhua could also see Xianxia's current state of decline. It wouldn't take long for him to be completely defeated. Moreover, he would be playing with his own hands. The Ashura sword formation wasn't something that he could maintain for a long period of time. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see how long you can last. Jiangqingzi sneered. The 3 experts attacked together and forcefully suppressed Xianxia. After forcefully using the sword formation, Xianxia's divine power was completely exhausted. Now, let's see what else you can do. Meng Fanpeng raised his azure dragon saber and slashed down once again. A meteor-like saber light streaked across the sky. The might of a half-step divine king was unstoppable. Xianxia's sword formation completely collapsed at this moment. He no longer had any divine power left to support the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. Although the sword formation was strong, it required a huge amount of divine power. Blood flowed out from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The little Ashura sword formation was broken and he was finally defeated. The elders of Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pale Sect attacked with all their might to defeat Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was filled with glory. No one dared to underestimate Xianxia anymore. Those early heavenly god realm elders were shocked. Xianxia's dreadfulness made them realize what a true monstrous genius was. Unfortunately, they suffered a great loss in this battle. Less than 80 of the 800 disciples that came out from the hidden secret realm were left. Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation was too dreadful. If it was not for the lack of divine power, even Meng Fanpeng might not be able to break the little Ashura sword formation. Damn it. If I had the strength of a heavenly god, I would have killed all of you half-step divine kings. Xianxia did not regret it because he had done what he should do. He would never be wronged. Since he was wronged, he would seek revenge in his own way. You're about to die but you're still so arrogant. Looks like you don't know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Li Tianhua sneered. Hand this guy over to our Ghost Eye sect. I will let him know what it's like to live a life worse than death. You're really honest. Ask him to hand over all his treasures and we'll send them to your Ghost Eye sect. What do you think? Jiangqingzi said with a smile. Jiangqingzi, what do you mean by that? Do you think that I, the elder of Ghost Eye sect, would covet the treasures of this junior? What a joke. Haha. An honest man does not do underhanded things. Now that Jiangchen has nowhere to run, it's not up to you to decide what to do. Jiang Qingzi said indifferently. Kill him. Cut him into 1,000 pieces. That's right, death by 1,000 cuts. Kill him now, torture his soul for 10,000 years, and grind his bones to ashes. Our disciple must not die in vain. Jiangchen's massacre had aroused everyone's anger. They could only watch their genius disciple being killed in Jiangchen's azure formation. One could imagine how painful it was. If we don't kill Jiangchen, the hatred in everyone's heart will not be appeased. Then, this guy must die. Meng Fanpeng pointed his blade at Jiangchen. A chilling intent struck Jiangchen. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Death was approaching him step by step. Kill Jiangchen. Kill Jiangchen. Kill him. Shouts and shouts could be heard continuously. Jiangchen had offended the masses and killed all the sects in the Linhe boundary. Although Jiangchen was defeated in this battle, it was a glorious defeat that shocked the entire Linhe boundary. Jiangchen. Profound Feng sect is unable to protect you. I feel guilty. Xian Qingming took a deep breath, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch as Jiangchen was killed by Meng Fanpeng's group. Jiangchen, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. You can finally die in peace. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered. Once Jiangchen died, the damn Zulong Tower would not be able to suppress him anymore. Moreover, the ancestral dragon emperor's soul would also disappear. It would be impossible for Jiangchen to fight against him. This time, so many people had died. He had underestimated Jiangchen. Jiangchen's lightning-fast methods and his world-destroying sword formation were extremely murderous. At this moment, the scene outside of the hidden secret realm was desolate. Because Jiangchen had killed almost all the disciples. There were less than 80 disciples left. This was the most terrifying incident in the history of the hidden secret realm. The number of survivors was less than 1%. More than 10,000 disciples had died here. Jiangchen, you can finally die in peace now. You've killed innocent disciples. It's bloody and cruel. This is your fate. Jiang Qingzi said faintly as he walked towards Jiangchen. Now, everyone saw Jiangchen as a thorn in their eyes. It was impossible for him to leave this place alive. Hand over the sword in your hand. Perhaps you can die in one piece. Li Tianhua said with a smile. His gentleness was filled with coldness, causing people to shiver. What if I say that I'm not satisfied? Jiangchen Lungling said. You're not satisfied? Haha, so what if you're not satisfied? Could it be that you can still fight against all of us? Don't be too naive. You're like a turtle in a jar now. Surrender and perhaps you can die with dignity. Of course, it's not a bad idea to refine you into a corpse puppet. Li Tianhua sneered, his eyes burning. There are so many of you bullying a junior. I can't stand it anymore. A cold voice sounded in the ears of Jiangchen and the others. It was none other than the white-robed sword god, Shui Liang. Who are you? Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. The white-robed sword god, Shui Liang. Shui Liang's words made many people gasp. No one had expected that this person who came out from the hidden secret realm would dare to face the elders of the three sects without any fear. You're the white-robed sword god, Shui Liang? Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. The #1 genius of the Forgotten Sword Tomb, known as the most powerful monstrous talent in the Linhe boundary for 100 years. He's invincible and has never tasted defeat. His strength can even challenge the experts of the older generation. Not bad, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Meng Fanpeng said. At this moment, many people looked solemn. They did not expect this white-robed youth to have such a terrifying identity. The white-robed sword god, just like his name, incomparably domineering. It's been so many years. The Forgotten Sword Tomb has not appeared in the world. I thought that people would have forgotten the existence of the Forgotten Sword Tomb. Shui Liang said faintly. The Forgotten Sword Tomb is unparalleled in the world. Although it's not as good as the Clearstream sect, it's still a big sect of the older generation. Hee, the white-robed sword god, such a young talent has brought glory to the people of the Linhe boundary. Meng Fanpeng said with a fake smile. The people of the Linhe boundary will decide who's strong and who's weak. Shuiliang did not want to be outdone. Xianxia did not expect that Shuiliang would stand out at this moment. However, he did not know whether Shuiliang wanted to help him or not. Alright, this kind of thing is not something that a junior like you can decide. Meng Fanpeng said with a smile. I want Xianxia's man. Do you think that the Forgotten Sword Tomb has this strength? Meng Fanpeng suddenly shook his head and looked at Shuiliang. I want to try. Shuiliang shrugged. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Forgotten Sword Tomb does not have this face. Meng Fanpeng and Shuiliang looked at each other and smiled. Shuiliang, I will remember you. Xianxia looked at Shuiliang and said. I think you will be the one to challenge me. You're the only interesting person in the Linhe boundary. If you die, I will be so lonely. Shuiliang and Xianxia looked into each other's eyes. At this moment, Xianxia could see that Shuiliang seemed to have known everything. His eyes were full of trust, but he did not stand out to tell the truth. Xianxia did not blame him because even if he told the truth, there would be no result. Xianxia had killed everyone in the hidden secret realm. It was hard to change the fact that Xianxia had committed the murder of everyone in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, Xianxia had accused Xianxia himself. If I don't die, who in the Linhe boundary can stop me? Haha. You? You're indeed strong, but I'm destined to be stronger than you. Xianxia said with an arrogant expression. You're already at death's door, but you're still so arrogant. Xianxia, it seems like you won't rest until you're dead. Do you really think that no one in this world can defeat you? Pity, you won't be able to make a comeback. Xianyuan Kanglin pretended to sigh. You might not be able to laugh till the end. Sword God Shuiliang and Xianyuan Kanglin looked at each other and smiled. I'm very fortunate to be born in this era. You guys are destined to be my green leaves. Xianxia's smile was extremely mellow. I will remember every single one of you today. I, Xianxia, will repay you tenfold in the future. Xianxia's expression became solemn. At this moment, Sword God Shuiliang was filled with interest. Xianxia, I hope that you can still bring me more surprises, just like in the hidden secret realm, where you single-handedly annihilated the Tao Tai beast. As you wish. Xianxia smiled. Today, I, Xianxia, will give Linhe boundary a big slap in the face. Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect, Divine Pill Sect, the day I, Xianxia, return will be the day your sects perish. Today's humiliation will be washed away by the entire Linhe boundary. Xianxia swore in his heart. At this moment, no one could shake his determination. Today's humiliation was caused by millions of people. His injustice will be avenged one day. Only with strength could everything be cleared. The weak will only be sacrificed. Xianxia, stop daydreaming. Don't tell me you want to run away from the elders of 100 sects. Jiang Qingzi snorted at Xianxia's arrogance. Then, let's try. Xianxia then raised the dawn sky golden lightning. Everyone's expression changed. Even the heavenly god realm experts felt suffocated. Only Meng Fanpeng and the four realm guardians remained calm as they had already reached the threshold of the half-step divine king realm. Although the dawn sky golden lightning was a heavenly lightning, they could still resist it. If this is your trump card, you can give up. You are indeed talented to have heaven lightning, but this dawn sky golden lightning isn't enough for you to dominate the world. As he spoke, Meng Fanpeng had already made his move. He went straight for Xianxia because he didn't have the patience to continue wasting time with Xianxia. Really? Xianxia smiled slightly. In the face of Meng Fanpeng's attack, terrifying thunder force once again appeared in his right hand. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning appeared, causing colors to flash in the sky. The four realm guardians' expressions flickered, and Meng Fanpeng was sent tumbling backward. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in Xianxia's hand was already capable of threatening his life. My 9 stars tribulation lightning. Xianyuan Kanglin's pupils shrunk. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was many times stronger than when he was controlling it. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Meng Fanpeng's mouth was slightly dry. If he were to act alone and Xianxia decided to perish together with him, even a half-step divine king would suffer a great loss. For seniors, I hope that you will attack together with me. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in that brat's hand is something that only the 5 of us will be able to control. The 4 realm guardians looked at each other, feeling a great threat. Xianxia's strength wasn't even at the heavenly god realm. Only the 4 of them could subdue him. As soon as the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning appeared, hundreds of heavenly god realm experts trembled. This fella has such a terrifying heavenly lightning? How did he get it? Won't the heavenly lightning bite back? He's a monster. Even a god emperor won't be able to save him if the heavenly lightning bite back. He's playing with fire. But if he unleashes the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, this region will become hell on earth. Such a terrifying fella. Is he really just a disciple of the profound Feng sect? Countless people sighed. Xianxia held the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. His terrifying aura swept across the entire hidden secret realm. Within 100 li, lightning flashed and dark clouds surged. Seniors, thank you for your trouble. Meng Fanpeng said. It's our duty to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. This kid is too monstrous and has committed too many sins. He should be put to death. The leader of the realm guardians said solemnly. Now, you won't be able to escape even if you have a heavenly technique. With the seniors here, your 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning won't be able to be unleashed. Meng Fanpeng's heart was as steady as Mount Tai with the help of the 4 realm guardians. No one can make me lower my head, not even the heavens. Xianxia sneered. At this moment, he made a terrifying move. Everyone at the scene, including the 4 realm guardians and Meng Fanpeng, held their breaths. If 2 types of heavenly lightning were to be fused together, what would the result be? Meng Fanpeng's smile came to an abrupt halt. This was something that no one dared to attempt. To be able to control one type of lightning for one's own use was already the result of 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Controlling 2 types of lightning at the same time without suffering the slightest bit of backlash was simply unheard of. No one knew what would happen when 2 heaven lightnings were merged together. Because no one dared to try it. Merging 2 heaven lightnings was like playing with fire. Xianxia, you dare? Meng Fanpeng took a deep breath and his expression froze. I've never tried it before, but I want to try. It's not easy for you guys to force me to this point. I can only do it reluctantly. Xianxia smiled. You dare? Meng Fanpeng shouted and attacked together with the 4 realm guardians. In an instant, they surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. You guys forced me to do this. How many of you can survive will depend on your luck. Xianxia didn't know if he could successfully fuse with the lightning. If he failed, then he would be done for. But, if he succeeded, fusing with the lightning would become his strongest trump card. Go to hell. Whoever wants me to die, I'll send them to the 18 levels of purgatory. Xianxia roared. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning fused instantly. Terrifying lightning swept across 1,000 miles. It was dazzling like a rainbow. When the 2 heaven lightnings fused together, the entire twisted forest seemed to have become a sea of lightning. Light flashed and lightning flashed. The heaven lightnings descended, shocking the world. After the heaven lightnings fused, the rainbow light was like the lightning that could destroy the world. It landed heavily on everyone's chest. A deep sense of suffocation appeared in everyone's chest. Meng Fanpeng and the 4 realm guardians were the first to bear the brunt. They worked together to defend, but the terrifying power of the lightning still swept out. Within 100 miles, lightning surged and fire burned for 800 miles. Xianxia looked at this scene in a daze. Even he didn't expect the heaven lightnings to fuse together to explode with such terrifying power. This power seemed to be the purest and most primitive power of lightning in the world. It swallowed the sky and lightning spread for thousands of miles. Even Meng Fanpeng and the 4 realm guardians used their full strength to resist, but they still couldn't stop the spread of the heaven lightnings. It was like thunder exploding on the ground, sweeping 1,000 miles. Countless people covered their heads and fled. Countless people were terrified. Their corpses were torn to shreds. It was too horrible to look at, killing, pressing forward, soaring into the sky. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. I want to fuse with the lightning to surpass the peak. With the seven-colored sky-devouring lightning in my hand, I can strike whoever I want. What a huge commotion. That's the direction of the hidden secret realm. Is there a huge commotion in the hidden secret realm this time? It's hard to say. There was a ray of light that shot up to the sky earlier. No one could catch it. Maybe there's going to be a huge commotion now. Looks like the hidden secret realm that has been silent for so many years has finally given the world a surprise. Ha ha ha. I'm not sure. I have a bad feeling about this. The hidden secret realm is like a bomb. I won't be surprised if something happens to it. Many people in the ancient dragon city saw the earth-shattering thunderstorm. Such a huge commotion caused countless heavenly god realm experts to rush to the sky outside the ancient dragon city. Their hearts were filled with doubt and anxiety. What kind of disaster would this terrifying thunderstorm bring? What kind of devil would be born? It would definitely affect the hearts of the experts in the ancient dragon city. The entire forest had turned into a living hell at this moment. Under the thunderstorm, lightning flashed across thousands of li. The terrifying thunderbolt was like a punishment from the heavens. The fusion of two types of heavenly lightning had also gathered a lot of terrifying thunderbolts. The explosive impact was like the collision of planets. At this moment, everyone felt like they had experienced the end of the world. 137 heavenly gods died in this battle. 42 sect lords became cannon fodder. 95 sect elders died on the spot. It was a tragic scene. If it wasn't for Meng Fanping and the four realm guardians, the casualties would have been even greater. Who would have thought that a late true god kid would have such a powerful technique? The heavenly lightning was invincible and unstoppable. Hundreds of sects had suffered great losses. Many of the sect lords and elders who were the mainstays of the sect had fallen. It was imaginable that the entire Linha boundary would be plunged into a bloody storm from now on. The Linha boundary was destined to become a chaotic place. Jiang Chen's eyes were flickering with terrifying lightning. At this moment, he had exhausted the last bit of strength in his body to perform the lightning fusion that he was not sure if he could succeed. However, the result was that he was lucky to see such a terrifying scene. Jiang Chen was getting more and more excited. He did not have any mercy. These people deserved to die. They had forced him into a dead end. Then, they should be taught a good lesson. During this period of time, Jiang Chen protected the people that he wanted to protect with the lightning, saving Xian Qingming and the others. But even so, Jiang Chen could not control the lightning as he wished. Xian Qingming and the others were still injured. But compared to those who died without a burial place and returned into ashes by the lightning, they were in a much better condition. I've succeeded. From now on, I'll definitely step onto the path of fusing with lightning. I'll devour heavenly lightning, I'll fuse with lightning. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. I will definitely turn Linha boundary upside down. Jiang Chen sneered. The coldness in his eyes showed his anger. There was nothing for him to stay in Linha boundary. Now that he had offended all the sects in Linha boundary, there was no place for him to stay. Linha boundary was huge, but compared to the divine world, it was just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Chen was like a dragon swimming in the vast ocean. Looking at the entire forest, it had turned into a scorched land. There was a pungent smell everywhere. Hundreds of experts had died. Of the remaining 80 disciples, another 60 were lost in this battle, leaving only 20 or so disciples. Thousands of sects in Linha boundary had suffered a great loss in this battle. Some sects were destined to be annihilated in this war, disappearing in the river of history. He's a demon, a demon. How could this be? Is this guy still human? It's over, it's all over. Some of them even started to cry. The scene was too horrifying. Who would have thought that a late true god could create such a terrifying thunderstorm that could destroy the heavens and earth? The tragic scene was unbearable to look at. Some of them were terrified. Jiang Chen's act of violence had shocked the world. The whole Linha boundary would remember this tragic day. The sect lord and the elders who were killed had died with hatred in their hearts. The facts had proven that they had made a mistake that they were still unaware of, and that was that Xianxia was not someone they could provoke. These high and mighty sect executives had never realized that Xianxia was a malignant tumor in their eyes. Xianxia, we have underestimated him. Cough cough. Ren Yuanzi coughed. His face was pale. In the thunderstorm just now, he almost died. Luckily, Xianxia did not completely lose his humanity and annihilate the remaining 2 people of the Heavenly Star sect in the thunderstorm. The Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects were not pushed into the abyss by Xianxia. This was a favor to Xian Qingming and also his repayment to Ling Long. Now, I would rather believe that Xianxia was wronged. Old Ancestor Di Long sighed. Although he and Ren Yuanzi were both mid-heavenly god realm, without Xianxia's protection, they would have died in this thunderstorm. Old Ancestor Di Long knew that if Xianxia was really merciless, they would have been dead by now. Xianxia, you'll always be the pride of Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming stood proudly. But at this moment, he knew that it might just be his own wishful thinking. Xianxia had chosen to lead Profound Feng sect. He was no longer a disciple of Profound Feng sect. Qing Lianzi's figure was as steady as Mount Tai. Her beautiful face and white clothes were spotless. Beside her, Yuki Chihian also lowered her head quietly. She knew that if it wasn't for Xianxia who protected them at the last moment, she would have died. She was a peak early heavenly god, how could she be stronger than those mid-heavenly gods who died? Perhaps, you're right. This fella is a devil incarnate. From this moment onwards, the whole Linhe boundary will be in chaos. Qing Lianzi murmured and sighed. She looked at Yuki Chihian. She could not see through her fate. Perhaps she would be closely linked to that devil incarnate. She did not know if it was good or bad. Damn fella. Xianxia, can't I kill you? Xianyuan Kanglin said while gritting his teeth. He slowly stood up from the ashes. Even though he did not want to admit it, he was still afraid of Xianxia. He was afraid that no one in the entire Linhe boundary would be able to cause such a huge commotion, except for this bastard. The corner of Sword God Shui Liang's mouth curved into a smile. Xianxia had given him an incomparably shocking surprise after all. But to most of the people, it was a shock. Xianxia, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Meng Fanping said with a gloomy expression. His face was pale and he was in a sorry state. The 4 realm guardians were not in a better state than him. Xianxia's thunderstorm had given them a hard slap on their faces. This slap meant that they had already regarded Xianxia as their number 1 enemy. Xianxia, my ghost eye sect will not let you live under the same sky. Li Tianhua's roar shook the sky and his face was ashen. Now, not only the 3 great sects, but hundreds and thousands of sects in the Linhe boundary were offended by Xianxia. His name would surely sweep across the entire Linhe boundary like a sudden clap of thunder. My divine pale sect will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. Jiangqingzi gritted his teeth. His face was covered in dust. Obviously, he had suffered a great loss. Xianxia had unleashed a terrifying thunderstorm at the brink of death. It had instantly turned the situation around and caught them off guard. This kid is too monstrous and ruthless. We must kill him as soon as possible. The leader of the Realm Guardians shouted. This was the first time they, the Supreme Realm Guardians, had suffered such humiliation in the past millions of years. Moreover, they were defeated by a late true god kid. This was unbearable. We'll settle our scores in the future. Jiangqian's voice pierced through the sky, causing countless sect elders to tremble. Everyone knew that the terrifying thunderstorm had destroyed everyone's confidence. Countless experts were left in the dust. Xianxia alone had killed so many experts, 137 heavenly god realm experts. Who would dare to believe such a feat? Xianxia had already escaped from the messy twisted jungle, leaving behind a desolate scene. At this moment, the whole Linhe boundary was doomed to be in a miserable state. However, when they wanted to look for Xianxia, the latter had already escaped. Meng Fanping glanced at the 4 realm guardians and nodded his head solemnly, saying, I announce, from this moment onwards, my Clear Stream sect is willing to join forces with the experts of the Linhe boundary to form the 100 Sect Alliance. We only have one goal, to kill Xianxia. To kill. My Clear Stream sect will be the first to join. My Ghost Eye sect will also join. Divine Pill sect will join. Overlord sect will join. Me too. Hundreds of sects roared at the same time, condemning Xianxia. At this moment, Meng Fanping raised his arm and got everyone's support. One could see that Xianxia had become like a rat on the street in the Linhe boundary. This incident had shocked the whole Linhe boundary. Moreover, all the sect's younger generation had suffered a heavy blow. Apart from the big sects, all of them had suffered a heavy blow. The next generation that they had spent so much effort to nurture had either died in the hidden secret realm or were killed by Xianxia. The ordinary sects had reached the point where they were short of manpower. Alright, since it's like this, I, Meng Fanping, swear to kill Xianxia. From today onwards, everyone in the Linhe boundary has the right to kill Xianxia. My 100-sect alliance will definitely kill Xianxia. I don't believe that we, the 8 great sects of the Linhe boundary, will be intimidated by a kid that's not even a heavenly god. Meng Fanping's eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia had offended the public, he had become the public enemy of the entire Linhe boundary. Although Xianxia managed to escape, I'm afraid he won't be able to go far in the future. Ren Yuanzi sighed. Although he did not join the 100-sect alliance, he knew what it meant. Xianxia would have a hard time in the Linhe boundary in the future. Moreover, he might not even be able to leave the Linhe boundary. Even though he managed to evade the pursuit and narrowly escaped death, once the 100-sect alliance was formed, the entire Linhe boundary would become a giant net. Who would be able to escape? Even if Xianxia managed to escape, he would still be trapped in a dead end. The Linhe boundary was huge, it would be impossible for Xianxia to escape. One day later, the ancient dragon city was in an uproar. Countless heavenly god realm experts were sighing. It seemed like the hidden secret realm was the nightmare of all the sections. Because too many people died here, whether it was the prodigies or the elders of the sections. Many of the sects were crying in sorrow. You're right. You're right. You're right. There were at least a few thousand heavenly god realm experts in the ancient dragon city. Most of the heavenly god realm experts in the Linhe boundary liked to stay in the ancient dragon city. Some of the loners also did the same. The ancient dragon city of Linhe boundary was a place where heroes gathered. This place was also the most well-informed place. The entire Linhe boundary was in an uproar because a true god young man had killed more than 100 heavenly god experts with his heavenly lightning art. Moreover, all of them were respected experts like elders and sect lords of various sections. Which heavenly god realm expert was weak? But at this time, there was such a large number of deaths, it made people sigh. I never thought that so many people would die in the hidden secret realm. Only 20 people survived out of the tens of thousands of Linhe boundary's disciples. Even the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect, and Divine Pill sect suffered a great loss. It's terrifying. That's right. I'm really curious about who this Xianxia is. How could he have such a terrifying technique? He's decisive and unstoppable. Haha. Haha. More than 10,000 prodigies died in the hidden secret realm. Oh my god. The prodigies of the Linhe boundary were all killed. I'm afraid that the next 100 years will be hard to replace them. So what? More than 100 heavenly god realm experts died on the spot. Now, this Xianxia's name has shaken the whole Linhe boundary. If he doesn't die, he'll be another devil incarnate. I'm curious. If Xianxia doesn't die, will he turn the whole Linhe boundary upside down? Haha. I'm looking forward to it. After all, the Linhe boundary has been peaceful for too long. It'll be fun if someone comes out to stir up trouble. Plus, the 100 boundary battle royale is going to start 10 years later. I'm afraid that the Linhe boundary will be at the bottom again. The whole Linhe boundary was not only in the ancient dragon city. In just a day's time, the news had spread to many places. Xianxia killed more than 100 heavenly god realm experts with his own strength. Even the realm guardian could not do anything to him. Xianxia's name had spread far and wide. Everyone thought that Xianxia was running away. Little did they know that Xianxia was in the ancient dragon city. Quick, I heard that something good is going to be auctioned today. Maybe it was brought out by those people from the hidden secret realm. Brought out from the hidden secret realm? Hee, stop dreaming. Don't you know that Xianxia single-handedly defeated everyone in the hidden secret realm, including the sect elders and even the hidden realm guardian? But in the end, he still suffered a great loss. Only less than 20 of the 10,000 prodigies were left. It's a great irony and a great tragedy, Xianxia said with a smile. That's right, it's a great tragedy. That's right, sigh. What else can we do? Looks like the Linha boundary is going to be in chaos. The 100 Sect Alliance has been formed to kill Xianxia, the devil incarnate. Now, the Linha boundary is in chaos, the whole ancient dragon city is in a state of panic. I'm curious, who is this Xianxia, to have such great means? The Linha boundary that has been peaceful for thousands of years is finally going to be lively again. I hope that this Xianxia is not too weak, but I guess he won't be able to escape from the 100 Sect Alliance. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the Gathering Destiny House. They were all talking about Xianxia. Some admired him, some slandered him. After all, Xianxia had offended hundreds of sects during the battle in the Twisted Jungle. Many of the sect lords were even killed by Xianxia. Everyone knew about this. Xianxia would not be able to hide from the 100 Sect Alliance. I'm sorry, brother, please excuse me. A young man wearing a bamboo hat said. He was Xianxia. Currently, Xianxia did not have anything valuable on him. The divine origin stones that he had were all used up. The most important thing for him now was to continue to improve his strength. He needed to at least reach the half-step heavenly god realm to be able to protect himself. Otherwise, he would need to use all of his strength to fight against an early heavenly god. Xianxia would not be able to do anything in the Linha boundary. I want to auction it, Xianxia said faintly. It's you again. Hee, what's your name again? Young Master Jiang, right? What good stuff is there this time? The staff member said with a smile. Of course, he had forgotten Xianxia's name, but he recognized his voice. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. I want to find Ziluo. You can't make the decision, Xianxia said in a low voice. He sat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was always hot. This teapot was made with divine origin stones. The divine origin power could always ensure the temperature of the tea. This was the first time Xianxia saw something like this. Alright, young Master Jiang, please wait a moment. Not long after, Xianxia was invited into the inner hall. Ziluo was dressed in a purple robe. Her clothes fluttered gracefully in the wind, and there was not a single speck of dust on her. Her delicate eyebrows revealed a dignified expression as she said in a low voice, You dare return to the ancient dragon city? Do you really want to die? Ziluo looked worried. The most dangerous place is the safest place, isn't it? I need divine origin stones, Xianxia said with a faint smile. Ziluo shook her head and looked at Xianxia without blinking. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you? Do you know that as long as someone can provide you with clues, there'll be a reward of 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones? Am I that worthless? 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones? Hee. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. You're really a lunatic. Ziluo saw how confident Xianxia was. She knew that Xianxia had really killed countless sect lords and 10,000 genius disciples of the Linha boundary. Who would believe such a glorious battle record? It could only be described as terrifying. When Ziluo first heard the news, she could not believe that it was done by Xianxia. Was it really the fella who had the divine weapon? Now that she saw Xianxia again, Ziluo could not help but believe it. Because Xianxia's strength had increased by a lot. In just a year's time, he had reached the late true god realm from the peak late void god realm. However, killing hundreds of heavenly god realm experts and tens of thousands of genius disciples was still unimaginable. Only a lunatic can understand the world of a lunatic. Not even a genius can understand it. Ziluo silently stared at Xianxia and let out a sigh. How much do you want? I can barely gather 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones for you. Ziluo's words stunned Xianxia. Ha. Do you think that I'm here to ask for divine origin stones and run away? Xianxia laughed heartily. Why do you think that I will run away? Then what do you want? Ziluo frowned and blushed. This time, she was thinking too much. Even someone as mature, steady, and elegant as she was couldn't guess what Xianxia was thinking at the moment. I want to increase my strength as soon as possible. Plus, I will not run away. I want to fight against all the old sects of the Linha boundary. I will not rest until I die. Xianxia said with a cold look in his eyes. His voice was calm, but Ziluo's heart was in turmoil when she heard his words. You're only at the late true god realm. Do you really not know how strong the old sects are? Among the 10 great sects, there are at least dozens of heavenly god realm experts. Some even have hundreds of heavenly god realm experts. Plus, the sect lords of the 3 great sects are all divine king realm experts. Although you managed to chase away the half-step divine king realm guardian, it does not mean that you have the strength to challenge a divine king. Ziluo said worriedly. Xianxia's actions were like throwing an egg against a rock, like a moth flying into a flame. I believe that you might have the ability after 100 years. But now, you're still too weak. Thank you. But I, Xianxia, am such a person. No one can change my mind once I've made up my mind. Since they want to kill me so badly, I will play a game of cat and mouse with them. I can kill more than 100 of their heavenly god realm experts. I will be able to fight against them. The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes was frigid. My heart is like the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Since they say that I'm a madman who kills without blinking, then I'll show them how crazy I am. Linha boundary is not enough to trap me. I will go on a killing spree and show them who the real devil is. Ziluo turned silent. She could see that Xianxia had suffered a great grievance. The resolute look in his eyes was heart-wrenching. He shouldn't have been a man who would kill so many people, right? But he was forced into a desperate situation by countless sections. A cornered dog will jump over a wall, a mouse will bite when it's cornered, let alone a human. It was hard to say whether Xianxia's actions were right or wrong, but at least from his point of view, it was a vengeance, a desperate counterattack, a path that would never have a path of retreat. It's good that you're alive. Take a look and see how much this pill is worth. With a flip of his hand, Xianxia took out a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. At this moment, Ziluo's eyes lit up. She stared at the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in shock. Ziluo took a deep breath and her chest heaved up and down. It was a spectacular sight. Her big watery eyes were fixed on the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. This is an immortal-grade pill? Ziluo could not suppress the shock in her heart. An immortal-grade pill was much stronger than a supreme-grade pill. Moreover, even the worst immortal-grade pill was priceless. It was normal for an immortal-grade pill to be auctioned for 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins. Xianxia's spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was definitely not an ordinary pill. It was extremely effective for experts below the Divine King realm. Even for ordinary Divine Kings, it was extremely beneficial. After all, an immortal-grade pill was something that could only be found by luck. That's right. I got this from the hidden secret realm. How much do you think this immortal-grade pill is worth? The starting price should be at least 80,000 high-grade divine origin stones. But I think the final price should not be lower than 150,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Ziluo said with a serious expression. What if all 5 of them are auctioned together? Xianxia said with a faint smile. Ziluo sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xianxia with a pair of starry eyes. You're telling the truth? Ziluo said in a trembling voice. 5 immortal-grade pills, it was a huge fortune. Ziluo did not doubt him at all because it was Xianxia who brought them out from the hidden secret realm. 800,000 to 1 million high-grade divine origin stones. I can guarantee it. Alright, I'll give you this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, as the name suggested, was a type of immortal-grade pill that could extend one's lifespan and increase one's lifespan. It was the best for half-step divine kings and peak heavenly gods who were at the end of their lifespan. If an ordinary person were to eat it, not only would it change their physique, it would also increase their potential. Xianxia flipped his hand, and 6 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills appeared in his hand. Now I'm even more confident that this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will definitely fetch a price that you can't even imagine. Ziluo smiled. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was definitely one of the best immortal-grade medicinal pills. Jiang Chen's trip to the hidden secret realm was really fruitful. Aren't there 6? Ziluo was slightly taken aback. The other one is for you. Jiang Chen smiled. What? For me? Ziluo found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen would actually give her an immortal-grade pill. Since you didn't report me, I definitely have to bribe you. This immortal-grade pill is my gift to you. I trust you. Jiang Chen placed the 6 immortal-grade medicinal pills in Ziluo's hand and held her hand tightly, not giving her a chance to reject. Ziluo blushed. She could not hide her excitement as her hand was held by Jiang Chen. She had been working hard for the family for so many years, but she only managed to accumulate less than 100,000 immortal-grade medicinal pills. It was already a terrifying amount of wealth. But in Jiang Chen's hand, an immortal-grade medicinal pill was more than that. It was impossible to say that she was not excited. Moreover, the effect of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was miraculous. It would be immeasurable for her future cultivation. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. I've already become a killing maniac, but you're still willing to trust me. This means that I'm not useless. Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry. I will definitely fetch a price that will shock you. Ziluo was full of confidence. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill would definitely make all the old guys in the ancient dragon city who were nearing the end of their lifespans go berserk. However, I have an idea. I want to exchange high-grade divine origin stones for supreme-grade divine origin stones. Is there any difficulty? You want the supreme-grade divine origin stone? Top-grade divine essence stones, if used for cultivation, were not as cost-effective as high-grade divine essence stones. Moreover, a piece of supreme-grade divine origin stone would at most have the energy of 50-100 to 60-100 high-grade divine origin stones. However, it would take 10,000 high-grade divine origin stones to exchange for one supreme-grade divine origin stone. Moreover, I reckon that you won't be able to absorb the pure energy in the supreme-grade divine origin stone. You'll need to at least reach the half-step divine king realm to be able to absorb the energy in the supreme-grade divine origin stone. Moreover, rare things like supreme-grade divine origin stones rarely circulate in ancient Dragon City. Ziluo frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything definite. I want the supreme-grade divine origin stone. I have great use for it. Jiang Chen looked at Ziluo solemnly. The supreme-grade divine origin stone was the foundation of the Little Ashura sword formation. If he could use the supreme-grade divine origin stone as the foundation of the Little Ashura sword formation, he would save a lot of effort. Moreover, he would not have to worry about his divine power being sucked dry by the Little Ashura sword formation. 10 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones could barely build the foundation of the Little Ashura sword formation. Even Jiang Chen's heart was bleeding. However, he needed the supreme-grade divine origin stones if he wanted to go on a killing spree. I'll give it a try. If those old farts who are at the end of their lifespans come out, they might be able to get some supreme-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, don't get your hopes up too high. Ziluo said. All right. Jiang Chen said. I might need 3 days. I need to spread the news about the immortal grade pill. Then, more people will join in. The immortal grade pill is good stuff. Those old farts in ancient Dragon City will definitely not let it go. Ziluo smiled. Then, I'll wait for your good news. Where are you planning to go these few days? There are people everywhere in ancient Dragon City. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be in danger. Why don't you stay in my room first? 3 days later, after you get the divine origin stones, you will leave ancient Dragon City as soon as possible. Ziluo's face was as red as a tomato. No one had ever stepped into her room before. However, this was just a temporary measure. After all, Ziluo was worried about Jiang Chen. If he left the Gathering Destiny house, many people would definitely target him. Jiang Chen might not be safe now. Then, I'll do as you say. Jiang Chen smiled embarrassedly. Although it wasn't a good idea to go to a girl's room, he had no other choice. The entire ancient Dragon City was in an uproar when the immortal grade pill appeared. no one doubted the power of an immortal-grade pill. Moreover, the Gathering Destiny House announced that it could prolong the lifespan of a peak heavenly god or a half-step divine king by 10 years. This was the biggest attraction of the pill. What was the scariest thing for a cultivator? Time, only time. As long as you haven't reached the Emperor realm, you will forever be eliminated by the passage of time. Once your time is up, there's nothing you can do. No matter how strong you are, you will still have to face death one day. Unless you can become an emperor one day, a peerless god emperor is an immortal existence. As soon as the effects of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill were revealed, the entire ancient dragon city became anxious. Those peak heavenly gods and half-step divine kings who were resting in the ancient dragon city were all restless. Because the next immortal grade pill might be the most crucial step for them to break through the shackles of their cultivation. It could prolong one's lifespan and prolong one's lifespan. It's not something that a divine origin stone or a divine tool could compare to. Especially when a person is about to die, time is their only hope. Even Xianxia couldn't help but admire Zi Luo's marketing skills. In just 3 days, the news of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had spread far and wide. There were even people from the surrounding cities who came to compete for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. To think that such a terrifying pill would appear in the ancient dragon city before Xianxia, the devil incarnate's limelight has passed. It's enough to make those peak heavenly god realm old fellas go crazy. You're right. I'm afraid the competition this time will be very intense. However, there are quite a number of people who are qualified to compete for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Since the ancient dragon city is the biggest city in the entire Linhe boundary, I wouldn't be surprised even if there's a divine king expert here. Haha, there's going to be a good show this time. More and more experts are entering the ancient dragon city, including the experts from the 100 Sect Alliance. I'm looking forward to a great battle in the ancient dragon city. I don't think a little Xianxia is that capable. His life or death has nothing to do with me. I'm more concerned about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. People were rushing towards ancient dragon city from all directions because there were too many things that happened in ancient dragon city. Many people came here because of its fame. Experts were as numerous as the clouds and heavenly god realm experts were as many as the hairs on a cow. This time, the entire ancient dragon city would be filled with people. The eastern part of the city had become the most crowded place. After all, the Gathering Destiny House was located here. Whether it was rogue cultivators or people from various sects, they were all gathered here. The Gathering Destiny House was now filled with people. However, Xianxia did not stay idle. During the day, he stayed in Zi Luo's room in the Gathering Destiny House. But during the night, Xianxia went out of the city 3 times and killed a total of 12 early heavenly god realm elders. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the ancient dragon city. The death of the 12 heavenly god realm experts had alerted the people of the 100 Sect Alliance. Reality proved that Xianxia did not leave the city, he was still in the ancient dragon city. Although they lost a lot of people, they were all from the 100 Sect Alliance. As long as they did not join the 100 Sect Alliance, they were not worried. However, Xianxia's unscrupulous killing had thoroughly enraged the 100 Sect Alliance. Meng Fanpeng led the 10 great experts but failed to catch up to Xianxia 3 times. Once he succeeded, Xianxia went into hiding. The existence of the Zulong Tower made him almost invisible, no one could stop him. Every time Xianxia attacked, it was clean and clean. He never picked a mid-heavenly god and above to fight because that was his threshold. If they were stronger than the mid-heavenly god realm, they would definitely hold him back. Although Xianxia was not afraid of them, it would not be easy for him to leave if he was surrounded. After all, Meng Fanpeng and the others had suffered a loss from him once, they would not be defeated by him again and again. Xianxia's choice was extremely smart. The 100 Sect Alliance was shocked and fearful. Moreover, Xianxia was killing outside the ancient dragon city, it was impossible for him to clash with the 3,000 personal guards in the city. Moreover, these 3,000 personal guards were all heavenly god experts. Even Xianxia would not dare to casually kill people in the city, it was no different from digging his own grave. As long as he did not commit murder or arson in the ancient dragon city, then the ancient dragon city, which had been neutral for tens of thousands of years, would not target him. Even a sect as large as the 100-Sect Alliance would not dare to cross the line. The majesty and dominance of the ancient dragon city was evident. Damn Xianxia, to think that he still dares to stay here. Once the auction is over, all the elders of the sects will gather. I will find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Meng Fanpeng looked at the pitch-black sky. Xianxia escaped after killing people again. Moreover, Xianxia would leave his name every time. This was the greatest mockery and provocation. Everyone in the 100-Sect Alliance who was below the heavenly god realm felt insecure. Xianxia was like a specter in the night, appearing and killing continuously. Every time he appeared, he would deal a fatal blow to those experts who were heading to the ancient dragon city. However, in these 3 days, only 3 waves of people were killed. Although Xianxia's assassination was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water, it still gave Meng Fanpeng and the people of the 100-Sect Alliance quite a shock. Their anger was completely ignited. Xianxia's continuous killings added a layer of mystery to the ancient dragon city. Xianxia appeared and disappeared mysteriously, no one could find him. The 100-Sect Alliance's reputation was greatly challenged at this moment. Even with Meng Fanpeng's leadership, it was still extremely difficult to catch Xianxia. The game has just begun. Xianxia looked at the dazzling stars in the night sky. His eyes were cold and filled with playfulness. His blood was cold, but his sword was hot. He wanted to use the blood of the 100-Sect Alliance as a sacrifice to his heavenly dragon sword. 3 days later, the ancient dragon city was filled with people. Especially in the eastern part of the city, in front of the Gathering Destiny Square, it was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of people were present for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The Gathering Destiny House was the biggest winner this time because the price of the tickets for the auction had increased by more than 5 times. Moreover, the tickets were priceless. In the end, many people were left outside the Gathering Destiny House. After all, there were many people with status in the ancient dragon city. It could be said that the Gathering Destiny House had made a lot of money this time. Just the entrance fee alone was a huge sum of money. This time, there were many big shots in this auction. Even the vice commander of the ancient dragon city's imperial army came to watch the auction. After all, he only had one goal, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. There were 100,000 people in the auction house. It was estimated that half of them were heavenly god realm experts. All the guests had entered the Juyuan house. The other auction houses, on the other hand, were in a desolate state. This time, Ziluo was grinning from ear to ear. It could be said that the immortal grade pill was a huge gimmick, causing many heavenly god realm experts to lose control of themselves. Not to mention the immortal grade pill that could increase one's lifespan. However, the rarer something was, the more precious it was. Those who could obtain it were as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. The first hour of the auction was practically garbage time. Moreover, there were more than 20 auction items, and the prices that were auctioned off were not too high. This was because more people were waiting for the finale of the night, which was the auction of the immortal grade medicinal pills. The 100,000 auctioneers patiently watched all the previous auctions. Finally, Ziluo appeared on the stage, carrying a rainbow-colored brocade box. At this moment, everyone's attention was on her. Even though she was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, she couldn't attract the attention of the powerhouses present, because most of them were paying attention to the celestial grade elixir. Experts would never lack women. In the eyes of these experts, women would always be ranked second. The first would naturally be strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, then one could only become a stepping stone for others to reach the peak. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, one could only become stronger. Hello everyone, I'm Ziluo. Tonight's auction is an immortal grade pill, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. I believe that everyone here is very clear about the effects and uses of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, so I don't need to explain too much. There will be more than one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in tonight's auction. Ziluo's words caused everyone to hold their breath. There was more than one spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir? At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with joy. Even if they couldn't get it, at least it increased their chances of getting it. Otherwise, if there was only one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, the competition would be intense beyond imagination. Furthermore, it wasn't just one. This caused more people to start competing for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. They were all extremely confident. More than one? Haha, doesn't that mean I have a chance? That's right. Looks like we didn't come here for nothing. If there was only one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, it would indeed be quite tragic. However, there is more than one. This is our chance. This Gathering Destiny house really knows how to do business. However, the explosive news of 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills will definitely make everyone here even more excited. Ziluo looked at the crowd below the stage and her smile became wider. This time, we will start an unprecedented auction. The first spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will be auctioned to the highest bidder. The highest bidder will be able to choose from 1 to 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, and the price of each spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will be the same. Although there are 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, it is possible that only the final winner will be able to keep the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Ziluo's new auction method had pushed the value of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to its peak. Moreover, there were 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. If one was really capable, he would definitely be able to buy all of them and the price would not fall after the second round. Therefore, this method was extremely terrifying and it was also a great test for the bidders. All businessmen are cunning. This Ziluo is really good at doing business. Yes, Miss Ziluo is unparalleled in the world. Haha, I really admire her. I have never heard of such a new method of auction. However, it is more exciting. Let's see who has the courage to buy all 5 immortal grade pills. There were at least 100 people who were full of confidence and wanted to compete for the immortal grade pills. In fact, many Heavenly God Realm experts were just here to gamble. After all, not everyone could participate in this auction. Moreover, some of the Heavenly God Realm experts were just at the early stage. They did not have a huge demand for the immortal grade pills. Of course, they did not have that much wealth and courage. This Ziluo. In the corner, Xianxia smiled slightly. He couldn't help but give Ziluo a thumbs up. In order to avoid lowering the price of the 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, this method of auction had completely changed from the usual way of auction. It was a win-win situation for both parties. However, those who wanted to take advantage of the situation would have to step back a little bit. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is destined to stir up the entire ancient dragon city, said a middle-aged man with a vigorous aura. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He wore a suit of silver armor, and the people around him all looked at him respectfully. He was the deputy commander of the ancient dragon city imperial army, Guansheng. His strength had reached the terrifying half-step divine king realm. He was quite famous in the Linhe boundary. You're right. However, I must get this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Commander Guan, you don't seem to have reached the point where you must have it. An old man with white hair and beard said with a smile. This man was also an old man in the ancient dragon city. 300 years ago, he was one of the experts in the Linhe boundary. However, he suddenly went into seclusion and lived a leisurely life in the ancient dragon city. Bodhihand Wang Ziyuan. His strength had also reached the half-step divine king realm. Aren't you saying that your time is up and you can't participate in the auction? Ha ha ha. Whoever has the money is the boss. Beside him, a skinny old man with a haggard body spoke with a sinister smile. This person was also one of the top 100 experts in ancient dragon city. Even the deputy commander of the imperial army, Guansheng, had to treat him seriously. It was rumored that he was a disciple who betrayed the Ghost Eye sect and escaped. However, in the past 1,000 years, no one from the Ghost Eye sect expressed their opinion on this matter. Gradually, he was forgotten by the people. However, Mo Qianqing was also in existence admired by tens of thousands of people. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Back then, he was the one who killed hundreds of thousands of human experts. His hands were stained with blood. In order to avoid his enemies, he entered the ancient dragon city. Looks like there are quite a lot of people competing for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. After all, the Clear Stream sect was behind Meng Fanpeng. The Clear Stream sect was the biggest sect in the entire Linhe boundary. Even the Ghost Eye sect and the Divine Pill sect could only be ranked second and third. This was publicly acknowledged. Moreover, the sect master of the Clear Stream sect was also a divine king. It was said that the Divine Pill sect had 3 divine kings, but no one knew if it was true or not. Even the ancient Dragon City treated the Clear Stream sect with great respect. Isn't this old Meng? Hee. Looks like old Meng is still as healthy as ever. Guanxing said with a smile. You flatter me. I'm old and useless. Therefore, I still want to compete for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Meng Fanpeng squinted his eyes. My Ghost Eye sect is extremely interested in this pill as well. Old Meng, you've got to show some mercy. Li Tianhua said faintly. Everyone had their own wishful thinking. Everyone at the scene wanted to get their hands on the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Even Xianxia from the Divine Pill sect was watching. If the price was right, he would probably bid for it too. After all, an immortal-grade elixir pill was different from a supreme-grade elixir pill. Its value was extremely terrifying. Even in the Divine Pill sect, an immortal-grade elixir pill wasn't like candy. The failure rate of refining elixirs was relatively high. Sometimes, even the Great Elder of the sect would spend more than 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones to refine an immortal-grade elixir. Alright, everyone, please calm down. I have another important thing to announce. If anyone can take out a supreme-grade divine origin stone, then you'll have the priority in the transaction. This is also what the auctioneer has instructed. Zi Luo said with a smile. His words made many people discuss about the person behind the auction. Because the person who auctioned the spirit-severing life-prolonging pills might be a Divine King realm expert. Moreover, the supreme-grade divine origin stone was a necessity for Divine King realm experts to cultivate. Moreover, the person who took out 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills at once must have an unfathomable background and strength. Even the old ancestor of the Divine Pill sect might not be able to do so. Looks like the person behind this must be an extremely powerful person. He just doesn't want to show himself. Yeah, it's useless for ordinary heavenly gods even if they have supreme-grade divine origin stones. It's impossible for them to absorb the pure energy within. No matter who the auctioneer is, these 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills are the fortune of our ancient Dragon City. Haha. Many people who were nearing the end of their lifespans were doing their best to bid for a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill so that they could extend their lifespans and create another miracle. Only by staying alive would they have a greater hope. I announce the start of the auction. The starting price is 50,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Everyone gasped when they heard Zi Luo's gentle voice. Many of them had already given up when they reached the threshold. 50,000 high-grade divine origin stones was not a price that an ordinary heavenly god could afford. Even if there were people who could accept it, they would definitely be extremely wealthy or the descendants of large sections. Only then would they have such a foundation. 51,000, 52,000, 55,000. 57,000 high-grade divine origin stones. I bid 58,000. Time passed by. Although most of the people were eliminated at the threshold, there were still a few hundred people who were eager to bid for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 67,000, 70,000, 72,000. More and more people joined in the bidding. As the price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill increased, everyone's breathing became rapid. Jiangchen also looked at the scene without blinking his eyes. He wanted to know how much the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was worth. At least, the people were going crazy for it. 75,000, 77,000. 80,000. The price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had increased to more than 80,000 in less than 5 minutes. It was an increase of 30,000 high-grade divine origin stones in an instant. It was quite shocking. Many people who were watching the scene were sweating. The more they watched, the more excited they were. Many of them wanted to see an even crazier price. Tonight, the entire Gathering Destiny Square was bound to be the center of attention. 90,000. At this moment, Meng Fanpeng also joined in the bidding. The price of 90,000 was not low, but it was just the beginning for these big shots. 95,000. Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan immediately started competing with Meng Fanpeng. He directly increased the price by 5,000, giving Meng Fanpeng face. It seems like the price is not high enough. Li Tianhua smiled. 100,000, 105,000. Mo Qianqing said in a low voice. He quietly joined the battle without a sound. To them, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill could be said to be the best celestial tier pill. How could they let such a good thing fall into the hands of others? Of course, everyone wanted to keep it for themselves. 110,000. Meng Fanpeng continued to increase the price. 120,000. This time, Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan directly increased the price by 10,000. 130,000, Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. 140,000. Mo Qianqing said. You guys are getting more and more powerful. If this goes on, won't the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill reach its peak? Haha. Guanxing said with a smile. His expression did not change, but he still did not bid. 145,000. Meng Fanpeng was also incomparably solemn. This price had already put him in a very passive position. His wealth was only 200,000. It seemed like he would really have to go bankrupt if he wanted to obtain this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 150,000. The battle between Li Tianhua and Meng Fanpeng was a dazzling sight. After all, they were both pillars of the 100-sect alliance. But at this moment, they were unceremoniously competing against each other. Li Tianhua, you want to compete with me? Meng Fanpeng looked at Li Tianhua and asked in a low voice. His eyes were cold. So what? I also want the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Why can't I compete? Old Meng, you don't think that I will respect the old and give the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to you? My lifespan is also not far away. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is very important to me. Li Tianhua shrugged. His face was extremely calm. Facing Meng Fanpeng's question, he was not afraid. Although the Clear Stream sect was slightly stronger than the Ghost Eye sect, it was not the kind of sect that could look down on everything. Li Tianhua was not afraid of Meng Fanpeng. At this moment, in the corner, Jiang Chen was already smiling. The real winner was destined to be him. It seems like these guys' persistence for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill has far exceeded his expectations. The price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill continued to rise, exceeding everyone's expectations. It was an unimaginable price, and it was just a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Jiang Chen watched silently. The happiest one was him. These 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were his insurance. Moreover, after obtaining the divine origin stones, he could break through to the half-step heavenly god realm without any worries. At that time, it would be time for him to deal with the 100-sect alliance. He was determined to turn the entire Linhe boundary upside down. No one could stop him, because he was Jiang Chen. Zi Luo was also extremely happy. The rarity of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was evident. Although this immortal-grade pill was not a true supreme-grade pill, its attributes were one of a kind. Hence, even Jiang Qingzi from the Divine Pill sect paid close attention to it, as it could prolong one's lifespan. What did 10 years of lifespan mean? Only those who were at the end of their lifespan would understand. In the face of death, every year, every month, every day, and even every second was torture, because you already knew when you were going to die. That moment would be the most painful. At that time, this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill would be the best medicine, even more precious than those immortal-grade pills. Of course, it was only relative. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill that Jiang Chen ate like candy had caused a huge commotion in the auction. Meng Fanpeng and Li Tianhua had raised the price to 185,000. No one was willing to take a step back. Although they were all reaching their limits, their desire for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was indescribable. 190,000. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Jiang Qingzi from the Divine Pill sect joined the fight. Only Xianxia knew how terrifying the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was. Even in the divine pill sect, there was no immortal grade pill that could prolong one's lifespan. Only the supreme grade pill could prolong one's lifespan by 3 years. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia recognized the value of the pill. Everyone was even more excited. Xianxia, it seems like your divine pill sect isn't rich in elixirs. Li Tianhua said sarcastically. The more people that joined the bidding, the greater the pressure they felt. Therefore, it was extremely terrifying for one person to join the bidding. 200,000. Meng Fanpeng gritted his teeth and said. This was the highest price he could offer. Now, it was all he had. If it was any higher, he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, Li Tianhua's eyes were extremely gloomy. 200,000 was also his limit. At most, he could bid another 2,000. However, he knew that if he bid another 2,000, he would have no chance at all. Moreover, if he bid 2,000, he would probably be laughed at. Li Tianhua sighed and took the initiative to withdraw from the bidding. 205,000. Xianxia said faintly. However, his palms were sweating. How could his wealth reach such a terrifying level? Even though the divine pill sect was rich and Xianxia was also extremely rich, his wealth only allowed him to increase the price once or twice. At this moment, the entire auction was boiling. 200,000. This was a critical point. There had never been anything that could be sold at a price of more than 200,000. To a small sect, 200,000 divine origin stones could support them for 10 years. 210,000. Meng Fanpeng said. Brother Jiang, can you give face to my Clearstream sect? I'm sorry, Brother Meng. I personally want the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Therefore, I can't give it to you. Even if I'm willing, you have to ask the vice commander and the others. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Meng Fanpeng knew that he was powerless at this moment. 210,000. This was the limit that he could bear. Hee. What Xianxia said is reasonable. This is a matter of life and death. I think no one will show mercy. 215,000. Mo Qianqing smiled faintly and bid again. At this moment, he looked extremely solemn. Although he looked confident on the outside, he was sweating in his heart. He hoped that the others would give up at this moment. However, things turned out contrary to one's wishes. Not everyone would give Mo Qianqing face. 220,000. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is mine. Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan said in a domineering manner. Obviously, he was quite confident. Xianxia sighed and shook his head. He could only give up unwillingly. None of the people here were easy to deal with. 225,000. Mo Qianqing continued to challenge Wang Ziyuan. I'm excited to hear that. 200,000. This immortal grade pill is really a rare treasure. To think that it was sold at such a high price. Yeah. I'm excited just thinking about it. However, I think the price will continue to rise. These true experts are very stubborn about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The ones who are the happiest are the auctioneers and the gathering destiny square. Such a big cake. It's too tempting. Many heavenly god realm experts were excited. Although they did not participate in the bidding, they were still shocked to see the rising price of these experts. It's beyond my expectation. TSK. Looks like I'm going to earn a lot this time. Jiangchen was excited. This was the happiest he had ever been. After the auction, he would return to Profound Feng sect first. 230,000. Wang Ziyuan did not want to be outdone and increased the price again. This time, Mo Qianqing became silent. The price of a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had reached 230,000. Such a domineering price would definitely make many people gasp in amazement. You win, Wang Ziyuan. Mo Qianqing harumphed coldly and chose to give up. Thank you. He. Wang Ziyuan's laughter did not stop. A low voice called out a price that shocked everyone in the room. 250,000. Vice Commander, I'm also interested in this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 250,000. I wonder if there's anyone who can bid higher than me. Guanxing said calmly. 250,000, no one could compete with him. This time, a smile gradually appeared on Guanxing's face. In the entire ancient dragon city, his reputation was quite resounding. Moreover, he was the vice commander of the 3,000 imperial guards. That was a great force in his hands. Who wouldn't give him some face when they saw him? However, Guanxing did not use his power to suppress others. He used his price to suppress others. Who would dare to doubt Vice Commander Guanxing's wealth? Commander Guan, you're so domineering. Haha. That's right, Commander Guan, I think the first place today belongs to you. Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. I only want 2. You still have a chance to get the rest. Haha. Guanxing said with a smile. Commander Guan is indeed generous. 250,000 high-grade divine origin stones, this little girl really admires you. Ziluo said with a charming smile. She covered her red lips, looking very charming. 300,000. Just as Ziluo was about to slam down the gavel to seal the deal, a deep voice suddenly reverberated throughout the auction house. Everyone's expression turned solemn and their breathing quickened. 300,000. This was the true sky-high price. Furthermore, it was an increase of 50,000 in one go. There could only be one reason. He did not want anyone else to continue competing with him. Even Guanxing's face was solemn. He silently looked at the black-robed man in the distance. His whole body was shrouded in black clothes and his face could not be seen clearly. However, his aura was not weaker than his own. There really is a higher mountain than the one before. Guanxing murmured with a cold smile on his face. Ziluo was slightly startled and shocked. 300,000 was indeed a premium. Although the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was precious, 300,000 was indeed a bit too much. 300,000? Who the hell is this guy? Meng Fanping and the others were also incomparably shocked. To be able to spend 300,000 in one go, and not only did he want to buy a few spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, he did not even put Vice Commander Guanxing in his eyes. This person's identity was extremely strange, or even terrifying. 300,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Is there a higher price? Ziluo's eyes were shining as she asked in a sweet voice. Since there isn't, then I will slam the hammer. 300,000 once. 300,000 twice. 300,000 thrice. Deal. When Ziluo's gavel landed, the entire arena erupted into an uproar. How many spirit-severing life-prolonging pills does this friend want? 3 is enough. Here are 90 supreme divine origin stones. The black-robed man took a step forward and flew up. He landed on the high platform and handed the 90 supreme divine origin stones to Ziluo. Ziluo was slightly startled. She took out 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and handed them to the black-robed man. The latter took the pills, turned around, and disappeared from the high platform. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he came and went without a trace. What a terrifying aura. Guanxing and Wang Ziyuan glanced at each other. Both of them were extremely serious. This black-robed man was extremely powerful and shocking. Moreover, he came and went like the wind. Xianxia looked at the 90 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones and his pupils contracted. His eyes were extremely bright and he was quite excited in his heart. This time, he could use the little Ashura sword formation without worry. Under the sword formation, it was invincible. There are still 2 left. If everyone here has no objections, then I'll take them. Guanxing said in a deep voice. It was not important that his limelight was stolen. What was important was that he still had 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills left. At least he did not come here in vain this time. No one had any objections. Guanxing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no one continued to compete with him. I announce that the other 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills will be won by Commander Guan. Ziluo's words disappointed many people, because the last 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were also won by Guanxing. Meng Fanping and the others were extremely depressed, but they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked them to be weaker than Guanxing? A shocking auction had quietly come to an end. No matter if it was Guanxing or the black-robed man, both of them had gotten what they wanted. However, the final winner was Jiang. Here are 500,000 high-grade divine origin stones and 90 supreme-grade divine origin stones. Ziluo gave all the divine origin stones to Jiang. She knew that this fella had to go on a long journey. Thank you, Ziluo. She was the only person that Jiang trusted in the entire ancient dragon city. Take care. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Ziluo waved her hand at Jiang. Jiang smiled and left. Ziluo's eyes were filled with confusion. This devil that was destined to stir up the entire Linhe boundary was about to embark on his journey of slaughter. The 100 Sect Alliance was getting stronger. Now, there were more than 500 Heavenly God Realm experts searching for Jiang. The area within 1,000 li of the ancient dragon city was turned upside down. However, they still could not find any trace of Jiang. In a low and dilapidated mountain, dark crows were flying everywhere. It was cold and desolate. In a cave, Jiang was calmly devouring the high-grade divine origin stones. The energy of these stones was absorbed by Jiang continuously. The dragon marks in his body increased. This time, Jiang was prepared to break through to the half-step Heavenly God realm. Strength was the most important thing. Only by breaking through to the half-step Heavenly God realm would he be able to stand firm. After all, the other party's strength was more than 100 times stronger than him. Just a few Heavenly God realm experts would be enough to give him a headache. If he wanted to deal with the 100 Sect Alliance, he would be courting death. Songyun Boundary. Thousands of celestial mountains, green water, hundreds of li-long rivers. This was the boundary closest to the Linhe boundary. However, it was much stronger than the Linhe boundary. The number of experts here was much higher. Blooming flowers, hundreds of flowers, thousands of beasts, it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the Wutong mountain, a black figure holding a metal rod stood on the peak of the mountain, holding a blade of green foxtail grass in his mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain. Old Phoenix, looks like you haven't fought enough, right? Damn monkey, do you really think you can win me? We fought 37 times, have you won even once? If it wasn't because I saw your talent and didn't want to kill you, do you think you can still live until now? A middle-aged man with a 7-colored phoenix crown stood proudly, looking at the black figure and said disdainfully. What a coincidence, you don't want to kill me, but I want to kill you. That 7-colored phoenix crown on your head is not bad, I want to play with it. The black figure said with a faint smile, his lips were filled with provocation. If he wasn't Longshan, who else could he be? Looks like the demon race has a scum like you. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Looks like the Divine Monkey clan has completely declined. Feng Wutian shouted, his eyes were cold. He did let Longshan go dozens of times before, but Longshan came to provoke him every time. If it wasn't because he was from the Divine Monkey clan, Feng Wutian might not have been lenient to Longshan. You keep fighting, you keep losing. I'm really looking at you in a different light. You can't even defeat your heart. Looks like I'll have to add something to it. Feng Wutian thought in his heart. He admired Dragon Shan. If it was any other demonic beast, they would have given up long ago. Moreover, every time Dragon Shan was beaten to death by him, he would come back to challenge him with vigor. It was indeed shocking. Moreover, Dragon Shan's growth was also witnessed by Feng Wutian. Between the two of them, there seemed to be a relationship between friend and foe. Fighting until the last moment, this was Longshan's creed. Let's see if you have what it takes. Hee hee. Feng Wutian said coldly while staring at Longshan. This fella was like an unkillable cockroach. The two of them had been fighting more and more recently. Longshan's strength had already reached the early Heavenly God realm. However, if he were to go all out, even a late Heavenly God scripture expert would suffer a great loss in his hands. This time, I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Longshan's eyes turned cold. His black silhouette moved and his lips curled up coldly. The iron staff in his hand was filled with explosive power at this moment. With a swing of the staff, the mountains and rivers would be crushed and the peach garden would be destroyed. The iron staff swung back and forth. The terrifying destructive power was astounding. Long Shan sneered. He did not hold back at all. After fighting with Feng Wutian for more than 30 times, he had gained a better understanding of Feng Wutian. His combat strength had also become stronger. Although his cultivation realm did not increase by much, his combat strength had increased by several folds. The iron staff swung back and forth with the force of a mountain, as if it could poke a hole in the sky. Feng Wutian's aura changed instantly. His strength was as steady as a mountain. He fought against Long Shan with all his might, advancing and retreating, attacking and defending. He wanted to win against Long Shan no matter what. However, he did not dare to be careless. The iron staff in Long Shan's hand was quite terrifying. When he swung it, the sky would shatter and the void would tremble. Long Shan's black silhouette was like a sharp blade. The violent iron staff swung back and forth, constantly clashing with Feng Wutian. Thunderous tremors resounded through the entire Wutong Mountain. Within 1,000 li, all the beasts were running around, afraid to be killed by Long Shan's staff. Feng Wutian's aura engulfed the heavens. His palms were like thunder and his fists were astonishing. He continuously struck out, clashing with Long Shan's divine staff. Each and every one of his punches seemed to strike directly at the hearts of those around him, causing them to tremble unceasingly. Each of Long Shan's attacks were ruthless, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Feng Wutian retreated as he fought, but there was no sign of him losing. Instead, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Gradually, he gained the upper hand over Long Shan. I don't believe that I will lose to you every single time. Long Shan let out a furious roar and entered a berserk state. This was the first time he had entered a berserk state. In his opinion, he was already strong enough to compete with Feng Wutian. This was definitely the best opportunity. If he could defeat Feng Wutian, he would be able to prove himself. Long Shan lost more than 30 times in a row, all at the hands of Feng Wutian. However, his indomitable spirit made him stronger and stronger. You're not from the Divine Monkey Clan? You're a battle Saint Ape? Feng Wutian's pupils shrunk, his expression changed. He had always thought that Long Shan was from the Divine Monkey Clan, but he never thought that he was actually an ancient demonic beast, a battle Saint Ape. It was a monkey that was even more terrifying than the king of the Divine Monkey Clan, the strongest battle Saint Ape in the ancient times. I don't think I've ever said that I'm from the Divine Monkey Clan. Long Shan's lips curved into a smile. His terrifying berserk energy exploded once again. Just his physical strength alone was already close to the late heavenly god realm. Such a terrifying battle Saint Ape was extremely terrifying. Even Feng Wutian's expression became solemn. Feng Wutian retreated continuously. Under Long Shan's berserk attack, even he could only avoid it. His fists turned into feathers, clashing against Long Shan's peerless divine staff. Long Shan continued to press forward, showing no signs of retreating. On the other hand, Feng Wutian was extremely shocked under Long Shan's rage. The battle between the two of them was extremely shocking. Eat my staff. Shan's eyes turned red as he charged forward. The gigantic battle Saint Ape was unparalleled. He held the iron rod in his hand and swept across the heavens and earth like an overlord. Feng Wutian's expression was solemn as he continued to strike out with his feathers. Dragon Shan was like a hot knife cutting through butter. His domineering aura shot up to the heavens. His battle intent soared up to the sky, shaking the heavens and earth with every step he took. The Wutong Mountain shook at this moment. Feng Wutian retreated in order to advance. In the end, Long Shan gained the upper hand. A terrifying berserk aura swept across the vast land. The surrounding beasts were all trembling. This was the aura of a king among the beasts. Those low-level beasts even had the urge to kneel down and worship it. It was evident from the berserk aura of the ancient demonic beast, the battle Saint Ape, even though Long Shan was only at the heavenly god realm, his domineering aura made countless beasts feel suffocated. Feng Wutian was one step behind and was pushed back by Long Shan. The moment the iron staff landed on Feng Wutian's shoulder, Long Shan's smile became wider. You win. Feng Wutian said faintly. Ha ha ha, old phoenix, looks like you're just SOSO. However, it's a bit unfair for me to win. If you reveal your true form and fight me, I might not be your opponent. Long San looked at him with a burning gaze. If I need to use my true form to deal with a junior, what right do I have to lead the beasts of Wutong Mountain? Feng Wutian smiled, not feeling dejected at all. Battle Saint Ape. To think that you're a Battle Saint Ape. If you're able to grow, it might be the fortune of our beast race. Wait for me. Next time, I'll let you know that I can defeat you even without revealing my true form. Long San and Feng Wutian looked at each other, feeling like they understood each other. I hope so. I'm looking forward to that day. Feng Wutian laughed, feeling carefree and relieved. Let's fight another day. Long San turned around and left, but Feng Wutian called out to Long San. I have news about him. Feng Wutian's words made Long San stop in his tracks. Where is he? Long San held his breath and his expression became solemn. Linha Boundary, Ancient Dragon City. Feng Wutian said. However, his current situation is quite worrying. Feng Wutian said softly. Long San turned around and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even Feng Wutian was shocked. This fella's eyes are terrifying. Who? Not just one person. Or should I say, he offended the entire Linha Boundary. The 100 Sect Alliance just to kill him. Ha ha ha, you're indeed my brother. Little Chinzi, you really can't stop offending the entire Linha Boundary. Long San laughed wildly. Since that's the case, I'll fight with you. Even if the entire world betrays you, at least you still have me. No, there's still a dog. Ha ha ha. San broke through the sky and headed straight for Linha Boundary. Thank you. Hayes, we've been walking for half a month and we haven't even found a single strand of hair. Will Jiangchen really let us find him so easily? As long as he's not stupid, he must have found a place to hide. Yeah, if we keep looking like this, I'm going to lose my appetite. I think this Jiangchen is probably hiding somewhere and doesn't dare to come out. With Senior Wang's mid-heavenly god strength, even if Jiangchen saw him, wouldn't he take a detour? That's true. Senior Brother Wang is the cornerstone of our Tiger Leap School. Apart from the sect master, Senior Brother Wang is the most powerful among the 3 great elders. In my opinion, even the Great Elder and the Second Elder are just empty titles. They simply can't compare to Senior Brother Wang. The 4 middle-aged men were chatting happily while complimenting the Third Elder. The Tiger Leap sect was also one of the top 30 sects in the Linha Boundary. Although it was incomparable to the top sects like the Divine Pill sect, it was still a reputable sect. Low profile, we must be low profile. We're here to capture Jiangchen. As the pillar of the 100 Sect Alliance, we must not let our guard down. If we can kill Jiangchen, then our Tiger Leap School will be famous throughout the Linha Boundary. By then, even the Clear Stream sect and the Divine Pill sect will have to give us some face. Wang Boden said solemnly as he stroked his beard. There was a hint of calmness at the corner of his mouth, making him look rather proud and complacent. Third Elder is right. We will follow your advice. The 4 of them said with a smile. With Wang Boden as the leader, the 5 of them were all Heavenly God Realm experts. With such strength, as long as they don't meet any peerless experts in the Linha Boundary, they would be able to do whatever they want. Jiangchen was just a true god, they naturally didn't need to worry about him. I think he's just someone with an undeserved reputation. It's been a long time since the 100 Sect Alliance was formed. Has that bastard Jiangchen ever shown his face? He had only ambushed a few early heavenly gods. Moreover, he had killed more than 100 heavenly gods and tens of thousands of genius disciples. It was a little too much. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. 7th Brother is right. Linha Boundary has already praised Jiangchen to the heavens. Even the 4 Realm Guardians and Clear Stream sects Meng Fanpeng were almost injured. That's a half-step divine king that's stronger than our sect master. Do they really think that a true god brat could be that strong? He was completely fooled by Jiangchen. If he was in my hands, I'd hit him so hard that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. That's right. That guy didn't meet the people from our Tiger Leap School. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a corpse left. Most likely, he was flattered more and more. Even I can't stand it anymore. He. The 5 elders of the Tiger Leap sect all had mocking expressions on their faces as they walked past this barren mountain. Looking into the distance, there was no sound within 1,000 miles. Where was there even a shadow of a person? Rumble! A loud explosion could be heard, causing Wang Boden and the others to be startled. There's movement. Let's take a look before we leave, Wang Boden said faintly. His eyes squinted as he looked towards the explosion 10 miles away. Who are you? 1,000 miles of barren land and you're cultivating here? It's really strange. Wang Boden's deep and domineering voice reverberated in the void. Xianxia stepped on the void and his lips curled up into a smile. Does this place belong to your family? Do I need your permission to cultivate here? Brat, I think you're trying to find fault with us. Do you know who we are? You dare to provoke our Tiger Leap School? Looks like you're tired of living. This is our Tiger Leap School's 3rd elder, Wang Boden. The 5th and 6th elder said furiously, staring at Xianxia. This little bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is courting death. Bastard? Not a bad name. Ha ha ha. You're from the 100 Sect Alliance? Xianxia squinted his eyes and laughed. You actually know and still dare to speak such nonsense. Bastard, you dare to insult our 3rd elder. You deserve death. You actually know we're from the 100 Sect Alliance and still dare to be so impudent. I, Xiao Wangdan, will definitely grind your bones into dust. Wang Boden stared at the 5th elder fiercely. This name of his was really a pain in the ass. Back then, even his parents didn't know how they came up with it. Dan was the sun, and it was said to symbolize the birth of the primordial sun. However, many people used this name to make a fuss, angering Wang Boden so much that he hadn't mentioned his name to anyone for hundreds of years. But this 5th elder actually used his name as a threat. Who knew if he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? An old bastard with 4 little bastards. What else do you want? Do you want to cross the East Sea, or hole up for 1,000 years? Ha ha ha. Xianxia was convulsing with laughter. These two fellas, their names were truly laughable. You have a sharp tongue. But you're fated to die from your own arrogance. Even if you kowtow to your ancestors, I won't let you go, Wang Boden said in a deep voice. He was extremely domineering as he took the lead and faced Xianxia head-on. Indeed, because I don't intend to let you go. Isn't the person you've been searching for me? Now that your grandpa Jiang is standing in front of you, you don't dare to recognize me? Ha ha ha. Xianxia's eyes were like torches, his figure was like a sword as he looked at the sky arrogantly. Now that he had broken through to the half-step heavenly god realm, his strength had gone up another level. These few fellas, he really did not put them in his eyes. You're Xianxia? Wang Boden and the other 4 were instantly shocked. Their eyes were filled with excitement, as if they were happy to see the prey they were about to hunt. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to enter hell. Don't blame us then. Hee, Xianxia, right? I'd like to see how you became such a powerful expert. You're not even a heavenly god realm expert, yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of me? 3rd elder, let me take action. None of you need to help me, I can easily take down Xianxia. Xiao Wangdan took a step forward and the barren hills within 10 miles shook. He was only 1 step away from the 3rd elder's realm. Although he was not famous in the Linhe boundary, he was still a peerless god of death within 100,000 miles radius of his own sect. His name alone was enough to stop babies from crying at night. He was extremely terrifying. As you wish. Xianxia and Xiao Wangdan stared at each other. The battle was about to begin. Be careful, this fella is not easy to deal with. To be able to make the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect, and Divine Pale sect form the 100 Sect Alliance, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Perhaps he did fight in the Twisted Forest. Wang Boden said in a low voice, reminding Xiao Wangdan. But obviously, Xiao Wangdan was very confident in himself. In terms of strength, he could easily crush Xianxia, who was a true god when he was only a peak early heavenly god. Xiao Wangdan was full of confidence. He held a 9-foot-long blade in his hand and slashed towards the sky, traversing 10 li of barren mountains. A single slash from his blade flattened everything, causing the valleys to collapse, sand and stones to fly everywhere. Jiangchen clenched his fists, a half-step heavenly god. His confidence was much stronger than Xiao Wangdan's. He threw out a punch and clashed with Xiao Wangdan's blade. His fist was invincible, sweeping across the sky like a meteor. The azure dragon's 5 steps, each step ascended to the heavens. Jiangchen suppressed Xiao Wangdan with a violent and overbearing aura. Every step of the azure dragon's 5 steps gave Xiao Wangdan a feeling as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The 9-chi long blade pierced through the sky and was shattered by Jiangchen's punch. Wang Boden and the others gasped at the sight of Jiangchen's terrifying combat strength. My divine tool. Give me back my divine tool. Xiao Wangdan gritted his teeth in anger. He had never thought that Jiangchen's punch would be so terrifying. It was enough to shock even the gods and ghosts alike. Jiangchen's momentum was unstoppable. He took the opportunity to launch another violent punch. Just based on strength alone, a half-step heavenly god was able to suppress a heavenly god. No one would dare to believe this. This kind of clash was unheard of. If it was someone else, they would definitely not believe it. Surpassing the realm to fight, retreating with a single punch. Xiao Wangdan was completely exposed in Jiangchen's hand. The 9-foot-long blade was shattered. Before the might of a heavenly god could be unleashed, Jiangchen's punch had already shattered his divine weapon. Such a tyrannical method made Wang Boden and the others shudder. The wind from Jiangchen's punch could split mountains and rocks. It was unstoppable. His fist pierced through the middle of his body. One punch. Jiangchen only used one punch to kill Xiao Wangdan. Moreover, Xiao Wangdan did not even have the strength to fight back. Jiangchen's terrifying punch. Xiao Wangdan could not believe that he was so weak. He could not even withstand a single blow from Jiangchen. In the end, he was killed by Jiangchen's punch. It's terrifying. Is this fella really only a half-step heavenly god? He's a human-shaped weapon. The 5th elder, Hey, we have underestimated Jiangchen. The 3 of them were deeply shocked in their hearts. The 5th elder's strength was not ordinary. Even they were on par with him. However, at the last moment, the explosive impact of that punch had completely shocked the depths of their hearts. Xiao Wangdan's death had shocked the 3 of them. A person's reputation was indeed powerful. One must not underestimate him. Jiangchen was indeed worthy of his reputation, no wonder the 100 Sect Alliance only wanted to kill Jiangchen. Looks like they had underestimated this half-step heavenly god. Jiangchen, you've got guts to kill a member of my Tiger Leap school. Today, I will tear you into pieces. Although Wang Boden was shocked, he was not afraid of Jiangchen. He was 2 realms higher than Jiangchen. He was confident and fearless when facing Jiangchen. Although Xiao Wangdan was already at the peak of early heavenly god realm, he had yet to step into the mid-heavenly god realm. Once he did, the world would change. Therefore, Wang Boden unleashed his aura, surpassing Xiao Wangdan's by a lot. This time, he locked onto Jiangchen. He must kill Jiangchen to avenge the 5th elder Xiao Wangdan and the countless warriors of Linhe boundary that had died. The little bastard is dead. The old bastard is here for revenge. Fine, all of you shall die today. Jiangchen sneered. He was not afraid at all as he faced Wang Boden. Although he was not as strong as Wang Boden, Jiangchen did not back off. The confrontation between the 2 caused the other 3 elders to sink into a solemn mood. If I don't kill you, how can my Tiger Leap school establish itself in Linhe boundary? You'll pay the price for what you've done. Wang Boden said in a domineering manner. He too felt sad about Xiao Wangdan's death. After all, they had been friends for hundreds of years. However, Jiangchen's attack was just too fast. It was already too late for him to save Xiao Wangdan. In the end, he could only let Xiao Wangdan die with a grievance. 3rd elder, the 3 of us are enough to kill him. You don't need to do anything. We must avenge 5th brother. We must let him die a worthy death. We must capture Jiangchen and let the 100 Sect Alliance look up to our Tiger Leap school. 4th elder took the lead, the 3 of them forming a tiger with a majestic aura as he pointed his sword at Jiangchen. Be careful. If you can't defeat him, I'll lend you a hand. Wang Boden pondered for a moment and said. The 3 of us are enough to deal with Jiangchen. the fourth elder said proudly. From his point of view, Elder Wu and Xiao Wangdan had underestimated their enemy and allowed Jiang Chen to seize the opportunity to kill them. However, they would not fall for Jiang Chen's trick. 3 early heavenly gods, how could they be afraid of a true god? Jiang Chen might be strong, but it was impossible for him to win against the 3 of them. No matter how much trash there is, it is still trash. Jiang Chen Lunglung smiled. His pair of iron fists swept out in all directions. Die. This day next year will be your Memorial Day. The fourth elder wielded the twin dragon hooks in his hands and swung them horizontally and vertically as he closed in on Jiang Chen. Each of his attacks was fatal, and his killing intent was obvious. The other 2 were not to be outdone. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. The 3 of them could even withstand the third elder's attacks, let alone Jiang Chen. They weren't like those young brats who would be frightened by Jiang Chen's display of strength. Eat my sword. The 3 of them attacked one after another, surrounding Jiang Chen in the middle. A frightening gust of wind blew across the sky, causing the yellow sand to fly everywhere. Jiang Chen's body was moving in the wind, and he kept using the 9 phantom wolves. Among the yellow sand, the fourth elder and the other 2 elders were hit by Jiang Chen's fists. Fighting 1 against 3, his aura did not decrease at all. Compared to when he faced Xiao Wangdan, he was stronger. There's no difference between 3 trash and 1 trash. Jiang Chen Lunglung said. His every step was filled with killing intent. Wherever his fists passed by, the void was torn apart. Sand and wind accompanied the fists, turning the universe upside down. Each of Jiang Chen's fists contained the strength of 9 dragons and 10 elephants. He punched out 10 times in a row, landing on the 3 people's bodies. Terrifying sounds of bones breaking could be heard. With 1 punch, bones would be broken. He was invincible. Die. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like stars, emitting a murderous glint. Even Wang Boden shivered. The fourth elder and the other 2 retreated rapidly. Their bones were shattered by Jiang Chen's fists. They did not have the strength to fight anymore. The last punch was like hitting a bull across a mountain, shattering the flesh of the fourth elder and the other 2. No. Jiang Chen, you're too evil. How dare you kill 4 of my Tiger Leap School's elders? Today, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Boden's expression was cold. The 4 great elders of the Tiger Leap School were all killed by Jiang Chen. As the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance's Tiger Leap School, he had to bear the responsibility. But more than that, he was furious at Jiang Chen. Right now, Wang Boden couldn't restrain his anger. Jiang Chen actually killed 4 elders in front of his eyes. This was a great humiliation to him. You're the only one left. Are you not prepared to accompany them? They've been friends for hundreds of years. They're all dead. How can you live alone in this world with your old face? Jiang Chen sneered. He stood proudly in the sky and stared at Wang Boden. Wishful thinking. The 4 of them are only early heavenly gods. Do you really think you can defeat me? I'm 2 realms higher than you. How are you going to defeat me? Even if you're talented, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Arrogant. Today, I'll let you know what a true expert is. Wang Boden looked at Jiang Chen proudly. At this moment, although he had some understanding of Jiang Chen, it didn't mean that he would treat Jiang Chen as someone who was on the same level as him. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was still an arrogant guy. Wang Boden looked at Jiang Chen proudly. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's fight. You'll die a good death. Jiang Chen sneered. At this moment, you're already dead. Wang Boden leapt up like a dragon in the abyss. A terrifying gust of wind from his palm struck out 10 li away, the wind howling and cranes shrieking. A series of terrifying footwork closed in on Jiang Chen, closing in on him. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly, his eyes were filled with coldness. Having cultivated the dragon transformation skill to this stage, his physical strength had already surpassed those of the same cultivation realm. Even a late heavenly god would not be his match in terms of physical strength. But this Wang Boden chose to fight with a domineering opponent. Jiang Chen will definitely teach him a good lesson. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant. Their punches were powerful enough to shatter mountains and rocks. Xianxia was fearless. Plus, he had the profound heavenly armor to protect his body. Even if he stood still, Wang Boden might not be able to inflict any serious damage on him. Xianxia was fearless. Get lost. Xianxia's attacks were ruthless and deadly. His punches and kicks were overbearing, not giving Wang Boden a chance to breathe. Wang Boden's expression became solemn. He could feel the pressure coming from Xianxia. Both of their punches and kicks were like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. However, they were evenly matched. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Xianxia could shake a mid-heavenly god with just the strength of his body. Now, he finally felt the dreadful strength. Even though he was only a half-step heavenly god, the purple-golden divine spark in his body was gradually solidifying and becoming tougher. Looks like I've underestimated you. Wang Boden's expression was gloomy. He was fighting Xianxia fiercely, but it was hard for him to kill Xianxia within a short period of time. Xianxia's tenacity was far beyond his imagination. Moreover, Xianxia's ferocious strength was not something that a half-step heavenly god could handle. Wang Boden had to give it his all. Soaring dragon and leaping tiger, 1,000 miles unhindered. Wang Boden's feet were like lightning, he launched 9 kicks in a row. The sharpness was unparalleled, forcing Xianxia to be careful with his every step. Xianxia was shocked, but he did not panic. He formed a seal with his hand and casted the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Wang Boden's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. The terrifying seal swept out like a tornado. Wang Boden was shocked. To think that Xianxia could injure him. At this moment, he had become extremely cautious. However, he still suffered a loss in the end. Your strength is just SOSO. Xianxia shook his head and attacked again. This time, he did not give Wang Boden any chance. He wanted to fight to the death with him. True Dragon Palm. Xianxia covered the sky with his palm. The shadow of a dragon could be seen, tearing through the void with an unstoppable force. The true Dragon Palm instantly engulfed Wang Boden, completely crushing him. Dragon Tiger Leap, broken edge of the world. The shadow of a dragon and tiger broke through the void. Wang Boden's Tiger Leap and Dragon Soar was not to be underestimated. However, Xianxia did not retreat at all. He faced Wang Boden's attack head-on. It was as if he had the courage to go to the Yellow Springs. Let's see if you can break through my mysterious heaven armor. Xianxia laughed coldly. The true Dragon Palm wrapped around Wang Boden and crushed him. At the moment when Wang Boden's Dragon Tiger Leap landed on Xianxia's body, the mysterious heaven armor directly blocked the latter's attack. After the dust had settled, Xianxia strolled leisurely like a mountain. The defense of the profound heavenly armor did not disappoint Xianxia. However, Wang Boden was heavily injured. His internal organs were all shattered by the true Dragon Palm. At this moment, there was no doubt that he was dead. Pft! 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 Wang Boden coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was ashen, his palms were trembling and he was no longer breathing. All that was left of him was his stinky skin. What a terrifying defense. I've lost. I've lost in the end. Wang Boden murmured. At this moment, he finally knew why the 100 Sect Alliance was formed. It was to kill Xianxia. This fellow was arrogant and conceited, but his strength was terrifying. A half-step heavenly god. Even a mid-heavenly god like him could only swallow this grudge. One could only say that Xianxia truly deserved the title of Demon King in human form. Son of AB*TCH, you should be smiling in the underworld. Because your Tiger Leap School is destined to disappear from the world. The 100 Sect Alliance will no longer have a place for you. Xianxia threw out a punch. The mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Wang Boden was buried under the yellow mountain. Xianxia's eyes were filled with coldness. His journey of revenge had just begun. In half a year, Xianxia had swept through the 23 great sections. All of them were reputable sects in the Linhe boundary. His route was towards the profound Feng sect. Without the teleportation formation, he could only fly back to the profound Feng sect. Ever since the battle in the Twisted Jungle, Xianxia had become like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. He did not have the chance to use the teleportation formation. Every teleportation formation was guarded by a few peak Heavenly God Realm experts to prevent Xianxia from using the teleportation formation. In this half a year, the 23 great sects had a total of 128 people. All of them were Heavenly God Realm experts. All of them died in the hands of Xianxia. As the casualties of the sects in the Linhe boundary increased, Meng Fanpeng, Li Tianhua and Xianxia became more and more furious. The three of them continued to search for Xianxia, but to no avail. Xianxia retreated after a single strike. He never met any peak Heavenly God Realm experts. In the entire 100-sect alliance, there were more than 30 peak Heavenly God Realm experts and 10 half-step divine kings. They were from the 10 great sections. The current Linhe boundary was in a state of panic. As long as there was news of Xianxia, he would become the target of everyone. Along the way, Xianxia overcame all sorts of obstacles. His title as the Linhe boundary's #1 devil incarnate was finally established. Moreover, he never provoked those peak Heavenly God Realm experts. It was not because Xianxia was not a match for them, but because he did not want to waste time. As long as it was someone from the 100-sect alliance, Xianxia would kill them without mercy. Xianxia's legend was spread throughout the entire Linhe boundary. Now, he was the synonym of a devil. Everyone wanted to kill him to rid the Linhe boundary of a scourge. However, who would have thought that Xianxia was wronged in the past? If Xianxia chose to remain silent, only death awaited him. That's why he fought back and became the public enemy of the Linhe boundary. Heavenly Moon City, a medium-sized city, 900,000 li away from the profound Feng sect. It would take at least a few days to reach there. Xianxia is getting more and more arrogant. Plus, the number of elders and disciples he's killed is already uncountable. Compared to the battle in the Twisted Jungle, it's even more than that. In these 6 months, our 100-sect alliance has lost a lot of disciples and elders, and gained nothing. This is truly disappointing, Xianxia said. Meng Fanpeng held the teacup in his hand tightly. His expression was gloomy. There was no other way. Xianxia was in the dark while they were in the light. If they were to fight fair and square, Xianxia was definitely not their match. Moreover, if Xianxia were to fight with them, the result would be obvious. He knew that going against the entire Linhe boundary was no different from courting death. That's right. If this continues, won't our 100-sect alliance's reputation be trampled by Xianxia? Who would put our Linhe boundary sects in their eyes? Xianxia shouted. The anger in his heart was evident. The 3 sects had suffered a great loss. All their core disciples were killed by Xianxia. Now, only Shan Kanglin was left. He had returned to the Clearstream sect and went into seclusion. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was a decision made by the Clearstream sect to protect their last genius disciple. After all, Xianxia's reputation was too great. In the Linhe boundary, there was no one who could create such a huge mess. He offended almost everyone in the Linhe boundary and got away scot-free, not caring about the 100-sect alliance. I have an idea. Profound Feng sect is Xianxia's sect. According to Xianxia's route, Xianxia is going back to Profound Feng sect. There might be something important to him there. We need to attack Profound Feng sect to force him to show himself. Otherwise, he would be a coward right now, hiding in the dark to hurt people. Li Tianhua sneered. No way. Profound Feng sect is a subsidiary sect of my Heavenly Star sect. Li Tianhua, are you trying to start a sect war? Although Profound Feng sect is weak, the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects are interdependent. Do you think the Heavenly Star sect will let this go and the Earthly Hades sect will not do anything? Although this matter is related to Profound Feng sect and Profound Feng sect cannot escape the blame, we will not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. How will the world look at our 100-sect alliance? An expert of the Firely sect said with a gloomy expression. Now, it's not your turn to speak. Moreover, Xianxia came from Profound Feng sect. Isn't this enough to prove that he has something to do with Profound Feng sect? It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Do you think that Profound Feng sect can shirk the responsibility? The expert of the Firely sect was speechless after hearing Li Tianhua's words. What Elderly said is reasonable. If we still insist on the current situation, then more people will die. It will be a great loss to the entire Linha boundary. Since half a year ago, more than 400 experts have died. All of them were Heavenly God Realm experts. More than 10,000 prodigies were killed by Xianxia in the hidden secret realm. This is the best proof. Profound Feng sect cannot escape the blame for not teaching strictly. This is the best solution. I agree with Elder Li's idea, Xianxia said after a moment of silence. At least, no one could find any reason to object. Our 100 Sect Alliance is determined to kill Xianxia and take revenge for the people of Linha boundary. Xianxia has committed a heinous crime and deserves to die. Xianxia came from Profound Feng sect, but he's such a stubborn person. By right, we should not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. But this is a critical time, we can only do this. If we don't use Profound Feng sect to threaten Xianxia, more people will die. For the safety of the entire Linha boundary, it seems like I have to make a decision that I'm not sure is right or wrong. Meng Fanping said in a deep voice with a cold expression. You're right. Elder Meng is a righteous person. What's there to object? As long as Xianxia feels guilty towards the Profound Feng sect, he will definitely show up. If he's a coward, we might not harm the Profound Feng sect by doing this. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? That's right. Xianxia said with a smile, his face was calm. He already had this idea, but now that Li Tianhua suggested it, it couldn't be more suitable. Xianxia's hands were already stained with blood. In order to kill him, the 100 Sect Alliance was going all out. Let's go to Profound Feng sect. I want to let Xianxia know who's the ruler of Linha boundary. Meng Fanping suddenly stood up. He looked towards the north and waved his spear. This time, they must make Xianxia die a graveless death. Fengming Mountain, Xianqingming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp as he stared at the sky. One after another, powerful figures broke through the sky. Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua, Xianxia, the three of them led the crowd. 500 Heavenly God Realm experts came crushing down. Even Xianqingming felt his breath stagnating, his expression was extremely gloomy. What's coming has finally come. Look, there are so many experts here. I feel like I'm having a hard time breathing. Yeah. So many experts. What are they trying to do? Senior Xianxia has killed so many people. They must be here to look for Senior Xianxia. So many experts, how terrifying. Countless disciples' faces turned pale as they were suffocated by the pressure of the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. Xianqingming finally felt what it meant to be alone. These people could probably flatten the entire Profound Feng sect in less than half an hour. 3 days later, when Xianxia killed another 12 Heavenly God Realm experts from the 100 Sect Alliance, he received a crazy news. You err, nothing must happen to you guys. Otherwise, I'll make sure your 100 sects disappear from the divine world. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as ice as he murmured. He looked at the northern sky and rushed towards the Profound Feng sect without stopping. Moreover, he could not ignore the Profound Feng sect. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of people and sect master Xianqingming would become his scapegoats. Then let's make the massacre more intense. Xianxia's eyes were like fire. 10 days was enough for him to kill to his heart's content. Xianxia went towards the Profound Feng sect while killing the people from the 100 Sect Alliance. Xianxia did not hold back and killed every single one of them. In 10 days, Xianxia killed more than 100 people from the 100 Sect Alliance. More than half of them were Heavenly God experts. It might not be a big deal to the big sects, but to the mid-tier sects, it was a huge blow. Killing in all directions, pointing his sword at the northern border. This Xianxia is a super demon. He kills without blinking an eye. Yeah. If this goes on, the people from the 100 Sect Alliance will all be killed by him. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The 100 Sect Alliance's forces are all waiting for Xianxia in the Profound Feng sect. As long as he appears, he'll definitely be suppressed by the 100 Sect Alliance. You're right. But this time, the 100 Sect Alliance has suffered a huge blow to the mid-tier sections. Every sect will lose a few to a dozen Heavenly God experts. They'll need at least 500 years to recover. Along the way, Xianxia heard too many crazy words. He was already used to it. However, the 10 days of madness made the people from the 100 Sect Alliance even more furious. Xianxia was also waiting. He was betting that the 100 Sect Alliance would not dare to make a move. After all, there were still the Earthly Hades Sect and Heavenly Star Sect above the Profound Feng Sect. So if the Profound Feng Sect was really destroyed, the Heavenly Star Sect and Earthly Hades Sect would not let it go. Even though the two sects paled in comparison to the 100 Sect Alliance, this was a battle of justice for the 100 Sect Alliance. They definitely wouldn't allow themselves to be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, Xianxia guessed that the Profound Feng Sect wasn't in any danger right now, unless they managed to catch him. In 10 days' time, the 100 Sect Alliance's losses rose to a new height. The hundreds of heavenly god experts in the Profound Feng Sect were also in danger. How could they feel good when their people were being killed one by one? Xianxia, the traitor, had offended the entire Linhe boundary and killed countless people. Now, he had become a peerless monstrous genius. Meng Fanpeng, are you trying to break the peace between the sects in our Linhe boundary? A cold shout reverberated above Feng Ming Mountain. 500 figures instantly arrived, piercing through the air. The entire Feng Ming Mountain seemed extremely oppressive. I was wondering who it was. So it's Brother Ding from the Heavenly Star Sect. It's been 1,000 years since we last met. How are you? He he he. Meng Fanpeng stood on the peak of the void and said with a faint smile. The one who came was Ding Chodong from the Heavenly Star Sect. He was one of the overlords of the Linhe boundary in the past. You should know why I'm here today. Ding Chodong said faintly as he looked into Meng Fanpeng's eyes. Ding Chodong, even this old monster is here. Looks like the Heavenly Star Sect wants to protect the Profound Feng Sect. Ding Chodong had already broken through to the half-step Divine King realm a few hundred years ago. His current strength is unfathomable. Even Meng Fanpeng has to give him some face. Now, let's see if Elder Meng's stand is firm. Everyone was looking forward to Ding Chodong's arrival, and they were filled with shock. I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint Brother Ding. Because we have no other choice. Do you know how many crimes Xianxia has committed? Do you know how many of our 100 Sect Alliance's men he has killed? In the hidden secret realm, Xianxia killed hundreds of heavenly god realm experts and tens of thousands of prodigies. All of them died in Xianxia's hands. Have you ever seen such a tragic scene? Xianxia is a disciple of the Profound Feng Sect. That's why we have to use this method to force Xianxia to show himself. Otherwise, countless innocent people will die. This unfilial son must be killed. Even if we lose 800 men, we will fight till the end. Meng Fanpeng did not disappoint the people of the 100 Sect Alliance and looked at Ding Chodong with determination. So you're saying that you want to go against the Profound Feng Sect? Ding Chodong said. It's not me who wants to go against the Profound Feng Sect. It's Xianxia who wants to go against the 100 Sect Alliance. He has killed so many people, doesn't he deserve to die? He deserves to die. If you have the ability, then go and capture him. Why do you have to make things difficult for the Profound Feng Sect's beginners? You'll be punished by the heavens. Moreover, he's no longer a disciple of the Profound Feng Sect. Yet, you guys are using the Profound Feng Sect to threaten us. Are you trying to force the Profound Feng Sect to its death? Ding Chodong stared at Meng Fanpeng. I only know that if Xianxia is not killed, there will be more casualties and will be punished by the heavens. Brother Ding, if you're here to reminisce about the past, I'll accompany you to the end. But if you're here to persuade me to leave the Profound Feng Sect, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Even if I can, the 9 behind me might not give you face. As soon as Meng Fanpeng finished his words, the 9 half-step heavenly god realm experts behind him released their imposing aura. Even Ding Chodong's expression became solemn. This Meng Fanpeng seems like he wants to kill all of them. Including him, there are 10 half-step heavenly god realm experts. I, Meng Fanpeng, will never kill the innocent. If Xianxia shows up, I will not touch a single hair of the Profound Feng Sect. If Xianxia doesn't show up, I will slaughter the entire Profound Feng Sect. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Won't rest until one of us is dead. Won't rest until one of us is dead. The 500 heavenly god realm experts shouted loudly. It was deafening. Ding Qiudong felt a strong pressure pressing on his heart. It seems like today's battle is unavoidable. Even though Jiang Chen had left the Profound Feng sect, these people still did not want to let the Profound Feng sect go. They wanted to squeeze the last bit of strength out of the Profound Feng sect to force Jiang Chen to show up. The aura of 500 heavenly God realm experts was terrifying. Countless people were terrified. This kind of aura was not any weaker than 10 half-step heavenly God realm experts. The deafening roar shook the Fengming mountain. The 100,000 disciples of Profound Feng sect were trembling. Some of them even fainted from the shock. If Jiangchen shows up, I hope you'll remember what you said. If Jiangchen doesn't show up, I, Ding Qiudong, am willing to accompany him to the end. Ding Qiudong said. He might not be Ding Qiudong's match in a one-on-one battle, as Ding Qiudong was an expert from the older generation. However, he might not lose to Ding Qiudong. The 9 people behind him were also half-step divine kings. Which of the top 20 sects did not have a half-step divine king? Although the Heavenly Star sect was not weak, they didn't have the guts to go against everyone. Thank you, Senior Ding. Qingming is useless and caused the sect to suffer such a disaster. Xian Qingming sighed, feeling grateful towards Ding Qiudong. It's not your fault. If Jiang Chen is here, the Profound Feng sect will be safe. Ding Qiudong said. I can't even protect my own disciple, how can I be happy? Hee hee. Xian Qingming said helplessly and bitterly. Facing the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and the Divine Pill sect, the Profound Feng sect did not even have the strength to fight back. Xian Qingming's heart was filled with sorrow but also pride. Jiang Chen was able to dominate the 9 heavens and stand proudly in the Linhe boundary, sweeping away all the prodigies. He had brought glory to the Profound Feng sect. Even if he left the Profound Feng sect, the Profound Feng sect would always welcome him. Moreover, Jiang Chen left the Profound Feng sect not to protect himself, but because he didn't want to drag the sect down. It's the 10th day. Looks like Jiang Chen is fated to be a coward. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qingzi laughed and said. Looks like the Profound Feng sect won't be able to escape this time. Li Tianhua said faintly. Meng Fanpeng furrowed his brows. Is Jiang Chen really someone who's afraid of death? Jiang Chen, don't come. It's not too late to take revenge for our sect when you're strong enough. Xian Qingming looked at the sky and murmured. Jiang Chen is here. An earth-shattering roar reverberated within 100 li of Fengming Mountain. A silhouette pierced through the sky, stepping on clouds. Jiang Chen's eyes were as sharp as swords as he stepped on the void, ascending to the heavens with each step. He looked down at the heavens, looking down at everyone with a domineering aura. The eyes of Meng Fanpeng and the others lit up. They smiled faintly, and their hearts were filled with confidence. You finally came, Jiang Chen. I thought you were going to hide like a coward, but it seems like you're really a righteous person. Jiang Qingzi narrowed his eyes and said with a chuckle. The appearance of Jiang Chen had already made everyone extremely excited. Today, even if this devil incarnate had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape from the palm of their hands. Jiang Chen, alas. Xian Qingming sighed. In the end, he still came. This time, the 100 Sect Alliance was much stronger than before. Moreover, there were 10 half-step divine kings guarding the Profound Feng sect, setting up an inescapable net to capture Jiang Chen. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have 9 lives. Jiang Chen, you've always been smart and arrogant, but you've finally come back. Li Tianhua said in disdain. Really? I've never thought of leaving this place alive. I'll kill as many people as I can. I won't lose if I kill 1, I'll make a profit if I kill 2. Haha. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Jiang Chen knew that he had no other choice. Because Yu and Ling Yun were still in the Profound Feng sect. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of disciples were in his hands. Xian Qingming would definitely not be able to do anything. Although Jiang Chen had said that he'd rather betray the world than let the world betray him, he was still a man, and a man with responsibility at that. He was the one who caused this trouble. Although it was not his fault, he had offended everyone. He must bear it. Life and death are decreed by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. However, escaping was not something Xianxia could do. Xianxia wouldn't allow those who were unrelated to him to die with him, even if there were tens of thousands of them. "Sect Lord, is everything all right?" Xianxia said. His voice could be heard from 100 li away. "Everything's fine." How could Xian Qingming not hear the hidden meaning in Xianxia's words? He was asking about his wife and son. Yu and Ling Yan had left the Profound Feng sect. No matter where they were, at least they were not trapped like the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Profound Feng sect. Moreover, Xianxia was alone, he had nothing to worry about and could fight wholeheartedly. However, Xian Qingming was also worried. Although Xianxia's strength had improved and he could even kill Heavenly God realm experts, he was still a half-step Heavenly God after all. He could easily crush a half-step Divine King. No matter how monstrous and heaven-defying he was, could he escape from this trap? Courageous indeed. But it's a pity that he's fated to die in this battle. Why isn't such a genius from my Heavenly Star sect? Ding Chodong said faintly, feeling pity in his heart. However, he would not take any action because his purpose of coming here was to protect the Profound Feng sect. Since the Profound Feng sect was safe now, he could not help Xianxia. It's equivalent to declaring war against the 100 Sect Alliance, standing on the opposite side of the entire Linhe boundary. Ding Chodong knew that Xianxia was going to die, he could only sigh in his heart. That's great. Ha ha ha. Then I don't have to worry about anything in this battle. Xianxia laughed, the haze in his heart was swept away. Since Xian Qingming said that everything was fine, it meant that Yu and Ling Yan were safe. There was another possibility, they had already left the Profound Feng sect. Since Ling Yan had said that she was going to leave the Profound Feng sect, she said that she was going to wait for his return. However, waiting for him delayed her return. Ling Yan and Yu might not be around anymore. Xianxia, you're about to die, yet you're still so relaxed. I'm curious, how did you manage to smile? Jiangqingzi said in a deep voice. Do I need to ask for your permission to smile? The world laughs at me for being crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me. Ha ha ha. Today's battle, I, Xianxia, will fight with all of you till the end. It's still uncertain who will fall. Xianxia roared. He was fearless facing 500 Heavenly God realm experts alone. Moreover, he was calm and domineering. Xianxia knew that if he didn't come, these fellas would do anything. For the so-called righteousness of the sect, they might kill one to warn the others. Profound Feng sect was in danger, Xianxia would not just stand by and watch. Even if everything was fine now, Xianxia would not be able to escape from this battle. You dare to pull the emperor down from his horse even if you're not willing to die. Xianxia, even an old man like me admires you a little. Although you're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a moth flying into a flame, you're still able to live up to your name even after death. We're not as good as you. Ha ha ha. Ding Chodong shook his head and smiled. He slightly squinted his eyes. He admired Xianxia. 500 Heavenly God realm experts will help you ascend to the heavens. Xianxia, die. Jiangqian's expression was cold. From the moment he returned to Profound Feng sect, he did not plan to leave this place safely. Even if he had to suffer 1,000 casualties, he would still be able to injure 800 enemies. Moreover, he might not necessarily lose. Jiangqian's expression was extremely solemn while facing 500 Heavenly God realm experts. If it was an ordinary half-step Heavenly God, he would have been scared to death and run away. Xianxia knew that Profound Feng sect would not be able to escape if he ran away. Even if Heavenly Star sect was protecting and Earthly Hades sect was supporting him, so what? Jiangqian did not want to owe Profound Feng sect and he did not want to drag Xian Qingming into this. A man could die standing, but he could not live with a guilty conscience. It was better to live with vigor than to live without purpose. Jiangqian glanced at the 500 Heavenly God realm experts fearlessly. Since he could not escape, he would fight till the last moment without any regrets. Xianxia, perhaps this is your fate. Ding Chodong said in a low voice. He felt sorry for Xianxia. Unfortunately, he had offended the entire Linhe boundary. No one could save him. 500 Heavenly God realm experts. Even a Divine King realm expert would be killed by these 500 Heavenly God realm experts. Jiangchen will not be able to escape from us. Since he's here, he should pay the price. Whether it's the twisted jungle, the hidden secret realm or the Linhe boundary, Jiangchen's death is not enough to atone for his sins. Humph, Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. 500 heavenly god realm experts attacked. Even if Jiangchen fought against 100 of them, he would not be able to win. Water Moon Sect's Wang Gang lead 20 heavenly god realm experts to capture Jiangchen. Meng Fanpengling said. Yes. The great elder of Water Moon Sect, Wang Gang, led 20 heavenly god realm experts towards Jiangchen. Only 20 heavenly gods, it seems like you guys are really looking down on me, Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled indifferently. He did not take a step back, but took a step back. A terrifying gale pierced through the void. Jiangchen fought against 20 heavenly god realm experts with his bare hands. Jiangchen was unarmed and his fists were invincible. He fought against 20 heavenly god realm experts without falling into a disadvantageous position. 20 early heavenly god realm experts couldn't even break through Jiangchen's defense. They couldn't even get close to him. Jiangchen's domineering physical strength was shocking. With a single punch, 5 heavenly god realm experts were pushed back. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiangchen. All of them were pushed back. Ha ha ha, good timing. Jiangchen laughed heartily. Facing 20 early heavenly gods, he felt like he was in an unstoppable state. He dealt with them with ease and ease. 20, not enough. Come again. Jiangchen's eyes were filled with battle intent. 20 early heavenly god realm experts were gradually suppressed by him. His fists landed on their bodies and thunder rumbled. Would Evolution Sect's Zhao Kuiyun bring 30 heavenly god realm experts to fight against Jiangchen? Meng Fangping's expression was calm. Although Jiangchen's aura was imposing and fearless, he was still facing 500 heavenly god realm experts. This was only a tenth of them. Roger. Zhao Kuiyun led another 30 heavenly god experts to join the battle. 50 heavenly gods instantly increased the pressure on Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen was still able to deal with them with ease. The 50 heavenly god experts were fighting against him, each of their attacks were terrifying and soul-stirring. This fella is truly the reincarnation of a monster. To think that he could fight 50 heavenly god realm experts alone with his half-step true god realm strength. Terrifying. I don't know if we should say that our people are too weak or that Jiangchen is too strong. To be able to be hunted down by the 100 Sect Alliance and kill countless people, he must be quite capable. No wonder so many heavenly gods died in Jiangchen's hands. Jiangchen's battle prowess is truly terrifying. Some of the experts are already feeling threatened. Many people were discussing about it. However, Jiangchen's mightiness was overshadowed by the 50 heavenly god realm experts. Now, both of them were on par with each other. Jiangchen was fighting against 50 heavenly god realm experts with his bare body. Everyone was shocked speechless by the scene. Such a young man, if he doesn't die, his future will be limitless. Ding Chodong said silently. However, he did not have the chance or reason to take action. As long as the profound Feng sect was safe, his mission was completed. He did not have the ability to fight against the entire Linhe boundary. He was confident that he was a half-step divine king, but he did not have the courage to fight against Jiangchen. Just 50 heavenly god realm experts, what can they do to me? Ha ha ha. Jiangchen roared. His domineering aura was unstoppable. The 50 heavenly god realm experts became even more desperate under Jiangchen's terrifying aura. However, Jiangchen's profound heavenly armor was able to withstand all of their attacks. Jiangchen was even more domineering and ruthless. Huqianer of Fiery Sect, send another 50 heavenly god realm experts to kill Jiangchen. Meng Fangping's eyes were as sharp as a blade. Huqianer of Fiery Sect was not inferior to a man either. 100 heavenly god realm experts encircled Jiangchen and continuously launched their attacks. Jiangchen was walking on the line between life and death, retreating step by step. At this moment, it was difficult for him to withstand 100 heavenly god realm experts with just his physical strength. Jiangchen's palms were like swords, his fists were like rocks, striking fiercely. The entire Fengming mountain was filled with thunderous sounds. Hundreds of thousands of profound Feng sect's disciples held their breaths as they watched the scene. Because they knew that Xianxia did not have to turn back, he did not have to face so many experts, but he still came back. Moreover, he fought against 10 or 100 of them. Although he was retreating step by step, he was still unreachable in the eyes of the profound Feng sect's disciples. Xianxia was their eternal idol. In their eyes, Xianxia was a great man. Now, this fella is not as arrogant as before. Let's see if he can still stand up against 100 heavenly god realm experts. Xianxia sneered as he looked at Xianxia with disdain. Although he was unwilling, he knew that it would not be easy for him to fight against 100 early heavenly god realm experts. Xianxia was undefeatable. Although he looked defeated, it was enough for a half-step heavenly god realm fella to gain the respect of 100 heavenly god realm experts. Xianxia's expression became more and more terrible. 100 early heavenly god realm experts had formed a huge net, and he was like a moth that could not escape from the net. If that's the case, let's fight to our heart's content. Xianxia roared and turned into a dragon. At this moment, the aura of the half-human half-dragon rose abruptly, reaching the mid-heavenly god realm in an instant. The explosive increase was suffocating. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia's close combat skills became even more terrifying. His fists tore the void apart. None of the heavenly gods could withstand Xianxia's attacks. The terrifying fists smashed down, crushing the rocks. Xianxia was like an immemorial giant beast. He was even more powerful than the Tao Tai. Xianxia roared like a dragon and tiger. Under the dragon transformation, he was invincible. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts felt a great pressure at this moment. Xianxia was able to withstand the attacks of the 9 heavens' divine tools with his dragon-like body. He was extremely ferocious as he continuously punched out. 5 heavenly god realm experts were instantly sent flying away. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianxia's dragon-like body. Give it your all, don't give him a chance to turn the tables. Everyone was incomparably excited. Hundreds of heavenly gods could not suppress a half-step heavenly god. It was really embarrassing. These 100 people were extremely furious. However, Xianxia's aura had completely suppressed them. The terrifying dragon might reverberated in the void. The aura of 100 people was not as powerful as Xianxia. Haha, a bunch of trash. Watch how I break through your 500 heavenly god realm experts. Xianxia soared into the sky. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, more than 20 heavenly god realm experts were forced to retreat. Xianxia crushed the meridians of 7 heavenly god realm experts with a single step. Their bones and flesh were separated and exploded. 7 heavenly gods were instantly killed by Xianxia. Xianxia's attack was unstoppable. Those who stand in my way shall die. Xianxia waved his dragon arm and launched a heavy punch. With a single punch, someone's meridians were instantly crushed. An early heavenly god could not fight back against Xianxia at all. 1 against 100, Xianxia gained the upper hand once again. This fella is a living devil. Many people's eyes were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled as their battle intent faded. One man crushed 100 heavenly god realm experts. Xianxia's strength was enough to move a mountain, his chi was like a bull. His terrifying strength, the 9 dragons and 10 elephants were unstoppable. Anyone who bumped into him would die, anyone who touched him would be injured. Xianxia used the might of his dragon transformation to slay more than 20 people. The remaining 70 experts were in danger. Even though the 100 Sect Alliance was their base camp, none of them wanted to die in Xianxia's hands. After all, it was not easy to obtain hundreds of years of cultivation. Xianxia, this great devil, truly made them feel despair. Sun Shao of the Overlord Sect, it's your turn. Bring another 100 early heavenly gods. I'd like to see how capable he is. As soon as Meng Fomping's voice faded, Sun Shao sneered and charged towards Xianxia. 100 heavenly gods fought against Xianxia once again. This time, Xianxia was forced into a desperate situation. Even with the help of the dragon transformation, it was still difficult for him to fight against 200 heavenly gods. Xianxia's expression became extremely ugly. He started to take the initiative and became passive. You're quite strong. However, you're still too weak to fight against 200 early heavenly gods. Sun Xiao sneered and pulled out his sword. His figure was like a phantom and his aura was like a dragon. He was like a sharp blade that pierced into the heart of his enemy. Countless heavenly gods were behind Sun Xiao, forcing Xianxia to retreat step by step. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and soared into the sky with unstoppable might. The heavenly dragon sword shone with boundless might as it fought against 200 heavenly gods. He was like a heavenly god that descended from the heavens. Since you're wearing a layer of armor, I'll give you a piece of fortune. This kind of battle is not fair. Meng Fanpeng sneered. While the 200 heavenly gods were fighting against Xianxia, he swung his sword and launched a sneak attack. It shattered Xianxia's profound heavenly armor. Xianxia was struck by Meng Fanpeng's sneak attack. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10 li away. His aura was greatly weakened. The 200 heavenly gods were like gods, they were able to fight against Xianxia with ease. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and stared at Meng Fanpeng. Xianxia never thought that this high-ranking elder of the Clear Stream sect would do something so despicable. He launched a sneak attack and destroyed his profound heavenly armor. Now, the 200 heavenly gods could completely ignore Xianxia's defense. They were in a frenzy. Meng Fanpeng. I'll definitely kill you. Xianxia was enraged. At this moment, he had to defend himself with all his might. Without the help of the profound heavenly armor, not even Xianxia dared to face the attacks of the 200 heavenly gods head-on. This overbearing force was like a divine sword that covered the sky. It was unstoppable. After losing the profound heavenly armor, Xianxia's combat strength did not decrease at all. However, he needed to be able to defend and attack at the same time in order to defend against the strong enemies. Under such circumstances, Xianxia was destined to fall into a passive position. Sword shadows and blade lights intertwined with each other. Xianxia's body was covered with scars and bloodstains. 200 heavenly gods. Xianxia finally felt like a mountain was pressing on his shoulders. Even breathing became difficult. Senior Xianxia, many of the profound Feng sect's disciples had tears in their eyes as they watched this scene silently. Xianxia, who was covered in blood, was still holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He was fighting with all his might, swearing not to surrender. All of this was for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of disciples. Everyone felt guilty in their hearts. The scars on Xianxia's body were getting more and more. Their anger was getting more and more intense. However, there was nothing they could do. 200 heavenly gods wanted to kill them like drinking water. Even their sect lord could not do anything about it. Those people were too powerful. They were so powerful that it made people's scalp numb. However, Xianxia did not give up from the beginning to the end. He fought until the very last moment, until his death. There was no sign of surrender on his face. This was Xianxia. Even though he was severely injured, his fighting spirit was still high. A man would not cry easily. However, the disciples of Profound Feng sect had tears in their eyes when they saw Xianxia's scars. Xianxia, you have killed countless people. You have committed a grave sin. You deserve this. Surrender now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to die peacefully even if you die. Xianxia said coldly. 20 is not enough. 50 is not enough. 100 is not enough. I want to toy with you until you die. Meng Fanpeng stared at Xianxia with a gloomy expression. The corner of his mouth revealed a hideous smile that was becoming more and more ingrained. I, Xianxia, will never fall. After losing the profound heavenly armor, Xianxia fought against 200 heavenly god realm experts alone. It was getting more and more strenuous for him. The injuries on his body were also increasing. The heavenly god realm experts were not easy to deal with. Although Xianxia was strong, it was still not enough to fight against 200 experts alone. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable, but it could only force back a few dozen people. 200 heavenly god realm experts were charging forward one after another. To kill a few dozen of them in one go was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xianxia's sword slashed across the field. The sword light flew 90,000 miles away, sending 10 heavenly god realm experts flying. However, it was still a drop in the bucket, unable to play a crucial role. At this moment, the other experts had already arrived. 12 fire god guards. Xianxia slashed with his sword again. His skin was cut open and blood was everywhere. Xianxia retreated again and again. The 200 heavenly god realm experts did not let him go and forced him into a dead end. 12 fire god guards. Xianxia roared and the 12 fire god guards immediately attacked. The fire god guards had all reached the heavenly god realm. The 12 fire god guards formed a formation and protected him in the middle. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation was formed in an instant. Once the formation wheel of the 12 fire god guards was activated, even a late heavenly god realm expert could withstand it. The strength of the 12 fire god guards was quite strong. They did not disappoint the crowd. They blocked the attack of almost 100 people and bought enough time for Xianxia. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. He was meticulous. With the help of the 12 fire god guards, Xianxia's combat strength was improved perfectly. This kind of life and death battle was the best way to improve one's strength and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia did not have the concept of life and death in his heart. To him, this was an experience that could not be stopped. In the heavenly dragon sword, the sword of solitude's aura increased tremendously. A single sword light swept across the entire area. The sword of solitude had killed 27 people and forced more than 100 people to retreat. Xianxia's mightiness was restored once again. The 12 fire god guards were not careless at all. The overbearingness of the fire spirit puppets was even more terrifying. They possessed the attribute of the karmic fire of the red lotus. Their fire chi was soaring. In terms of individual combat strength, the fire god guards were not weaker than a mid-heavenly god realm expert. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation of the 12 fire god guards made them even more invincible. More than 100 heavenly god realm experts could not break through the 12 fire god guards. One on the offensive, one on the defensive, one on the offensive, one on the defensive. Xianxia was even more at ease. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Xianxia's eyes were filled with unparalleled battle intent. This game is getting more and more fun. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. Let's see how you're going to deal with them this time. Meng Fanpeng squinted his eyes and became more confident. He wanted to toy with Xianxia until he died. Only then would he be able to relieve the hatred in everyone's heart. If he killed Xianxia just like that, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. In their eyes, Xianxia was like a turtle in a jar. They were just toying with Xianxia. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts were definitely comparable to 500 early heavenly god realm experts, maybe even stronger. Xianxia's countenance suddenly changed. Seeing that 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts had joined the battle, his eyes became colder and colder. It was as if the entire Linha boundary's strength was on his shoulders. That kind of weight almost crushed Xianxia. Another 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. You guys have overestimated Xianxia. This time, I'm afraid that he won't be able to escape. Ding Qiudong glanced at Xian Qingming and shook his head helplessly. Xianxia was indeed a monstrous genius. It was not easy to capture him under such a terrifying formation. Now, it had become a massacre. Xian Qingming watched silently, but he could not do anything. The profound Feng sect had fallen into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of inner and outer sect disciples had tears in their eyes. This was a true hero, fighting against the world alone without any regrets. Xianxia, your death is here. Torturing you to death might be the best way to end this. Haha. Li Tianhua said fiercely. His sinister yet terrifying expression was extremely terrifying. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of malicious intent. Great, I'm going to kill everyone here. Xianxia's back was facing the 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. He used his sword to cut through the void and killed 30 early heavenly god realm experts. However, the dreadful aura behind him had already turned into a torrent, blotting out the sky. The dreadful aura instantly sent Xianxia flying. Xianxia looked solemn. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts were indeed incomparable to an early heavenly god realm expert. The dreadful aura had locked onto him. Moreover, each of the mid-heavenly god realm experts were experts from their respective sections. They must have been through hundreds of battles, unlike those early heavenly god realm experts. Some of them were just the younger generation of their sections. They were still inexperienced and weak. As the 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts joined the battle, Xianxia felt that it was hard for him to move forward. He was heavily injured again and again. The heavenly dragon sword could not keep up with the attacks. Xianxia was forced into a dead end. The 12 fire god guards were besieged by more than 140 early heavenly god realm experts. They finally showed signs of defeat. Although they managed to hold back those early heavenly god realm experts, on the other hand, Xianxia was fighting against 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts alone. This dreadful force could probably destroy any sect in the Linha boundary, excluding the top 20 sections. Xianxia took a few steps back. However, there was no more place for him to retreat. Although his combat strength was extraordinary under the dragon transformation, the opponent's strength was even stronger. This was what Xianxia had expected. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts were a dreadful force. Even the number 1 city in the Linha boundary, Gulong City, dared not underestimate them. This force was only a part of the 100 sect alliance in the Linha boundary. The main force might not even be here. However, it was still impossible for Xianxia to fight against 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. Little Ashura sword formation, activate. Xianxia roared. He used 10 supreme grade divine origin stones as the base of the formation. This time, Xianxia did not use any of his energy. Otherwise, the devouring power of the Little Ashura sword formation would have sucked him dry in no time. The power of 10 supreme grade divine origin stones was quite strong. At least, it could help Xianxia's Little Ashura sword formation for a quarter of an hour. Within that quarter of an hour, he would be invincible. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? Li Tianhua smiled but remained calm. As expected, the 100 mid-heavenly gods could not withstand the Little Ashura sword formation at all. More than 100 of them were trapped in the sword formation and could only defend themselves. Moreover, they were heavily injured. They would have died if they did not gather together to resist the powerful killing formation. Xianxia stood proudly with his eyebrows knitted tightly. He could feel that something was wrong. However, he did not unleash the full power of the Little Ashura sword formation. It was only 10 to 20% of its power. Because Xianxia was waiting for all the heavenly gods to enter the formation. At that moment, he would be able to fight with all his might. He wanted to kill all 500 heavenly gods. This was Xianxia's plan. This sword formation is only SOSO? Hee, if that's the case, I'll show you my formation. Li Tianhua leaped up and soared into the sky. He held the sun, moon, and stars in his hand. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the crowd. The other 200 mid-heavenly gods joined in as well. Their terrifying aura filled the air. The 500 experts stood in 8 directions at this moment. With Li Tianhua controlling the formation, they instantly formed a formation that was even more terrifying than Xianxia's Little Ashura sword formation. You have Zhang Liang's plan, I have wall ladder. This formation is specially made to deal with you, the Little Ashura sword formation. Xianxia, it's impossible for you to escape from us today. Ha ha ha. Li Tianhua dominated the world and the Ghost Eye sect was known as the sect of formations. If it wasn't for their Ghost Eye sect that shocked the Linha boundary, the world would remember them as the Ghost Eye sect that was founded on formations. Such a powerful formation. Xianxia frowned. The 500 heavenly god realm experts had all returned to their positions. More than 60 early heavenly god realm experts who had died were replaced by more than 60 late heavenly god scripture experts. At this moment, the entire void seemed to have become dark. The formation of Ghost Eye sect was covered with dark clouds, covering the entire area within 10,000 li of Profound Feng sect. Everyone felt suffocated and suffocated. Those weaker disciples of Profound Feng sect were shivering in fear. Hundreds of them even died under the suppression of the formation. Terrifying. This is a demonic formation. My heart is about to jump out. Senior Xianxia, I'm afraid we're doomed this time. Is our Profound Feng sect going to perish like this? Every disciple of the Profound Feng sect was in deep despair. Jiangchen looked up and saw that Li Tianhua's 500-men formation had completely engulfed the little Ashura sword formation. A terrifying black whirlwind was howling, stirring up the mountains and rivers. The black whirlwind was like a grim reaper from hell, engulfing Jiangchen's sword formation. Jiangchen's expression became solemn. At this moment, the 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely fused with the little Ashura sword formation. This time, Jiangchen was not confident. He was confident that his formation would not lose to Li Tianhua's formation. However, the strength of his opponent's formation was too powerful. Even his scalp felt numb. This was a feast for the Linhe boundary. Jiangchen was shocked and proud at the same time. This battle had filled him with pride. What kind of formation is this? Jiangchen stared at Li Tianhua with his eyes narrowed. There's no harm in telling you. It's the Thousand Elephants Arhat formation. Formed by 500 heavenly god realm experts, even a half-step divine king can be crushed in an instant. It's specially made to deal with you. You should be proud to die in the Thousand Elephants Arhat formation. Li Tianhua said disdainfully. He was extremely confident in the Thousand Elephants Arhat formation. This was one of the great formations of the Ghost Eye sect. It was extremely powerful. Even when facing the attack of a divine king realm expert, it was extremely sturdy and stable. The black whirlwind continued to blow. A 10,000 zhang tall black skeleton was gradually formed. Its eyes were like black holes, emitting a dreadful aura. It opened its bloody mouth as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. The Thousand Elephants Arhat formation formed by 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely engulfed Jiangchen's little Ashura sword formation, completely suppressing it. Jiangchen also felt that he was shrouded by the black mist, his heart felt extremely pressured. Let's go, Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. Jiangchen took out another 30 supreme grade divine origin stones and activated the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. At this moment, the little Ashura sword formation was completely activated. Rays of golden light shone brightly. Rays of dreadful sword light pierced through the black mist. One black and one golden, two dreadful auras intertwined with each other. Sword shadows shuttled through the void. Such a dreadful sword formation. This sword formation is much stronger than the one Jiangchen used before. How could this be? Jiang Qingzi raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression was solemn. However, Li Tianhua was also extremely solemn. Only he was confident. Even he had to admit that Jiang Chen's formation was too powerful. If the 500 heavenly god realm experts were to cast Jiang Chen's peerless sword formation, they could even kill a divine king realm expert without mercy. However, Jiang Chen's current strength was too weak. It was already not easy for him to cast 1/10,000th of the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation's power. Li Tianhua won because of the All Elephants Arhat formation formed by the 500 heavenly god realm experts. This was his true trump card. Even without the formation, the 500 heavenly god realm experts were still a terrifying force. With the combination of the All Elephants Arhat formation, it was like adding wings to a tiger. His sword formation is indeed earth-shattering, but it's absolutely impossible for him to break my All Manifestations Arhat Prajna formation. Li Tianhua's expression was as calm as usual as he commanded the terrifying killing formation. Terrifying black whirlwinds swept across the area. The pressure that Jiangchen felt was getting stronger and stronger. The whirlwinds were like blades that tore through the void. Jiangchen's blood and qi were trembling and his body was being torn apart by the wind blades. Jiangchen controlled the little Ashura sword formation. The sword formation's power was 5 times stronger than before and it clashed against the Arhat Prajna formation fiercely. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The All Elephants Arhat formation that Li Tianhua controlled also launched its most terrifying attack at this time. 500 heavenly gods, the feeling of the fusion of their powers was like a demon king descending to the world, killing all gods and Buddhas in their path. The black skeleton shadow gradually took shape in the whirlwind and devoured the thousands of sword shadows. Jiangchen's little Ashura sword formation lost its dominance for the first time. Jiangchen's expression changed drastically. 500 heavenly god realm experts were a force that was difficult to break through. Even his little Ashura sword formation could not gain the upper hand. The thousands of sword shadows were devoured by the black skeleton. In the end, the black skeleton started to devour the little Ashura sword formation. Xianxia was extremely solemn. The all manifestations wisdom formation that was supported by 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely suppressed Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation. Countless sword shadows dispersed in the black mist. Xianxia's heart was shrouded in darkness. Damn it! Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. Li Tianhua controlled the all manifestations wisdom formation, controlling the universe with one hand. At this moment, Li Tianhua was laughing wildly, his heart was filled with confidence. Zongheng and Yan died in your hands. Xianxia, you must pay the price for what you've done. Break for me. Li Tianhua struck with his palm. The black skeleton shadow along with the fatal attack of 500 heavenly god realm experts collided with Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation. Xianxia's expression was cold as he defended the formation. He roared like a dragon, resisting the attack of 500 heavenly god realm experts. However, he could already sense that the god artifacts were already trembling. The little Azure formation was probably really going to be destroyed. Xianxia's guess was right. The little Ashura sword formation crumbled in an instant, and the 500 heavenly god realm experts were sent flying by Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation. This scene caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The mountain rocks were destroyed, the river bed was cut off, the 5 mountains were filled with phoenix cries, thousands of birds and beasts were killed. The disciples of Profound Feng sect also suffered hundreds of casualties from this huge collision. It was truly a tragic scene. Xianxia retreated 800 steps. His face was gloomy and pale like a sheet of paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered without end. Xianxia knelt on one knee. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and his body was riddled with wounds. Blood was all over Xianxia's body. His lips curled into a ruthless smile. Although the 500 heavenly god realm experts were fine, they were still injured by Xianxia's sword formation at the very last moment. Li Tianhua was the one who felt it the most. Although he relied on the Arhat Prajna formation to destroy Xianxia's Ashura sword formation, he also suffered a great backlash at the last moment. Although the skeleton shadow had devoured Xianxia's sword shadows, it was still a great injury to him. Li Tianhua was heavily injured because Xianxia's Ashura sword formation was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 500 heavenly god realm experts that formed the formation, he wouldn't dare to fight against Xianxia head-on. This sword formation was the number 1 in history. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation did not lose. It lost because Xianxia was unable to unleash its full power. It lost to the 500 heavenly god realm experts. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia was, how could 500 heavenly god realm experts be ordinary? The 500 heavenly god realm experts stood proudly in front of the formation. However, all of them were heavily injured. None of them survived. Although they looked calm, only they knew how serious their injuries were. And the one who injured them was Xianxia himself, a half-step heavenly god. 500 heavenly god realm experts, even an early divine king realm expert would be exhausted to death. Other than Xianxia, who else would have the courage to do so? Even Meng Fanpeng, Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi, these famous experts of the Linhe boundary would not be able to catch up to him. At this moment, Li Tianhua's desire to obtain the sword formation in Xianxia's hand grew stronger. His eyes were glowing with passion. Looking at the scene of Xianxia kneeling on the ground, the 500 heavenly god realm experts were shocked. How powerful is this man? If he was given 10 or 100 years, not to mention the Linhe boundary, even the Lone Dragon County, the northern cold divine region, who would be his match? Where to look at the divine region? My eyes are filled with the sorrow of time. How many things have I done in my youth? Long, long, long. The young Wando Hai, sitting on the northern Cold War. Who could be his match? Giving birth to a son is like a friend in the river. Xian Qingming looked at the scene of Xianxia kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but there was nothing he could do. Xianxia, Profound Feng sect is proud of you. Xian Qingming murmured. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Xianxia was fighting a bloody battle, but they could only watch quietly. Xianxia was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone was looking at him silently. Death was getting closer and closer to him, especially Meng Fanpeng and the others. They had watched enough and wanted to kill Xianxia now. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had spared no effort in this battle. He had gained a lot from this battle, but he was not sure if he could survive the next battle. However, as long as he was alive, the battle would not stop for even a second. Xianxia, what else do you have? Haha, show it to me. You're only one step away from death now. Xianxia said with a cold smile. At this moment, no one could save him. Not even a heaven sovereign could save him, let alone a heavenly god. Xianxia had fought for so long, he no longer had the strength to fight anyone under the heavens anymore. Although the 100 Sect Alliance was a rascal, they were poisoned by Xianxia. Xianxia had become their cancer. No matter what reason Xianxia had, it would not be a reason for them to forgive Xianxia. If Xianxia was not dead, Linha boundary would not be safe. Now, it's finally time for me to take action. Xianxia said confidently. Xianxia was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Now that he had captured him, Xianxia was not worried at all. Everyone, follow me, and capture Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the 20 peak heavenly gods behind him and said faintly. This battle, Xianxia could be said to be fighting the entire Linha boundary, 20 peak heavenly gods. Xianxia slowly raised his head with a bitter smile. But as long as he's not dead, this battle is not over. If the heavens want to kill me, I will drag everyone down with me. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky. These 20 peak heavenly god realm experts were going to be the absolute enemies that could overwhelm him. Little Xianxia, how can I miss out on such a fun battle? A black silhouette broke through the sky, his voice traveled 1,000 miles, shaking everyone's heart. There's a kind of trust, there's no need to look back, there's a kind of promise, there's a kind of life and death, there's a kind of feeling, there's no regrets even if you die. Once upon a time, there was a brave young man who fought side by side with him. They shed their blood, raised their prestige, sang war songs, swept through the world, and shook the world. In the immortal world, when they fought, the world trembled, the 4 seas rose, as if the sky was roaring and the earth was singing. When Xianxia heard the roar that resounded through the sky, he already knew that the guy who wielded a long staff and wasn't afraid of anything had finally arrived. His actions had stirred up the entire Linha boundary. Many of the boundaries around the Linha boundary must have heard of this news. And he must have come after hearing the news. A terrifying gust of wind stirred up the black clouds in the void. A staff fell down, splitting the mountains and rivers. The clouds dispersed, and a black figure appeared. Who else could it be but Xianxia, cold eyes, reserved expression, one hand holding the divine staff, his aura was like a bull, and his domineering intent soared to the heavens. Xianxia's heart was slightly moved. He had changed, he was no longer as violent as before, but he was still domineering. He was not as impulsive as before, but he was still courageous. The hostility between his eyebrows had also turned into a domineering battle intent. The sharpness was reserved, and his dancy was as still as a mountain. The sharpness was clear in his eyes. Xianxia's battle intent was high. He stood side by side with Xianxia, looking at the 500 heavenly god realm experts who retreated from the battlefield. His mouth curved into a meaningful smile. These 20 heavenly god realm experts in front of him, none of them were easy to deal with. But since Xianxia had decided to come, he had no worries. Their brotherhood was deeper than the sea, there was no need for words between them. Xianxia did not care too much, as long as he saw Xianxia alive. Can you still hold on? Xianxia smiled and looked at Xianxia. I can't hold on anymore. Xianxia shook his head. Then, he laughed and looked Xianxia in the eye. If I can hold on, then what else is there to say? We'll just fight. Xianxia brandished the divine staff in his hand, and his rage soared to the heavens. As he turned, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a shocking desire to do battle. He wanted to take revenge for Xianxia's injuries, bit by bit, from these people. Another one coming to die? Since that's the case, then all of you can die. Xianxia held the trident in his hand and took the lead. He stood in front of Xianxia and Xianxia. He was full of confidence and calm. Initially, they thought that it would be some powerful expert who came to help Xianxia. Never did they expect that it would be a peak early heavenly god. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Leave him to me. Xianxia pointed at Xianxia and said. I'll deal with the remaining 20. Xianxia said indifferently. These 20 peak heavenly gods were obviously stronger than Xianxia. However, as an elder of a great sect, Xianxia was not someone easy to deal with. Just you? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Let me see what you're made of. No wonder you're friends with this brat. Birds of a feather flock together. You're all so arrogant, but in the end, aren't you still dead? Xianxia was full of disdain towards Xianxia. However, Xianxia was calm and collected in this battle. Although Xianxia was also a peak heavenly god, he did not feel pressured at all. You're courting death. Xianxia said coldly. Without saying a word, he charged towards Xianxia. Even though Xianxia was a peak early heavenly god, he was not afraid at all. Although there was a difference of 2 realms between them, Xianxia's fearless spirit made him fearless. He fought with his life on the line. Xianxia sneered. At this moment, he had no choice but to give it his all. Xianxia's arrival had made him even more excited. With the help of the wood spirit and the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, Xianxia had recovered quite a bit of his strength. He did not retreat even half a step when fighting against the 20 peak heavenly gods. These 20 peak heavenly gods were extremely powerful. They were at least on par with 2 to 3 half-step heavenly god realm experts. Xianxia, die. It's a worthy death to die in our hands. Haha, you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. What else can you do? Aren't you going to be killed in the end? It's not too late to surrender. We'll leave your corpse intact. Xianxia, you're a hero. Even though you've yet to mature, you're still terrifying. Out of respect for you, I suppose you won't be willing to be torn apart by us, right? The 20 experts joined hands to besiege Xianxia. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against them. However, he would not lower his head even if he were to die. If you want to kill me, you need to have the ability to do so. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. The one who can take my head will become a heavenly lord. Xianxia smiled calmly. He was able to deal with the 20 experts with ease. It had been a long time since they fought side by side. Xianxia had never thought that Xianxia would come at this time. He might not know how Xianxia knew about this, but he did his best to rush here. Xianxia could see the fatigue in his eyes. He must have rushed here non-stop. We can't lose. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes in anger. He immediately activated the ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia's strength rose to the peak again. Xianxia's strength had reached the late heavenly god realm under the ancient soaring dragon technique. The might of the punch was unstoppable. The embodiment of the ancient soaring dragon technique was not only in terms of strength, but also in Xianxia's current dragon physique. The ancient soaring dragon technique under the dragon transformation was even more perfect. Although he was half dragon and half human, Xianxia could feel the faint dragon chi in his body. Once this dragon chi was fully integrated into his body, Xianxia knew that he would be able to reach the next level. The dragon chi lingered in his body. The ancient soaring dragon technique had made Xianxia's battle strength rise again and again. Just the toughness of his body alone had surpassed a normal peak heavenly god realm demonic beast. It was impossible for an ordinary attack to break his dragon body. The heavenly dragon sword became more and more proficient. It merged with Xianxia and became a part of Xianxia's body. The ancient soaring dragon technique's assimilation had benefited Xianxia a lot. It was not only a reflection of his strength, it was also a prerequisite for him to transform into a dragon. No wonder the Tao Tai was willing to pay any price to obtain the ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia finally realized the immeasurable value of the ancient soaring dragon technique. Boy, let's see if you can still play tricks on us. Die. Stubborn fella. Xianxia clenched his fist with one hand and a sword with the other. The edge of the sword was sharp and the momentum of the fist was overbearing. Both of his attacks were ruthless and shocking. Xianxia was able to maintain such a combat strength even after repelling 500 heavenly gods. Even Mangfomping's eyes turned solemn. This fella seems to have endless divine power in his body. Looks like we have to end this quickly. If we, the half-step divine king realm, take action, I'm afraid the Linhe boundary's face will be ruined. Meng Fanpeng was clear that it was not difficult to kill Jiang Chen. It was not wrong for him to kill Jiang Chen step by step. Now that the 100 Sect Alliance had deployed such a huge force, if the 100 Sect Alliance had to send out half-step divine kings to kill a kid who wasn't even a heavenly god, it would be inexcusable. Li Tianhua was speechless. Jiang Chen's strength was truly terrifying. It would be impossible for Meng Fanpeng to defeat Jiang Chen and capture him with the least amount of combat strength. Meng Fanpeng had to take care of the Linhe boundary's face and the Clear Stream sect's face. If he were to kill a kid, many people from other boundaries would be gossiping about the Linhe boundary and the Clear Stream sect. Jiangqingzi, Lu Yang, don't hold back. Lu Yang, there's no need to hold back. The two of you must kill this fiend. Otherwise, how will our 100 Sect Alliance keep our face? Meng Fanpeng's deafening voice reverberated throughout the area. Jiangqingzi and Lu Yang were shocked. They knew that Meng Fanpeng's words were also related to their sect's reputation. They must not let Jiang Chen have a chance to breathe for the glory of Linhe boundary. You must pay a price to kill me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, his iron fist swept across. 20 peak heavenly gods were forced back by Jiang Chen's fists. However, Jiang Chen's defense was even more terrifying than before. Even without the profound heavenly armor, his defense had reached an unprecedented peak with the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique. Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard Meng Fanpeng's words. He knew that this battle was not only about him, but the entire Linhe boundary and the Overlord sect. He must give it his all. Invincible Overlord Fist. Lu Yang's fist was sharp, shaking the void. He no longer held back and unleashed the Overlord sect's secret technique, the Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful fist aura engulfed the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen remained calm and unmoved like a mountain. His fist clashed against Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants clashed against Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful shockwave spread across 800 li, causing countless people to hold their breaths. Jiang Chen's punch was not fancy at all. It was purely based on the terrifying strength of his punch. Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist clashed with his bare hands. Both of them were sent flying backwards. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, Lu Yang's entire arm was completely numb. He did not expect that his sect's peerless divine technique, the Invincible Overlord Fist, could not even push Jiang Chen back. Moreover, Jiang Chen's face was not red at all. The damage that the punch caused to him was negligible. Jiang Chen smiled with a calm expression. However, the Invincible Overlord Fist was rather dreadful. If it wasn't for the support of the ancient soaring dragon art, Jiang Chen might not be able to withstand this fist. Even so, Jiang Chen had suffered quite a bit of backlash, causing the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. Blood and qi were rising in his body, but Lu Yang was suffering more than him. Lu Yang's expression was extremely unsightly. One could imagine that Lu Yang had lost the upper hand in this fist. Even the Invincible Overlord Fist could not allow Lu Yang to display his invincible bearing at this moment. On the other side, the battle between Long Shan and Jiang Chengzi was also exceptionally exciting. However, Jiang Chengzi had lost the initiative. He had underestimated Long Shan at the start, causing him to be completely suppressed by Long Shan in the following battle. In Jiang Chengzi's eyes, how strong could a guy who was 2 realms lower than him be? However, Long Shan had perfectly demonstrated the true meaning of power. His dreadful means had shocked the world. Everyone could not help but sigh. Jiang Chengzi had completely lost his former bearing under Long Shan's invincible attacks. A peak heavenly god, at this moment, looked extremely mediocre. One could not feel his power at all. Under Meng Fanpeng's encouragement, Jiang Chengzi's heart trembled. He needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Just like what he said, birds of a feather flocked together. Jiang Chen's friend was actually this monstrous, not any weaker than Jiang Chen. He initially thought that Jiang Chen's bearing was unparalleled, but now, he finally knew how terrifying Long Shan was. He was actually on par with Jiang Chen. Great furnace of heaven and earth, turn 3,000 ashes. Jiang Chengzi did not hold back anymore. At this moment, the most important thing was to end this battle as soon as possible. Once he got rid of Longshan, he would be able to show off the divine pale sex might. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen and his friend dragged on, the news would definitely spread across the entire Linhe boundary, and even the other boundaries. At that time, the 100-sect alliance would become a laughingstock. Jiang Chengzi's hands formed hand seals continuously. An incomparably huge great furnace of light appeared in the sky, trapping Longshan within it. Heavenly fire descended, hurricanes arose. The terrifying great furnace was like hell on earth, the end of the world. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. Jiang Chengzi's methods were indeed the style of a great sect. This is getting interesting. Longshan sneered. The Battle Saint Ape's true form appeared, shocking everyone. Its gigantic body soared into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, and its strength was enough to shake the heavens. Longshan held the peerless godly staff in his hand, sweeping across the world. At this moment, the peerless godly staff grew to a few thousand zhang long, smashing towards the great furnace of heaven and earth. Under the strike of the staff, the vast earth roared, and the great furnace of heaven and earth trembled slightly. This is an ancient divine beast, the Battle Saint Ape? Meng Fanpeng was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen's helper would be this terrifying. Fortunately, he was only a peak early heavenly god. Otherwise, if the Battle Saint Ape was a peak heavenly god, he might not be able to take it head-on. An ancient Battle Saint Ape, truly domineering. Haha. This Jiang Chen, I thought he was already heaven-defying. Never thought that his friend would be this terrifying. Ding Chodong said with a smile. Battle Saint Ape, is there still hope for Jiang Chen? Xian Qingming asked. Hey, difficult. 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 Ding Chodong was telling the truth. If the Battle Saint Ape was a peak heavenly god, there might still be a chance. However, his strength was still too weak. These three difficulties made Xian Qingming's heart of despair unable to rekindle. Longshan's peerless divine staff stirred once again. At this moment, the Battle Saint technique was executed perfectly. The battle symbol art shook the heavens and the earth, becoming stronger than before. The terrifying impact of the peerless divine staff became even more ferocious under the might of the Battle Saint technique. The great heaven and earth furnace was shattered by Longshan. Even the heavenly fire and hurricane within it were blown away by Longshan's staff. Dragon Shan's unparalleled might shook the heavens and earth. With a loud roar, the Battle Saint technique of the battle symbol art soared into the sky. The falling divine staff broke through the great furnace of heaven and earth. The heavenly flame dispersed and the hurricane stopped. Jiang Qingzi was sent flying backwards, spurting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. No one had expected Dragon Shan to have such terrifying combat strength. Even Jiang Qingzi was defeated. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Qingzi gritted his teeth. The trident once again displayed its might. A terrifying halberd light pierced through. Longshan was invincible. The Battle Saint technique's battle strength was shocking. It continuously destroyed Jiang Qingzi's great heaven and earth furnace. The trident in his hand was not a match for the peerless divine staff. The moment the trident collided with the peerless divine staff, the entire trident was broken into pieces. My heavenly divine tool. Jiang Qingzi's eyes widened in anger. He had never thought that his heavenly divine tool would be broken by Longshan. That ordinary-looking staff was actually so terrifying. The might of that staff was unstoppable. Jiang Qingzi's heart was boiling with anger. But when he raised his head, Longshan's staff smashed down on him. The dreadful power was like the weight of Mount Tai, making it hard for Jiang Qingzi to breathe. The battle power of Longshan's Battle Saint Ape was extremely terrifying. Even Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephants might not be able to compete with it. Jiang Qingzi was completely defenseless. He caught the divine staff with his bare hands. His entire body was smashed into the ground by the peerless divine staff. Both of his arms were smashed into pieces and his flesh was a bloody mess. Jiang Qingzi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His breathing was weak and his life was in danger. Who would have thought that a single strike from Longshan would be so domineering? Even if Meng Fanpeng wanted to save him, he couldn't make it in time. What a strong fellow. This Battle Saint Ape is too scary, isn't it? A peak early heavenly god realm expert had completely defeated Xianxia. TSK, it really makes one sigh. I have to say, this Xianxia has really embarrassed the Divine Pale sect. It's all up to Lu Yang now. Many people were disappointed with Xianxia. But other than Xianxia, who else knew how scary the battle Saint Ape was? Xianxia was heavily injured and retreated rapidly. Longshan did not give up and continued to strike with his staff. At this moment, Meng Fanpeng could no longer sit still. Xianxingzi's identity was special. If he were to die, the Divine Pale sect would definitely not let this matter rest. At that time, he, the alliance leader of the 100 Sect Alliance, would definitely be blamed. Meng Fanpeng stopped Longshan with one hand and saved Xianxingzi. Go, capture this battle Saint Ape for me. Meng Fanpeng waved his hand and 20 peak heavenly god realm experts struck again. This was the last of their strength. Only 10 half-step heavenly god realm experts were left. A bunch of ants. Today, I, Longshan, shall start a massacre. Longshan roared and unleashed his battle saint technique to its limit. Just like Jiang Chen, he was also fighting against 20 peak heavenly god realm experts. Longshan's staff was heavy and merciless. Even though he was facing a god emperor, he was still fearless. The peerless godly staff shocked the world. The dreadfulness of the battle Saint Ape was fully displayed at this moment. Even 20 peak heavenly god realm experts could not gain the upper hand against it. Xianxia was extremely ferocious. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he stared at Lu Yang and the others silently. The 20 great experts had unleashed their peerless techniques. Jiang Chen was very careful with every step he took. The consumption of the ancient soaring dragon technique was making him feel exhausted. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he would be completely exhausted by the ancient soaring dragon technique. Give it your all. I'd like to see how long he can last. Lu Yang harumphed and charged forward again, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen's strength was still terrifying, but it was much weaker compared to before. Lu Yang took the opportunity and did not give Jiang Chen any chance to breathe. At this moment, it was best to end the battle as soon as possible. 20 streams of dreadful qi were unleashed continuously. Between the heavens and earth, the weather changed. Jiang Chen and Dragon Xianxia had fallen into a stalemate. No matter how powerful they wouldn't be able to hold off so many experts. On the other side, Meng Fanpeng was still glaring at them. He was most worried about those half-step Divine King experts. If they were to attack together, Jiang Chen would not be their match. Jiang Chen and Dragon Xianxia were completely overshadowed by these 40 peak heavenly gods. However, the two of them still had an unyielding fighting spirit that would never give in. Battle Saint Ape, if you're willing to join me and become my mount, I might let you go. After all, you don't have to die. Jiang Chen is the enemy of the entire Linhe boundary. He won't rest until one of us dies. Why do you have to suffer? Meng Fanpeng said faintly, trying to make Longshan surrender. Xianxia sneered disapprovingly. You think you're worthy? Ha ha ha. You're overestimating yourself. So what if you're a half-step Divine King? I've never been afraid of anyone. Let's fight. Longshan's arrogant laughter enraged Meng Fanpeng. What a reckless fellow. Death is the end of everything. I've given you a chance before, but you're useless. Meng Fanpeng's eyes were cold. These 40 peak heavenly gods were all peerless experts of their respective sections. Some of them were even great elders. They were gathered here to kill Jiang Chen. All hope was placed on them. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Little Chenzi, watch me. I'll show them the fatal 13-rod strike that I created at the brink of death. Longshan smiled proudly. He was in high spirits. The prestige of the battle Saint Ape was accompanied by the peerless rod strike. Who could resist it? The fatal 13-rod strike was created by Longshan when he was on the brink of death. It was a rod technique similar to the 7 injuring fists. It was used to injure the enemy, but the target of the fatal 13-rod strike was the enemy's life. Dragon Xianxia smiled proudly in the sky. Shadow after shadow of his staff was formed. Every strike of his staff caused the heavens and earth to change color. More than 20 heavenly god realm experts didn't dare to face the sharpness of his attack. The fatal 13 staff strike used their lives as the price to fight against the heavens and earth. Every strike of the staff carried an indomitable overbearingness. Every strike was like a suicidal charge. However, no one dared to go head-to-head with a super lunatic like Dragon Xianxia. Once the 13 deadly staff was unleashed, who would be the master of this vast land, Long Xianxia became more and more courageous as he fought. Even Xianxia was shocked. The fatal 13 rod strike was terrifying. Life-extinguishing square inch, moving unhindered between the heavens and earth, who can resist? Xianxia's fatal 13 staff strike had the 7 wounding stance, dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to himself. Currently, he was also heavily injured. He had crippled 13 peak heavenly gods in a row. His mightiness was unparalleled. No one could stop him. However, Long Xianxia's injuries were not light either. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. Xianxia was slightly startled. He knew that Long Xianxia had reached his limit. To defeat 13 peak heavenly gods in a row. Who could rival him? Moreover, his strength was only at the early heavenly god realm. This battle Saint Ape sure has some ferocious methods. It's a suicidal battle. However, he did kill 13 of us. However, no matter how strong he is, how could he resist our will tactic? Ha ha ha. You're right. Xianxia might not be able to hold on much longer. It's already shocking that he managed to hold on for so long. Xianxia, the day of your death is coming. Xianxia suddenly turned his head around. More than 20 peak heavenly gods were attacking him at the same time. He had lost the initiative. Long Xianxia had saved himself at the last moment. However, he was also in danger. Monkey, hold on. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. The ancient soaring dragon technique had squeezed his strength to its limit. At this moment, Xianxia felt that there was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. However, he did not lower his head. This was Xianxia's belief and will to fight. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Xianxia struck out a seal and forced the 4 experts to retreat. However, his back was in the hands of more people. Xianxia was being attacked from the front and back. It was getting more and more difficult for him. Every step he took, every breath he took, everything became a hindrance. No matter how strong Xianxia was, it was inevitable that he would be defeated under the joint attack of more than 20 experts. Sword cutting through the void, heaven's will, fusion of dragon and sword. Xianxia turned into the heavenly dragon sword and pierced through the sky. More than 20 experts were ready to attack and kill Xianxia. However, Xianxia was extremely powerful under the fusion of dragon and sword. All of them were forced to retreat and were heavily injured. Although Xianxia had gotten what he wanted, it was also a suicidal battle. His body was getting weaker and weaker. Because the divine energy in his body couldn't keep up with the consumption, he couldn't reach the critical point of balance. In the end, 15 people were defeated by Xianxia. There were only 12 peak heavenly gods left. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold. At this moment, the divine strength in his body was extremely depleted. Xianxia roared furiously and pointed his sword towards the heavens. The union of man and sword was even more terrifying than the union of dragon and sword just now. It was as dazzling as a comet. The remaining 12 people did not expect that Xianxia, who was struggling at death's door, could have such combat strength. All 12 of them were killed instantly. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. They were completely killed by Xianxia's union of dragon and sword. How is this possible? Meng Fangping's eyes were extremely solemn. One of the peak heavenly gods was a disciple of the Clearstream sect. How could Meng Fangping not be angry? Currently, Xianxia was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He did not have any strength to fight back. However, he was able to shock the world by killing 12 people at the last moment. This was a huge blow to the 100 Sect Alliance. 12 heavenly god realm experts were instantly killed. This was the first time Xianxia had encountered such a situation. Moreover, these 12 people were the pillars of the sect, and they'd been famous for a long time. This Xianxia is too abnormal, isn't he? Yeah, I've never met such a terrifying fella. Looks like Elder Meng is finally going to take action. This Jiangchen should not be able to fight anymore, right? He's already in this state, how can he fight back? Ha ha ha. The pitiful ones are those heavenly gods who died for the sake of the 100 Sect Alliance's plan. This is a great test for many sections. Facing the approaching figures, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. His blood was still burning. As long as he's alive, he'll make his enemies pay. Jiang Chen, you've really impressed me. But it's time to end this. Meng Fanpeng said indifferently. 500 heavenly gods, fight Jiang Chen again. Meng Fanpeng waved his hand and countless experts swarmed towards Jiang Chen. Although some of the 500 heavenly god realm experts were injured, it was not a problem for them to fight against Jiang Chen, who was already exhausted. Li Tianhua had been fooling around for a while. At this moment, the 500 heavenly gods descended once again, pressing against Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Long Shan could no longer turn the situation around. Monkey, this time, I'm afraid you'll really have to fight to the death with me. Jiang Chen smiled. I don't believe that I'll die here. Dragon Shan sneered. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. It was his biggest dream in this life to be able to take revenge. However, after knowing about his blood feud, his heart no longer belonged to him. Then let's start a massacre here. Jiang Chen and Long Shan looked at each other. Both of them were at the brink of a life and death battle. Long Shan had never experienced it, so why would Jiang Chen be afraid? Brothers walked together for life, a lifetime of love, a never-ending battle. Jiang Chen was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Dragon Shan, on the other hand, had exhausted all of his divine strength. His injuries were getting more and more serious as time passed. Winning or losing the battle was not important. What was important was that they had no regrets fighting side by side. As long as there was a chance of survival, Jiang Chen would not let it go. Jiang Chen and Long Shan rushed into the crowd of 500 peak heavenly gods. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was still very terrifying, but there were too many of them. Jiang Chen could not kill all of them, and Jiang Chen was being attacked from the front and back. Jiang Chen's body was covered with wounds. Long Shan was extremely excited. With his golden eyes, fiery eyes, he killed more than 10 experts below the late heavenly god realm. But in the end, the area of their battle became smaller and smaller. In the end, Long Shan tried his best, but he could not turn the situation around. Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee, spurting out blood. Even though he was on the brink of death, his eyes were still filled with killing intent. I want to fuse with the lightning to surpass the peak. Fuse, the power of the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen held the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. The moment the two heavenly lightning appeared, the whole place became silent. Even Meng Fanpeng was shocked. Because he knew how terrifying the fusion lightning in Jiang Chen's hands was. Even 5 half-step divine kings couldn't resist the terrifying fusion power. The heavenly lightning was rampaging, no other power could resist the fusion power. Just like the reincarnation of the heavenly way, the heavenly lightning poured down. The power of the heavenly lightning itself was not something that an ordinary heavenly god could resist. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill all of you. Let's die together. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen's roar was as loud as thunder. The two heavenly lightnings fused together and the dreadful energy poured down on the entire Fengming Mountain. However, Jiang Chen did not forget to protect the disciples of Fengming Mountain at the last moment. It's finally starting? It's a pity that I'm prepared this time. Meng Fanpeng said faintly. His eyes turned cold. He was waiting for this moment. Brothers, please give it your all. 10 half-step divine kings will be able to stop this monster. Do not underestimate the fusion power of the heavenly lightning, it's enough to destroy everything in the world. Following Meng Fanpeng's shout, the 9 great experts took action. This time, including Meng Fanpeng, there was a total of 10 half-step divine kings. They only had one goal, which was to suppress Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion. Previously, 5 half-step divine kings were almost defeated. Therefore, Meng Fanpeng was prepared this time. The rainbow light accompanied the surging of the thunderclouds, causing the sky to change color. At this time, more than half of the 500 heavenly god realm experts were instantly killed by the power of lightning. The entire Fengming mountain was filled with wails, and the experts at the peak of the heavenly god realm also covered their heads and fled. "You're always stronger than me, even if you're not as strong as me," Longshan said unwillingly. However, deep in his heart, he was happier than anyone else. This was a true brother. Obviously, Meng Fanping and the others were within Xianxia's calculations. "We will definitely give it our all. For the sake of killing the demon, for the sake of justice," the 9 half-step Divine King Realm experts said at the same time. At this moment, Xianxia felt a great pressure. The 10 experts above his head had completely blocked his way. The might of the heavenly lightning fusion was slightly stagnant. Because these 10 half-step Divine King Realm experts wanted to stop Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion. If that's the case, Xianxia would not have any other tricks left to deal with. Xianxia. Meng Fanpeng was already prepared for this. The 10 great experts joined forces to stop Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion. However, the heavenly lightning was invisible and it was not easy to resist. However, the 10 great experts were not easy to deal with. A half-step Divine King was a terrifying force, and there were 10 of them at the same time. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, killing intent surged. In this battle, hundreds of heavenly god realm experts had been killed. The 100 Sect Alliance's strength had been greatly damaged. Now that Meng Fanping and the other 9 experts joined forces to attack Xianxia, the 10 experts joined forces to stop Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion. However, Meng Fanping had forgotten one thing. Xianxia was not as strong as he was now. Now that his strength had risen to another level, Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion had been upgraded once again. Even with the 10 experts joining forces, they still looked exhausted. The explosive power of the heavenly lightning fusion was like a deathly lotus blooming in the desert, barren land within 1,000 li radius. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. A dazzling light shot up to the galaxy. Xianxia had exhausted all of his strength. The burden on his body had reached its limit. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The 10 experts displayed their skills. 10 terrifying light beams shot towards the sky, completely suppressing Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion. Every beam of light suppressed Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion to the extreme. However, Meng Fanping and the other 9 experts were still slightly stronger. The half-step Divine King realm was not just a realm or two, it was an entire realm. Meng Fanping was still fearful of the 10 experts joining forces. He was not sure if he could stop Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion. Reality had proven that Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion was not invincible. Xianxia was forced back by the 10 experts, but the 10 experts did not have it easy as well, they were all injured. Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion still shocked them. What a terrifying heavenly lightning fusion, it's like the end of the world. Even so, you're doomed to die here. The 10 experts broke through Xianxia's heavenly lightning fusion. Xianxia was sent flying away, his body was riddled with holes, he was struggling at death's door. His life and death were decided in a split second. Longshan's pupils shrunk, he caught Xianxia's broken body, Xianxia was on the verge of death. Xianxia didn't expect that Meng Fanping was already prepared for this. All the top 10 experts took action and blocked his strongest attack. "Get into the Zulong Tower." The light in Xianxia's eyes was fading. At this moment, Xianxia released the Zulong Tower, the 2 of them entered it instantly. However, the moment Xianxia entered the Zulong Tower, he had already fainted. "What a great Linglong treasure pagoda, it's mine." Meng Fanping looked at the Linglong treasure pagoda in front of him, his eyes were shining brightly. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword and the Zulong Tower were things that he coveted. The others were also shocked, watching Xianxia enter the Zulong Tower, but there was nothing they could do. What's going on? Did this guy hide in the pagoda? Xianxia no longer had the strength to change the 10 zhang tall Zulong Tower to the Zulong Tower, appearing in front of everyone. The other 9 experts were shocked, looking at the Zulong Tower with shining eyes. Spatial rings were rare, but at least they were not rare items. However, a spatial divine tool was different, and it was a spatial divine tool that could accommodate living beings. This made people jealous, and it was in the hands of a little guy who had not even reached the heavenly god realm. A spatial divine tool that could accommodate living beings was equivalent to a moving space. If the space was big enough, it could even be a moving world. This pagoda is really tempting. Haha. That's right, this pagoda is probably a peerless treasure. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. No wonder. Meng Fanpeng, you spent so much effort just to kill this Jiang. Haha. I see. Everyone, although I, Meng Fanpeng, am trying my best to kill this man, I'm doing it for the sake of the lives of the Lin boundary. Such a ferocious man should be killed by everyone. The other 9 nodded slightly. But who would believe his nonsense? It would be strange if he was not tempted by such a terrifying spatial divine tool. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Jiang must have shown the ancestral dragon pagoda to Meng Fanpeng, that's why Meng Fanpeng bore a grudge against him. The ancestral dragon pagoda was what he wanted. Jiang life, what does it have to do with Meng Fanpeng? It was just a righteous excuse to practice medicine to save the world. Go ahead and give it a try. This Linglong treasure pagoda is not that easy to break. Meng Fanpeng said with a faint smile. The Linglong pagoda was incomparably tough. At this moment, all 9 of them were eager to give it a try. Every one of them had their eyes on this spatial divine tool. Once one of them obtained it, there would be an internal battle. Although the Linglong pagoda is powerful, it depends on who's controlling it. Ghost Isexli Gue Guiying sneered and said in disdain. His hand smashed towards the ancestral dragon pagoda. But at this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda was on the verge of collapse. Even the layer of golden light on the surface of the pagoda was shattered into pieces. Not only Meng Fanpeng, even Long Shan who was in the Zulong Tower took a deep breath. Jiangchen's aura is weakening, so the Zulong Tower is fading. Long Shan's eyes were cold, but he could not do anything. Because at this moment, Long Shan could not control the Zulong Tower. This was the first time Jiangchen was in such a situation. His aura was weakening and his vitality was fading. Therefore, the defense of the Zulong Tower was also weakening. Li Gui Guiying's attack had caused the Zulong Tower to tremble. Jiangchen, you won't die, right? Long Shan's gaze was sharp as he stared at Jiangchen. His heart was filled with worry. This pagoda won't be destroyed so easily, right? Even Meng Fanpeng was a little surprised. The crowd was also extremely shocked. At this moment, although Jiangchen had killed hundreds of heavenly god realm experts, in the eyes of the true leaders, the top 10 experts only cared about Jiangchen's Linglong treasure pagoda. Jiangchen had committed all sorts of atrocities, killing countless people, but compared to personal benefits, what they were more concerned about was Jiangchen's Linglong treasure pagoda. This fella has quite a lot of secrets on him. However, that pagoda doesn't seem to be all that strong. Ding Chodong murmured. Everyone was watching the battle silently. Ding Chodong was also envious. However, he knew his own position and situation. He was here to protect the profound Feng sect. Naturally, it was impossible for him to rob Jiangchen's belongings. However, these old bastards might not be the same. Because Jiangchen was already someone that everyone had the right to kill. Their target was naturally the pagoda. Even Ding Chodong suspected that Meng Fanpeng's intention to kill Jiangchen was to rob the pagoda. Long Shan stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen's aura was so weak that it made Long Shan's heart palpitate. Jiangchen might die at any time. Along the way, Jiangchen had never thought that Dragon Shan would lose his wings here. He was unwilling to believe that everything that had happened was just like a fleeting cloud. Break it! Li Gui Guiying punched again. At this moment, the golden Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapsing. The golden light was dispersing. It even felt like the tower was going to collapse at any time. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen was still expressionless and lifeless. Long Shan's eyes were filled with fire. He clenched his fists tightly and his heart was filled with torment. At this moment, Jiangchen's life was gone. The Zulong Tower had lost its initiative to defend itself. If Jiangchen died, the Zulong Tower might collapse as well. Long Shan could clearly see that the Zulong Tower was full of cracks. Li Guiying's attack was quite powerful to the Zulong Tower. Moreover, it was an attack from a half-step divine king. Punches after punches landed on the ancestral dragon pagoda, causing cracks to appear on the pagoda and buzzing sounds could be heard. Xianxia's heart stopped beating at this moment. Success or failure depends on this. Life symbol technique, appear. Long Shersan's eyes were extremely clear. The life symbol technique was one of the most important skills in his battle saint technique. Long Shersan had forcefully used the life symbol technique on Xianxia. It was extremely damaging to him. However, in order to save Xianxia, Long Shersan decided to fight with his life on the line. Even if he had to sacrifice 100 years of life. Long Shersan's hands moved continuously as he pressed on Xianxia's eyebrows tightly. However, Xianxia's consciousness was still there. At this moment, the life symbol technique was activated crazily. Xianxia's heart began to be revived bit by bit. Long Shersan's life symbol technique had pulled him back from the gates of hell. At that moment, the energy in Xianxia's body kept returning to him. The life symbol technique had a huge turning point at this moment. Xianxia's life force began to condense bit by bit. Long Shersan suddenly raised his head and looked at Xianxia with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Little Chinzi, you're really an unkillable cockroach. Long Shersan felt that Xianxia's aura was constantly returning. At this moment, the Zulong Tower also began to gradually repair itself. The original cracks also began to shrink and eventually disappeared without a trace. The shattered Zulong Tower was constantly fusing and solidifying at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Under the bombardment of Li Guiying, it finally turned waste into treasure. Under the dazzling golden light, Meng Fanpeng, Li Guiying and the others were shocked. No wonder it was a spatial divine tool. Such a terrifying recovery ability could actually repair itself. It was really shocking and unheard of. The life force in Xianxia's body was constantly returning at this moment. All things had spirits, and the life force of all spiritual things was gathering in Xianxia's body. At this moment, no one knew how much life force Xianxia had absorbed. The entire Phoenix Morning Mountain, the plants withered, the birds and beasts fled, the waterfall dried up, and the earth cracked. There was no other reason. Xianxia absorbed life force to complete his body. How could this be? Why is this Linglong treasure pagoda repairing itself? This is too terrifying. The shock in Meng Fanpeng's heart was at its peak. Even if the ancestral dragon pagoda was able to repair itself, it shouldn't be able to repair itself so quickly. Even if it was a divine tool, it would still be damaged by Li Guiying's punches. However, the ancestral dragon pagoda that was already in pieces was able to redeem itself at an unbelievable speed and was completely repaired. The life force in Xianxia's body became more and more majestic. In the end, his heart also resumed beating. The life symbol art put him in a dead end the moment he died, using death to come back to life. Within 3 days in the Zulong Tower, Xianxia had gathered all the vitality of the entire Phoenix Morning Mountain. When he opened his eyes again, he had reached the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm. The dragon marks in his body had increased by countless folds, reaching a total of 3,290,000. At this moment, the purple-golden divine spark in his body emitted a dazzling radiance. Xianxia knew that this was the aura of a true heavenly god realm expert. At this moment, above Xianxia's head, there was a huge thundercloud that covered 100 li. Within the thundercloud, lightning flashed and the sound of thunder was terrifying. What's going on? Is this the lightning tribulation of a divine king? Who's going to break through? Everyone, congratulations. Yeah. Which brother is going to break through to the divine king realm? The 10 of them looked at each other. Although they were respectful on the surface, none of them were willing to see this happen. Because if someone broke through to the divine king realm at this moment, there would definitely be an overlord in the Linha boundary, which would affect the balance of the Linha boundary. For more than 4,000 years, there had never been a divine king in the entire Linha boundary. A half-step divine king was still a step away from the divine king realm. However, this step had blocked many outstanding geniuses. How could it be that easy to break through to the divine king realm? The half-step divine king realm required the accumulation of divine energy in the body. However, to break through to the Divine King realm, one must rely on enlightenment. One step away, one thought away, and one would become a Divine King. Most of these half-step Divine Kings were thousands of years old, but only 1 in 10,000 had the chance to break through to the Divine King realm. Meng Fanping's life was coming to an end. If he could not break through to the Divine King realm within 10 years, his soul would return to the earth. Therefore, he had been looking for an opportunity. The Linglong treasure pagoda in Jiang Chen's hand was his opportunity. No, could it be you? Nope. Look, there's a pagoda in the middle of the thundercloud. How is this possible? Could it be that he's going to break through to the Divine King realm? This is unrealistic. Everyone was filled with doubts. This is the first time I've seen a God King level lightning tribulation. Perhaps it'll be a form of training and comprehension for me when I break through to God King. Meng Fanping and the others were incomparably solemn. The terror of the lightning tribulation had already proved the problem. This was definitely the lightning tribulation of a Divine King. In the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Chen had fully recovered. Thousands of life force gathered in his body. His strength had almost reached the heavenly god realm. Kid, you really didn't disappoint me. Long San punched Jiang Chen hard, but at this moment, Jiang Chen was full of smiles. At this moment, countless white strands appeared on Dragon San's fur. Now, it's time for us to fight back. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a sinister smile. He had to give everyone a slap in the face. He wanted everyone to see that he, Jiang Chen, had fought against the entire Linha boundary alone. Are you confident? Those 10 old fellas are all half-step Divine Kings. Long San asked in a low voice. A half-step Divine King coming to take on a Divine King's lightning tribulation, what do you think are their chances of survival? Jiang Chen smiled calmly. At this moment, his battle intent was unparalleled and his aura was soaring. I shall let the entire Linha boundary die with me. A bunch of sanctimonious fellas, trying to get my Zulong tower. Are you even qualified? Jiang Chen and Long San stepped out of the Zulong tower. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura became more solid, steady, and ferocious. You're not dead yet? Could it be that this is your lightning tribulation? Li Gui Gaiying said in a deep voice, his eyes were filled with shock. So what? Aren't you all waiting for this moment to come? The lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm has descended upon me, it's such an honor. Aren't you all looking forward to it all the time? Today, all of you shall experience the lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm. Jiang Chen sneered as he glanced at everyone. Thunderclouds rumbled across 1,000 li. Jiang Chen looked up confidently. The lightning tribulation could do nothing to him. However, these half-step Divine Kings and those heavenly gods were destined to fall into despair. Jiang Chen, are you trying to trigger the lightning tribulation here? Are you out of your mind? You're digging your own grave. Don't drag us down with you if you want to die. That's right. Do you know how many people will die here? There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Fengming Mountain, are you not going to care about them? Meng Fanping and the others were shocked. Not to mention those heavenly gods, even the half-step Divine Kings could not withstand the lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm. This fella is really out of his mind. Ding Chodong took 2 steps back subconsciously. The lightning tribulation had already formed and could erupt at any time. The lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm was something that could destroy the world. Meng Fanping, Li Gui Gaiying and the others could not sit still anymore. You're wrong. Profound Feng sect will be fine, but all of you shall die. Jiang Chen was like a crazy gambler at this moment. His bloodthirsty eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. He had no way out. He had to fight with all his strength. If it wasn't for the life symbol art that saved his life at the last moment, he would have become a dead soul in the hands of these bastards. Jiang Chen wanted to take revenge. He wanted to kill everyone. No one could trample on his dignity. Jiang Chen used 20 supreme-grade divine origin stones to set up the Violet Thousand Illusory Formation within the profound Feng sect's territory. Only Jiang Chen could set up such a terrifying formation that could block off Divine Kings. Violet Thousand Illusory Formation, set up. Sect Lord Xian, don't worry. I, Xianxia, will not harm anything in Profound Feng sect. This is what I owe Profound Feng sect. From now on, I, Xianxia, have nothing to do with Profound Feng sect. In this battle, everyone must die. Xianxia looked up to the sky and set up the little Ashura sword formation once again. This time, he used all of his supreme-grade divine origin stones to block off the path of retreat of Meng Fanping and the others. Let's see how you're going to escape from the little Ashura sword formation. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed wildly. His laughter was deafening. But in the ears of Meng Fanping and the others, it was like a declaration of death. Is this lightning tribulation really that terrifying? Yeah. Could it be that Elder Meng and the other top 10 experts can't stop Xianxia? I don't believe it. This Xianxia must be bluffing. He's just a half-step heavenly god while Elder Meng and the others are half-step divine kings. There's no way they can challenge him. Many heavenly god realm experts comforted themselves. But Meng Fanping and the other solemn expression had already explained the problem. Do you really think this formation can trap me? Li Guoying said while gritting his teeth. He could not wait to eat Xianxia's flesh and seize the exquisite pagoda. You can give it a try. At this moment, he had already gained the upper hand. No one had expected that Xianxia, who was on the verge of death, would be able to force them into a corner. Li Guoying's face darkened. He was not afraid of the formation, but he was afraid that he could not escape from the formation and would be killed by the lightning tribulation. After all, it was a lightning tribulation to break through to the Divine King realm. They did not have the strength to break through to the Divine King realm, so they could not change anything. I'd like to see if this lousy formation of yours can trap me. Li Guoying did not believe in this. He rushed up and punched in all directions. A terrifying force swept up and collided with the little Ashura sword formation. However, what followed was a terrifying sword shadow that cut through the void. He might be able to resist it, but under Li Guoying's attack, the sword formation became even more ferocious. Dozens of heavenly god realm experts were instantly engulfed and died. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be able to turn this situation around with his own strength? It was originally a battle between a cat and a mouse, but now it had become a battle between a trapped beast. Li Guoying attacked again and again, but he was forced back by the terrifying sword shadow. He could not break through Xianxia's little Ashura sword formation at all. On the other side, the terrifying purple thunderclouds had begun to gather together. The heavenly lightning fell and thousands of divine kings perished. Even those who were about to break through to the divine king realm were buried under the lightning tribulation. They did not have the strength to resist the heavenly lightning tribulation at all. Now, they were trapped in the formation by Xianxia. Once the heavenly lightning tribulation came, they would have to face a battle of life and death. Under the lightning tribulation, they would be reduced to ashes. Meng Fanping and the others began to attack the little Ashura sword formation continuously, but they failed in the end. More and more heavenly god realm experts were killed by the sword formation. Only 200 late heavenly gods were left. They looked terrified, struggling at death's door. Meng Fanping and the others were extremely worried. Even though they could withstand the little Ashura sword formation for the time being, they would still be crushed by the lightning tribulation of the divine king realm. The heavenly lightning tribulation was getting closer and closer, but Xianxia was still walking leisurely. However, Meng Fanping and the others were like ants on a hot pan, completely falling into panic. Xianxia wanted to trap and kill these guys. The battle of revenge had begun. Xianxia, don't be stubborn. Quickly open the formation and let us go. Otherwise, you will definitely die without a burial. That's right. You're fighting with the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. We'll spare your life. Hurry up and open the formation. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. This is an action that angers both humans and gods. You will be struck by lightning. Xianxia sneered. He had nothing to say to this group of people. They had already come to this stage, but they still regarded his identity as important and wanted to threaten him to open the formation. Wasn't it just a fool's dream? Xianxia sneered. You're right. Xianxia really couldn't understand whether these guys were really retarded or not. Are you guys kidding me? Ha ha ha, Why were you guys so energetic when you were chasing me? 500 people wanted to kill me, suppress me, and force me into a hopeless situation. Why don't you think about it? You guys wanted to kill me and rob me of my treasures. Don't you feel guilty at all? I deserve to be killed by you guys. If I kill you guys, it's the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people? Mother **Cur, is this what you guys think? All of you, go to hell. A bunch of idiots. I was almost killed by you guys. Now you're telling me this. Do you really think that I, Xianxia, am a vegetarian? I will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Today, I won't let any of you go. Xianxia's aura was like a dragon, incomparably domineering. Every word he said was heart-wrenching. However, Meng Fanping and the others still didn't do anything. In their eyes, killing Xianxia was a matter of course. Therefore, they didn't feel any guilt at all. Xianxia deserved to die. Xianxia sneered. His heart was filled with disdain. When he was forced into a hopeless situation with no chance of survival, did they ever think that he was innocent? Now they still had the face to beg for mercy and even ordered him to let them go. Xianxia's heart had already turned cold. This battle was the battle to prove his name. Well said, little Chinzi. This group of sanctimonious bastards. None of them are good people. To put it bluntly, they just want to kill you. Each of them thinks that they're infallible. Do you really think that you can control the life and death of others? Based on what? Now, have a taste of what despair is. Lan Shusan's eyes were cold without a trace of pity. To these people, death was the best ending. Bullshit. You're the public enemy of Linhe Boundary. If you die, the world will be at peace. How many people have you killed? Your hands are stained with blood. It's not too late to stop now. If you continue to be stubborn, then no one can save you. Meng Fanping said. Is the preaching of the Clear Stream sect starting? Hee, Meng Fanping, you deserve to die more than anyone else. Today, no one will be able to escape from my palm. Those who were recruited by you will all die because of you. I, Xianxia, have never known the word mercy. So, what's wrong with me killing all of you? I'm a demon. Who can do anything to me? Xianxia said in disdain. Really? Are you going to kill all of us? Xian Qingming murmured. He did not know if what Xianxia did was right or wrong. However, if Xianxia did not do this, he might be the one to die. Everyone who doesn't look out for himself will be destroyed by the heavens and earth. Everyone is forced. The thunderclouds above Xianxia's head finally converged together. The terrifying lightning flashed with a chilling light. As soon as the lightning tribulation appeared, Xianxia appeared in the middle of the lightning tribulation. He fought the lightning alone with his bare fists. Xianxia's appearance made everyone gasp, including Meng Fanping and the others. They never expected that Xianxia could bathe in the lightning tribulation without suffering any injuries. Moreover, the lightning tribulation was like a hot spring to him. Xianxia's divine light shone as he waved his hand. Terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation finally wreaked havoc in the little Ashura sword formation. Meng Fanping and the others' faces were as pale as pig's liver. They knew that the Real Doomsday was coming. Xianxia, you will be punished by the heavens. Meng Fanping said in a serious tone. Punished by the heavens? Ha ha ha. I am the heavens. If the gods obstruct me, I will kill the gods. If the demons obstruct me, I will slaughter the demons. If the heavens obstruct me, I will transcend the heavens. This is my Tao. The Tao of transcending the heavens. Thunder and lightning filled the sky and covered the entire Fengming mountain. Cries and cries filled the land. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts turned into ashes at this moment. The heavenly lightning tribulation of the divine king realm had become everyone's nightmare. No one could resist it. In addition to the terrifying might of the sword formation, those experts below the late heavenly god realm had all died. It was a tragic scene. In order to reverse the heavenly lightning tribulation, they could only surpass the divine king realm and soar into the sky. In the end, only Xianxia was left in the little Ashura sword formation. He stared at Meng Fanping and the others who were resisting the heavenly lightning tribulation with all their might. However, they were also heavily injured by the heavenly lightning tribulation. The terrifying heavenly lightning made the group of half-stepped divine kings panic. Xianxia, you devil! You will die a horrible death. Arg, my arm! I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Xianxia, I hate you. There was neither joy nor sorrow in Xianxia's eyes. There was not the slightest fluctuation. He had no sympathy for those heavenly god realm experts who were filled with hatred and anger. This moment was his battle for vengeance. Those who kill will be killed. These people were willing to pay any price to kill him. Why couldn't Xianxia kill them? In their eyes, they were always the noble ones, and others were always the lowly ones. Therefore, no one would sympathize with Xianxia's death. As for their deaths, it was because of Xianxia's absurdity, brutality, and bloodthirstiness. What was the logic behind it? What was the difference between killing one person and killing 10 people? It was all about killing, it depended on the reason. Xianxia never felt that what he did was wrong. This was the underworld, and this was cultivation. If he was merciful, perhaps those guys would turn around and attack him until he was dead. So, why not kill them all and nip the last bit of danger in the bud? This was neither bloodthirstiness nor cruelty. Xianxia was merciful, but he would never be merciful to his enemies. He was going to die in this battle of life and death. However, Longshurshan's life symbol art saved him at the most crucial moment. Xianxia knew that Longshurshan had sacrificed a lot of his life force to save him. However, Xianxia wouldn't say any of this. That was his own brother, a lifetime of love, a lifetime of friendship. Who should he look for to settle this score? Xianxia sneered. The world laughed at me for being crazy, I laughed at them for not being able to see through me. My life, merciful or not, cruel or not, I know it well. I will hold my saber horizontally and laugh at the sky. Who can stop me? Good and evil are not clear, why do I need others to judge me? Some say that I'm the beast heart manual, thinking that I'm a lover. Ha ha ha. Xianxia roared towards the sky. His thunderous aura became more and more intense. Eventually, the people in the little Ashura sword formation became lesser and lesser. One by one, the heavenly god realm experts were turned into ashes. Xianxia had destroyed the strength of the 100-sect alliance alone. The 100-sect alliance consisted of 70 to 80% of the sects in the Linha boundary, and they were all experts. But this time, they were all annihilated. Who would have thought that a nameless brat would be able to sweep across the Linha boundary? Who would believe this, including Meng Fanping and the rest? Their confidence was destroyed by Xianxia. Although Xianxia was not their opponent, he had killed hundreds of heavenly god realm experts. Even they were in a dangerous situation. Using the heavenly lightning tribulation to kill so many people, this was their first time encountering it. Because in the heavenly lightning tribulation, if the person undergoing the tribulation died, then there would be no more lightning. Initially, they thought that Xianxia would not be able to withstand the first heavenly lightning tribulation. But who would have thought that Xianxia could ignore the heavenly lightning tribulation of the divine king realm? He bathed in the heavenly lightning tribulation, as if he had the help of the gods. He was so relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. These fellas, they will all die. Little Xianxia, you're too ruthless this time. So overbearing, so daring to offend the entire Linha boundary. Ha ha ha. But I like it. Because these fellas deserve to die. Dragon Shurshan darted a glance at Xianxia. Xianxia hadn't changed at all. Compared to before, Xianxia had become more composed and magnanimous. He knew how to judge the situation and restrain his sharpness. When he was strong, he could move unhindered. When he was weak, he was simple. This was the demeanor and grandeur that a successful person should have. The divine world was the sovereign of the myriad of worlds. There were tens of thousands of geniuses in the immortal world, unparalleled cultivation resources, and a generation of experts. Xianxia was destined to be the brightest star in the divine world. However, the current Xianxia was more like a warrior who was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. That's right. Everyone has to die. Because they offended someone they shouldn't have. I risked my life to save their elite disciples. But in the end, I was framed as an executioner. Hee hee, isn't it ironic? It's not easy to be a good person, why not be a bad person? Saving someone needs a reason, but killing someone doesn't. Jiang Chen's calm voice was filled with coldness. But Long Shan could feel that Jiang Chen still had a trace of resentment in his heart. Even an unrelated person would not be able to stay calm, right? They risked their lives to save someone, but ended up being framed. It was such a sad thing. They did not distinguish right from wrong, and even chased after Jiang Chen. These people deserved to die. This fella is a peerless monster. He wants to kill 10 half-step Divine King realm experts. If Jiang Chen really did that, he would be going against the entire Linhe boundary. Once the Divine King shows up, Jiang Chen will surely die. That's right. Ding Chodong sighed. He only admired Jiang Chen. Even he did not have such courage. However, the Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pale sect were not easy to deal with. Moreover, most of the 10 sects had Divine Kings. Once a Divine King appears, Jiang Chen would have nowhere to hide. However, Jiang Chen was also pushed to his limit. He had no way to retreat anymore. Even if Jiang Chen gave up resisting, no one would let him go. A gentleman's crime would be aroused by his treasures. The treasures he possessed were enough to attract a lot of hatred. God knows how many people wanted to kill him for his treasures. Just the 108 peak divine tools alone had attracted many people's greed. Most of the heavenly God realm experts' divine weapons could not even be compared to them, let alone those who did not even have a divine tool. Jiang Chen also has his own difficulties. No matter what, I still choose to believe him. Even if he is going on a killing spree right now, I still believe that he is forced to do so. However, I'm afraid that not many people know about his sorrow. Xian Qingming was willing to stand on Jiang Chen's point of view. Those people deserved to die, they deserved to die. Meng Fanping and the others had already fallen into despair. Their bodies were constantly being struck by the heavenly lightning, making it even more difficult for them to move. As the lightning descended, the divine energy in their bodies resisted the heavenly lightning. However, the power of the heavenly lightning was too great. Even the 10 great experts couldn't resist the heavenly lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm. It was a critical moment, 2 silhouettes pierced through the void and arrived. Between the heavens and earth, divine lights were flickering, extremely dazzling. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He could feel the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down on him, as if he was locked down. Ignorant brat, to think that you are so cruel and cunning. You deserve to die. A loud voice resounded, as if it could pierce through one's soul. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw light radiating everywhere. Divine King Realm, Jiang Chen looked at the old man in the void with a solemn expression. He could still kill a half-step Divine King, but he had no way to deal with a Divine King. Jiang Chen looked at the old man solemnly. In the face of absolute strength, all kinds of schemes and plots would be exposed. Although Jiang Chen was strong and could easily kill the 10 half-step Divine King Realm experts, he was still powerless in front of a true Divine King Realm expert. The old man was dressed in white with a long beard. His expression was calm and his aura was as cold as ice. He looked at Jiang Chen silently. Jiang Chen felt a great pressure. Is this a Divine King expert? The other person was dressed in black. Just like the old man in white, their aura was untouchable and unstoppable. It was as if their every movement was filled with respect and harmony towards all living things. At this moment, Meng Fanping and the others' eyes were filled with hope. The despair in their eyes had been replaced by hope. Old ancestor, save me! Meng Fanping looked at the old man in white and shouted. Although he was at the end of his life, who would be willing to die as long as he could live? Meng Fanping knew that his savior had arrived. He was so excited that he could not control himself. The others were the same. I'm here, old ancestor. Ghost Eye Sexley Gue Guying also waved at the old man in black. To be forced into such a miserable state by a trash that's not even a heavenly god. You guys still dare to call yourselves the 100 Sect Alliance? Meng Fanping, you've really thrown the face of our Clearstream sect. Di Longqing said in a deep voice. His expression was calm, but the terrifying aura he exuded was overwhelming, engulfing the mountains and rivers. As the old ancestor of the Clearstream sect, he had not fought for thousands of years. To think that this time it was to save an unworthy disciple of his sect. Moreover, Meng Fanpeng, a half-step divine king, was forced into such a state by a junior that wasn't even a heavenly god. It was really shameful. Jiang Chen and Dragon Shersan looked at each other, feeling a chill in their hearts. This fellow was too powerful. A divine king was indeed an existence that they couldn't fight against. These two fellas should be divine king experts. Draconic Shersan said in a solemn tone. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. Although Jiangchen looked calm, he knew that all his tricks would not work in front of these two divine king realm experts. Meng Fanpeng and Li Gui Gaiying were embarrassed, not daring to look at their sect's old ancestor. But at least they were saved. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning tribulation killing 10 half-step divine king experts would become a joke, and the 100 sect alliance would become the biggest joke in the Linha boundary for 1,000 years. Jiang Chen, let's see how you're going to escape this time. With the old ancestor here, you won't be able to escape from him no matter how powerful you are. Meng Fanpeng stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. His eyes were sharp and radiant. Di Longqing looked at Jiang Chen indifferently and said calmly, "Little brat, you still dare to speak so courageously. This time a devil incarnate like you has appeared. This is interesting. However, you have made my clear stream sect lose face and killed so many people from my sect. You will not be able to escape death. Obediently give up and I will spare you the pain of your flesh." Di Longqing's words were like a death sentence for Jiang Chen. To them, the high and mighty divine kings would not care about a little guy who did not even have the strength of a heavenly god. Even though he was cunning in killing Meng Fanpeng and the other experts and hundreds of heavenly gods, he did not have the right to be arrogant in front of Di Longqing. Strength was the source of his words. Should I wash my neck and wait to be slaughtered when others want to kill me? Hee hee, this is the biggest joke in the world. Is this the belief of a great sect? What a joke. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. Even though he was facing two divine king experts, he was still able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're quite a sharp-tongued fella. Strength or glory, which do you think is more important? The black-clothed old man said with a cold smile. He stared at Jiang Chen, giving Jiang Chen a tremendous pressure. Jiang Chen could feel that the blood in his body had been completely activated. The pressure was 100,000 times more difficult than before. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Old Ancestor. This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even respect you. We must kill him. Li Gui Gaiying said while gritting his teeth. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. He was severely injured and would need at least a few years to recover to his peak. The damage that Jiang Chen had done to him was the most severe in the past hundreds of years. Everyone wished that the two divine king old ancestors could kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Ungrateful. Hee hee hee. Interesting. Such a young man is really brainless. But to be able to turn the whole Linha boundary upside down, it's also a kind of ability. But he's too willful and unbridled. He's going to die after killing so many people. Di Longqing said with a faint smile. He was sure that Jiang Chen would be dead. How could this puny true god escape from their palms? Even if I die, I'll drag everyone down with me. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Haha. You're dreaming. Kid, you're going to die soon but you're still so calm. I really admire you. My Ghost Eye sect lacks a tough opponent like you. No one has ever been able to stand up to me, Li Xia. Li Xia sneered and exchanged a glance with Di Longqing. Both of them were extremely disdainful and even a little amused. After all, there were fewer and fewer people who could anger them. In the Linha boundary, they were the supreme existences that no one dared to offend. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the local tyrants of the Linha boundary. You're really interesting. But since I've taken action, you won't be able to fight back anymore. Di Longqing said. With a flip of his hand, he threw out a palm strike. Although it seemed to be a casual attack, it was extremely frightening. Even Meng Fanpeng and the others gasped. Even a casual attack from a divine king was not something that could be taken lightly. Against a divine king, even so, Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The difference between a half-step divine king and a divine king was like night and day. A true expert could force him to use all his strength with just a casual strike. Two divine kings. Xianxia finally felt the threat of death. Could it be that I won't be able to escape today? Xianxia looked up at the sky. The lightning was still raining down. Meng Fanping and the others tried their best to resist. But at this critical moment, Xianxia knew that he had to hold on tight. Not bad. To be able to withstand my strike? Not bad. Di Longqing looked at Xianxia with a hint of surprise. His casual attack was something that many half-step divine kings would not dare to take lightly. However, Xianxia managed to block it and was not injured at all. He was shocked by Xianxia's strength. To think that a true god kid would have such a strange strength. What a great sword. Pity, you're not worthy to have it. As divine kings, Di Longqing and Xianxia immediately realized that Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was not an ordinary sword. This sword, I want it. Di Longqing said with a faint smile. Then, this body, I want it. Xianxia looked at Di Longqing. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were very satisfied. Surrender. Maybe, I can make it easier for you. Xianxia looked at Xianxia coldly, as if he was looking at a puppet. It's not that easy to kill me. Since you guys want me dead, then I shall let the 100 Sect Alliance be buried here. No one can leave this place alive. I, Xianxia, always keep my words. Xianxia, Xianxia and Di Longqing stood opposite each other. At this moment, both of them shook their heads helplessly because Xianxia was too naive. They could kill Xianxia with just one hand as easily as killing an ant. However, Xianxia still wanted to fight with his life on the line. After all, an arm was no match for a thigh. Xianxia. I will use my battle Saint Ape physique to hold him back. You go first, I'll be right behind you. Shursan said in a deep voice. Xianxia looked at him and suddenly laughed. Do you think I'm a fool? If I leave, won't you be killed by them? Since they want me dead today, I shall teach them a lesson even if I have to die. I shall let them remember that even if they kill me, it's not a win. Long Shursan went silent. Xianxia saw through his thoughts. Xianxia's determination showed that he was not confident. If they failed, the two of them would be buried here. Xianxia could still kill these half-step divine kings and fight them. But these two divine kings were their nightmare, they were unstoppable. I wish to fuse the lightning to shake the heavens and earth. Xianxia held the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. Di Longqing was shocked when the two lightning bolts appeared. There's 2 types of lightning? No wonder you're so confident. Hee, the lightning is not bad. It's a pity that you might not be able to use it. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Even we don't dare to touch the lightning. This kid is strange. But he's too weak. Even if he has the lightning, it's useless. Di Longqing shook his head. Not necessarily. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile. Although the 10 half-step divine kings managed to withstand the lightning fusion, they were still injured. 10 half-step divine king realm experts were comparable to divine king realm experts. However, Xianxia was at the end of his rope back then. The amount of lightning he could use was limited. But now, Xianxia's strength had recovered. His ambition was not limited to this. Oh? Alright, let's see what you're capable of. Di Longqing looked at Xianxia with interest. Xianxia's eyes were cold. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning merged together. Be careful, old ancestor. This Xianxia's lightning fusion is not simple. Meng Fanping reminded. Do I need you to teach me? Di Longqing frowned and looked at Meng Fanping with dissatisfaction. The latter smiled embarrassedly. Meng Fanping knew that his worries were unnecessary in front of the old ancestor. To be able to merge the lightning together. Kid, you must be tired of living. Xianxia said and exchanged glances with Di Longqing. They had no choice but to take action. Let's save them first. Di Longqing said and struck out with his palm. The little Ashura sword formation was on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia remained calm and focused on merging the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Even when the little Ashura sword formation was attacked by Di Longqing, it did not budge. Lightning fusion, explode. Jiangchen's lightning charged towards Xianxia and Di Longqing. The two of them ignored Jiangchen as Jiangchen was nothing in their eyes. However, as the two types of lightning fused together, Xianxia and Di Longqing were shocked. This guy really merged the heavenly lightning together. What a terrifying energy ripple. Xianxia was slightly shocked. He finally looked at Jiangchen seriously. After the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning fused together, the terrifying explosion of the heavenly lightning had exceeded the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. Thousands of lightning bolts flashed in the sky. The lightning tribulation was unstoppable. Di Longqing, don't let your guard down. Saving people is more important. Take down this guy as soon as possible. The fusion of heavenly lightning is not simple. I've never heard of it before. Di Longqing agreed with Xia's words. The terrifying power of the fusion had made Meng Fanping and the rest's expressions change. On one side was the heavenly lightning tribulation, and on the other side was Jiangchen's fusion. They finally felt the immense pressure. If it wasn't for the two old ancestors, they might have already said goodbye to the world. You want to save people? The two of you should think about how to save yourselves first. At this moment, Jiangchen was filled with confidence. He was not only going to merge two types of heavenly lightning, but the heavenly lightning within the heavenly lightning tribulation. The fusion of 3 types of heavenly lightning was an unprecedented attempt for Jiangchen. It was filled with danger. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning were both devoured by Jiangchen before he could fuse them. However, the heavenly lightning within the heavenly lightning tribulation was not under Jiangchen's control. Jiangchen had a murderous look in his eyes. At this moment, he wanted to fuse the 3 types of sky lightning. Jiangchen couldn't imagine how strong the 3 types of sky lightning would be once they were fused. But first, he had to fuse the 3rd type of sky lightning. At this moment, the heavenly lightning tribulation was filled with flashes of lightning. Jiangchen wasn't sure if he could fuse all 3 types of heavenly lightning together. Even if he could, the heavenly lightning in the heavenly lightning tribulation would definitely cause him a backlash. If that was the case, he wouldn't have a good time either. However, he had no other choice at this critical moment. You only live once in your life. If you can make waves, why stay calm? Jiangchen's murderous intent was invincible. Even if he had to pay with his life, he and Longshan were forced to a dead end. If they didn't fight back, they wouldn't have any hope of surviving. The only thing Jiangchen could do was to fight with his life on the line. Jiangchen could barely handle the fusion of 2 types of heavenly lightning. After all, he had already subdued the 2 types of heavenly lightning for his own use. However, the heavenly lightning of the heavenly lightning tribulation was incomparably violent. It wasn't something that he could easily tame. The difficulty of fusing 3 types of heavenly lightning together was too high. Jiangchen didn't even have 10% confidence in succeeding. Purpling sky lightning. Jiangchen silently looked at the purpling sky lightning. This kind of sky lightning was even stronger than the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. He didn't expect it to be so domineering. The purple lightning flickered, illuminating the void. When the sky lightning moved, everything was destroyed. At this moment, Jiangchen had fused the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning with the dawn sky golden lightning. Forcefully fusing the purpling sky lightning was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, even he would be destroyed by the sky lightning. Life and death are decreed by fate, let's go all out. Jiangchen thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. It was his first time trying to fuse 3 types of heavenly lightning together. If he didn't even have the ability to try, Jiangchen wouldn't be able to escape today. The heavenly lightning tribulation had killed a half-step divine king. At this moment, the heavens were helping him. If he only relied on the fusion of 2 types of heavenly lightning, Jiangchen would definitely die against 2 divine kings. However, once the 3rd type of heavenly lightning, the purpling heavenly lightning, fused together, it would be a devastating explosion. At that time even divine kings would have to bow their heads in submission. What an arrogant fellow. So what if you fused 2 types of lightning? Your own strength is simply too weak. Di Longqing said disdainfully. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He attacked together with Xianxia. Their goal was to save Meng Fanping and the others. After all, these people were the elders of the sects in the whole Linhe boundary and they were the pillars of the sect. It won't be that easy. Fuse them together. Jiangchen activated the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning and fused the purple ing heavenly lightning together. The purple ing heavenly lightning was impermanence. Jiangchen was extremely worried when he felt the repulsive force of the purple ing heavenly lightning. However, Jiangchen had already mastered the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. With the explosive force of the 2 types of lightning, he was able to suppress the purple ing heavenly lightning. Jiangchen found the right time to fuse the 3 types of lightning together. Jiangchen's spiritual strength was extremely strong, comparable to an hierarch. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so bold. The repulsive force of the purple ing heavenly lightning was like a tidal wave. Jiangchen's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the purple ing heavenly lightning to be so hard to tame. The repulsive force of the purple ing heavenly lightning was too much for him to handle. Even though he fused the 2 types of lightning together, the repulsive force of the purple ing heavenly lightning made Jiangchen tremble in fear. After all, the purple ing heavenly lightning was rootless lightning. It only existed in the world, and under tribulation lightning, it had no owner or root. Although it had spirituality, it had no intelligence. It would only appear during tribulation lightning, and the degree of its violence was even greater than that of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Jiangchen was entangled with the purple ing heavenly lightning for a long time. The terrifying power of the heavenly lightning was constantly rising in his palm. It could explode at any time. Once Jiangchen failed, he would be the first one to be killed by the heavenly lightning. As time passed, the heavenly lightning in Jiangchen's hand finally fused. At that moment, he felt an incomparably powerful aura, as if it was about to blossom in his hand. Jiangchen's breathing was a little sluggish. He could feel that the purple ing heavenly lightning had completely fused with him. Once it exploded, it would be an existence that could destroy the world. Even a divine king might not be able to stop it. Trying to save someone? You must be dreaming. Jiangchen sneered. The heavenly lightning in his hand fused and turned into a meteor. Like a deathly lotus, it completely exploded between Xianxia and Di Longqing. At that moment, the sky was filled with dust. The heavenly lightning tribulation had lost its splendor. Even Jiangchen did not expect that an attack that was fused with 3 types of heavenly lightning could be so powerful. The entire Phoenix Morning Mountain shook. However, the 2 divine kings resisted with all their might. What a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning! Unleash your full power! Di Longqing roared. The 2 divine kings did not dare to be careless. Facing the terrifying thunderstorm that Jiangchen threw out, their hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. The ones who were the most shocked were Meng Fanping and the others. In their eyes, Jiangchen's thunderstorm was becoming bigger and bigger. It slowly blossomed like a deathly lotus, covering the sky. The thunderstorm that could destroy everything was not something that they could resist. No, don't. The expressions of Meng Fanping and the others changed. The threat of death was constantly spreading in their hearts, devouring their confidence. Even if a divine king was here, Meng Fanping and the others were destined to die in the hands of Phoenix Morning Mountain. Old ancestor, save me, save me! Li Gue Guiying let out a miserable howl. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked at Xianxia silently. However, even Xianxia and Di Longqing had to avoid it because even they, the 2 divine kings, did not dare to face it head-on. The thunderstorm formed by the fusion of 3 heavenly thunders was too terrifying. Whoever was at the front would be engulfed by the terrifying aura, even the divine kings were no exception. Di Longqing spat out a mouthful of blood and his face darkened. He stared at the void where the dust had settled and there was nothing left of Meng Fanping and the others. All of them had been annihilated in the void and no one was spared. Xia's eyes were also bloodshot. He never thought that Jiangchen's fusion of heavenly lightning could be so terrifying. However, Jiangchen did not have it easy either. Because the purpling heavenly lightning was not his own heavenly lightning, it was a product of the heavenly lightning tribulation. So even if he forcefully fused it, the lightning poison in his body would continue to spread. In the end, he also suffered a great backlash. This backlash made Xianxia lose control of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. Di Longqing lowered his head silently. As one of the most powerful divine kings in the Linha boundary, his face was completely destroyed by Xianxia. Who would have thought that a true god brat could really do something so heaven-defying, killing everyone in the 100 Sect Alliance? Even with the help of 2 divine kings, not a single one of them was left alive. Thunderstorms swept across the heavens and earth. Not a single blade of grass was left, not even a chicken or dog was spared. This brat is too monstrous. We must kill him, Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. The 2 divine kings were completely humiliated by Xianxia. Even with their full strength, they still couldn't protect Meng Fanping and the others. Not a single person in the 100 Sect Alliance was spared. All of them died under Xianxia's fusion of heavenly lightning. To the 2 divine kings, it was a great irony. This fella is simply the Satan of hell. I never thought that he could annihilate the entire 100 Sect Alliance. To capture him, even divine kings have to take action. Ding Chodong murmured. His expression was solemn and his face was filled with shock. Meng Fanping, Li Gui Gaiying and the other great figures of Linha boundary were all killed by Xianxia at this moment. Even the 2 divine kings could only watch helplessly. How arrogant and high-spirited was this? Xianxia and Di Longqing were thoroughly enraged by Xianxia. They were the elders of the entire Linha boundary. Now, they were defeated by a junior, a true god brat. How could they keep their faces? The 100 Sect Alliance was completely wiped out. Even when they acted, they weren't able to save them. Moreover, they were heavily injured by Xianxia. At this moment, they only had one thought in their hearts, to kill Xianxia. Xianxia was almost destroyed by the backlash from the purpling sky lightning. If it wasn't for the dawn sky golden lightning and 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning protecting his heart meridians, Xianxia would have died. Xianxia. Longshan grabbed Xianxia's shoulder tightly so that he wouldn't fall. I'm fine. Xianxia forced a smile. He didn't lose this battle because he killed everyone from the 100 Sect Alliance. If it wasn't for these 2 divine kings, Xianxia would have been able to leave safely. You won't be lonely even if you die. I, Longshan, am here too. Longshan laughed and said. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? Life and death are like returning home. Xianxia went silent and looked at Longshan. He wanted to apologize, but he knew that Longshan didn't need it. Neither did they need it. Xianxia, you've committed too many sins. Today, I shall chop off your head to console the souls of the 100 Sect Alliance's disciples in heaven. Di Longqing shouted in a deep voice. His voice was deafening like a huge bell. Xianxia knew that this time, they no longer had a chance. Even if I die, I will fight you to the end. Longshan held on to his divine staff as he charged towards Di Longqing. Di Longqing sneered in disdain. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still a god king expert. He threw out a few punches that shook the mountains and rivers. Every punch landed on Longshan's divine staff. On the contrary, Longshan was forced to retreat. In the end, Di Longqing landed a punch on Longshan's chest, causing Longshan to fall into despair. The 2 brothers had to depend on each other. We came this far and swept across the immortal world. Who would have thought that we would have to go through the cycle of reincarnation in the god world? How hateful. Longshan glared at Di Longqing. If it wasn't for the God King, they could have gone anywhere they wanted. This small Linha boundary wouldn't be able to stop them. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't go according to their wishes. In the end, they still couldn't break through the shackles of the God realm and step onto a broader stage. Xianxia looked at the bright sunlight in the sky with a hint of helplessness at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyu, Sister Ning, Qingqing, are you guys alright? Xianxia's heart was burning with passion. He was unwilling to accept this. But at this moment, who could understand him? Even his own brother would eventually die because of him. Xianxia's heart was filled with self-blame. However, there was a slim chance of survival. Under the 2 divine kings, where could he escape to? Zulong Tower. Xianxia controlled the Zulong Tower with one hand, allowing Longshan to enter it quickly. Xianxia, what are you doing? In the Zulong Tower, Longshan roared in anger. His eyes were filled with blood and tears. I'm sorry, brother. I can die, but you can't. You have yet to take your revenge. You must leave this place alive. Xianxia smiled. He knew that the Zulong Tower couldn't withstand the attacks of two god kings, but it could withstand the cracks of space. As long as he tore the space apart, he would be able to send the Zulong Tower out. The Zulong Tower used to be invincible and indestructible. Xianxia knew that it was because of the existence of the ancestral Dragon Emperor's dragon soul. But now that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had fallen into a deep slumber, the Zulong Tower had lost its tower soul. If the Zulong Tower was here, why would Xianxia be afraid? However, things did not go as he wished. The heavens could not possibly be on his side every time. However, he could use the Great Void technique to send the Zulong Tower out. Perhaps, Longshan could still be saved. Bullshit, Xianxia. Longshan's eyes turned red as he roared. But he was trapped in the Zulong Tower by Xianxia. His heart was filled with anger, but he couldn't break through the Zulong Tower. They were brothers, and they would go through thick and thin together. But how could Xianxia allow Shan to be trapped with him? Don't worry, monkey. If you're alive, remember to take revenge for me. I want the divine world to change because of me. I want the sky of Linha boundary to be dyed with blood. Xianxia laughed as he casted the Great Void technique. Xianxia sent the Zulong Tower, which contained Longshan, into the crack of the void. Xianxia, you bastard. I, Longshan, will never forgive you. Longshan's eyes were cold. But at that moment, the crack of the void had already closed. Fighting to the death, you're quite a brother. But it's a pity that even if you die 1,000 times, it's not enough to make up for the souls of the thousands of experts in the Linha boundary. Di Longqing wanted to take action, but Xianxia's speed of sending the Zulong Tower into the crack of the void was too fast. Both of them could not react in time. The Great Void technique was an extremely powerful technique after all. Di Longqing and Xianxia could not react in time. But it's not a big deal, because the person they wanted to kill was only Xianxia. Xianxia looked calm and unmoved. Longshan had been sent into the crack of the void, so he had no regrets anymore. I, Xianxia, have never been afraid of anyone in this life. No one can make me bow down to anyone. Xianxia looked up at the sky. Even the sky is not an exception. Arrogant boy, how dare you be so courageous? But you're still destined to die in our hands. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a laugh. He struck with his palm and the void shattered. Xianxia took a few steps back, his eyes were extremely cold. Once again, he was hit by the purple-ing heavenly lightning. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Xianxia roared and activated his absolute defense. But even so, Xianxia was still sent flying by Xia's attack. Although the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was very strong, it was closely related to Xianxia's condition. Xianxia's condition was extremely weak. How could he use the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor that had an absolute domain? But after blocking Xia's attack, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. Xianxia smiled hideously and looked at Xia. As long as he was still breathing, he would not fall. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will, man and sword unite. Xianxia merged with the heavenly dragon sword once again and broke through the sky. Unfortunately, even though he had broken through to the heavenly god realm perfectly, he still couldn't defeat the two divine kings in the end. Insignificant skill. Di Longqing harumphed. In front of absolute strength, any skill was useless. In his eyes, Xianxia's attack was just SOSO. Even though he was heavily injured, the dignity of a divine king was still inviolable. Xianxia's unity of man and sword was extremely powerful. Even though it was his final strike, it still gave Di Longqing a great deal of pressure. However, Xia and Di Longqing had joined hands to suppress Xianxia. Di Longqing was like an arrow at the end of its flight. One after another, terrifying attacks landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia did not have any strength to fight back anymore. Blood dripped down, dyeing Fengming Mountain red. Jiang Chen's body was completely drained. Jiang Chen, the profound Feng sect is proud of you. Xian Qingming closed his eyes and a teardrop fell on the ground. A man does not shed tears easily unless he is deeply hurt. The entire profound Feng sect was filled with shouts that echoed in the void. Jiang Chen, God of War. Jiang Chen, God of War. Those cute faces were filled with tears. Hundreds of thousands of disciples could feel Jiang Chen's sorrow. If he was not protecting the profound Feng sect, he would not have to suffer like this. Jiang Chen looked up to the sky and roared in satisfaction. What more could he ask for in this life? A bunch of ants dares to compete with the moon. Lowly people deserve to die a lowly death. Di Longqing held the dragon slayer saber in his hand and unleashed its sharpness. The saber light swept across the void and pressed down on Jiang Chen. This slash was aimed at taking Jiang Chen's life. Jiang Chen had nowhere to run. Whoever dares to touch him, I will exterminate your whole family. A cold voice reverberated in the sky. Two silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were dressed in white, and they were young and handsome. They were in high spirits. The gray-robed old man beside the white-robed young man flicked his finger and forced Di Longqing to retreat. Who are you? Di Longqing took 2 steps back. His expression was cold as he stared at the gray-robed old man and the young man in front of him. Battle sect, Luo Ping. The white-robed young man looked at Jiang Chen and said with a faint smile. Qianhua Boundaries Battle Sect? The #1 sect of the 100 battles? Di Longqing gasped. Qianhua Boundary was bigger than Linhe Boundary. The battle sect's position in the Qianhua Boundary was similar to the Clearstream sect. Most importantly, the battle sect's name was known throughout the 10 boundaries. The battle sect's aim was to conquer the world through battle. Compared to the Clearstream sect, the battle sect's aim was to conquer the world through battle. In the Qianhua Boundary, the battle sect was the leader of the 100 sections. I am Luo Sihai. This is my godson and the new genius of the battle sect. He is invincible in the battle sect. The gray-robed old man said calmly. But Di Longqing felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Luo Sihai was one of the 3 great elders of the battle sect. He was also a divine king and was not weaker than Di Longqing. Looking at his aura, Di Longqing was afraid that he might not be able to defeat him even when he was at his peak. Brother Sihai, you haven't forgotten about me, right? Xianxia said with a cold smile as he looked at Luo Sihai. 1,400 years ago, I couldn't kill you. Do you still want to challenge me today? Luo Sihai said calmly. But Xianxia's face darkened. He snorted and said, don't forget whose territory this is. How dare you come to Linhe Boundary and behave atrociously? Do you think you are qualified to do so? The #1 sect of the 100 battles in the Qianhua Boundary might be strong, but this is the territory of the Linhe Boundary. Xianxia did not back down. He confronted Luo Sihai without showing any fear. Jiang Chen frowned his eyebrows. Luo Ping? Luo Sihai? Who is this guy? Why did he save me? The #1 sect of the 100 battles in the Qianhua Boundary. It sounds like they are not any weaker than the Clearstream sect. Ping Er, what do you think? Luo Sihai looked at Jiang Chen and said, if Jiang Chen is dead, I want him dead. If Jiang Chen is dead, I want the Ghost Eye sect to disappear. How arrogant. Kid, aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue? Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you will annihilate the Ghost Eye sect? Kid, don't think that I, Xianxia, will not dare to touch the people of the battle sect. Xianxia didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a helper. However, Jiang Chen was also confused. He didn't expect that there would be someone who would stand up for him, and he didn't even know who the person was. Luo Sihai, your battle sect does not have the capability to snatch someone from the Clearstream sect and the Ghost Eye sect. Could it be that you want to provoke a war between sects and domains? Just because of an irrelevant person? Haha, do you know how big of a sin he has committed? Di Longqing sneered. I only know that if something happens to Jiang Chen, I will make sure that you all die a horrible death. Luo Ping's voice was calm, but it was filled with killing intent. This late heavenly god young man is so domineering. Jiang Chen could not help but nod his head. This battle sect is indeed domineering. Luo Sihai, looks like your battle sect is going to interfere no matter what. Xianxia said. Ping Er's words are the same as mine. As one of the 3 candidates for the patriarch of the battle sect, his position in the sect is not any weaker than mine. Luo Sihai said. Xianxia and Di Longqing were slightly startled. This Luo Ping, what is his relationship with Jiangchen? Why is he so protective of him? As one of the 3 candidates for the patriarch of the battle sect, if they were to touch him, the battle sect would definitely be enraged. At that time, they would not rest until one of them died. Di Longqing knew that the number 1 sect of the 100 battle sect was the mainstay of the Xianxia boundary. Looks like they came prepared this time. If it's an ordinary person, we are willing to give face to your battle sect. But he has killed too many people in the entire Linha boundary. If it wasn't for us, I'm afraid that he would be even more ferocious. Even the 10 half-step Divine King experts were killed by him. Brother Sihai, I advise you to take a step back. If we really hurt the relationship between us, we might have to fight each other. If you insist, then we'll have to fight. Don't forget, we're in the Linha boundary. Xianxia said. How about we, the school of Yen, join us? Ha ha ha. Another pair, one old and one young, stepped through the air and arrived. The black-clothed young man was as cold as frost, and the red-clothed old man behind him was even colder and more terrifying. His strength was also at the Divine King realm. Currently, the entire Fengming Mountain felt a sense of pressure. The school of Yen of the Withered Boundary? The number 1 hidden weapon sect? What do you mean? The Clear Stream sect and the school of Yen have no enmity between us. Are you going to interfere? Di Longqing said in a deep voice. At this moment, the Qianhua Boundaries battle sect and the Withered Leaf Boundaries school of Yen men were standing on the opposite side of them. One had to admit that Jiang Chen's background was really terrifying. Even so, Di Longqing was still unable to make Di Longqing retreat. This was the boundary of Clear Stream sect and he was a man of reason. Why would he be afraid? School of Yen, Yen Yunying. Yen Yunying glanced at Jiang Chen. His cultivation realm had also reached the late heavenly god realm. He was not any weaker than Luo Ping. Jiang Chen was also shocked. Who is this person? Could it be that he was his savior again? At this moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. His heart was full of doubts. Since when did he become so domineering to know these 2 invincible sects? If anything happens to Jiang Chen, I will not rest until he dies. Yen Yunying said in a low voice, firmly expressing her opinion. The old man in red from the Wild Goose Gate also shrugged his shoulders, seemingly quite helpless. He is the direct disciple of the school of Yen. Even an old man like me has no right to interfere with his matters. Whatever he said, I will do it. Haha. Yanli let out a hearty laugh, causing Xianxia and Di Longqing's hearts to sink to the bottom of a valley. These 2 fellows had such a formidable background. Were they really going to fight to the death with them? Brother Yen, are you really going to go against the Clear Stream sect and the Ghost Eye sect? You should know that this is the territory of Linha boundary. I don't believe that you dare to fight with us here. Is it worth it for your 2 sects to fight over a mere kid? Di Longqing said quietly. You don't have to keep emphasizing that this is your territory. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have come here. Whatever Yunying says is right. This time, Yen men will definitely save this person. What do you want? What are you looking at? Not convinced? If you're not satisfied, then let's fight. Yanli folded his arms and his face was full of arrogance. He did not look like a divine king at all. However, it was precisely because of this that Di Longqing and Xianxia became silent. These 2 sects were the overlords of their respective domains. Now, they were trying to snatch someone from under their control. To put it bluntly, they were trying to stir up trouble on purpose. However, Di Longqing knew very well that both of them were seriously injured. If they were to fight now, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen was confused. However, he was not used to the fact that he suddenly had the support of 2 sections. What? Are you going to let him go or not? If you don't let him go, it means that you are not giving face to the Yen men? Yanli said coldly. Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect. think about it carefully. Luo Sihai squinted his smile and looked energetic. He seemed to be ready for a fight. We will not let this matter go. To put it bluntly, you have to know what kind of place this is before you come to our Linha boundary to ask for someone. If you are not afraid of starting a war between the boundaries, then come at us. We will never let Xianxia go. Di Longqing said in a deep voice. He had already received the message from his elder brother. How dare you behave atrociously in our Linha boundary? I would like to see who has the guts to do so. A figure broke through the void and stood beside Di Longqing. Elder brother. Di Longqing was delighted. Di Longhuai? Haha, long time no see. Yanli said with a smile. Di Longhuai snorted coldly. The last time they fought, Yan Li's unique hidden weapon had tortured him for 100 years. This guy was a disgusting guy who did not bite back. My Linha boundary has not reached the stage where no one can stop us. To think that there are so many people here to oppress us. Hee, looks like this old man should join in the fun. A figure appeared beside Li Xia. Li Xiongba, you are not late. Di Longhuai calmed down. The appearance of Li Xiongba had shocked the Linha boundary. How can the Divine Pale sect miss out? The safety of the Linha boundary is not easy for the Divine Pale sect. I am here. Ha ha ha. An old man with white hair and beard followed closely behind and appeared beside Di Longhuai. Overlord sect is here. Another silhouette arrived. It was another 4 divine kings from the Linha boundary. Dan Feng, Lin Bawang, at least you two are reasonable. Haha. Li Xiongba smiled proudly and stroked his beard. The 6 divine kings were even more domineering against the 2 sects of the Qianhua boundary and the Withered boundary. It's really a gathering of heroes. Jiangchen thought to himself. These people were all divine king realm experts. But Jiangchen did not understand why the Yen men of the Withered boundary and the battle sect of the Qianhua boundary would help him. Moreover, it was a solemn vow. It did not seem like an ordinary relationship. Especially the way Luo Ping and Yan Yuning looked at him, they both had an unusual expression. Now, do you still insist on asking for the people from the Linha boundary? Di Longhuai said indifferently, but the corner of his mouth carried a smug smile. Under the 6 great divine kings, no matter how powerful Yan Li and Luo Sihai were, what could they do? Wouldn't they still have to bow down to them? Di Longhuai and the others could not let them gain the upper hand in their own territory. Moreover, this was not a simple battle. Jiangchen had defeated the 100 Sect Alliance and killed tens of thousands of genius disciples of the Linha boundary. How could they let such a person live? What should we do, Yuning? Yanli looked at Yan Yuning. It had to be said that at this very moment, Yanli was also rather solemn. After all, there were 6 great divine king experts and they were not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Once they started to fight, even if he and Luo Sihai joined forces, they were still far from being a match for these people. After all, they were behaving atrociously in their territory. Jiangchen cannot die. I must save him. Yan Yuning said in a deep voice. On the other side, Luo Ping was the same. Since he was here, he must save Jiangchen. Everyone, I don't know how Jiangchen is able to receive your help. However, if I fight with my life on the line, Jiangchen will feel guilty. Jiangchen knew that it was impossible for the battle sect and school of Yen to gain the upper hand in the Linha boundary. He had been targeted by the Linha boundary and they would never let him leave. This was related to the dignity of their sects and the honor of the Linha boundary. Jiangchen knew that it was impossible for the battle sect and school of Yen to gain the upper hand. Brother Jiang, if I do not repay your kindness, Luo Ping will not be a man. So will Yuning. Yan Yuning and Luo Ping looked at each other. They did not know each other but they reached a consensus at that moment. They must protect Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked at the scene in astonishment. He was quite shocked in his heart. Ha ha ha, how lively. Tianmen House is here. I, Fu Di, am here. With a shout, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared. One was a young man with short hair and a vigorous aura. Behind him was a messy old man. He was also a divine king expert. The Tianmen House of Longgu boundary, are you guys going to interfere? Di Longhuai said coldly. Above the Tianmen House, above the Tianmen House. Although the Longgu boundary is millions of miles away, we cannot tolerate the shameless actions of some sections. Ha ha ha. The slovenly Taoist is here. Friends from the school of Yin, brothers from the battle sect, shall we fight together? The slovenly Taoist was filled with battle intent. Count me in. Qi Tian boundary, Yan Shui. I am here, Song Yupeng from the Wanyu boundary. Floating boundary, Mo Qihan is here. Lu Dong from the Chongqing boundary is here. In just a few breaths, a total of 13 top-notch sects appeared on the Fengming mountain. 13 divine kings had arrived. At this moment, the entire Linhe boundary was boiling with excitement. Countless experts who were hiding in the dark could not help but peep at them. Di Longhuai and the others could still remain calm if there were experts from 2 or 3 boundaries gathered here. But now, almost half of the tycoons of the boundaries in the Lone Dragon County had gathered here. The might of the 13 divine kings was unparalleled. Moreover, they not only represented a sect, but also a powerful force of a boundary. Di Longhuai and the others, who were full of confidence at the beginning, were now trembling physically and mentally. The 13 great divine kings were terrifying, but they were not as terrifying as the domain they represented. Moreover, every one of them was the most terrifying domain tycoon, and they could command hundreds of people. Any one of them was comparable to the Clearstream sect. At this moment, Di Longhuai and the others did not dare to say a word. Moreover, the intervention of the 13 tycoons made them understand that they must protect Jiangchen today. The appearance of Lu Dong and Mo Qihan made Jiangchen's heart tremble. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. The disciples of the 13 domain tycoons all knelt down on one knee in front of Jiangchen. This made the elders of their respective sects extremely shocked. Moreover, they completely disregarded their status as the top prodigies of their sects and bowed down to Jiangchen. Brother Jiang, we are late. Lu Dong and the others hung their heads low in shame. All the sects of Linhe boundary, including the divine kings, Xian Qingming, Ding Qiudong and the others, were also shocked. Jiangchen was able to make the disciples of the 13 domain tycoons of Lone Dragon County kneel down and embrace him. How domineering and glorious was this! The news of him sweeping across Linhe boundary and being hunted down by all directions must have spread across many domains. Jiangchen was naturally grateful to these people for helping him with their lives. At this moment, even Jiangchen felt that it was a lifetime ago. He could not help but sigh in his heart. No matter how stupid he was, he could guess that these people were all people who were blessed in the divine tomb. Now, they had all become the descendants of a real tycoon and had a bright future ahead of them. Jiangchen was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was like a majestic emperor. At this moment, they only wanted to protect Jiangchen. The 13 domain tycoons gave Di Longhuai and the others immense pressure. If the 13 domains were to attack together, not only the Clearstream sect, even the Linhe boundary would be in great danger. When he was in trouble, help came from all directions. It was impossible for Jiangchen not to feel touched. It was heart-stirring and soul-stirring. Jiangchen looked at the 13 familiar and unfamiliar silhouettes. His heart was filled with emotions. His actions in the past had indeed touched many people's hearts. Now that he was in danger, help came from all directions. Jiangchen's heart was filled with boundless excitement. Jiangchen thought that he was going to die. He did not expect that Lu Dong, Mo Qihan and the other heroes that he saved from the divine tomb would become the pillars of their respective forces. Compared to them, Jiangchen was a little weak. The weakest among them was a late heavenly god. Lu Dong and Mo Qihan had even reached the half-step divine king realm. These people were not simple. However, Jiangchen did not know that after they were discovered by the various sects, they were given the most terrifying resources to help them improve their strength. Those who came from the immortal world were even more talented, hardworking, and tenacious. Those who broke through the shackles of the immortal world and stepped into the divine world would definitely become a true expert. Jiangchen, on the other hand, was like an ordinary person at this moment. Jiangchen felt sentimental, but he didn't blame them, because everyone had their own path to walk. The world was unfair to everyone. Jiangchen had walked step by step to reach where he was today. He had experienced a lot and changed a lot. The Jiangchen from back then didn't die, but his heart had already become as calm as still water. His blood had yet to turn cold, but that was under the premise that he had the ability to do so. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. Xianxia swept across the entire Linhe boundary and became a well-known figure in the 10 or so boundaries. A true god kid stirred up the entire Linhe boundary. That's why those people were fated to come here. All of you are already the genius disciples of your respective sections. You don't have to be so courteous to me. Xianxia shook his head and helped the 13 of them up. Lu Dong and the others stood up and said in a deep voice, "If anyone dares to touch Xianxia, I will not be lenient. I swear to live and die with Brother Jiang. I swear to live and die with Brother Jiang." The dozen or so people all expressed their stance. Now, all the major figures of the 13 worlds were on Xianxia's side, including the 13 god kings who had come with him. They were majestic and invincible. Di Longhuai's face darkened. Putting aside the fact that they were no match for the other party in terms of the number of divine kings, it was self-evident what the giants of the 13 domains represented. If they really fell out with each other now, Di Longhuai did not doubt that this group of people would fight them to the death. "Xianxia, what virtue or ability do you have to have so many experts supporting you?" Undeniably, Di Longhuai and the others were all silent at this moment. Although Xianxia had killed countless people, Di Longhuai and the others were destined to be defeated in the face of so many reinforcements. Even in the Linhe boundary, it was still full of unknowns and difficulties. However, the situation was worse than them. Even if Di Longhuai and the others were helpless, they could only choose to lower their heads at this moment. Today, I, Di Longhuai, admit defeat. However, if I see Xianxia in the future, I will kill him without mercy. Di Longqing gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face. Although he was unwilling, they were now in a passive position. Such a luxurious lineup had alarmed almost half of the powerful regions in the Lone Dragon County. This change made Di Longqing extremely angry. "Our Clear Stream sect will give you face. However, Xianxia has killed countless people and wreaked havoc in our Linhe boundary. We will not let it go easily. We can retreat from today's battle, but we will not show mercy if we meet again in the future." Di Longhuai said calmly. Although he was furious, he could not show it now. After all, the balance between the boundaries was more important than anything else. If the Linhe boundary started a war today, the Clear Stream sect and even the Linhe boundary would definitely become the public enemy. At that time, it would not be a simple war anymore. The flames of war would definitely spread, causing the entire Linhe boundary to be in danger. Brother D is wise. We admire you. Thank you very much. I, Luo Sihai, represent all the Divine King friends to thank Brother D for your kindness. Luo Sihai said with a smile. Di Longhuai snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Everyone understood the situation and the stakes were high. These divine kings were quite displeased with Xianxia. After all, he had turned the entire Linhe boundary upside down. He was a real devil incarnate. However, these 13 peerless geniuses actually bowed down to Xianxia. Everyone was puzzled. However, they knew that the battle had come to an end. It was impossible for the battle to continue. Xianxia was lucky enough to escape from death and he would surely leave the Linhe boundary. Otherwise, he would not be able to move a single step and he would be hated by everyone. Let's go. Xianxia, as long as you're still alive, our Linhe boundary will not let you go. Xianxia said. Di Longhuai turned around and left. The other divine kings also left helplessly. They had lost all their face. However, they had no reason to continue being entangled with the divine kings of the 13 worlds. They would only be asking for trouble if they did so. Xianxia calmed down a little. At least he managed to avoid this calamity. But what should he do in the future? He might not stay in Linhe boundary anymore. After all, he had offended all the sects here. It would be a miracle if he could still walk around Linhe boundary unscrupulously. Brother Jiang, what do you plan to do next? Why don't you follow me to the Fuyo world? Ayamokihan said. Xianxia had completely lost his initiative. He could not stay in the Linhe boundary anymore. Naturally, he would need to find another place to stay. Xianxia shook his head. He would not follow Mo Qihan to the Fuyo world. He would not follow anyone to their boundary. It would only bring trouble to them. Moreover, Xianxia was used to being alone. It would be uncomfortable for him to be restrained in the sect. I appreciate your kindness. However, I still want to go alone. The Linha boundary is just a temporary place for me to stay. Where is my home in this vast world? Hehe, I think there will be a place for me to stay. Xianxia said with a smile. Brother Jiang, you've turned the situation around by yourself. Otherwise, how could we be where we are today? If it weren't for you, we would have died in the divine tomb. Yeah, it's just a small Linha boundary. How could such a boundary trap Brother Jiang? Haha, a dragon swimming in the shallows. One day, you'll be like a dragon coming out from the sea. Luo Ping and the others said with a smile. Xianxia looked at these people and felt warmth in his heart. He was indebted to them, and today's matter could be considered as returning the favor. However, compared to these late heavenly god prodigies, Xianxia was a bit shabby. He was only an early heavenly god and he had just broken through. If that's the case, we won't force you. Brother Jiang, if you need anything, Lu Dong will be waiting for you in the lifelong realm. Lu Dong clasped his hands and said with a solemn expression. He knew that Xianxia would not leave with them. This was the pride and confidence of an expert. Xianxia could stir up the whole Linha boundary with his own strength. It was enough to prove that his strength was not ordinary. He was also the same back then. He was the weakest, but his combat strength was terrifying. Even now, Lu Dong did not dare to say that he could defeat Xianxia. A half-step divine king was indeed powerful, but Xianxia had too many things hidden up his sleeves. Thank you, God Kings and brothers. There's plenty of time in the future, so let's meet again. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. He was about to leave. Lad, 10 years later, there'll be a fierce battle in the Lone Dragon County. Will you come? Luo Sihai squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia silently. Maybe. I think this Lone Dragon County is not enough to trap me. Xianxia did not turn his head and smiled confidently. I hope that I can defeat you one day. Xianxia, don't disappoint me. Lu Dong murmured. At this moment, Xianxia's silhouette disappeared into the horizon. Everything was settled. They were destined to return to their respective homes. However, it was unknown if Xianxia could really step on the path of the war god and sweep across the world. In short, there was no place for Xianxia in the Linha boundary anymore. Xian Qingming had never dreamt that his profound Feng sect would have such a demon king. No matter what others thought of him, at least in his heart, Xianxia was a true hero. Profound Feng sect was proud of him. Sect leader Xian, there's no place for Xianxia in the Linha boundary anymore. I don't know when we can meet again. Xianxia looked at Xian Qingming and the disciples of Profound Feng sect and sighed. Profound Feng sect was his first home in the divine world after all. Although there were many difficulties and obstacles, there was still a long way to go. Xianxia could not stay in a corner anymore. The Linha boundary could no longer bind him. A man's heart is broad, a man's ambition is everywhere. Xianxia, Profound Feng sect will always be your home. Xian Qingming smiled indifferently. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing for the Profound Feng sect to face such a calamity. At least, the Profound Feng sect's position in the Linha boundary would be more awkward in the future. However, Xian Qingming knew that it was Xianxia who let him know the passion of cultivation. Sect leader, do you know about my two friends? Xianxia asked. The great elder has been killed by Ling Yun. The two of them have already left Profound Feng sect. This is what the elders told me. They should not be in the Linha boundary anymore. Xian Qingming said. Then, it's time for me to go. Xianxia looked back. The Phoenix Morning Mountain was in a mess, but it was filled with warmth. Yang Jian, Man Shui, and the others raised their heads, but this place wasn't their home. You can go to Heavenly Star Boundary, Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect. Xian Qingming said. Xianxia frowned his brows and memorized it. Xianxia understood that Xian Qingming knew more than him. Heavenly Star Boundary, Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning Sect. In the Lone Dragon County, there were a total of 27 boundaries. 4 of them were the strongest, namely the Heavenly Star Boundary, Lifelong Boundary, Chilean Boundary, and Emohi Boundary. Xianxia's target was the Heavenly Star Boundary. But the Heavenly Star Boundary was located in the extreme north, the Lone Dragon County of the northern cold divine region. He needed to cross 7 boundaries to reach the Heavenly Star Boundary. Chilean Boundary and Emohi Boundary were located in the middle of the Heavenly Star Boundary and Linha Boundary. Now that the Zulong Tower was gone, Xianxia's dragon transformation skill was enough to fight, but Xianxia had lost his greatest support. However, in order to save Longshan, not to mention the Zulong Tower, Xianxia would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. But he did not know where Longshan was and what he was doing. At the foot of a mountain in the Clear Stream sect, a black-clothed young man walked in the darkness. His eyes contained a terrifying gentleness. His aura seemed to merge into the mountains. With a single glance, the mountains were already collapsing and the snow was cracking. All living things were sinking. The man took a deep breath, and his aura was like that of a tiger that could swallow the world and all living things. Who else could it be other than Xianyuan Kanglin? You've gained a lot from this trip to the hidden secret realm. Sun Lan, apart from the battle of the Lone Dragon in 800 years, we also have to kill Jiang. He has done many evil deeds and we must kill him. He has brought shame to the Linha Boundary and the Clear Stream sect. We must kill him. Sun Lan said with a smile on his face. Jiang face was filled with anger. Di Longhui said faintly. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. But only Xianyuan Kanglin could hear it. This disciple will remember. Xianyuan Kanglin said in a dignified tone. Now that he had completely merged with the Tao Tai, his combat strength was monstrous and his strength had increased tremendously, reaching the late heavenly god realm. Perhaps no one in the younger generation of Linha Boundary could beat him. I will give you the Xianyuan halberd. It's your duty to kill Jiang. Whether the Clear Stream sect can become famous in the Lone Dragon County depends on you. Di Longhui said. Xianyuan halberd? Xianyuan Kanglin frowned, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He had heard of the Xianyuan halberd before, it was one of the Clear Stream sect's divine artifacts. Thanks to the Xianyuan clan, it was a replica of the Xianyuan sword. However, the Xianyuan halberd was also a terrifying origin divine artifact. Not bad. Not Yan Huang but Xianyuan. Yan Huang halberd and Xianyuan sword are peerless divine weapons. Although the Xianyuan halberd is not as powerful as the Xianyuan sword, it's still a rare treasure. This Xianyuan halberd can help you. Di Longhui flicked his finger. The Xianyuan halberd appeared in Xianyuan Kanglin's hand. Holding the divine halberd, Xianyuan Kanglin was filled with battle intent. Jiang, let's see how you're going to escape from me. As long as I devour you and obtain the ancestral Dragon Emperor's dragon soul, who in the world can stop me? I, Xianyuan Kanglin, must become an emperor and rule the world. Xianxia, you've really disappointed me. A calm voice reverberated in the air. Between the cold and gloomy mountains, there was a layer of white snow. The mountains were steep, and the cliffs were thousands of feet high. A slender black eagle sighed at the entrance of the valley. Xianxia shivered and did not dare to say a word. Luckily, Zongheng's soul is still alive. You should know that he is the most outstanding dark star body that I picked from the Linha Boundary. I wanted to let him gain more experience, but I didn't expect him to become a speck of dust. Has your ghost dissect fallen to such a state? The black figure's voice gradually became gloomy. Xia's body tensed up and he felt terrible. The person in front of him could destroy the ghost dissect with just a wave of his hand. His strength was indescribable. Xia knew that the person in front of him was a true powerhouse. Not to mention the entire Linha Boundary, even the Lone Dragon County might not be able to find an expert like him. Even a Divine King Realm expert like him could not muster up the courage to resist in front of this esteemed person. I know, Xia will do his best. Do your best? Do you know how hard it was for me to find him? Also, I'll give you 1 month to revive Li Zongheng. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you. The Black Shadow said. 100,000 souls and the body of a Divine King Realm expert. This is the spirit bone dissolving pill. Li Zongheng cannot die. The black shadow threw the pill and walked out of the valley step by step. Each step was 1,000 miles. It was much better than flying in the sky. Until the black shadow disappeared, Xianxia could feel that the pressure between the heavens and earth was relieved. Old ancestor, who is that person? A middle-aged man behind Xianxia asked in a low voice. He was the sect lord of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Zhan. Fu Mo, Xianxia said in a low voice, not revealing anything. It's that Fu Mo? Li Zhan said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Shock, sigh, fear, and finally, he could not calm himself down. I don't know if it's right or wrong for Zongheng to join hands with them. At least, our Ghost Eye sect will be able to dominate the Linhe boundary. Fu Mo, ancestor, is this really an opportunity for us? Li Zhan muttered with a complicated expression. He was shocked, sighed, and terrified. Qilian region, Xianxia mountain range, 180,000 miles long. The mountains were steep, ancient trees stood in great numbers. It was difficult for beasts to traverse 10,000 miles. It was the biggest mountain range in Qilian region. The peak of the mountain could reach 10,000 zhang, even birds couldn't fly over it. Rumor has it that the Xianxia mountain range in the Qilian region was the place where the old ancestor of the Middle Prefecture had passed away. Even in the entire Lone Dragon County, it was considered as one of the largest mountain ranges. The Tianqi mountain range was tens of thousands of feet high, filled with dangers. Fog covered the mountain range, so one couldn't fly over it, so they could only sneak through it. Xianxia flew for tens of thousands of li. If there was no spatial tunnel, it would take a long time to get out of the 180,000 li Tianqi mountain range. Xianxia rested for 2 days in a small city at the border of the Tianqi mountain range and Huyu boundary. Xianxia had killed more than 200 experts below the half-step heavenly god realm. Xianxia's name had spread far and wide in the surrounding regions of the Linhe boundary. It was the first time in 10,000 years that the Linhe boundary had joined hands to hunt him down. On the other hand, Xianxia was getting more and more decisive in his killing. He did not spare any of the heavenly god realm experts of the Linhe boundary, and the experts on the ranking list were all killed by Xianxia. As for the real half-step heavenly god realm experts, none of them would be so shameless to capture an early heavenly god. From the Linhe boundary to the Huyu boundary, then to the border of the Tianqi mountain range, Xianxia's killing intent was unstoppable. On the other hand, Xianxia wanted to go to the Tianxing boundary to look for Yu Er and Ling Yun. He also wanted to search for Long Shan. Xianxia took a sip of tea in a tea house at the border of the Tianqi mountain range and the small city. There were merchants and lone warriors passing through the Tianqi mountain range in groups of 2 or 3. However, those who had not reached the early heavenly god realm would not dare to step into the Tianqi mountain range. One should know that the Tianqi mountain range spanned 180,000 li. It was a long journey. There were countless ferocious beasts in the forest, demonic beasts, and bandits in the mountain range. If one's cultivation was weak, it would be hard for him to go anywhere. Little brother, are you going to cross the Tianqi mountain range? A burly man walked towards Xianxia and said with a smile. The burly man was a middle-aged man with a steady aura. He was also a heavenly god realm expert. There was a sharp machete on his back and he had a loose beard. He gave Xianxia a good impression. Xianxia frowned and looked at the man. How about coming with us? I see that you're quite strong at such a young age. To think that you've reached the early heavenly god realm. I have no other intentions. We're from the Nalan city's Xilan escort. We're going to take 3 to 4 years to reach the Qilian boundary. It's better if we travel together, we can take care of each other. Xianxia nodded slightly. It's boring for him to travel alone. Moreover, it would save him a lot of trouble. This journey that would take 3 to 4 years would take a long time. I'm Shizhen, the second leader of the Xilan escort. There are 5 of us. The few of them are also experts of our Xilan escort. They're all heavenly god realm experts. I've been through the Tianqi mountain range a few times. I'm familiar with the route. But I think you're not bad. It'll be safer with more people. Shizhen said with a smile. He was an honest man. On the other side, there were a lady and 3 men drinking their tea. They did not look at Xianxia. Thank you, brother Shi. Xianxia said with a smile. At this moment, a stinky old man in ragged clothes was walking towards them from afar. Many people in this small tea house frowned when they saw him. Everyone turned a deaf ear to him, and their expressions were cold. Because this man was obviously not a high-ranking official or someone with authority. He was just a heavenly god realm old man who was approaching the end of his lifespan. His strength had started to decline. It was already considered good if he could reach the true god realm. The stinky old man's eyes were dazed. He seemed to be in despair. Xianxia couldn't bear to see this happen, and his heart involuntarily took pity on them. He had killed countless people. He only killed those who deserved to be killed. But at the same time, he had also saved countless people. The heart of mercy and the heart of killing could exist together. Xianxia was not an executioner, he had his reasons for killing. If he pretended to be merciful, then the one who died would be himself. He could only continue to kill and move forward to live longer. This world was always the world of the strong, the weak would only become the stepping stone for the strong to reach the peak. Killing countless people was worthy of entering the 18th level of hell, saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xianxia looked at the old man. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in his hand might be able to save his life. Although this pill was not bad, it was not priceless. However, Xianxia felt that it was worth it if it could save a life. He was not a good person, he just felt that the old man was a little pitiful. Every year, countless people in the divine world passed away silently. No one felt sorry for them, no one felt sorry for them. Xianxia walked to the old man's side and looked at him. Although the old man's clothes were ragged and his eyes were unfocused, he didn't look dirty and messy. The smell on his body didn't seem to come from his body. "Old man, how much longer do you have to live?" Xianxia smiled. I don't know, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." The old man murmured. He looked at Xianxia with fear and took 2 steps back, as if he was afraid of something. "Eat this, it can extend your life by 10 years. The old man glanced at Xianxia, a little surprised and a little dazed. He accepted the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill from Xianxia and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This old man was really interesting. If the auctioneers knew that Xianxia had given his spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to a beggar, they would definitely be furious. It was a waste of God's gift. "Delicious, do you have any more?" The old man looked at Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed his brows and gave him another pill. The old man took it and swallowed it in one gulp. "Delicious, delicious, I want more." A black line appeared on Xianxia's forehead. "Eat your head. 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills are enough to extend your life by 10 years. I'll trade this with you. Do you have any more?" The old master took out a stone-like brown object that emitted a strong stench. It was about the size of a palm, and Xianxia couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw it. This was the thing that smelled so bad, no wonder his entire body was covered in a stench. "This is? Tiger bone musk?" Xianxia's pupils constricted. The tiger bone musk was a very rare medicinal ingredient that could increase the effects of an elixir. Once it was added into an elixir, its effects would be excellent. He had only heard of it but had never seen it before. The tiger bone musk was a combination of the bone of a white tiger and the musk of a heavenly deer. It was extremely smelly and could make one's soul go crazy after inhaling it for a long time. Xianxia could tell at a glance that this was the tiger bone musk. The white tiger was a divine beast. It was extremely difficult to find it and killing it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was the same for the heavenly deer. There were only a few people who had actually seen the heavenly deer. It was said that the heavenly deer was even rarer than the white tiger. "Are you going to trade or not?" "If not, I'm leaving." The old man's eyes were confused, but he seemed to like the spirit-severing life-prolonging pills that Xianxia had refined. "Okay. I'll give you 3 more." Xianxia took out another 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and gave them to the old man. He also kept the tiger bone musk. If the tiger bone musk was added to an ordinary elixir, it would change the world. Even if it was an immortal grade or a legendary divine grade elixir, it would be extremely effective. After keeping the tiger bone musk, Xianxia smiled at the old man gratefully. The old man took the 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and swallowed them again. At this moment, even he felt that this old bastard was a bit wasteful. 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were eaten by him just like that. I want more, I want more. The old man clapped his hands and shouted. Want your sister? No more. Xianxia rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Xianxia could feel that the old man's body had undergone a huge change. At least, he would not be struggling at death's door anymore. At least, he had increased his lifespan by 15 years. One should know that he had swallowed 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. However, this tiger bone musk was a pleasant surprise. Xianxia left and followed Xianxia and the others towards the Tianqi mountain range. As for the old man, he was like a madman, wandering around. In his eyes, there was only confusion. Birds of a feather flocked together. After chatting with the old beggar, even you have become so smelly. Smelly man. The mischievous girl beside Xianxia frowned, pinched her nose, and sneered. The girl's name was Xiaoxining, Xianxia's niece and also the little princess of Xilan escort. She was dressed in a white dress and had a nice temperament. Her figure was exquisite and curvaceous, and she could be considered a little beauty. However, her long and narrow phoenix eyes weren't very likable, and Xianxia wasn't interested in them. Xiaoxining looked at Xianxia with disdain. His strength was not enough for her to pay attention to him. Moreover, he liked to meddle in other people's business. Now that he was smelly, they did not have a good time. I advise you to take a bath quickly, smelly brat. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you into the river. The black-clothed youth beside Xiaoxining crossed his arms in front of his chest and said to Lung Lung. His fair skin and tender flesh made Xianxia look like a sissy. The young man stared at Xianxia with a gloomy and cold look. His eyes were filled with vigilance and a hint of warning and provocation. Smelly man, well said. If a man is not smelly, how can he be a man with a smell? Tender skin, isn't that just an embroidered pillow? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He was not angry. After all, he was doing this for Xianxia's sake. Moreover, he also wanted to avoid some unnecessary trouble. All right, that's enough. Lu Xingjuan, this isn't an escort agency. You've been with me twice, don't you know the rules? Xianxia looked at Xianxia apologetically. As for Xiaoxining and Lu Xingjuan, their faces were filled with mockery and disdain. We're in the Tianqi mountain range. We've already entered the danger zone. 5,000 li ahead is the territory of the twin dragon leopards. Let's pay some divine origin stones and hurry over. Those demonic beasts have a huge demand for divine origin stones. Don't cause trouble for me. Xianxia's words still had some deterrence to Lu Xingjuan. The few of them nodded their heads silently. Xianxia gave Xiaoxining a doting stare. The latter stuck out her tongue and turned around to follow her senior and junior brothers. Little brother, please forgive me for my offense just now. Haha. Since we've decided to go together, we should take care of each other. Old brother here apologizes to you. Xianxia patted on Xianxia's shoulder and smiled. No worries. Since we need to pay, then I'll do it. No need, it's more than enough. It doesn't matter if you're here or not. Xianxia thought in his heart. Although he did not care about a few divine origin stones, Xianxia was a true man of iron blood. He did not care about his appearance and was full of loyalty. Oh right, big brother Xi, how long do we need to walk to the Tianqi mountain range? There are many humans and demonic beasts in this mountain range. Xianxia asked. Xianxia nodded, sighed, and said, yes. That's right. For so many years, we have to go to the Tianqi mountain range once every 10 years. It's not an easy task to escort a bodyguard. The 180,000 li Tianqi mountain range is not as simple as you think. Although this is a primitive forest, there are still humans living here. Most of them are tyrants who want to take over the mountain, and some are ruthless people who want to avoid being hunted. However, most of them are the demonic beasts in the mountain range. As the saying goes, there is no road in this world. But as more people walk on it, it becomes a road. We're walking on the shortest path that our ancestors walked on with their lives. The 180,000 Li Tianqi mountain range is endless. There are many places that are still deserted. If we don't follow this path, we might walk into a land of death. Even Divine King Realm and Hierarch Realm experts do not dare to wander around the 100,000 mountain range. If it's a light case, they would be trapped in a dangerous place and be heavily injured. If it's a heavy case, they might even lose their souls. Xianxia said seriously. Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. Since Xianxia was an old man, he was familiar with this path. It shouldn't be hard for him to cross the Tianqi mountain range. There are some strange places that are hidden. Every year, there are less than 1 in 10 people that pass through the Tianqi mountain range. Only us peddlers have some experience. By risking our lives, we constantly challenge ourselves to earn some divine origin stones and cultivate. Only then will we have a chance to make a name for ourselves. But if we go around the Tianqi mountain range, it'll be even more boundless. We might need twice the time to reach the Chilean boundary. Xianxia seemed a little helpless, but he had no other choice. In the divine world, people only had one goal, and that was to become an emperor, to pursue immortality. However, it had been hundreds of thousands of years since a great emperor was born. No one had experienced the might of a god emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. The god emperors of the past were not people that mortals could see. In front of us is the Black Rock Ridge, the territory of the twin dragon leopards. Every time we pass through here, we have to pay at least a few hundred high-grade divine origin stones to pass. Xianxia brought Xianxia along with him. They had gone through many battles in the past 2 months. Xianxia's strength had reached the peak mid-heavenly god realm. Moreover, he was experienced. He managed to escape from the attacks of the demonic beasts. Xianxia followed Xianxia, but it was obvious that Lu Xingjuan and Shi Xining couldn't be bothered with him and were extremely rude to Xianxia. Junior sister, you don't have to bother with this guy. When he encounters true danger, he'll know what kind of trash he is. Pretending to be aloof, does he really think he's an expert? Lu Xingjuan sneered. You don't have to say that. This bastard, only uncle is kind enough to take him in. Shi Xining harumphed coldly. 1,000 miles of black stone, a waterfall that flowed over the mountain ridges. Countless black iron pines stretched out for 1,000 miles, forming a vast expanse of black. The mountain rocks here were also black, which was why it was called the Black Stone Ridge. This mountain is mine, these trees are planted by me. If you want to pass through, you'll have to pay the toll. A spotted leopard walked down from the Black Rock Ridge step by step. Its body was mighty and vigorous. Lu Xingjuan and the others were stunned by its ferocious aura, not daring to breathe too loudly. It was their first time on the job. The 180,000 Li Tianqi mountain ridge was indeed dangerous. The demonic beasts that they encountered before were only early heavenly god realm. However, this mid-heavenly god realm demonic beast had such a mighty aura. Even Xianxia, who was slightly stronger than him, couldn't match up to him. It was a dragon lion tiger leopard after all, a beast king level demonic beast. I am Xianxia from the Xilan escort. Greetings, brother leopard. I haven't seen you for many years. Haha, greet the 2 masters with me. 500 high-grade divine origin stones. This 50 is for you. Xianxia said with a smile as he passed the divine origin stones to the leopard. The leopard looked at Xianxia and said faintly, you're quite observant. But this year is different from the past. The crown prince of 8 lineages Silver River is getting married. Our boss wants to give him 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones as a birthday gift. So, this year's toll is 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Otherwise, you'll have to leave all your belongings behind and be my slave for 10 years. The cold voice of the leopard reverberated in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia shuddered slightly as he knew that this was bad. This was only the first checkpoint of the 180,000 Tianqi mountain range. These twin dragon leopards were quite loyal. But now, they had changed their attitude. It was difficult for him to take out such a toll. Even if he took it out now, how was he going to pass the next checkpoint? There were more than 10 demonic beasts and humans in the Tianqi mountain range. Each of them would cost 500 high-grade divine origin stones. But now, it seemed like it was not enough for him. Brother Leopard, this doesn't seem to be reasonable? Xijin smiled awkwardly and said. That's right, don't tell me you want to eat us until not even the bones are left. Humph, Xixing said in a deep voice. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. She looked mischievous, but she was also shrewd. Not bad, little girl. Hee hee. If this little girl stays with me, then I'll write off this debt. How about it? Don't force me to take action. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. The leopard said faintly. His big eyes stared at Xixing with a playful expression. Xijin's expression changed and quickly said, Brother Leopard, please calm down. This is just my little nephew. She's really immature and offended Brother Leopard. Please forgive her. Isn't it just a leopard? What's there to be afraid of? Uncle, I don't believe that he'll eat us up. Xixing's face was filled with anger. She ignored Xijin's apology. Shut up. Pa, Xijin turned around and slapped Xixing's face. At this moment, even Xianxia was shocked. It was his first time seeing such a cold side of Xijin. But he understood that Xijin was doing this for her own good. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. One must have the ability to do so. A little girl acting like a tyrant here would only end up with one outcome. She wouldn't even know how she died. Xijin was just worried about her safety. Xixing bit her red lips with tears in her eyes. She didn't expect that her powerful and domineering uncle would be so humble in front of a leopard that wasn't even as strong as him. The reputation of the Xilan escort agency was completely lost by her uncle. My dear grandaunt, please don't say so much. Lu Xingjuan tugged at Xixing, but she pushed him away. Don't touch me. You're all cowards. Cowards. Xixing said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Her beautiful face had also turned red. I'm afraid I'm not in a good mood now. 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones, not a single one less. This little girl must stay with me, otherwise, I'll kill her. The leopard's expression instantly turned cold. 5,000 divine origin stones, will still pay. Brother Leopard, I'll apologize to you on behalf of my nephew. Xijin said in a low voice, extremely flattering. Xixing clenched her teeth. She was unwilling to accept this. She was even more unwilling to see her Uncle Dao grovel in front of this demonic beast. But how could she understand that this was life? Ever since she was young, she had been pampered and spoiled. She was used to living in luxury. Her ancestors had to work hard for her. What she had obtained was a better life. Apart from that, she had never suffered any setbacks. Being high and mighty had become a habit. Being bullied by a demonic beast, how could she not be angry? Xianxia did not say anything sarcastic. This was a lesson she should have learned long ago. Otherwise, this little princess would forever live in a fairy tale world where she could eat and sleep freely. The cold and cruel killing was too far away from her. What if I say no? This girl has such a bad temper, I want to teach her a lesson. Hee hee hee. The leopard said coldly. Prepare for battle. Lu Xingjuan, protect Xixing. If there's any mistake, I'll hold you responsible. Xijin knew that this battle was inevitable. Xixing had completely offended this leopard. If they did not force their way through, then they might be trapped in this black stone ridge. Shisan, Ma Jun, the two of you follow me and prepare for battle. Jiangchen, you support us from the side. We're in trouble. Xijin said in a low voice. Hell! The spotted leopard roared. Dozens of leopards leaped out from the forest. Most of them were early heavenly gods. There were more than 30 of them. Xijin's expression was gloomy. With so many spotted leopards, their situation was quite dangerous. He could deal with the leopards, but there were still 30 left. Ma Jun and Shisan could handle 5 or 7 leopards, and Jiangchen was only an early heavenly god. Even if she was talented, it would be difficult for her to handle 3 to 5 of them. Moreover, Xijin was worried about Xixing's safety. This was the first time she came out with him. She had begged him for 7 years before he brought her out of the Tiger Leap boundary to see the outside world. But he never expected that they would encounter such a huge problem the moment they left the boundary. Xijin was exasperated. Xixing was still too young. Before he left, he had warned her not to be too arrogant to avoid trouble. But now, it seemed that trouble came from the mouth. No matter how angry Xianxia was, it was useless. Lowly humans, you will become my slaves. I like this little chili. Kakaka. The spotted leopard leaped and pounced towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia was stronger than the spotted leopard, they were still in the opponent's territory. Moreover, the spotted leopard was like a fish in the water when it fought in the forest. But Xianxia was not to be underestimated. He had been traveling between different boundaries for hundreds of years and had experienced hundreds of battles. He was definitely a battle-hardened warrior. The spotted leopard and Xianxia intertwined and began the fiercest battle. The leopard's body was huge, at least 5 meters long. In the process of the battle, it was clear that Xianxia didn't have the upper hand at all. The machete in his hand danced in the air as the two desperately attacked each other's vitals. On the other side, 30 leopards had completely surrounded Xianxia and the others. Ma Jun and Shisan were brave men, but at this moment, they showed a hint of fear. Because there were too many leopards. 30 heavenly god realm leopards were unbeatable to them. What are you afraid of? Watch me. Xianxia broke through Lu Xingjuan's protection and clashed with the leopards. She wielded the white jade sword in her hand, each strike was filled with spirituality. However, her strength was only at the early heavenly god realm. Lu Xingjuan and the others quickly followed after Xianxia. The 5 of them faced the 30 leopards together. Xianxia smiled faintly. He did not want to show his strength so soon. Moreover, the fewer people who knew about his identity, the better. He did not want to bring trouble to them. For Xianxia, a single slash was enough to deal with 30 leopards. However, the 4 of them were in a passive position. Even though Xianxia was able to deal with 7 or 8 leopards, the 4 of them were still being pushed back, and all of them were injured. Especially Lu Xingjuan and Xianxia, it was their first time coming out. Even though they were strong, their battle experience was still lacking. Xianxia dared to fight, she was not inferior to men. However, she was fated to pay the price for her recklessness. She was injured by the leopards time and time again. Lu Xingjuan could not even take care of himself. How could he have the time to care about her? We can't hold on any longer, Master Shi. Lu Xingjuan was surrounded by 3 leopards and was already sweating profusely. The others were not much better off. Every step they took was filled with trepidation. Under the siege of so many leopards, they had completely lost their previous confidence. Lu Xingjuan's eyes were filled with terror, and Xianxia did not have the confidence of a princess. Although she was ferocious, her strength was still there. She did not have the ability to defend and counterattack. On the other side, Xianxia was being pressured by the leopards. He was still worried about the safety of Xianxia and the others. He could not focus on the battle. Even though he was stronger than the leopards, he could not deal any damage to him. Be careful! Xianxia roared. Xianxia was ambushed by 2 leopards from behind. A terrifying gale blew past Xianxia's ears. She could even feel the threat of death. Xianxia moved and punched out with both his fists. In an instant, the heads of the 2 leopards exploded. Xianxia was stunned and did not say a word. If it wasn't for Xianxia, her neck would have been bitten off by the leopards. End of chapter 2489. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.